Still thinking about your goddess? Stop it. The goddess you meticulously cared for has already explored every possible encounter. The voice of his roommate, Yuan Tai, broke the silence. Lying in bed, Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes as he sat up, gazing with confusion at the room around him. Where am I? Yuan Tai stood by the bed, astonished as he looked at Lin Chuan. Have you lost your mind? This is Qingshan University, dormitory 406. Where else could it be? Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan paused, his eyes gradually widening. Dormitory 406. Hadn't he graduated over 20 years ago? Seeing Lin Chuan's reaction, Yuan Tai's surprise faded, replaced by concern. What if something happened to Lin Chuan? Would it affect his own prospects for graduate school? Are you really okay? Isn't it just that your girlfriend went to a hotel with a school heartthrob? It's not a big deal. Just let it go. Do you want me to help you ask for leave from the counselor to skip the freshman training? Freshman training? Lin Chuan's muddled mind began to clear. I've been reborn, and it just so happens that I've returned on the very day the freshman training begins. Moreover, it's the day I got dumped by Man, marking the start of my tragic life. He vividly remembered that during the freshman training, when all the new students gathered, his class flower girlfriend, Man, would publicly humiliate him by donning a green hat before breaking up with him. Thinking of Man, Lin Chuan let out a light chuckle. Once the shining moonlight of his heart. He would bring her meals when she was hungry, prepare milk tea when she was thirsty, complete all her homework, pay her phone bills each month, carry her shopping bags, and be her chair when she was weary. Lin Chuan pursued her for 6 years, from middle school to university. Only upon graduating high school did she agree to be his girlfriend, but on the condition that he forsake the invitation from a prestigious 985 university to attend Qingshan University, a second-tier institution instead. Upon learning that Lin Chuan would attend a second-tier university, his parents expelled him from their home, severing all ties. Lin Chuan endured all of this, that he believed that as long as he could be with Man, it was worth it. Yet, the day before the freshman training, he witnessed Man walking hand in hand with the school heartthrob into a hotel across the street. The next day, during the training, she would brazenly propose a breakup before all their peers. Lin Chuan, you're a good person, but I deserve better. I never truly loved you. I merely regarded you as a pet. Lin Chuan had cared for her meticulously for 6 years. He willingly sacrificed the opportunity to attend a prestigious 985 university. He was cast out by his parents. To buy her the bag she desired, he worked 3 jobs daily, pouring his heart into it. Lin Chuan sacrificed everything. Their romantic relationship lasted less than 60 days. Every time he tried to hold her hand, she would refuse. There are too many people here, it's inappropriate. We're not at the stage where we can hold hands. I'm a conservative girl. Yet yesterday, she went to a hotel with a man she had known for less than 3 days. Now, before all the new students, she held his arm and broke up with Lin Chuan, declaring him a mere dog in front of everyone. From that day on, Lin Chuan became the laughingstock and fool of Qingshan University. Each day at this institution, he faced ridicule from his classmates. Even after graduation, the tale of his humiliation persisted at Qingshan University. When Lin Chuan sought employment, interviewers would mock him because of Man that he fell into deep depression, nearly taking his own life by jumping into the river. Fortunately, that time, a girl rescued him. Recalling her, Lin Chuan's gaze softened. Xia Qingwei, his childhood friend. In the past, Lin Chuan had only eyes for Man, never noticing the girl beside him. Xia Qingwei rented a small apartment, defying her parents' objections, and chose to live with Lin Chuan. She cared for him tenderly, helping him emerge from despair and shadows. But when Lin Chuan was ready to repay her kindness, she fell gravely ill due to overexertion. Ultimately, she passed away in Lin Chuan's embrace. Her last words haunted Lin Chuan still, that if there's a next life, I hope you will look at me properly. I am more beautiful than her. Her death marked the most profound pain and regret of Lin Chuan's life. Even after becoming the wealthiest person in the world, he never felt affection for another girl again. Lin Chuan, speak up, don't scare me. Yuan Tai's voice snapped Lin Chuan back to reality. Lin Chuan regarded Yuan Tai, whose complexion had turned pale, and smiled gently that I am back. Before becoming the subject of ridicule, before Xia Qingwei departed from his life forever, before the onset of his tragic existence, Lin Chuan's memories surged like a tide. The skills he had learned, the promises he had made, and the people he had missed. Yuan Tai scratched his head, bewildered by Lin Chen's statement. What do you mean you're back? Weren't you always here? He suspected that Lin Chuan had suffered such a severe shock that his mind had gone awry. Yuan Tai hastily comforted him, saying, Lin Chuan, you need to be strong. It's just that you were cheated on, right? Listening to these words, Lin Chuan felt a hint of amusement. If you can't offer comforting words, then don't try. I'm perfectly fine now. Let's prepare to attend the freshman training. The freshman training was mandatory. In his previous life, He-Man had publicly discarded him. This time, it would be he who would break up with He-Man before everyone. All the humiliation she had inflicted upon him would be repaid 100-fold. Yuan Tai exclaimed in astonishment. You're in this state and still want to attend training. Are you really not taking a leave? Lin Chuan propped himself against the edge of the bed and flipped over. Jumping down from the upper bunk effortlessly, thud, he landed gracefully. I said I'm perfectly fine now. Yuan Tai's mouth dropped open as he glanced between the upper bunk and Lin Chuan. The bed was 2 meters off the ground. Lin Chuan had executed a flawless jump. Wow, that's so cool. How are you so impressive? He was genuinely astonished. Such feats he had only seen in videos before. Now, Yuan Tai was convinced that Lin Chuan was indeed unscathed. Lin Chuan entered the bathroom for a quick wash. When he re-emerged, Yuan Tai was once again left speechless. Before him stood Lin Chuan, exuding confidence and calmness, a stark contrast to his former self. For the first time, Yuan Tai noticed just how handsome Lin Chuan was, that he was in no way inferior to the school heartthrob. In fact, in terms of aura, Lin Chuan surpassed him. Yuan Tai felt as though Lin Chuan had transformed into someone entirely different. As this thought crossed his mind, he hastily shook his head, dismissing such notions. How could such a thing be possible? Let's go, Lin Chuan said to Yuan Tai, stepping out of the dormitory. Chapter 2. He had witnessed meteors plummeting to the ground and endured countless trials. No one remained his rival. Yuan Tai regained his senses and hurried to catch up. This year's new student training was unlike any other. The training would unfold in a clearing amidst a forest. Presently, everyone was gathered at the school gate. Awaiting the arrival of the bus, Lin Chuan descended the stairs and gazed at the campus scenery, feeling a wave of nostalgia. He had thought he would never return to this school. To his surprise, he found himself back, albeit in a different capacity. This place was one of sorrow. But not his own. It belonged to He-Man. Lin Chuan made his way toward the school gate. As he passed by the supermarket, he noticed an array of exquisite, vibrant flowers on display. He paused, and the enchanting smile of Xia Qingyue surfaced in his mind. Upon reflection, she had devoted her life to him, yet he had never even bestowed a single flower upon her. Lin Chuan entered the supermarket and selected a bouquet of the most beautiful roses, 11 in total, symbolizing a lifetime of love. Yuan Tai, catching up from behind, was curious upon seeing Lin Chuan holding the roses. Lin Chuan, what are you buying roses for? Are you planning to give them to He-Man? Lin Chuan scoffed. Roses are meant for someone worthy. She is not deserving. Yuan Tai's eyes widened in shock. Unable to believe such words had escaped Lin Chuan's lips. Doubting his own hearing, he snapped back to reality only to find Lin Chuan had already walked away. Wait for me, Yuan Tai shouted, hastily pursuing him. With his handsome looks and a bouquet in hand, Lin Chuan drew the attention of many as he traversed the campus. Is this handsome fellow about to confess his love? I recall him. He seems to be a freshman whose girlfriend spent the night with the campus heartthrob just yesterday. The heartthrob even boasted about it online. Could this be true? Surely, he is about to deliver flowers to his girlfriend, only to be dumped. How amusing. I must gather everyone at the office to witness this spectacle. A throng of students trailed behind Lin Chuan, eager to witness his potential humiliation. Yuan Tai soon noticed the growing crowd behind them and nervously whispered to Lin Chuan, there are so many people following us. Lin Chuan replied calmly, I am aware. Yuan Tai inquired, what should we do? Lin Chuan responded nonchalantly, let them be. They wish to see a spectacle, and I shall provide them with a grand performance. In his previous life, He-Man had humiliated him before the entire freshman class. This time, Lin Chuan intended to break up with her in front of the entire school, not just the freshmen, but everyone. The number of onlookers following Lin Chuan continued to swell. By the time he reached the school gate, the handful of followers had transformed into a throng. Even members of the news department had arrived, already concocting headlines. Amusing, a certain male student at our school professes his love, only to be cuckolded by his girlfriend. Lin Chuan cast a glance at the school gate, where numerous buses were parked. There she was, Man. Yuan Tai ran, standing beside Lin Chuan, pointed towards the nearby waiting area. Man was seated there with the campus heartthrob, affectionately draping her arm around him. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Tai gulped. Man was openly displaying her affection for another man right in front of Lin Chuan. Would Lin Chuan be driven to madness? Or would he faint from rage? Anxiously, he glanced at Lin Chuan, only to be astonished by what he saw. Lin Chuan remained remarkably composed. Yuan Tai quickly rubbed his eyes, unable to believe the scene before him. Chapter 3. The encounter began with a slap, one for each of them, to avoid being labeled petty. Man was being affectionate with another man, yet Lin Chuan appeared unfazed. For a fleeting moment, Yuan Tai felt that the world around him had grown somewhat alien. Lin Chuan gazed at the pair with an unyielding calm, his eyes betraying no emotion. Perhaps the Lin Chuan of decades past would have panicked, crumbled, or even wept uncontrollably. But the current Lin Chuan, he had witnessed meteors plummet to the earth, endured the sting of betrayal, and navigated countless trials. Lin Chuan could now approach many situations with poise. Under the scrutiny of numerous eyes, Lin Chuan made his move. He stepped towards the bus stop where Man and the school heartthrob, Li Tian, were engaged in hushed conversation. Li Tian inquired, "When will you confront him?" Man replied, "In a moment. Once I gather my resolve and see him, I will break up with him." Li Tian chuckled. "Are you truly prepared to let him go?" Man rolled her eyes and declared, "Why wouldn't I? I have never regarded him highly. I merely kept him around like a pet." She glanced at Li Tian with a smile. "Just wait and watch how I dismiss him." Li Tian laughed in response. "I look forward to it." His mind conjured up a vivid fantasy. Man embracing her own arms while breaking up with Lin Chuan, who would then collapse in tears, pleading for another chance, yet she would remain aloof, referring to him as a mere dog. Li Tian relished the thought, eagerly anticipating the moment Lin Chuan would be cast aside. As Lin Chuan approached, the individuals at the bus stop turned to look. A handsome young man bearing roses could hardly go unnoticed. "Look over there. A handsome guy," someone exclaimed. "He is holding roses. Could it be a confession? How romantic." The murmurs around them jolted Man and Li Tian back to reality. Curiosity piqued. They both turned to gaze toward the school gate, only to behold Lin Chuan. Both Man and Li Tian's pupils constricted in shock. Lin Chuan, strikingly handsome, held the roses with an air of elegance, resembling a refined young gentleman. Suddenly, Man and Li Tian sprang to their feet. Lin Chuan approached them, a gentle smile gracing his features as he said, "Long time no see." The warmth of his smile was disarming, evoking a sense of fondness in those who beheld him. This man was undoubtedly gentle. Li Tian frowned, realizing Lin Chuan was not only handsome, but possessed an exceptional demeanor. Man felt her heart race. This Lin Chuan was undeniably charming. Why had she never noticed his allure before? Perhaps breaking up could wait. She secretly contemplated prolonging her engagement with Lin Chuan. However, in the next instant, smack. A sharp sound echoed. Lin Chuan, with the roses cradled in his left hand, raised his right hand high. With a definitive slap, he greeted Man before delivering a resounding blow to her face. Man's head turned in shock, her expression one of disbelief, unable to comprehend Lin Chuan's sudden aggression. "What are you doing?" exclaimed Li Tian, astonished. Lin Chuan turned to him and said, "Ah, and you as well." Smack. With a swift motion, he delivered another slap, leaving Li Tian stunned, his face contorted in disbelief, eyes wide open in shock. The crowd around them fell silent, frozen in astonishment. Yuan Tai stood petrified, rooted to the spot, overwhelmed by the madness unfolding before him. "Are you insane? You dare strike me?" Li Tian seethed, his pride wounded. As the esteemed school heartthrob and captain of the basketball team, how could he allow himself to be humiliated in such a manner? Chapter 4. "You are dismal, while I am exceptional. I deserve better, and you should bless me," he bellowed vehemently, lifting his fist to strike Lin Chuan. A sharp crack echoed through the air. With a swift motion, Lin Chuan intercepted his attack with a single slap. The vivid red imprints were evident on both sides of Li Tian's face. "Did I permit you to speak?" His voice was not loud, yet resounded clearly in the ears of everyone present. All stared in astonishment at Lin Chuan. Some couldn't help but swallow nervously. In their eyes, Lin Chuan at that moment held a rose in his hand, radiating an aura so intense it felt almost scorching. The school heartthrob, Li Tian, captain of the basketball team, had been struck not once, but twice by Lin Chuan. As the captain of the team, he was expected to be quite formidable. What was happening? Ling Chuan, however, regarded Li Tian with utter disdain. Memories from his past life surged forth, awakening every skill and technique he had ever learned. Though his physical conditioning had yet to catch up, it was more than sufficient to handle Li Tian. Ling Chuan, how could you strike me? Man, coming back to her senses, gazed at Ling Chuan in disbelief. Ling Chuan's response was succinct. Breakup. Man, I have ended our relationship. Her eyes widened in shock. Breakup? Dumped? She instantly recalled her recent conversation with Li Tian, where she had declared, when we meet, I will break up with him. Yet now, Ling Chuan had struck her and Li Tian, and then immediately declared the breakup. It was not she who had ended things with Ling Chuan, but rather he who had discarded her. No, man could not accept this outcome. It was not supposed to be this way. How could Ling Chuan, whom she considered beneath her, be the one to end their relationship? If anyone was to do the dumping, it should have been her. You must be jesting, she scoffed, noticing the rose in Ling Chuan's hand. You brought a rose. Surely, you intend to surprise me. She instinctively reached for the flower. Smack. Ling Chuan swatted her hand away. Have some dignity. Roses are meant for steadfast and devoted girls. You are unworthy of such a gift. His gaze shifted to the wildflowers blooming by the roadside. Wildflowers are still flowers. That is all you deserve, for you are like a wildflower, common and easily picked. Man's mind was enveloped in confusion. Such a beautiful rose was not meant for her. She was undeserving of roses, only suitable for wildflowers, common and easily found. You. She was furious, her words tumbling out clumsily. How can you speak to me this way? Am I not your goddess? Ling Chuan spoke calmly. You are dismal. I deserve better. Once, Man had ended their relationship with the words, you are good, but I deserve better. Now, Ling Chuan returned her words with a sharp you are dismal, leaving her mind reeling. She could not comprehend why her once subservient admirer had suddenly grown so bold, daring to speak to her in such a manner. Do not utter another word. If you do, I shall ignore you for an entire day. This was a tactic she had often employed against Ling Chuan. In her mind, uttering such a phrase would send him into a flurry, scrambling to appease her, to bring her joy. It had always worked before, and surely it would again. He must have become a well-trained dog. However, Ling Chuan displayed no sign of distress. Instead, he chuckled lightly, almost derisively. Expecting you to act like a reasonable person seems rather excessive. As his words settled in, Man was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 5 once more, I shall deliver a slap to the school prince. You, a man afflicted with kidney deficiency, did I permit you to speak? In the past, Ling Chuan's words had always held sway over me, yet now they seemed utterly ineffective. How could this be? Ling Chuan, what is the matter with you today? Are you unwell? She could not bear the reality of Ling Chuan casting her aside. A worthless being, a mere dog. How could one abandon their master? Ling Chuan replied, I am quite well. After being rejected by Man, for years of university had passed. Following Xia Qingyue's death, 28 years had gone by. In total, 32 years had elapsed without him experiencing such a sense of well-being. You might as well concern yourself with your own affairs. Ling Chuan regarded her coldly and remarked, your promiscuity might very well be indicative of an ailment. His words were not mere folly. In his previous life, the death of Xia Qingyue had struck him profoundly, prompting him to delve into the study of medicine. Eventually, he had cured a woman whose affliction mirrored that of Xia Qingyue. At this juncture, Ling Chuan's medical prowess had reached unparalleled heights. No one could rival him. He could discern, with merely a glance, whether an individual was unwell. Upon hearing this, those around them began to whisper and point at Man. Some had already commenced taking photographs of her. Man was rendered somewhat flustered. This situation was entirely unforeseen. In her expectations, it should have been Ling Chuan who felt humiliated today, the one to suffer shame. How had the tables turned so drastically? Moreover, why was Ling Chuan's verbal assault so potent? She found herself utterly unprepared to counter it. Li Tian finally regained his composure. The 2 slaps Ling Chuan had delivered had left him dazed and confused. Now, hearing Ling Chuan speak to Man in such a manner, he glared at Ling Chuan and exclaimed, Ling Chuan, to speak of a girl in such a way before so many people, do you have no shame? Gritting his teeth, he swung a fist at Ling Chuan's face. This punch was fueled by all his strength. He sought to reclaim the humiliation he had just endured. This time, he was prepared, and thus he felt confident that Ling Chuan would be unable to block it. However, in the next moment, Li Tian's fist halted a mere 20 centimeters from Ling Chuan's face, unable to advance even a fraction further. Li Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Ling Chuan had grasped his wrist, forcing him to a standstill. How could this be? Li Tian was acutely aware of the power behind his punch. Not only was it swift, but it was also immensely forceful. How could Ling Chuan possibly withstand it? Stunned, Li Tian watched as Ling Chuan's fingers pressed against his wrist twice, instantly discerning his pulse. The signs were unmistakable: a lack of vitality, weakness, and kidney deficiency. His pulse was slow and feeble, indicative of a cold constitution, lacking strength, with soft fingers suggesting both qi and blood deficiency. Ling Chuan released Li Tian's hand and scoffed. With such weakness, you still dare to seek a rendezvous? Can you endure even 30 seconds? Li Tian's face flushed instantly, burning with shame. Ling Chuan's words struck him like two fresh slaps, leaving him bewildered. For Ling Chuan had spoken the truth. The previous day, he had indeed failed to last even 30 seconds, resorting to sneaking into the restroom to take medication just to manage a semblance of performance. Goodness, the school prince suffers from kidney deficiency. What a sensational revelation. The crowd erupted in laughter. What school prince? Just a man afflicted with kidney deficiency, ha ha ha. Li Tian, known for his flirtations, had long been the target of disdain among his peers. Now, hearing Ling Chuan's words, laughter echoed around him. Li Tian seethed with anger, but more than that, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. The knowledge of his kidney deficiency had become public. It was intolerable. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Tian shouted at Ling Chuan. How could I possibly have kidney deficiency? You are merely envious of me. You are furious because I have won over your goddess. His voice boomed, ensuring all present could hear. Chapter 6. There is no need for explanation. My answer is singular. The campus belle is indeed my girlfriend. A hush fell over the crowd, their gazes returning to Ling Chuan. This revelation was undeniably explosive. As Li Tian noticed the attention shifting back to Ling Chuan, he devised a way to embarrass him. You've pursued He-Man for 6 years, yet you haven't even held her hand. I've known her for merely 3 days, and we've already been intimate. You're just jealous of me. Deep down, you're resentful, which is why you're spouting nonsense here to tarnish my reputation. 6 years of pursuit, and not even a handhold. Everyone stared at Ling Chuan in shock. Is that true? If so, how utterly pathetic. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Li Tian reveled in their murmurs, his earlier embarrassment fading. He looked at Ling Chuan with a smug expression, thinking, you think you can compete with me? You're still too inexperienced. Sighing, Ling Chuan let out a soft breath that commanded silence from all. Your rhetoric is truly lacking, Ling Chuan remarked to Li Tian. Is this the best you could come up with to save face? Honestly, if you wish to avoid further humiliation, the best course of action would be to silence yourself entirely. Li Tian's smile faltered. Faced with his own words, Ling Chuan remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of distress. How could he maintain such calm? Shouldn't he be breaking down, losing control, or going mad instead? Ling Chuan continued. I could say your worldview is warped. Only you would take pride in being with someone like a public bus. I could also assert that He-Man is inherently fickle. Furthermore, I could speculate that her intentions in being with you are ulterior, and I can even proclaim that if I wished, I could be with her today. Li Tian felt a jolt of disbelief. This world felt strange. Ling Chuan not only remained unflustered, but also articulated a barrage of counterarguments with such ease. He-Man gazed at Ling Chuan with incredulity. Was this truly the Ling Chuan she knew? The once timid man who shied away from speaking now rendered them speechless. Li Tian inhaled deeply and asked, is this your explanation? Explanation? Ling Chuan chuckled. I require no explanation. My answer is succinct. My true beloved stands behind you. Ling Chuan's gaze transcended He-Man, landing on someone in the rear. All eyes hurriedly followed his line of sight. He-Man and Li Tian turned simultaneously to see who Ling Chuan had referenced. As they beheld the person he spoke of, an eerie silence enveloped the room. A graceful figure approached from a distance, clad in a pale blue dress, her physique impeccable. She possessed not only a generous bosom, but also long, slender legs that were strikingly fair. What was most breathtaking, however, was her visage. Her beauty was unparalleled, transcending mere mortal descriptions. She resembled a celestial being. Most attendees recognized this girl, Xia Qinghua, the most beautiful campus belle in the history of Qingshan University. The day she enrolled, her photographs had taken the school's forums by storm. Are you out of your mind? You're claiming Xia Qinghua is your girlfriend? Li Tian momentarily froze upon seeing her. He, too, was among Xia Qinghua's admirers, having fallen for her at first sight. He had vowed to become her boyfriend. Lin Chuan dared to assert that he had feelings for Xia Qinghua. As reality set back in, Li Tian regarded Lin Chuan with disdain. You think you deserve to harbor feelings for Xia Qinghua? You ought to take a good look at yourself. Chapter 7. The school belle smiled at him. He-Man regarded Lin Chuan with a hint of disdain. If she found Lin Chuan unworthy, how much less would the school belle, Xia Qinghua, think of him? Lin Chuan, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Do not flaunt your superficial understanding before me. Just because you are incapable of achieving something does not imply that I am as well." Both He-Man and Li Tian felt as though they had been stung by his words. "You certainly have a way with words," Li Tian gritted his teeth and retorted. "But no matter how eloquent you are, Xia Qinghua will not spare you a glance. If even He-Man dismissed you, what chance did you have with the school belle? Even I cannot command her attention," he continued. "Let alone you, a worthless fool." However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a melodious voice rang out, "Lin Chuan." Upon seeing him, Xia Qingyua's beautiful, sparkling eyes lit up instantly. In a flash, Li Tian turned around, astonished to witness Xia Qinghua calling Lin Chuan's name. Had he truly not misheard? The school belle herself, Xia Qinghua, had addressed Lin Chuan. He spun around, frozen in disbelief. As he observed Xia Qinghua joyfully waving at Lin Chuan, striding towards him with purpose. Xia Qingyua's smile radiated warmth, her eyes glimmering with invitation, her lips alluringly delicate, invoking a sense of longing in all who beheld her. Yet, the most captivating aspect was her radiant smile and the soulful, intoxicating aura emanating from her eyes. With just a glance, one felt an irresistible urge to be enveloped in her embrace. She was breathtakingly beautiful. As she approached, it was as if the sun had risen, illuminating everything around her. Each heart present was filled with her enchanting presence. Standing before Lin Chuan, she smiled charmingly, her eyes sparkling with delight, and said, "What a coincidence to meet you here." The surrounding crowd was utterly astonished. The school belle was smiling, and to Lin Chuan, no less. Oh, how stunning she looked when she smiled. But why direct such warmth towards that man? Jealousy surged within them. Who was he that could evoke such joy in the school belle? Li Tian, witnessing Xia Qingyua's radiant smile directed at Lin Chuan, felt his jealousy morph into something almost grotesque. He could not comprehend it. As the school's heartthrob, he had professed his feelings to her. Yet she had not even spared him a glance. Why, then, did she approach Lin Chuan so readily, smiling at him? Such things were clearly beyond his reach. Suddenly, he recalled Lin Chuan's earlier words, "Do not flaunt your superficial understanding." Once again, Li Tian felt a burning shame wash over him. What he could not achieve, Lin Chuan had accomplished effortlessly. He-Man gazed at Lin Chuan in bewilderment, unable to fathom the unfolding scene. What was so remarkable about Lin Chuan? Was he not merely a worthless individual? Why was the school belle approaching him, smiling? Had she truly misjudged him? A twinge of regret flickered within He-Man. Had she known, she might have waited a few days to observe Lin Chuan's conduct before discreetly approaching the school heartthrob. Lin Chuan gazed tenderly at Xia Qinghua. Was it mere coincidence? Perhaps in his previous life, he would have easily believed her words. Yet, the present Lin Chuan was aware of the truth. There were no coincidences. It was all the fruit of her silent sacrifices. Xia Qinghua had turned down the invitation from Qingbei University, choosing to attend the same university as him in secret, away from her parents' scrutiny. She noticed the rose in Lin Chuan's hand, and then cast a glance at He-Man, her eyes dimming momentarily. Was he planning to give flowers to a girlfriend? Lin Chuan nodded and replied, "Indeed." "Is that so?" she replied, forcing a smile. "Then am I a bit out of place here?" Lin Chuan, too, discerned the melancholy in her gaze. In his previous life, he had caused her much suffering. This time, he vowed to cherish her, ensuring she would never again endure even a hint of pain. Chapter 8. A public confession followed by a passionate kiss in front of everyone. Lin Chuan boldly declared his feelings and kissed the school beauty, who surprisingly did not resist, but embraced him instead. "What nonsense is this?" Lin Chuan smiled gently and replied, "No one is more suited to be here than you, because it is only with you here that I can present you with this rose." Xia Qinghua paused in her movements, her delicate lips slightly parted in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Chuan. "For me?" Just moments ago, Lin Chuan had mentioned giving a rose to his girlfriend, and now he was saying it was for her. Could it be? Xia Qingyua's heart raced. Their families lived next door to each other, and she had harbored feelings for Lin Chuan since childhood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have secretly followed him to Qingshan University. Was her long-standing, silent devotion finally being reciprocated? Xia Qingyue found it hard to believe. Surely, this could not be a dream. Ling Chuan extended the rose with sincerity, saying, "Qingyue, will you be my girlfriend?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Xia Qingyue covered her mouth with her hands, tears welling in her eyes. A confession. Ling Chuan had truly confessed. She had envisioned this moment countless times in her dreams, never believing it would materialize. "All right." With tear-filled eyes, she choked out, "I am finally your girlfriend." In her heart, she wished this dream would last a little longer, that she would not awaken from this bliss. Suddenly, a warm hand gently wiped away the tears from her cheek. This tangible sensation confirmed that it was indeed real. Seeing her cry filled Ling Chuan with an indescribable pain, reminding him of the time when Xia Qingyue lay lifeless in his arms. In front of the crowd, Ling Chuan wrapped his arms around Xia Qingyue and leaned down to kiss her. He had lived for 50 years, enduring much, joys and sorrows, unforgettable vows, cries in the torrential rain, profound losses and sacrifices. Some things and some people, once missed, are lost for a lifetime. Ling Chuan vowed never to repeat the past. Now, he felt fearless. Xia Qingyue's cherry lips were sealed, her eyes wide with surprise, momentarily caught off guard. Yet, she did not resist. Instead, she tenderly reciprocated Ling Chuan's affection. The onlookers stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, their expressions morose and wooden. A forceful kiss. "No, my goddess. Stop, or my heart will shatter. Goddess, please resist, or I shall perish. Why must I encounter a goddess only to witness her in another's embrace? Oh heavens, why are you so blind?" A group of people had followed Ling Chuan, eager to witness his humiliation. They expected to see him as a fool, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Ling Chuan was no fool. The true jesters were they. Xia Qingyue, their goddess and cherished ideal, was effortlessly won over by Ling Chuan, cradled in his arms as he kissed her. Had they known, they would not have come out. They felt utterly foolish. Could they return and pretend nothing had happened? They had come to witness a farce, only to find themselves the unwitting jesters. On this day, Ling Chuan was reborn, rectifying past regrets. Simultaneously, the boys at Qingshan University collectively suffered heartbreak. The journalists, with reddened eyes, silently revised their pre-planned headlines to read, "I am the fool, I am the true jester." He-Man stared blankly at the couple, her eyes vacant. The Ling Chuan she had once scorned had now cast her aside to become the boyfriend of the school beauty. She was the epitome of beauty, grace, and figure, far surpassing her. Why would she choose Ling Chuan? Had he never loved her? Was everything merely a fleeting farce? He-Man's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 9. The Third Slap. The school prince has become a love-struck fool. She found herself on the brink of losing her ability to think clearly. It was utterly unacceptable. She was undeniably his goddess, his cherished moonlight. He must have orchestrated this charade with the school beauty to provoke her. Deep down, he surely cared most for her. Li Tian's heart was now in turmoil. He had once confessed to Xia Qingyue, presenting her with 99 roses. Yet she had not even spared him a glance before walking away. Now, Ling Chuan had managed to win Xia Qingyue's affections with a mere 11 roses. And he had even kissed her. That was Xia Qingyue's delicate lips. Li Tian felt as if he might lose his sanity. His confession had been met with indifference, while Ling Chuan boldly embraced and kissed her. What would transpire tonight? Li Tian's mind trembled, and he dared not imagine. He had secured He-Man's affection. But what did it matter? Ling Chuan's girlfriend was Xia Qingyue. How could He-Man, a mere class beauty, ever compare to Xia Qingyue, the most beautiful school princess in the history of Qingshan University? Let her go? Li Tian exclaimed, frustration overtaking him as he hurled a punch at Ling Chuan. Bang! Ling Chuan effortlessly caught his fist with one hand, slowly releasing the blushing Xia Qingyue from his grasp. At that moment, Xia Qingyue's legs weakened, leaving her slumped in Ling Chuan's embrace, a captivating sight indeed. Ling Chuan held Li Tian's fist tightly, regarding him with an icy stare. Locking eyes with Ling Chuan, Li Tian's heart raced with anxiety. That gaze, he felt an inexplicable sense of dread, one that eclipsed even the anger of his father in the past. With a sudden force, Ling Chuan shoved Li Tian away. Just as Li Tian regained his footing and attempted to speak, a sharp slap echoed across the air. Li Tian clutched his face, momentarily stunned. He had been struck by Ling Chuan yet again. The third time. They say bad things come in threes. Today, he had been slapped 3 times in succession by Ling Chuan. Li Tian was on the verge of collapse. He was the school prince, renowned throughout Qingshan University. Everyone greeted him with smiles. "You." Before Li Tian could finish, Lin Chuan interrupted. You have failed as a man. You have failed as a human being. You dare meddle when I kiss my girlfriend? Li Tian clenched his fists. He had failed as a man due to his own shortcomings. He had failed as a person because... Let her go. She is my goddess. Lin Chuan looked down at Xia Qingyue and asked, Do you know this person? Xia Qingyue shook her head, not even glancing at Li Tian as she replied, I don't know him. Did you hear that? Lin Chuan remarked. My girlfriend says she doesn't know you. Mind your own business. Are you a dog? At that moment, Li Tian felt a wave of nausea. He sensed a reversal of roles. He was the true, love-struck fool. Xia Qingyue did not recognize him. Yet he was distressed by the sight of Lin Chuan embracing and kissing her. He could do nothing, for Xia Qingyue was now Lin Chuan's girlfriend. The onlookers trembled in awe as they regarded Lin Chuan. Who was this man? He had effortlessly captured the heart of the school beauty and had the audacity to strike and insult the school prince. And there was Li Tian, rendered utterly powerless. It was astonishing. Who exactly was he? Man felt a deeper sense of regret. She realized that she had misjudged the situation before. Lin Chuan was not only handsome, but he also exuded an undeniable masculinity. He was articulate and capable of defending himself. Even the school prince of the basketball team seemed utterly subdued by Lin Chuan. She silently resolved to win Lin Chuan back, to have him as her devoted companion. With such an exceptional partner, she would feel a sense of pride wherever she went. Blushing, Xia Qingyue nestled in Lin Chuan's embrace, whispering softly, How can you kiss someone right after confessing? Chapter 10. The school bell speaks up for him since he lacks financial resources. I shall take it upon myself to support him, Lin Chuan remarked with a smile. It's not as if I just confessed my feelings. I declared my affection long ago. Xia Qingyue, intrigued, inquired, When was that? I don't recall hearing anything of the sort. Lin Chuan chuckled, 28 years ago. He had been reborn at the age of 50. 28 years prior marked not only his graduation from university, but also the tragic moment when Xia Qingyue breathed her last in his arms. With a playful pout, Xia Qingyue retorted, Where on earth did you learn such romantic lines? Lin Chuan mused to himself that this was not mere romantic banter. It represented the greatest regret of his life. In his previous existence, spanning 50 years, he had spent 28 of them in longing. With a gentle motion, Lin Chuan once again enveloped Xia Qingyue in his embrace, holding her tightly. I miss you dearly. At that moment, Xia Qingyue felt a sharp pang in her heart. For reasons unknown, she sensed a hint of sorrow in Lin Chuan's words. Unaware of the tribulations Lin Chuan had endured, she responded, I miss you too, as she reached out to reciprocate his embrace, offering comfort. Around them, the onlookers exchanged glances filled with disbelief. What the hell? They just confessed to each other. And now this. How enviable. The crowd was overwhelmed with a sense of jealousy. Li Tian clenched his fists, watching as his earlier sense of triumph crumbled into despair. He had lost, utterly and completely. He had once imagined Lin Chuan on his knees, pleading with Man not to break up with him. Yet the reality was that it was Lin Chuan who had severed ties with Man. It was he, Li Tian, who wished to kneel and beg Lin Chuan not to pursue a relationship with Xia Qingyue. After holding her for what felt like an eternity, Lin Chuan slowly released Xia Qingyue. In her final moments, she had expressed, If there is a next life, please look at me properly. I am more beautiful than she is. He gazed at Xia Qingyue and said with a smile, You truly are stunning, far more so than Man. He could hardly fathom why he had ever been attracted to Man in the first place. His childhood friend was exquisite, with a delightful fragrance, a gentle demeanor, and a voice that was music to his ears. She was perfection personified, effortlessly eclipsing Man. Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Today, Lin Chuan's behavior struck her as peculiar, as if he had suddenly gained clarity. He not only confessed his feelings but also embraced her and praised her beauty. Yet, above all, she felt a sweetness in her heart akin to tasting honey. Li Tian could no longer bear to watch. His goddess, a paragon of purity, was being embraced by Lin Chuan not once, but twice. Did he truly believe he could stand idly by? Enough, Li Tian declared coldly. I advise you to distance yourself from Xia Qingyue. She is not someone of your caliber. She is the school belle. Can you afford her monthly expenses? A single lipstick could sustain you on instant noodles for 3 months. Only I, with my affluent background, can provide her with happiness. Lin Chuan turned to Li Tian, ready to respond, but Xia Qingyue's voice interjected first. Why is he unworthy of me? Moreover, why should I rely on his finances? I do not require extravagant items like lipstick, handbags, or even a fancy phone. As long as it functions, that suffices. I have no interest in your family's petty wealth. Li Tian's expression darkened instantly. He had not anticipated that Xia Qingyue would defend Lin Chuan so fervently. Had they not just become a couple? Why was she so protective of him? Li Tian's envy twisted within him. How could such a remarkable girl choose Lin Chuan? She ought to be with him. As Lin Chuan absorbed Xia Qingyue's words, warmth spread through his heart. He looked at Li Tian and advised, "Let me offer you a word of wisdom. Despite the 5,000 years of history in our nation, money is not omnipotent. In his previous life, he had been the richest person in the world, wealthier than entire nations combined. He understood all too well the limitations of wealth. When one's perspective is sufficiently expansive, one begins to perceive the true essence of the world." Chapter 11. The infamy of the school heartthrob and the reputation of the impotent man will spread throughout the campus if a woman is with you for your wealth. Then inevitably, she will depart for the same reason. Just like Man, who is beside you. Lin Chuan remarked indifferently, "Today, she may be drawn to you for your good looks, but tomorrow, she could very well be wooing another handsome man." Li Tian clenched his fists in an instant, retorting, "Shut up. What is the matter? Is the truth too difficult for you to bear?" Lin Chuan continued unabashedly. Li Tian felt his blood pressure rising. Normally, when he commanded someone to be silent, they would comply, yet Lin Chuan persisted, each word cutting deeper than the last. He glanced at Man, who remained silent, offering no rebuttal, as she was preoccupied with devising a scheme to win Lin Chuan back. If she could snatch him away from Xia Qingyue, it would certainly be a matter worth boasting about. Seeing Man's indifference, Li Tian felt as if a dagger had pierced his heart. He yearned to argue, yet found himself utterly incapable. He stood there, fists clenched, teeth gritted. Lin Chuan was about to utter more when suddenly, a commanding voice rang out in the distance. It was the call of the chief instructor for the training session. Freshmen were to assemble and prepare to board the bus for the training site. Lin Chuan cast a glance at the instructor. "You're fortunate," he said. Upon hearing the call, Li Tian felt an unexpected wave of relief wash over him. He would temporarily escape Lin Chuan's presence and the torment of his words. "Before I go, allow me to impart one more piece of wisdom," Lin Chuan said with a smile. "You're in your second year, so you cannot participate in the training. Man will attend alone, and in the dead of night. Who knows where she might end up?" Li Tian could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Stop talking." Each of Lin Chuan's words felt like a sharp blade, wounding him deeply, yet he was powerless to retort. Observing Li Tian's distress, Lin Chuan smirked disdainfully. He then turned to Xia Qingyue and said, "Shall we depart?" The individuals who once filled him with despair, Li Tian and Man, were no longer his adversaries. "Yes," Xia Qingyue replied obediently, nodding her head. Lin Chuan took her hand as they boarded the bus. From this day forth, Man and Li Tian would become notorious throughout the campus, albeit for ignoble reasons. This was merely the beginning. Had it not been for Xia Qingyue, he might have succumbed to their relentless pressures. Lin Chuan regarded Xia Qingyue tenderly, enveloping her delicate hand in his. Xia Qingyue felt a warmth flush her cheeks. Such moments had previously been beyond her wildest dreams, yet now, she was filled with joy. The boy she had long admired had confessed his feelings and showered her with sweet words, a fantasy she had never dared to envision. Not far away, Yuan Tairan had been covertly observing Lin Chuan and Xia Qingyue. Today, he was utterly astonished and left in a state of disbelief. He had assumed Lin Chuan was merely Man's lackey, only to discover that his true girlfriend was the radiant Xia Qingyue. It was utterly outrageous. This was no mere sycophant. He was a true warrior. In the future, he vowed to seek Lin Chuan out as a mentor, hoping to learn from his experiences. After a while, Man boarded the bus. Upon entering, she fixed her gaze upon Lin Chuan and Xia Qingyue. She approached Xia Qingyue directly and said, "Please vacate this seat for me." As her words echoed, the other passengers turned their attention to Man and Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue looked up at her and inquired, "Why?" Chapter 12. Is it merely about sharing a hotel room with another man? How petty of her to demand a breakup. She harbored no affection for Man. As a girl, Xia Qingyue understood Man's character all too well. Being Lin Chuan's girlfriend, she was keenly aware of how Man had treated him in the past. Man stated, "Because I am his girlfriend." Lin Chuan chuckled. "Can you take a moment to look in the mirror? Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Man's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Chuan. Having declared herself his girlfriend, she expected him to support her. Logically, shouldn't he be ecstatic, considering she had just uttered those 3 words? Are you still putting on an act? I'm genuinely about to get angry. I'll ignore you for 3 days. Xia Qingyue stood up, towering over He Man, who was only 5 feet tall compared to Xia's 5 feet 7 inches. He Man stumbled back in fear as Xia Qingyue's frosty demeanor pierced through the air. I am his girlfriend. Have some dignity and stop bothering my boyfriend. He Man glanced at Ling Chuan, hoping for his support, only to find his gaze elsewhere. Clenching her teeth, she declared, I won't talk to you anymore, and marched to the back row to sit down. As she took her seat, a girl next to her discreetly shifted away. It was wise to maintain a distance from someone as unpredictable as her. He Man stared at Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue's backs, feeling utterly aggrieved. Why wasn't Ling Chuan comforting her? Did he not see her distress? What wrong had she committed? Was it because of the hotel incident with Li Tian? They had merely overindulged at KTV, and the atmosphere had taken over. Besides, he had used protection. What more could she have done? He Man felt she had done nothing wrong. It was all Ling Chuan's fault. If only he had stepped in to shield her from the drinks, none of this would have transpired. How could he show no understanding of her plight? It was just a hotel stay with another man, and yet he insisted on breaking up. How incredibly petty of him. The bus slowly began to move. The training site was quite a distance from the school. It was 9 in the morning, and they wouldn't arrive until after 8 in the evening. The school had already informed the students to prepare water and food. After all, who didn't bring an array of snacks for a camping trip? Ling Chuan hadn't slept well the previous night and was feeling drowsy. He softly told Xia Qingyue, I'm going to sleep for a bit. Wake me if anything comes up. Xia Qingyue nodded. You can rest your head on my shoulder. It will be more comfortable. Ling Chuan leaned against her shoulder. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping him in tranquility, and he soon fell asleep. Xia Qingyue wrapped her arms around Ling Chuan to prevent him from tumbling and quietly watched him sleep, a smile of uncontainable happiness gracing her delicate features. As Ling Chuan inhaled Xia Qingyue's scent, he drifted into a dream. In his dream, Ling Chuan stood on the Beijiang Bridge, gazing down at the rushing river below, contemplating a leap. For 4 years, he had endured bullying at school because of He Man. Even after graduating, interviewers and colleagues would mock him with tales of his university life. He could no longer bear it. Just as he was about to end his tragic existence, a graceful figure rushed towards him. Ling Chuan, don't jump. You still have me. Please, for my sake, live on. It was Xia Qingyue. She saved Ling Chuan from the brink of despair. To help him heal and emerge from his shadows, Xia Qingyue rented a small apartment and moved in with him. She worked 2 jobs and had a fierce argument with her parents. You turned down an offer from Qingbei for this man, and we tolerated it. Now you are taking care of this useless fellow? Her parents were furious, severing ties with her and disowning her as their daughter. Xia Qingyue secretly wept in the restroom for hours, but never uttered a word to Ling Chuan. After crying, she quietly prepared meals for him before heading to work. Thanks to Xia Qingyue's attentive care, Ling Chuan successfully overcame his psychological barriers. As their bond deepened, his once closed heart began to open, and he fell in love with this strong, gentle girl. Yet, before he could express his gratitude, Xia Qingyue fell gravely ill and was admitted to the hospital. The doctor delivered the devastating news: late-stage cancer, with little time left. Xia Qingyue remained silent for a long time. When Ling Chuan arrived, she wore a smile and said, Ling Chuan, let us go home. Hospital bills are exorbitant. She knew she could no longer be by Ling Chuan's side, and wished to leave all her savings to him. Upon returning home, Xia Qingyue's condition worsened. Every morning, she coughed up blood, but she kept it hidden from Ling Chuan. When he inquired about her health, she smiled and replied, I'm almost better. By the way, your birthday is coming soon. Do you have any wishes? Ling Chuan shook his head, saying, I just want you to be healthy. Xia Qingyue sweetly smiled. That wish has already come true. Now, make another. The day before Ling Chuan's birthday, Xia Qingyue appeared vibrant, as if she had recovered. She spent the entire day tidying up their home, making it spotless and beautiful, and prepared an extravagant feast for Ling Chuan. I heard they will have fireworks over by Beijiang tonight. Can we go see them? I've never watched fireworks with you. Ling Chuan fell silent for a moment, recalling the countless times he had watched fireworks with He Man, even spending hundreds to buy fireworks just for her. Xia Qingyue had done so much for him, and yet he had never shared a single moment of fireworks with her. All right, tonight, we will watch the fireworks together. That evening, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue arrived at the banks of the Beijiang River. Sitting on the soft grass, they found only a few scattered people, with no fireworks in sight. Xia Qingyue turned to Ling Chuan and softly said, In the days without me, you must take good care of yourself. Lin Chuan frowned, asking, "What are you talking about?" Xia Qingwen knew her end was near. Her rosy complexion was merely a fleeting glimpse of hope. "Actually, I have cancer, and it's in the late stages." Boom. Lin Chuan felt as if struck by lightning. His heart trembled violently, and his body shook uncontrollably. He knew Xia Qingwen would not deceive him. This was the painful truth. The girl who had rescued him from despair was about to leave this world, just as he had decided to repay her kindness and confess his feelings. She was fading away. Tears brimmed in Lin Chuan's eyes, his voice catching in his throat. "Don't speak such ominous words. Are you on the verge of tears?" Xia Qingwen's laughter rang out. "Let me see." Lin Chuan fought to hold back his tears, asserting, "I'm not crying." Xia Qingwen smiled and said, "Is that truly the case? I have yet to witness the sight of you weeping for me." Chapter 13. If there truly exists an afterlife. I hope you could cast a glance at me. I am more beautiful than she is. Lin Chuan felt tears welling up, threatening to spill uncontrollably. All right, stop crying." Xia Qingyu consoled. "I think dying like this might not be so bad." Lin Chuan choked on his words. How could that be? She gazed at the shimmering river and continued, "Just think about it. Before you grow tired of me, before you find me bothersome, before you come to despise me, before I grow old and lose my beauty, I will have gone far away, and you will no longer see me. What you will remember in your heart will be my most beautiful self forever." Xia Qingyu smiled softly and said, "The only regret I have is not being able to witness your aging. When you grow old, will you dream of me? But by then, I will have surely been reborn into a good family. However, if there is a next life, I will definitely seek you out." Upon hearing these words, Lin Chuan could no longer contain himself. Tears streamed down his face as he trembled and pleaded, "Please don't go. Stay with me, won't you?" Xia Qingyu smiled. "I'm sorry, let me be selfish just this once. Really just once." Lin Chuan wiped his tears incessantly, saying, "As long as you don't leave, you can be selfish as many times as you want." She had never once acted coy with him, not even once. It had always been her, tirelessly caring for him. He had yet to repay her, not even inviting her to see a single firework. He still had to wait for others to set them off. Xia Qingyu whispered, "Let us talk about it another time. Can you hold me for a moment? I feel a bit cold." Her voice quivered. "I'm a little scared." Xia Qingyu feared death, but she feared even more that Lin Chuan would be bullied in her absence. Upon her utterance, Lin Chuan's tears burst forth like a dam breaking. He felt utterly powerless. For years ago, he was a useless being. Now he still felt the same. He reached out tremblingly and embraced Xia Qingyu tightly. "Don't go. I beg you, don't go. I haven't given you happiness yet." Xia Qingyu smiled sweetly. "This is your first time holding me. I feel like the happiest girl in the world." Nestled in Lin Chuan's embrace, she softly said, "Tomorrow is your birthday. My bank card is under your pillow. There's 10,000 yuan in it. Use that money to buy yourself a gift. Then live well. Just live well for me." Lin Chuan was rendered speechless by tears. The day he was thrown out by his parents, he did not cry. The day he saw He-Man and the school heartthrob go to a hotel, he did not cry. The day he was dumped, he still did not cry. Even standing on the Beijiang Bridge, ready to leap, he did not cry. His heart was riddled with wounds and had long since died. Lin Chuan thought he would never cry again. But now he wept loudly. She lifted her head to gaze at Lin Chuan's face and said, "Stop crying. You're not handsome when you cry." Xia Qingyu gently reached out to wipe away his tears. "If there truly is an afterlife, I hope you can look at me well. I am more beautiful than she is." Xia Qingyu smiled tenderly, her beautiful eyes slowly closing. With a soft thud, her hand slipped silently from Lin Chuan's face. Xia Qingyu's voice faded away. "No, wake up. Don't leave me." Lin Chuan held her tightly, clutching her hand and kissing her forehead. But Xia Qingyu could no longer hear Lin Chuan's voice. That night, he sat on the grass with Xia Qingyu for a long time. His mind churned, exerting every effort to remember her fading warmth. As dawn approached, the promised fireworks had yet to appear. It was only later that Lin Chuan discovered that the heavens had played a joke on him. The fireworks were set off at Nanjiang, not Beijiang. That night, he and Xia Qingyu were destined to miss the moment the fireworks bloomed. Later, Lin Chuan honored his promise to Xia Qingyu and lived well. He became the richest man in the world, wealth rivaling nations. He wielded power and was surrounded by young, beautiful women. Yet, Lin Chuan never had feelings for anyone. The world could not comprehend why such an exceptional man remained so solitary. On his 50th birthday, Lin Chuan declined the president of Lighthouse Country's invitation to hold a birthday celebration at the White House. He returned to Qingshan City, purchased Beijiang, and bought several truckloads of fireworks, filling the lawn by the riverbank. 28 years ago, Shang Youyou had not seen the fireworks before she passed. Now, Ling Chuan decided to personally set them off at Beijing, and they would be the most expensive and beautiful in the world. During the global live broadcast, everyone looked at Ling Chuan with confusion. They had no idea why the world's richest man was running along the riverbank igniting fireworks, sweating profusely without pausing. Only Ling Chuan, amidst the dazzling display of fireworks, seemed to see a girl sitting by the shore, gazing at him with gentle eyes. Ling Chuan ignited all the fireworks and then quietly sat in the spot where he once sat with Shang Youyou. He stared in a daze at the brilliant fireworks in the sky, his eyes filled with melancholy, solitude, nostalgia, and remembrance. The world knew not that this tycoon had once been ridiculed by those who belittled him. Becoming the laughingstock of the school was trivial. Not finding a job was inconsequential. None of this was the reason for his lifelong solitude. Even as a billionaire, he had not escaped his self-imposed prison. After Shang Youyou departed, he had never smiled again. Not when he received the Nobel Prize, not when he became the world's richest man, and certainly not now. I have finally seen the fireworks. Yet I feel so sad, because I always believed that there should be two people sitting here. Ling Chuan lay back on the grass. He felt somewhat tired and slowly closed his eyes. With his eyes shut, the image of Shang Youyou resurfaced in his mind. 28 years had passed, and she remained as radiant as ever, just as she had smiled and said that night, "You will no longer see me, but what you will remember in your heart will be my most beautiful self forever." Suddenly, Ling Chuan heard her enchanting voice beside him. "Happy birthday." Ling Chuan, you haven't made a wish yet. What is your wish? In that moment, Ling Chuan's thoughts surged. Among countless paths, not a single one belonged to him. The lovers eventually united was not his fate. Sudden fame and fortune was not his destiny. Inheriting a family business and enjoying a life of ease was not his lot either. Ling Chuan had thought one of the three options would be reserved for him and her. Yet, the last meeting by Beijing was a parting of heavens and earth, a separation of life and death. He had been cast out by his parents. He had been treated as a jester by his classmates. He had given everything for the goddess, only to be treated like a dog. He became a billionaire, yet he also became the loneliest person in the world. His fate, his life, his past, all were beyond salvation. What was his wish? Ling Chuan spoke slowly. "I wish to start over." Chapter 14. This is nothing short of a black market vehicle, treating them like mere dogs to be slaughtered. Clang. The bus jolted slightly, rousing Ling Chuan from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, the interior of the bus came into focus. Moments later, he heard the anxious voice of Shang Youyou. "Ling Chuan? Why are you crying?" Slowly, Ling Chuan came to his senses. "Am I crying?" He raised his hand to wipe his face, and indeed found tears. Shang Youyou, filled with concern, asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Many passengers turned to look, bewildered by Ling Chuan's sudden tears. He gazed at Shang Youyou and recalled the dream, which he knew was not merely a dream, but a recollection of events from his past life. In that moment, seeing the girl before him, anxious and caring, he instinctively reached out and pulled her into an embrace. "I love you." Shang Youyou was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, wrapping her arms around him and gently patting his back. I understand. I love you too." Ling Chuan released her and leaned in to kiss her softly on the lips. The other passengers were left in stunned silence, contemplating escape. This was indeed a black market vehicle, and they felt as though they were being treated like animals. Was there no law or justice left? Yuan Tai ran a hand through his hair, shocked by Ling Chuan's audacity. He had just publicly kissed Shang Youyou outside, and now he was doing so again. It was utterly brazen. What was more surprising was that Shang Youyou offered no resistance or struggle. This shattered the hearts of all the boys on the bus. Half a minute later, Ling Chuan released Shang Youyou. Blushing, she softly inquired, "Are you feeling any better?" Ling Chuan found her shy demeanor utterly endearing. As she noticed his gaze upon her, she blushed even deeper. Remembering the public display of affection, she felt a strong desire to hide in Ling Chuan's embrace. Sensing her genuine shyness, he chose not to tease her further. As noon approached, the passengers began to feel hunger pangs. One by one, they retrieved their snacks or packed lunches to eat, with chips and bread being the most common fare. "Wow, yours is a Japanese bento." Suddenly, a voice exclaimed from within the bus. Everyone turned to see a handsome young man with a beautiful meal in front of him. The bento box was filled with exquisite food, elegant sushi, delightful salads, eel rice, and tempura. Such beautiful Japanese cuisine. The sushi looked particularly delectable, making their own meager bread seem unappetizing by comparison. Roji, basking in the envy of his peers, felt a swell of pride. He had spent a considerable sum to have this bento specially prepared. It's nothing special, really, he remarked nonchalantly. His words only deepened the envy. What kind of family is this? Eating Japanese food regularly. Handsome, can we exchange WeChat? A girl approached him, attempting to flirt. He man, eyeing the exquisite Japanese dishes. Felt her own hunger grow. She stood and walked over to Ling Chuan, saying, Ling Chuan, where's my lunch? Ling Chuan looked at her calmly and replied, You're asking me about your lunch? He man frowned. Didn't you say you would prepare lunch for me? Ling Chuan chuckled and said, When did I ever say I would prepare lunch for you? You. He man was taken aback. The Ling Chuan she knew would always cater to her needs, ensuring she had everything she desired, delivering meals when she was hungry and drinks when she was thirsty. But now, he hadn't prepared lunch for her. Before she could voice her frustrations, Xia Qinghua suddenly stood up, her voice icy. Ling Chuan is not your servant. He is my boyfriend. Why should he prepare lunch for you? If you didn't prepare your own meal, then you can go hungry. Chapter 15. While everyone else was nibbling on dry rations, Ling Chuan was enjoying a feast of 4 dishes and a soup. He man shrank her neck, genuinely feeling a twinge of fear towards Xia Qinghua. After all, she was the campus belle, the most exquisite beauty in the history of Qingshan University, far beyond the reach of her mockery. Bowing her head, she sulkily returned to her seat. The more she thought about Ling Chuan's retreating figure, the angrier she became. She resolved to ignore him for a week, hoping to make him miserable. Yet, hunger gnawed at her insides. At that moment, Luo Ji's gaze fell upon Xia Qinghua. The Japanese cuisine he had prepared was intended specifically for her. To his knowledge, no girl could resist delightful Japanese delicacies. Qinghua, didn't you bring lunch? He inquired. Xia Qinghua cast him a sidelong glance and replied, Address me by my full name. We are not on familiar terms yet. Luo Ji chuckled awkwardly. I have some extra Japanese food here, although it might be a bit too much. Would you care to have some? It's not good to remain hungry. Xia Qinghua regarded him coldly. I'm not interested, and I prefer Chinese cuisine. His smile froze instantly. You could give it a try. He was unwilling to relent. This was a prime opportunity to impress Xia Qinghua. I said I'm not interested, she reiterated, and I have a boyfriend. If I truly wanted Japanese food, I could simply go with him. Luo Ji was rendered speechless. He man approached him and said, You have excess Japanese food, right? Please treat me. Luo Ji glanced at her. He had just claimed to Xia Qinghua that he had more than he could eat, yet he hadn't expected man to overhear. However, in front of Xia Qinghua, he felt reluctant to refuse, fearing her disdain. Thus, he graciously replied, Yes, please sit down and join me. He man wasted no time, sitting down and grabbing a sushi roll to devour. Watching her, Luo Ji felt a pang of regret. The Japanese cuisine was said to be imported from a maritime nation, making it quite expensive and delicious. Man believed this was the finest Japanese food she had ever tasted. She glanced at Ling Chuan and smirked inwardly. That good-for-nothing Ling Chuan will never experience such exquisite flavors in his lifetime. Xia Qinghua cast a faint glance at the two before her expression softened as she turned to Ling Chuan. Ling Chuan, you must be hungry too. I've prepared a bento for you. From her bag, she produced 4 takeaway boxes. He man eyed the 3 boxes skeptically, inwardly scoffing. With such beauty, how could Xia Qinghua possibly cook? Surely, the contents could not be anything remarkable. With a snap, Xia Qinghua opened one of the boxes, releasing an enticing aroma that wafted throughout the bus. He man, mid-bite of her sushi, froze in disbelief. The half-piece of sushi she was holding fell to the floor with a thud. It smells so good. Most astonishingly, the box contained braised spare ribs and half a steamed fish, both still emanating gentle steam. The other passengers were equally astonished, their eyes riveted on Xia Qinghua's bento. The sight of the braised ribs and steamed fish was a stark contrast to the chips and bread everyone else was consuming. Without comparison, there would be no pain, suddenly. Everyone felt their own food lacked appeal. Even Luo Ji was swallowing hard. In comparison to the braised ribs and steamed fish, his Japanese cuisine seemed utterly worthless. Chapter 16. Is this reality? Xia Qinghua placed a takeout box filled with meat in front of Ling Chuan, then picked up another. As she opened the box, an intoxicating aroma wafted forth. This time, it contained scrambled eggs with tomatoes and blanched broccoli, a splendid balance of meat and vegetables. The onlookers were utterly astonished. While others contented themselves with dry rations, Luo Ji was already fortunate to indulge in Japanese cuisine. Yet here were Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue, savoring not one, but 4 dishes. They suddenly felt as if they inhabited a completely different world from Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue arranged the dishes and then retrieved a 3rd box. With a beaming smile, she said to Ling Chuan, "I've prepared your favorite fried rice." Upon opening the box, the golden, perfectly separated grains of fried rice sparkled in front of everyone. The sight was so delightful that it made the entire group salivate uncontrollably. As Ling Chuan gazed at the fried rice, warmth enveloped his heart. She remembered his fondness for it. "You've worked hard," he said. Xia Qingyue shook her head with a smile, responding, "Not at all. As long as you enjoy it, I find it worthwhile." She set the fried rice down and cheerfully urged, "Do try it, and see if it suits your taste. It's been a while since I cooked for you." Ling Chuan picked up his chopsticks to take a bite. The moment the fried rice touched his palate, his eyes lit up. "Delicious. Unmatched. Exquisitely delectable. How is it?" Xia Qingyue asked anxiously. Ling Chuan nodded. "It's wonderful. I like it very much." He truly meant it. In his previous life, he had been a culinary deity, possessing extraordinary cooking skills and having tasted countless delicacies. Yet now, he felt that none could compare to Xia Qingyue's creations. Others cooked for him out of a desire to curry favor, but Xia Qingyue's cooking was imbued with genuine affection. Such meals, steeped in love, were eternally the most delightful, never growing tiresome. "That's great." Xia Qingyue smiled brightly, leaving those around her spellbound. A mixture of envy and admiration swelled within them. What made Ling Chuan so special? Had he saved the world in his past life? How had he managed to find such a perfect girlfriend? Beautiful, a talented cook, and so gentle? Just the sight of her smile transformed the world into a more beautiful place. Yet they all knew they could only watch from the sidelines. Xia Qingyue was already Ling Chuan's. Ling Chuan began with small bites, but soon he devoured the rice heartily. It had been a full 28 years since he last savored such a dish. Those around him watched as he ate with gusto, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Was it truly that delicious? They felt starved just by watching. Man realized that the Japanese cuisine in her hands had lost all appeal, feeling cold and unappetizing. Luo Ji, too, was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Xia Qingyue could cook, and so skillfully at that. His plan to attract her with Japanese food had been doomed from the start. Watching Ling Chuan, he felt a surge of envy that nearly drove him mad. He longed to taste those dishes, even if just a single bite would be worth it. Noticing Ling Chuan's urgency, Xia Qingyue hurriedly advised, "Eat slowly. Don't choke." As she spoke, she retrieved a thermos from her bag. Inside was the delectable soup she had prepared, equally fragrant and enticing. As the soup emerged, the surrounding onlookers stood frozen, unsure how to respond. While they nibbled on their meager rations, what was Ling Chuan doing? 4 dishes and a soup, and even fried rice. It was utterly outrageous. Were they truly living in the same world? Chapter 17. I shall prepare meals for you every day from now on, and you must not complain. Everyone felt that the rations in their hands had lost all flavor. At this moment, each person yearned for a meal. Ling Chuan slowed his movements and remarked, "It has been far too long since I have savored a meal prepared by you." Xia Qingyue chuckled at Ling Chuan's words. With a gentle smile, she replied, "Then I shall cook for you every day from now on. You must not find it distasteful." Upon hearing this, the young men in the vehicle clenched their jaws in frustration, their fists tightening. Cooking every day? Was this a direct path to marriage? Was there no justice left in the world? On the first day of their meeting, he had professed his feelings and then kissed the school beauty. Now, she was declaring her intention to prepare meals for him daily. They wished to say, "School beauty, if you are being coerced, just blink." But looking at Xia Qingyue's blissful expression, they could not believe she was being pressured. It was evident that this was a mutual affection. Why must I witness this? It is unbearable. A lifetime of cooking for someone else. Just in my misery. Oh, how I long for a girlfriend too. Ling Chuan smiled and replied, "I will not find it distasteful. Your meals are something I could never grow weary of." Xia Qingyue felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and laughed. "When did you become so charming with your words?" Man, observing the pair, felt a pang of jealousy. Ling Chuan was supposed to be her loyal companion. How could he be with another woman, especially one who was far more accomplished than herself? She resolved to devise a plan to tear them apart and reclaim Ling Chuan, so he could prepare delicious meals for her instead, inciting Xia Qingyue's ire in the process. Xia Qingyue produced the last lunchbox, containing the white rice she had prepared. Ling Chuan noticed that the portion was scant, understanding that Xia Qingyue had a delicate stomach. In their previous life, when they cohabited, she often suffered from stomach pains. Yet, she bore it in silence, taking painkillers before heading off to work, and resorted to eating bread or cold leftovers during mealtimes. Ling Chuan resolved that the hardships she had endured in her past life would not befall her again in this one. He softly assured Xia Qingyue, I will ensure your happiness. Xia Qingyue paused, taken aback by Ling Chuan's sudden declaration, though she did not fully grasp the reason behind his words. She could feel the sincerity in his voice, genuine and heartfelt. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ling Chuan had spoken many sweet nothings today, and she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Perhaps tonight, she would wake from dreams filled with laughter. The others on the bus had become somewhat numb to it all. This man was excessively sentimental, having just professed his love and longing, and now proclaiming he would make her happy. They began to question their own existence. The key issue was that it appeared the school beauty genuinely relished this attention. Every time Ling Chuan spoke such words, she beamed with joy. Was it possible that their lack of sentimentality was the reason they could not find girlfriends? Whatever the case, they would emulate it. Xia Qingyue smiled and suggested, let us eat first, otherwise it will grow cold and lose its flavor. Man, gazing at the meals the couple was enjoying, could no longer appreciate the Japanese cuisine before her. With an expression of disdain, she remarked, this Japanese food is utterly unappetizing. Luoji was taken aback, contemplating whether to scold her. He had kindly offered her food, yet she dared to complain? However, with so many people around, he could only manage an awkward smile. Man stood and approached Ling Chuan, saying, Ling Chuan, give me your fried rice. Xia Qingyue slowly lifted her gaze, casting a cold stare at her. Man immediately faltered, unable to withstand Xia Qingyue's imposing presence, which was akin to that of a regal queen. Ling Chuan sighed as he looked at Man. In my lifetime, I have been puzzled on 2 occasions. First, I have often wondered how you managed to survive until now, and second, why I did not confess my feelings to Qingyue sooner. Chapter 18. The car breaks down, and everyone must spend the night in the wilderness. Man widened her eyes, her pupils trembling slightly in disbelief. It was hard to fathom that these words could emanate from Ling Chuan. The others in the vehicle gasped collectively, feeling the weight of Ling Chuan's statement. It was both harsh and definitive. He had scolded Man, while simultaneously confessing his feelings to Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue felt her heart swell with sweetness, as if she had tasted honey. Coldly, she remarked, my boyfriend has made himself quite clear. Leave. With a look of grievance, Man hurriedly walked away. Xia Qingyue smiled contentedly at Ling Chuan, realizing that his words indicated he had truly moved on from Man. Let us continue our meal. Ling Chuan suggested. This steamed fish is delicious and easily digestible. You should have more. Xia Qingyue replied obediently, nodding her head. Those around them could only gaze at the couple with immense envy. It wasn't until Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue finished their meal that the others resumed eating their rations, which seemed increasingly unpalatable. After lunch, Xia Qingyue felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her and stifled a small yawn. Observing this, Ling Chuan gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist and said, if you're feeling sleepy, rest your head on my shoulder for a while. Thank you. Xia Qingyue murmured as she leaned her head against his shoulder. In that moment, she felt an unparalleled sense of security, and soon, she drifted off to sleep. Ling Chuan watched her quietly. It was the first time he had seen her sleeping so closely, and she appeared breathtakingly beautiful. If a sleeping beauty truly existed, she could not compare to Xia Qingyue, even in the slightest. Outside the bus, the trees began to thicken, indicating that they had distanced themselves from the city and ventured into the woods. However, they still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching their destination. Boredom, coupled with the recent meal, caused the other passengers to succumb to drowsiness. Yet, lacking a shoulder to lean on, they struggled to find comfort against their seats. Man stifled a yawn, longing for a nap. In the past, she had always taken afternoon naps to maintain her beauty. Unfortunately, there was no suitable place to rest here. She leaned against her chair, but soon found herself tilting awkwardly, jolting awake in fright. If only someone would let me lean on them, she thought, glancing at Ling Chuan. In previous times, he would have eagerly offered his shoulder as a pillow. But now, he belonged to the campus belle, Xia Qingyue. A sense of regret washed over Man. If we hadn't broken up, I could easily rest on him and enjoy a nap, she lamented. But alas, there were no ifs in life. With a soft sigh, she settled against the cold, hard window and slowly closed her eyes. Approximately half an hour later, the bus jolted suddenly. The vehicle then slammed to a halt, causing He-Man to lurch forward due to inertia. With a thud, her head collided with the seat in front, leaving her dizzy. The other passengers were startled awake, puzzled by the sudden commotion. Only Xia Qingyue, held securely in Lin Chen's embrace, merely felt the bus sway slightly. What happened? She murmured, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Why did the bus stop? Lin Chen replied, there seems to be a problem with the vehicle. He had sensed something was amiss during the first lurch, and now, with another jolt, he suspected a malfunction in the bus's engine, perhaps due to carbon buildup or instability in the suspension. Such issues were significant and would require either towing to a repair shop or the attention of a professional mechanic. He glanced out the window. All he could see were trees, obscuring the sky. Checking his phone, he found no signal. He recalled a previous experience when a bus he was on had likewise stopped midway, forcing them to spend an entire night in such a remote location before repairs were completed the following day, allowing them to continue to their training site. Chapter 19. If he could repair cars, I would live stream washing my hair upside down. The driver stood up and said, everyone, please wait here for a moment while I go check. He exited the vehicle and returned shortly after, looking somewhat embarrassed. It seems there's a problem with the car. I'll call someone to fix it. When he checked his phone, he found there was no signal. Rubbing the back of his head, he turned to the group and asked, does anyone have a signal? Everyone glanced at their phones, only to find they were all devoid of service. Panic set in. What if we're stuck here? Someone fretted. In this desolate wilderness, we can't afford any mishaps. I'm starting to feel a bit scared. Trapped in a thicket with no mobile signal, the anxiety was palpable. Summer Qingyue began to feel tense, gripping Lin Chen's arm tightly. Sensing her unease, Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. There's no need to worry. Once the others from school arrive at the meeting point and realize we've been delayed, they will send someone to find us. Besides, our vehicle and phones are equipped with location tracking. As long as we stay put, we'll be freed in no time. And if worst comes to worst, we can simply follow the road back to the city. It may take a while, but we'll make it. Upon hearing this, the others in the vehicle felt a wave of relief wash over them. It seemed to make sense after all. Then I'm not afraid anymore. The driver looked at Lin Chuan with surprise. Lin Chuan's calm demeanor and quick thinking were truly impressive, setting him apart from the other students. Unable to contain his admiration, he gave Lin Chuan a thumbs up and said, young man, you make a valid point. Summer Qingyue also felt reassured, releasing a sigh of relief. The driver instructed, everyone, please stay in the vehicle. I'll see if I can fix it. With that, he stepped out and retrieved some tools from the trunk to begin his inspection. Inside the vehicle, the group now regarded Lin Chuan with newfound respect. In the face of an unexpected situation, he had managed to maintain such composure while analyzing the predicament. Lin Chuan sat by the window, observing the driver struggle outside. The driver, seemingly at a loss, scratched his head with a wrench, having smoked several cigarettes in frustration. If the car remained unfixed, it seemed they might have to spend the night in it. Lin Chuan rose, intending to assist. In his previous life, he had some experience with repairs, making him somewhat adept at fixing cars and appliances. Summer Qingyue, curious, asked, Lin Chuan, where are you going? I'm going to take a look, he replied. Just don't wander off. Summer Qingyue made way for him to exit. As soon as Lin Chuan stepped out, the driver immediately noticed him. Student, hurry back to the car, he urged, concerned that Lin Chuan might get lost, and he would be held accountable. Lin Chuan understood the driver's worry and smiled. We're all adults here. I won't stray far. The driver was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a composed response from Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan approached him and inquired, have you figured out what the issue is? The driver shook his head. Meanwhile, those inside the vehicle watched curiously as Lin Chuan and the driver conversed. What is he doing? Is he trying to help fix the car? Luoji laughed as if, does he look like someone who can repair cars? A girl nearby remarked, what if he really can fix it? Luoji laughed even louder. If he can repair cars, I'll live stream washing my hair upside down. Repairing a car is no simple feat. Identifying the problem requires considerable effort. His confidence was unwavering, stemming from the fact that his family owned a clinic and across from it was an auto repair shop. He had often observed mechanics at work. Thus, he was certain that Lin Chuan not only lacked the skills to fix a vehicle, but even to discern its issues. Chapter 20. The super maintenance boyfriend and the campus belle rendered speechless. He-Man's voice echoed. I have known him for quite some time. He truly cannot repair cars. In fact, he has hardly touched one. Her intent was to humiliate Lin Chuan, to make him aware of the consequences of ignoring her. Luo Ji glanced at Man, suddenly recognizing her worth. She was articulate in defending him and not lacking in attractiveness. He pondered the possibility of collaborating with her to further embarrass Ling Chuan. But in the next moment, a voice interrupted. Are you both out of your minds? It was Xia Qinghua. What does my boyfriend's ability to fix cars have to do with you? And is it so abnormal to be unable to repair a vehicle? Do you possess such skills? She directed her question at Luo Ji. Can you? Luo Ji was left speechless, unable to respond. Xia Qinghua then turned to Man. What about you? Man lowered her gaze, unwilling to meet Xia Qinghua's piercing stare, feeling overwhelmed by her presence. Neither of you can, so why the incessant chatter? Is my boyfriend not allowed to take a moment to clear his mind? Luo Ji and Man were silenced, rendered incapable of rebuttal. At that moment, Ling Chuan inquired of the driver, have you checked the engine? The vehicle has jolted a couple of times. It could be an engine issue. This remark enlightened the driver, who promptly rushed to inspect the engine. After some tinkering, he gazed at Ling Chuan in astonishment, exclaiming, it truly is an engine problem. There's carbon buildup inside. Ling Chuan replied nonchalantly, that's not the only issue. Please check the bracket as well. The driver, startled, hurriedly crawled beneath the vehicle. Half a minute later, he emerged, exclaiming, indeed, the bracket is loose too. Wow, brother, you identified the car's issues at a glance. Do you run a repair shop at home? The driver's voice was loud enough for everyone in the car to hear. Luo Ji and Man were left in shock, their eyes wide. What was happening? Ling Chuan had accurately diagnosed the car's problems. Was it possible that Ling Chuan truly possessed mechanical skills? This was perplexing. Luo Ji felt disoriented. He had just boasted about performing a headstand live on camera. Now, his face burned with embarrassment, as if he had been slapped. With many eyes upon him, he wished for a hole to hide in. Luo Ji immediately turned to Man, asking, didn't you say he knows nothing? Man remained silent, her gaze darting around, displaying a demeanor of ignorance. This infuriated Luo Ji. Inside, Man was filled with confusion. How could Ling Chuan discern the vehicle as problems? Was he truly that capable? How had she failed to notice this before? Had she misjudged him? Perhaps Ling Chuan was genuinely impressive. Xia Qinghua looked at Ling Chuan with delight, astonished that he could identify the car's issues. He was remarkable. In her eyes, Ling Chuan was the most extraordinary individual in the world. The others in the vehicle were equally impressed, acknowledging his remarkable ability to diagnose the car's faults. To win over the campus belle, he must possess some talent indeed. The driver, now regarding Ling Chuan as a brother, offered him a cigarette from his pack. Here, have one. Ling Chuan smiled and replied, I do not smoke. He had never developed the habit of smoking or drinking. The driver's admiration for Ling Chuan grew. He found this man exceptionally unique, handsome, composed in crises, and undeniably skilled. The driver squatted by the roadside, smoking, and asked, brother, how did you discern the car's problems? Do you know how to repair vehicles? Chapter 21. Who doesn't have a side hustle these days? Ling Chuan nodded calmly and replied, I know a bit. In the past, when money was scarce, he would help others fix their cars. The driver scrutinized Ling Chuan and was surprised to discover that he was indeed skilled at car repairs. Brother, you are impressive. Truly a remarkable young man. It's impossible to deny your capabilities. Ling Chuan smiled and remarked, after fixing numerous cars, one naturally becomes adept. Moreover, you are still quite young. Driving a bus is certainly much easier than repairing cars. The driver chuckled at these words, finding Ling Chuan increasingly likable. It's a pity we are out in the wilderness. Otherwise, I would love to share a drink and have a good conversation with you. Ling Chuan merely smiled in response. The driver then inquired, can you fix it now? Ling Chuan replied, I lack the tools. The driver's expression turned awkward as he acknowledged, that's true. He squatted by the roadside to smoke, and after finishing his cigarette, he stood up and said to Ling Chuan, let us return to the vehicle for now. Without the proper equipment, we cannot repair the car. We must wait for the school personnel to arrive. However, just as they approached the car door, a sudden ringing sound echoed ahead. Ling Chuan and the driver turned to see an elderly woman strenuously pedaling a tricycle, approaching from a distance. As the vehicle drew nearer, they noticed a sweet little girl lying inside. Ling Chuan observed that the child appeared pale, with darkened lips. His years of medical experience immediately informed him that the child was poisoned, and the severity seemed grave. Without prompt medical attention, her life would undoubtedly be at risk. There is something wrong with that child, Ling Chuan stated. The driver's heart raced. Could it be a case of child trafficking? Without hesitation, he rushed forward to block the tricycle. The elderly woman slammed the brakes and urgently exclaimed, "What are you doing? Move aside. I need to take my granddaughter to the hospital for treatment." The driver was taken aback and asked in disbelief, "You're not trafficking the child?" He glanced at Ling Chuan, recalling that Ling Chuan was the one who had alerted him to the child's condition. Ling Chuan assured him, "She is indeed not trafficking the child. The child is in distress." He addressed the elderly woman, "Madam, your granddaughter is poisoned, and the toxicity is severe. If you simply take her to the hospital like this, it may be too late." The elderly woman's eyes widened in shock. Without hesitation, she jumped out of the tricycle and rushed to Ling Chuan, kneeling before him in desperation. "Master, I implore you, save my granddaughter." Ling Chuan glanced at the little girl and said, "Please, rise and tell me what happened." The elderly woman recounted the events in detail. "I was going to work in the fields, and she insisted on accompanying me. She is still quite young and can't be of much help, so I allowed her to play on the ridge. But soon after, she complained of dizziness. I didn't think much of it, and before long, she fainted." The driver assessed the girl's condition and was struck by how alarmingly pale her face was. "What kind of poison is this? It's terrifying." He felt goosebumps rise on his skin. The elderly woman was on the verge of tears, pleading, "Master, please save my granddaughter." Ling Chuan looked at the child and said, "Let me examine her." At that moment, those inside the vehicle also became aware of the commotion outside. "Someone is poisoned. Wow, her face is truly pale. Is this a symptom of poisoning? Quickly, call for an ambulance." However, all their phones had no signal and could not make a call. Xia Qingyue hurriedly exited the vehicle and approached Ling Chuan. All eyes turned to him, awaiting his next move. Chapter 22. "Roger, step aside. I possess medical skills. Allow me to save her." He appeared far too youthful. Even if he were skilled in medicine, his proficiency would hardly be remarkable. Moreover, the child seemed deeply poisoned, exuding a sense of hopelessness. I found it hard to believe that he could both repair vehicles and treat ailments. The individuals within the vehicle regarded Ling Chuan's medical abilities with skepticism, for diagnosing a human condition is not akin to identifying issues within an automobile. He surely lacked any medical expertise. Roger's voice rang out once more, this time with unwavering certainty. "Trust me, for I am indeed skilled in medicine." A swell of pride filled Roger's heart. The situation at hand was an opportune moment for him to showcase his abilities. His parents were esteemed graduates of prestigious medical institutions, and they owned a clinic. From a young age, he had been apprenticed to them, absorbing the art of healing. His medical prowess had reached impressive heights, unmatched by any of his peers. The surrounding onlookers gazed at Roger in shock. "You are remarkably talented. My friend, you are impressive." They had spoken a bit too loudly moments ago. He need not take offense. This is the future doctor we are speaking of, one who can maintain a stable schedule and enjoy a commendable income. Most importantly, who among us can escape the inevitability of illness? Cultivating a connection with a physician would make future medical visits significantly more manageable. Roger's lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. Beside him, He-Man regarded him with newfound admiration. Roger possessed a certain charm, an undeniable appeal. He was not only adept at crafting exquisite Japanese cuisine, but also skilled in the medical arts. He was indeed an exceptional man. Perhaps I could forge a closer relationship with him. Having a handsome physician as a boyfriend would certainly elevate my status at school. At that moment, someone shouted, "Hurry, get out of the car and attend to that little girl. Otherwise, she will perish." Everyone had clearly heard Roger assert that Ling Chuan lacked medical skills. With Roger's family owning a clinic and both of his parents being accomplished doctors, his words were undoubtedly credible. Initially, they assumed that since Ling Chuan could diagnose mechanical issues, he would be incapable of treating a human being. After all, one's focus is finite, and it is implausible to master every field. Roger nodded confidently and declared, "Watch and learn." He exited the vehicle and called out to Ling Chuan, who was examining the little girl. "Wait a moment. What do you intend to do?" Ling Chuan inquired, frowning. Roger retorted, "This girl is already poisoned, and you dare to lay your hands upon her? Allowing someone like you to masquerade as a doctor is a disgrace to all genuine physicians." He turned to the elderly woman and said, "Do not heed his words. He is no doctor. He is merely a mechanic. I am the true physician here, with parents who graduated from esteemed medical academies, and my family owns a clinic." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingyue and the driver furrowed their brows. Roger continued, "It is futile to kneel before him. You must kneel before me. Only I possess the ability to save your granddaughter." The elderly woman, in a state of desperation, hurried to plead with Roger. "Doctor, please save my granddaughter. I implore you." The sensation of being beseeched was exhilarating for Roger. "Rest assured, with my presence, she shall not meet misfortune." He approached the tricycle, gazing at Ling Chuan. "Will you not step aside?" Ling Chuan chose not to engage further, simply retreating slowly to one side. Roger scoffed. "Treating a patient does not require such physical contact. Now, allow me to demonstrate how a true doctor administers care." The occupants of the vehicle began to murmur amongst themselves, pointing at Ling Chuan. How could he dare to lay hands on a little girl? This is excessive. It is beyond comprehension how the school beauty could have taken an interest in him. What an embarrassment for our school. Chapter 23, Are you still a child? Lives are at stake, and you are preoccupied with how to embarrass me. Ling Chuan's expression remained serene. He had just examined the girl's body, seeking to ascertain the source of her poisoning. Had she ingested a toxic substance by mistake? Or had she been poisoned due to an external injury? Upon inspecting her ankle, he discovered 2 minuscule puncture wounds. During his examination, he noted her body was rigid with tension. Ling Chuan concluded that the girl had been bitten by a venomous snake, specifically the highly toxic silver-ringed snake. The venom of the silver-ringed snake is a neurotoxin, specifically affecting the human nervous system, ultimately leading to the loss of control over bodily organs, resulting in respiratory distress, respiratory failure, and ultimately death due to asphyxiation. Given the girl's condition, she had been poisoned for some time. Ordinarily, she would be beyond salvation, as the hospital was still too distant for timely serum injection. However, that was a notion applicable to others. For him, Ling Chuan was the most formidable physician of his era. The tragic loss of Shang Youyou to late-stage cancer had profoundly impacted him. He dedicated himself to the study of medicine, mastering techniques from around the world. By the time he discovered a method to treat late-stage cancer, he had already ascended to the pinnacle of medical science, unmatched throughout history. Ling Chuan glanced at Luo Ji. She must be suffering from food poisoning. She simply needed to expel the toxic substance. Ling Chuan shook his head, unwilling to observe further. He ventured into the nearby woods and emerged shortly thereafter, holding a resplendent flower in his hand. "For you." He smiled as he offered the blossom to Xia Qinghua. Her face lit up with surprise. "Thank you. This flower is so beautiful." Ling Chuan replied softly, "You are even more beautiful." Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed deeper. How could he jest at such a time? She was still concerned about the little girl's plight. Ling Chuan remained calm. What was there to fear? Was there not a professional doctor at hand? Luo Ji was now sweating profusely, attempting to coax the girl to vomit. After much effort, the girl remained tight-lipped, unable to expel anything. Upon hearing Ling Chuan's remarks, he cast a glance at Ling Chuan. "You seem quite composed. Once I heal her, it will be your turn to be embarrassed." Luo Ji was determined to reclaim his earlier humiliation, particularly witnessing Ling Chuan presenting a flower to Xia Qinghua, who appeared so delighted. Jealousy consumed him. He was resolute in making Ling Chuan look foolish. Ling Chuan replied coolly, "Why would I be embarrassed? It will be I who has saved her, not you." Ling Chuan felt a smile tugging at his lips. "Are you still a child? Lives are at stake, and you are fixated on how to embarrass me. You do not even comprehend the most basic principles. It is hard to fathom that your parents are doctors and that you grew up in a clinic." Luo Ji froze. The driver and the others in the vehicle stared at Ling Chuan in astonishment. Upon hearing Ling Chuan's words, they suddenly recognized Luo Ji's immaturity. The little girl's life was in peril. This was not the moment for rivalry or seeking the spotlight. Xia Qinghua's gaze towards Luo Ji grew increasingly disdainful. Luo Ji's complexion darkened. This was supposed to be his moment to shine, yet now, thanks to Ling Chuan's words, he had been reduced to the status of a petulant child. Luo Ji lowered his gaze to the little girl, frustration boiling within him. Why hadn't she vomited yet? What more could he do to induce her? He pressed down forcefully on the girl's abdomen twice. The girl's eyes suddenly flew open, wide and alarmed. Yet her pupils were constricted to tiny dots, and her body began to tremble violently. Luo Ji was taken aback, hastily releasing the girl and instinctively retreating several steps. Chapter 24. You are unaware of the current situation, so let me enlighten you. This girl is on the brink of death due to your negligence. What transpired? Why does the girl not only refrain from vomiting, but appear to be worsening? What has happened? The occupants of the vehicle are now pressed against the windows, eagerly peering out. Why is the girl convulsing? This does not resemble a case of recovery. Ruji, are you not a doctor? What is afflicting her? Ruji's complexion paled considerably. Upon witnessing the girl's distress, he realized that it was not food poisoning she suffered from, but rather a far more dire condition. His reckless actions had exacerbated her plight. The elderly woman was on the verge of tears. Wen, what has happened to you? She suddenly glared fiercely at Ruji. What have you done to my granddaughter? Ruji, his face ashen, stammered in denial, I do not know. His mind was in turmoil, blanketed by a cacophony of dread. If this girl were to perish, would he be deemed a murderer? It is not my fault, he frantically insisted. It is her own issue. I did nothing. I know nothing. The driver, observing Ruji's demeanor, clenched his fists. He, too, had a daughter. Witnessing the harm inflicted upon the girl ignited a desire to retaliate. The gathered crowd quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Are you not a doctor? You do not know? You acted without understanding the girl's condition? If anything befalls her, you will be the murderer. You claimed your family runs a clinic, but that must be a fabrication. No one came to Ruji's defense, and his pallor deepened. The unfolding scenario was beyond his anticipation. Ling Chuan remarked coolly, You truly do not comprehend the situation? Very well. Allow me to elucidate. He continued, This girl was originally afflicted by snake venom, yet you mistook it for food poisoning. Now she has missed the critical window for treatment and is on the verge of death. You have condemned her. You are a murderer. The revelation struck Ruji like a thunderclap. Did he genuinely lack understanding? Not at all. He merely feigned ignorance, unable to confront the truth. Now, Ling Chuan had laid bare the reality before all those present, leaving him no avenue for escape. My goodness, snake venom misdiagnosed as food poisoning? What a quack. This verges on intentional murder. We must alert the authorities. Ruji trembled, panicked as he insisted, No, that is not the case. I was unaware of the snake venom. Ling Chuan countered, You claim to be a doctor, yet here you are, a physician who cannot even comprehend a patient's ailment before prescribing treatment? The other passengers in the vehicle felt a surge of disgust towards Ruji. This man is a fraud. I cannot believe I once trusted him. Surely, his parents are charlatans as well, and that so-called clinic is nothing more than a front for exploitation. We must report this and ensure a thorough investigation. Ruji, overwhelmed by these accusations, was on the verge of collapse. His intent had merely been to embarrass Ling Chuan. He had never fathomed that the girl was suffering from snake venom. Bang! The elderly woman knelt once more before Ling Chuan. Master, I was blind to the truth. I implore you, show mercy and save my granddaughter. All the blame rests with me. It is my fault for being deceived by a charlatan. This matter has nothing to do with my granddaughter. Please, save her. I will compensate you. I will give you anything. Chapter 25. The people in the car, damn it. Now he is truly my elder brother. She wept bitterly, filled with genuine remorse. Just moments ago, she should have stopped Ruji and allowed Ling Chuan to provide treatment. The gazes of everyone in the car had shifted towards Ling Chuan, now tinged with guilt and regret. If he indeed possessed medical skills, had we not just driven him away, thereby becoming complicit in Ruji's actions? How could I have believed Ruji's words? He had just harmed the little girl, undoubtedly searching for her wounds. Why did it take me so long to realize this? Alas, have we truly misunderstood a good person? They could no longer bear to look at Ling Chuan. Ling Chuan spoke calmly. She has already missed the optimal time for rescue. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman nearly fainted. The weight of guilt and regret within the car intensified. How could we have believed Ruji's words? We have now missed the best opportunity for saving her. A once lively and adorable girl was about to perish because of their actions. However, Ling Chuan's voice soon rang out again. I will do my utmost. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman wept even more fervently. Master, thank you, she cried, tears streaming down her face, nearly collapsing at Ling Chuan's feet. The others had reddened eyes, sobbing. Even now, he is still willing to try. Damn it. Now he is truly my elder brother. Brother, you must save this child. Ruji, seeing the girl's condition deteriorate, feigned confusion. Where is my elder brother? At such a time, he still speaks of trying. It truly breaks my heart. This is the mark of a true doctor. I am guilty, truly. I was blind just moments ago. The driver looked at Ling Chuan with growing admiration. A true prodigy. Compared to Ruji, he was leagues above. Ruji stared at Ling Chuan in disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. The girl had already missed the best chance for rescue. Yet Ling Chuan still intended to intervene? Reflecting on his own actions, Ruji felt a burning shame, as if he had been slapped repeatedly. Not only had he failed to embarrass Ling Chuan, but he had inadvertently elevated Ling Chuan's stature. He felt like a mere clown. Man gaped in shock at Ling Chuan. How could the once timid Ling Chuan step forward at such a critical moment? Could it be that he truly possesses medical knowledge? Impossible. I have known him for so long. He cannot be skilled in medicine. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Ling Chuan. Xia Qingyue voiced her concern. Ling Chuan, do not overexert yourself. Ling Chuan gently nodded at her, reassuringly stating, do not worry, I know my limits. He approached the tricycle, retrieving a vine and several leaves. Ling Chuan had recently ventured into the forest, not merely to gather a flower for Xia Qingyue. The vines and leaves were collected from the woods. He used the vine as a makeshift tourniquet, binding it near the wound to halt the spread of the poison. Next, he chewed the leaves and applied them to the wound. These leaves were a type of herb. While they could not neutralize snake venom, they did possess some detoxifying properties and could help slow the toxin spread. Roji observed Ling Chuan's actions and muttered, it is impossible to save her with just this. No sooner had he spoken than several voices rang out in unison, startling Roji. Shut your mouth. Xia Qingyue's cold voice cut through the air. You nearly caused this child's death and still wish to criticize? The driver added, at this point, do you still consider yourself a skilled physician? Others in the car chimed in. Now that someone is attempting to clean up your mess, how can you still speak like this? The elderly woman's eyes shimmered with a chilling glare, brimming with murderous intent. You would do well to pray. If anything happens to my granddaughter, I, an old woman, will not hesitate to confront you. Chapter 26. Brother, handsome and kind-hearted, may you and the school bell enjoy a century of happiness and early blessings of offspring. Roji felt the temperature around him plummet sharply. He trembled uncontrollably, covering his mouth, hesitant to utter another word. Ling Chuan understood the gravity of the situation. The current methods at his disposal were indeed insufficient to preserve the girl's life. Yet, he remained silent about his limitations. With remarkable swiftness, Ling Chuan applied pressure to the girl's chest, abdomen, neck, and thighs. He then turned her over. His hand glided along her back, swiftly punctuating certain points around her. He flipped her back again, and his final finger pressed down upon her heart. The toxin would permeate through her bloodstream, and Ling Chuan significantly diminished her vital signs, slowing the flow of her blood. Simultaneously, he activated her survival instincts, enabling her body to endure for a longer duration. This technique was one Ling Chuan had learned from a tribal community in the rainforest and subsequently refined. The individuals in that tribe often battled ferociously against wild beasts, employing such secret methods to unlock their potential when gravely injured, striving for a sliver of hope. However, this approach could inflict some irreversible damage to the body. After Ling Chuan's modifications, the harm was nearly eradicated, yet it still necessitated a lengthy period of recuperation. Ling Chuan gradually withdrew his hands. At that moment, the girl's complexion improved slightly. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment. Look, her color has improved a bit. Is she truly healed? Incredible. This is miraculous medicine. Brother, you're amazing. The occupants of the vehicle could not help but erupt in cheers. I genuinely feel guilty for disparaging real doctors. I apologize now. I was foolish. Please forgive me, Master. I too apologize for my lack of discernment. I have underestimated your capabilities. The school bell's choice of you is undoubtedly the wisest. They continued to express their apologies to Ling Chuan while showering him with blessings for his relationship with Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue, who had been anxiously holding her breath, finally exhaled in relief. A smile graced her face as she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Hearing the remarks from those in the vehicle caused her cheeks to flush once more. What a century of happiness and early blessings. It's far too early for that. We've only just confirmed our relationship today. Man and Roji stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Had Ling Chuan truly saved the girl? How could this be? Just moments ago, she had seemed on the verge of death. It was inconceivable. Roji exclaimed, I am the real doctor. Why could I not save her while you could resolve it so effortlessly? He struggled to accept this reality. Xia Qingyue had become Ling Chuan's girlfriend and even prepared meals for him. This rare opportunity to shine had been entirely usurped by Ling Chuan. Now, everyone was aware that his medical skills were virtually non-existent compared to Ling Chuan's prowess. Ling Chuan regarded him calmly and stated, if you believe that a favorable background guarantees unimpeded success, you are gravely mistaken. This is merely a sweet illusion. Roji trembled at his words. Do you not understand? Are you still unable to accept it? Ling Chuan's voice continued, your anger, your jealousy, and your pride are the very reasons you have strayed from the essence of medicine. Roji felt his mind quaking. In desperation, he shouted, be quiet. Ling Chuan chuckled lightly and replied, what is the matter? unwilling to confront the truth. Even if I refrain from speaking, it does not alter the reality of the situation. Chapter 27. A heartless murder. The multitude of errors you have committed is so numerous that I could scarcely keep track with pen and paper. When you employ your medical skills to pursue a girl, to belittle others, or to seek attention, you fail to grasp the essence of this path. The culmination of medicine is not a pinnacle, but rather an endless ocean. You study medicine for accolades and envy. I pursue it to save lives and prevent tragedies from recurring. From the outset, your journey was destined to be limited. Ruoji felt a wave of nausea rising within him, his body swaying unsteadily. Yet, before he could utter another word, Ling Chuan interrupted him. Your parents are skilled in medicine, and your family owns a clinic, but that does not elevate your medical prowess to greatness, nor does it ensure your renown. At this point, you are oblivious to the number of mistakes you have made. Ling Chuan inquired. If you still consider yourself a physician and wish to spare your parents from disgrace, tell me now, how many errors did you commit while attempting to save this girl? Ruoji's mind raced. How many? 2 times. Ling Chuan shook his head and replied, 19 times. Boom. Ruoji was rendered speechless, as were those surrounding him, struck dumb by the revelation. 19 times. Not once, not twice, nor thrice, but a staggering 19 times. Carelessness, failing to inquire about the patient's recent condition, first mistake. Arrogance, neglecting any examination of the patient, second mistake. Recklessness, executing the vomiting procedure incorrectly, third mistake. Violent practice, resulting in bruising on the girl's abdomen, fourth mistake. Do I need to continue? Ling Chuan gazed at him and remarked, the multitude of your errors is so vast that I could scarcely document them all. Ruoji's complexion turned pale, his body trembling, almost succumbing to the urge to vomit from the weight of it all. The blows to his medical reputation were compounded by the devastation of his moral standing, bringing him to the brink of collapse. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, unable to muster a single counterargument. The severity of Ling Chuan's words was chilling. Brothers, remember this. Do not provoke him in the future. Although this matter did not concern me directly, I could feel the despair in the air. A handsome face and exceptional medical skills were one thing, but the cruelty of his words was something else entirely. Those in the vehicle felt a chill of apprehension. They were fortunate to have apologized to Ling Chuan earlier. Otherwise, they too would have been driven to the brink of despair. Man gazed at Ling Chuan with wide eyes, as if seeing him for the first time. Today, he seemed a stranger to her. The words he had just spoken were beyond her wildest dreams, each phrase laden with profound insight and piercing truth. Only Xia Qinghua looked at Ling Chuan with admiration. Just a moment ago, he had been so strikingly impressive. Ruoji hung his head low, unable to meet Ling Chuan's gaze or that of others. All he wished for was to find a crevice to hide within. The embarrassment was unbearable. He had brought Japanese cuisine, only to discover that Xia Qinghua did not enjoy it. He had claimed Ling Chuan was incapable of diagnosing the car issues. Yet Ling Chuan had effortlessly identified every problem in mere moments. He had finally mustered the courage to showcase his skills, only to nearly cause a catastrophe. In the end, it was Ling Chuan who saved the day, all while facing public criticism, and he could not utter a single word in response. Ruoji felt as if all dignity had been stripped away from him. An elderly woman rushed forward, her words tumbling forth in a flurry of emotion. Master, sage, what has become of my granddaughter? Ling Chuan disregarded Ruoji entirely and stated, I have secured 5 hours for her. Now, return to the village immediately and call for an ambulance. There is no signal here to summon help. Chapter 28. Ling Chuan rescued the village chief's granddaughter while others opted to spend the night in their vehicles. Ling Chuan and Xia Qinghua shared a spacious bed. All right, I understand. The elderly woman hastily boarded a tricycle, eager to return to the village. Just then, the driver shouted, let me take over. I have the strength. I can pedal. The elderly woman turned to Ling Chuan, seeking his counsel. At that moment, her trust rested solely on his words. Ling Chuan replied, let him do it. The elderly woman dismounted and said to Ling Chuan, Master, please accompany me back to the village. You saved my granddaughter, and we must express our gratitude. Ling Chuan contemplated the situation. With the bus malfunctioning, remaining there served no purpose. Very well. He ascended the vehicle and extended his hand to Xia Qinghua. She smiled sweetly, grasped his hand, and joined him on the tricycle. Once the elderly woman was aboard, the driver turned to the passengers in the bus and called out, Stay put. I will return shortly. Everyone nodded, still in shock, struggling to comprehend the situation. They were utterly captivated by Lin Chuan's prowess. He gazed at Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue as they rode away, their figures gradually fading from view. Frustrated, she stomped her foot in anger. If I had just gone down and spoken a few kind words for Ling Chuan, I could have entered the village too. Being in the village is far superior to staying here. At least there, my phone has signal, and I won't be plagued by mosquitoes. She shot a fierce glare at Luo Ji, thinking him a complete waste. Why did I ever feel drawn to this useless man? He pales in comparison to Ling Chuan. Reflecting on Ling Chuan's demeanor towards her earlier that day, He-Man felt even more disheartened. Today must be an exception. After all these years of being his loyal companion, he must still have feelings for me. On the road, the driver pedaled vigorously, causing sparks to fly from the bicycle chain. The road, showing signs of age and neglect, made the tricycle wobble intermittently. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue sat side by side, and with each jolt, she instinctively grasped his arm. Are you afraid? Ling Chuan inquired with a smile. I'm not scared, Xia Qingyue replied, her tone betraying her anxiety. You cannot deceive me, she added. Ling Chuan pulled her into his embrace, saying, now you have no reason to fear. Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. But there are others here. The elderly woman chuckled. Master, your relationship is truly delightful. Your girlfriend is quite beautiful. Ling Chuan nodded, I agree. Xia Qingyue's face reddened further as she nestled closer to him, whispering, you shameless man. The initially tense atmosphere had lightened considerably. Thanks to the driver's efforts, they soon arrived at the elderly woman's village, nestled at the foot of a mountain, bordered by water. With fresh air and picturesque scenery, the elderly woman guided them to her home. When they beheld the elderly woman's residence, Ling Chuan, Xia Qingyue, and the driver realized her status was far from ordinary. The house was a charming 3-story villa, adorned with white bricks and red tiles, featuring a small yard with 2 trees, a yellow-skinned fruit tree and a mango tree. As the vehicle came to a halt, Ling Chuan instructed the driver, carry the child inside. He then turned to the elderly woman and said, fetch some ice water and something absorbent, and wrap it around your granddaughter's limbs. It would be best to cover her chest and forehead as well. The colder, the better. Both promptly sprang into action. Finally, Ling Chuan took out his phone and dialed the emergency services, requesting an ambulance to bring serum. Just then, an elderly man rushed in from outside. What happened to Wen? I heard she fainted. Chapter 29. The arriving doctors were astonished. Which divine being had intervened? The elderly woman stepped forward, her eyes reddened, and lamented. I failed to watch over her, and she was bitten by a venomous snake. What? The old man turned pale with fright. What are we waiting for? Hurry, take her to the hospital. The elderly woman replied, there is no time. What about Wen? The old man was on the verge of fainting, bitten by a snake. And there's no time left? Is my precious granddaughter already lost to us? She is inside, the elderly woman reassured. Do not panic. I encountered a master on the way, who has stabilized Wenwen's condition for the moment. Now we must simply await the arrival of the ambulance, and she shall be fine. Upon hearing this, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cold sweat dripped from his brow. He had truly been on the brink of collapse from fear. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly inquired, where is the master? Right here, the elderly woman said, leading him to Ling Chuan. Upon seeing Ling Chuan, the old man expressed his gratitude fervently. Thank you, benefactor, for saving her life. Ling Chuan smiled and replied, it was merely a small effort on my part. Such a small effort is worth more than mountains of gratitude to us, the old man insisted. I am the village chief. Whatever you require, I shall ensure it is done. The village chief? Ling Chuan chuckled softly, surprised to discover he had saved the granddaughter of the village leader. No wonder they resided in a 3-story villa. Ling Chuan continued, you exaggerate, chief. Your granddaughter's condition is still precarious. I will provide you with a prescription. Follow my instructions precisely. This will maximize her chances of recovery. The village chief swallowed hard, and then scrambled to find paper and a pen. Ling Chuan penned the prescription, and the chief exclaimed, please wait, I shall fetch the medicine. Before departing, he instructed the elderly woman, make sure to treat our benefactor well. The elderly woman, not daring to be negligent, brewed the finest tea from the village chief's collection and prepared a pot of sweet spring water to serve Ling Chuan. She then set about preparing a feast, slaughtering chickens and ducks to honor their guest. The village chief, well acquainted with many in the community, operated with remarkable efficiency. With Ling Chuan's simple list of herbs, he soon returned with all the necessary supplies. Accompanied by several young women from the village who had come to assist upon learning of Wenwen's plight, After consuming the medicinal concoction, Wenwen's complexion grew more vibrant. An hour later, the ambulance finally arrived. The doctor examined Wenwen and immediately administered antivenom. Upon inquiring further, the doctor learned that Wenwen had been poisoned for over 3 hours, and the paramedics were visibly stunned, doubting their ears. A child, bitten by a silver-ringed snake's potent venom, had somehow survived for 3 hours. How could this be? Upon understanding the situation, the doctor remarked to the village chief and the elderly woman, "Your child has truly encountered a benefactor this time." Under normal circumstances, a child with such a frail constitution could not endure for so long. If it weren't for that person's assistance, your granddaughter would have already succumbed before we even set out. The village chief and the elderly woman finally grasped the gravity of the situation, fully realizing the immense favor Ling Chuan had bestowed upon them. The doctor made a point to meet Ling Chuan. Upon seeing him, the doctor couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He was so young. Initially, he had assumed Ling Chuan would be much older, as experience often accompanies age. Regaining his composure, the doctor addressed Ling Chuan. "Thank you for saving this child's life." Ling Chuan took a sip of tea and replied, "It was nothing." Noticing Ling Chuan's calm demeanor and extraordinary presence, the doctor inquired curiously, "Where did you graduate?" Chapter 30. An invitation from the renowned physician if you require assistance. You may find me at the municipal hospital. Which medical school could possibly nurture such talent? Ling Chuan smiled and replied, "I have just begun my university studies and have yet to graduate." What? The doctor was taken aback. To snatch a life from the jaws of a silver-ringed snake is a feat that rivals grappling with death itself. Only to reclaim a soul from the clutches of the Grim Reaper. And now you tell me, the one who has bested death, that you are merely a freshman? Not yet graduated? This is simply unbelievable. The doctor took several deep breaths, struggling to regain his composure. Surely, this cannot be a jest? Ling Chuan smiled and inquired, "What do you think?" The doctor replied, "I simply find this rather astonishing. If you aspire to be a physician, feel free to seek me out at the municipal hospital. My surname is Huang. They call me Dr. Huang." Ling Chuan recognized the name. In his previous life, Dr. Huang was a highly esteemed physician in Qingshan City, the one who diagnosed Xia Qingyue with a terminal illness. To encounter him once more, only to receive an olive branch inviting him to work at the municipal hospital, was unexpected. The municipal hospital is the finest institution in Qingshan City, offering excellent remuneration and generous holidays. It is a coveted position that every doctor aspires to attain. To become a physician at the municipal hospital is, without exaggeration, to have achieved half of life's success. In the face of such an invitation, others would have erupted in laughter, but Ling Chuan remained unperturbed. Dr. Huang was genuinely astonished. In the past, when he extended invitations, the recipients would be unable to contain their joy. This calm demeanor from Ling Chuan was unprecedented. This young man is indeed remarkable. Dr. Huang stood up, a hint of reluctance in his voice as he said, "We must take our leave now. We cannot linger for too long. The patients are awaiting our attention." Although Wenwen had received the serum, she required further observation to avert any unforeseen complications. The ambulance departed, accompanied by several women from the village. With the village chief and the elder women preoccupied, they entrusted the care of Wenwen to these women for the time being. Once the ambulance left, the driver approached to bid farewell. "The child is fine now. I must return. There is a group waiting for me on the bus." Ling Chuan asked, "Will you not stay for a meal?" The driver shook his head and smiled. "You may stay for a meal, but I cannot. If someone were to report me, I would lose my job. Well then, I shall be on my way." He had already taken a moment to call his company and inform the school. The company indicated that a mechanic would arrive the following day. The driver cheerfully stated, "Once the vehicle is repaired, I will await your return. If you do not return, I shall not dispatch the bus." Seeing the driver resolute, Ling Chuan refrained from insisting further. However, before he departed, the elder woman and the village chief bestowed upon him numerous gifts. Although the driver could not stay for a meal, he could take back a bounty of provisions to enjoy on the bus. After bidding farewell to the driver, the village chief and the elder woman approached Ling Chuan. Suddenly, they knelt before him. "Benefactor, your immense kindness is beyond our ability to repay. Dr. Huang has just elucidated the gravity of the situation. Without your intervention, we would be preparing for Wenwen's funeral. Please, stay the night," they implored. "Allow us the opportunity to express our gratitude." Ling Chuan nodded and replied, "Then I shall impose upon you this evening." The village chief and the elder woman were overjoyed, their faces alight with happiness. No imposition at all. "Ha ha ha, We are overjoyed that you can stay. We will prepare the accommodations at once. Chapter 31. Am I really so smooth-tongued? Please confirm once more. Xia Qingyue sat beside Ling Chuan, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she asked, Are we truly going to spend the night here? Ling Chuan replied, Indeed. Do you wish to return to the bus for the night? Shaking her head, Xia Qingyue responded, No, not at all. I simply want to be by your side. I'm just worried that if we don't return and the bus is repaired, it might remain unused. Ling Chuan smiled reassuringly. You need not fret. The bus won't be fixed until tomorrow. Xia Qingyue queried in confusion. How do you know? With a calculated gesture, he remarked, In my previous life, this bus was halted for a night. A radiant smile graced Xia Qingyue's face as she teased. When did you become so smooth-tongued? Ling Chuan chuckled. Am I truly so smooth-tongued? Please confirm again. With that, he drew Xia Qingyue close and kissed her. Xia Qingyue's delicate form quivered slightly. After a moment, Ling Chuan released her and asked, So, am I really smooth-tongued? Her cheeks flushed. She dared not meet his gaze. Softly murmuring, You only know how to tease me. Xia Qingyue's demeanor was utterly charming at that moment. Ling Chuan embraced her tenderly, stating, I love you too dearly to ever tease you. Xia Qingyue beamed sweetly. She cherished Ling Chuan's words. It was not until the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase that she finally extricated herself from his embrace. The room is ready, just on the 3rd floor. You may go up to rest now. We'll prepare the meal, the village chief and an elderly woman said as they headed to the kitchen to commence their tasks. Ling Chuan took Xia Qingyue's soft hand and suggested, Let us ascend and take a look. They reached the 3rd floor room, a spacious area of nearly 30 square meters. The room was predominantly white, adorned with subtly gray tiles, and featured large windows that allowed sunlight to flood the space. A double bed rested against the window, promising a view of the stars at night. Ling Chuan sat on the bed, noting its slight bounce. He tested it, ensuring it was solidly positioned against the wall, emitting not a single creak. Xia Qingyue regarded Ling Chuan in confusion. What are you doing? He replied, checking if the bed makes any noise. Why check that? Xia Qingyue's face was a picture of bewilderment. Ling Chuan smiled. You will understand tonight. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and her exquisite face flushed a deep crimson. After a thorough inspection, Ling Chuan confirmed the bed was indeed sound. He observed Xia Qingyue and asked, You didn't sleep well at noon. Would you like to rest now? Her face reddened even further. It's still daylight, she protested. Why are you so eager? Ling Chuan, puzzled, thought, caring for her. And suddenly I'm deemed bad. Since you do not wish to rest, let us take a stroll. The scenery of this village is quite lovely. The pair descended the stairs. As they passed through the courtyard, the village chief spotted them and inquired, Benefactor, where are you headed? Ling Chuan replied, We plan to take a walk. Oh, the village chief nodded. The scenery here is indeed beautiful. Developers have come in the past, but we chased them away. Enjoy yourselves. You should return by evening for dinner. Exiting the village chief's home, they soon encountered lush green rice fields. Villagers donned conical hats, diligently preparing to spray pesticides in the paddies. Hand in hand, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue strolled quietly along the village path. The tranquility of the village enveloped them, with only the occasional calls echoing from the heavens. In the wild fields, water buffalo grazed lazily. A small dog scampered past, wagging its tail, exuding a non-threatening demeanor. Chapter 32. The agricultural leisure of the village. Xia Qingyue joyfully gazed around. Ling Chuan, look over there. A water buffalo is grazing. It's eating so slowly. And look at the pond ahead. There's a flock of ducks. Oh dear, that big yellow dog is being chased by a white goose. Ling Chuan quietly observed her. It was the first time he had seen Xia Qingyue so carefree and joyful. At that moment, she resembled a little girl. A smile graced Ling Chuan's lips as he vowed to preserve her carefree existence. Beside the pond, there was a cluster of bamboo. A middle-aged man sat beneath the bamboo fishing. Suddenly, another man approached, holding a fish. Hey, stop fishing. I'm the owner of this pond. And I've seen you fishing all day. This pond is teeming with fish. You could easily catch one with a net. Yet you haven't hooked a single one all day. I couldn't bear to watch any longer. Take this fish home. Don't let your wife look down on you. The fisherman was left speechless, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Xia Qingyue couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, and Ling Chuan shared a knowing smile with her. Let us explore other places, he suggested. They meandered along a crystal-clear stream, gradually reaching the edge of the village. This area was close to the mountains, but only a few households resided nearby. We should head back, Ling Chuan said to Xia Qingyue. If we continue forward, we'll be entering the mountains. Xia Qingwen nodded, preparing to return to the village chief's home. Just then, a rooster suddenly dashed towards them, moving with remarkable speed as if it had trained for years. Behind the chicken, a bespectacled student was frantically pursuing it. Spotting Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwen, he instinctively shouted, "Help me! Stop that chicken!" Ling Chuan glanced at the oncoming rooster and swiftly intervened. He seized the bird by the neck and, before it could resist, switched his grip to its wings. The glasses-wearing young man arrived, panting heavily. After about half a minute, he finally caught his breath. "Thank you, my friend. Your skills are impressive. That chicken was so fast. Yet you managed to catch it." Ling Chuan handed the chicken to him, stating, "I've worked on a farm before." The young man looked at Ling Chuan with surprise. Then his gaze shifted to Xia Qingwen. He paused, momentarily taken aback by her beauty. "You two aren't from this village, are you?" Having grown up in this village and returned after graduating from university 2 months ago, he had never seen these two, especially the stunning Xia Qingwen. Ling Chuan nodded, saying, "We are indeed from outside." The young man continued, "Would you like to visit my home for a bit?" He glanced at the chicken in his hands and added, "Without your help, I would have been exhausted today." Ling Chuan inquired, "Where is your home?" The young man pointed towards the foot of the mountain. "Over there. Not too far. Just a few minutes' walk." "Perfect timing. My peaches have ripened. I'll share some with you." "Let us go take a look," Ling Chuan replied. He and Xia Qingwen had already strolled around the village, and there was still some time before evening. They could explore further. "Follow me," the young man said, leading the way. As they walked, he conversed with Ling Chuan, revealing that his name was Zhang Shi and he had just graduated from university. He returned to the village with the intention of establishing an agritourism business, both to earn a living and to contribute to the economic development of his hometown. Chapter 33. The streamer is quite shameless soon. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwen arrived at Zhang Shi's home. The residence, a 2-story structure, featured a courtyard at the entrance and a fruit orchard behind it. "Wait a moment," Zhang Shi said as he stepped aside to toss a rooster back into its pen. Returning with an awkward smile, "I apologize for the inconvenience." He led Ling Chuan into the courtyard, where a large wolf dog immediately approached, wagging its tail and circling around Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwen. After a moment, the dog settled in a corner. Zhang Shi brought over some stools and said, "Please have a seat. I will prepare some tea." His home was situated on elevated terrain, offering a splendid view. Even while seated, one could gaze upon the distant fields. Xia Qingwen remarked softly, "This place is truly beautiful." Ling Chuan replied, "Shall we stay a few more days?" Xia Qingwen shook her head, saying, "That may not be appropriate. We must wait for the bus." Ling Chuan chuckled, "Then perhaps we could find a quiet village during our next holiday?" Xia Qingyue's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. That sounds delightful. The prospect of vacationing with Ling Chuan was something she had never dared to dream of. Her heart swelled with joy as she smiled at him, envisioning a future together. "Tea is served." Zhang Shi's voice echoed as he emerged with 2 cups, placing them beside Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwen. "Are you living here alone?" Ling Chuan inquired. Zhang Shi shook his head. "No, I live here with my sister." Just then, a girl's voice called from inside the house. "Brother, did you catch the chicken?" Moments later, a girl emerged, holding her phone. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a charming appearance and a playful demeanor. While she might not possess the breathtaking beauty of Xia Qingwen, she was certainly attractive enough to be considered a class flower. Zhang Shi sighed, "I just caught it." He introduced, "This is my sister, Zhang Youyou." Zhang Youyou had intended to say something, but upon seeing Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwen, she was momentarily stunned. What a handsome boy, and such a beautiful girl. Zhang Youyou swore she had never encountered anyone as stunning as Xia Qingwen, who seemed like a celestial being descended to earth. "Come greet them," Zhang Shi urged. Finally snapping out of her daze, Zhang Youyou glanced at her phone. She was live streaming, and hundreds of viewers were watching. In her moment of distraction, several comments had already flown by. What is the streamer daydreaming about? Is she a daydreaming streamer? The viewers noted that her daydreaming expression was quite captivating. With wide eyes, Zhang Youyou excitedly addressed her audience. "Brothers, have you ever seen a beauty?" The viewers were taken aback. What kind of question is that? Surely, she doesn't think she is the beauty? Some commented, "The streamer is a bit shameless. I bet she is about to claim she is a beauty." Zhang Youyou, reading the comments, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Under normal circumstances, she might declare herself a beauty, but upon seeing Xia Qingwen, she found it impossible to utter such words. "No," Zhang Youyou insisted, "it's not me. I truly have encountered a beauty." The audience remained skeptical. Come on, streamer, don't deceive us. The longest road I have traveled is the streamer's tricks. Zhang Xianer clenched her teeth in frustration as she read the comments. Chapter 34, Live PK, you are all bumpkins. Zhang Xianer turned to Xia Qingwei, her eyes filled with anticipation. Beautiful sister, may I sing a song for you? Could you greet the audience? Xia Qingwei glanced at Ling Chuan, seeking his approval. Ling Chuan inquired, what song will you sing? With a hint of pride, Zhang Xianer replied, I can sing all the popular songs circulating on the internet right now. Ling Chuan smiled gently and said, then feel free to sing any song you like. Zhang Xianer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she dashed back into the house. When she re-emerged, she carried a mobile live streaming stand, a stool, and several guitars. She set everything up and settled onto the stool with a guitar in her arms, ready to speak. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Zhang Xianer looked at the screen and noticed another streamer had challenged her. She recognized the challenger's username, Xiaomimi. This individual was a dancer known for her provocative attire and suggestive performances. Previously, some of her fans had invaded Zhang Xianer's live stream, claiming she was inferior to Xiaomimi, urging Zhang Xianer's audience to switch to Xiaomimi's channel. Zhang Xianer had muted that individual, but they promptly reported her to Xiaomimi. Upon discovering Zhang Xianer's stream, Xiaomimi, feeling envious of Zhang Xianer's beauty, resolved to steal all her fans, especially upon noticing that Zhang Xianer had only a few hundred followers. Xiaomimi rallied a group of supporters under the pretense of standing up for her fans, storming into Zhang Xianer's live stream. Thus, their rivalry began. Xiaomimi sent a comment, afraid to accept the challenge? Zhang Xianer frowned and retorted, who is afraid of you? She accepted the challenge. The screen split into two halves, one side displaying Zhang Xianer, the other showing Xiaomimi. On camera, Xiaomimi, with her delicate features, large eyes, and cherry-red lips, exuded an enchanting charm that captivated countless male viewers. With a subtle smile, she radiated allure, prompting many in Zhang Xianer's chat to exclaim, wow, goddess. Brothers, let us switch streams. This one is too dull. Let us go to Xiaomimi's. Xiaomimi noticed her viewer count rising and couldn't help but smile smugly. Zhang Xianer gritted her teeth, watching her audience dwindle from around 1,000 to merely 500. Yet, she refrained from voicing her discontent, acknowledging that the audience had the right to choose whom they wished to support. What do you wish to challenge? Zhang Xianer asked. Xiaomimi's voice echoed from the phone. Didn't you say you were going to sing? Let us have a singing contest. Zhang Xianer immediately agreed. All right. Seeing Zhang Xianer's frustrated expression and hearing the other woman's voice, Xia Qingwei was perplexed. Ling Chuan, what is happening? Ling Chuan explained. It seems someone has challenged her to a live PK. Xiaomimi urged. You go first, so no one can say I'm bullying you. Zhang Xianer took a deep breath to steady her emotions. Addressing the audience, she softly announced, I will sing on her bridge for everyone. Please continue to support me and our village. With that, her fingers gently strummed the guitar, and the melody filled the air. As Zhang Xianer entered her zone, she began to sing, Let me see you once more. From south to north. Her voice was melodious, and paired with the guitar, Ling Chuan found her performance quite impressive. Chapter 35 Insult me as a country bumpkin? I cannot simply disregard such remarks. Once she finished her song, the number of viewers in the livestream room returned to around 1,000. Zhang Xianer wiped the sweat from her forehead, letting out a slight sigh of relief. Clap, clap, clap. Xia Qingwei could not help but applaud for Zhang Xianer. It sounds wonderful. Ling Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Receiving affirmation from others, a sweet smile blossomed on Zhang Xianer's face. However, in the next moment, a disdainful chuckle suddenly emanated from her phone. Is this it? You consider this pleasant? How lacking in discernment you all are. Xiaomimi mocked. As expected, the audience of a country bumpkin streamer are all uncultured. You shall never escape this impoverished, dilapidated village in your lifetime. Zhang Xianer's smile vanished, replaced by fury. You may insult me, but do not drag my village into this. Moreover, my sister and brother, who encourage me, are not from this village. They hold no grievances against you. Why direct your animosity towards me? Xiaomimi chuckled. Are you flustered now? Country bumpkin, lacking in manners. And those two hiding behind their screens are also country bumpkins. Zhang Xianer, you may wish for silence, yet I shall speak freely. You cannot touch me. Zhang Xianer clenched her fists in anger. Observing her furious yet helpless demeanor, Xiaomimi felt a surge of delight. It was utterly satisfying to see a beauty so agitated. Now let me show you what true celestial music sounds like. She winked at the audience in the live stream. Today, I shall sing Learn to Meow for everyone. Be sure to shower me with gifts and encouragement. Her voice was exceedingly sweet, sending shivers down Zhang Xiner's spine. Xiao Mimi's song resonated from the phone. Let us learn to meow together. Meow, 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 meow. The accompaniment was directly sourced from the internet. And it was not merely a simple backing track. It even featured the original artist's voice. Xiao Mimi was essentially performing a duet. With such authentic accompaniment and the singer's voice, even if she were to remain silent, her performance would still be captivating. The audience in her live stream erupted in wild cheers. It sounds amazing. Xiao Mimi is too adorable. I can't take it anymore. It's so beautiful. I will record it as my ringtone. She surpasses the original. Xiao Mimi is invincible. In Zhang Xiner's live stream, the number of viewers rapidly dwindled. Meanwhile, Xiao Mimi's audience soared. By the time Xiao Mimi finished singing, Zhang Xiner was left with merely 200 viewers, while Xiao Mimi's count surged to 50,000. Seeing the vast number of viewers, Xiao Mimi beamed broadly. Thank you all for your gifts. Thank you for your support, Rua. I love you all. Hearing this, her fans grew even more ecstatic, continuously sending gifts her way. Xiao Mimi turned to Zhang Xiner with a grin. Clearly, I have won this round. You, country bumpkin. Oh, no. I mean your entire group of country bumpkins, who are destined to never surpass me. Surrender early. You are not suited for streaming. You would fare better in the fields. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiner's eyes brimmed with tears. Her intention in becoming a streamer was not to achieve internet fame, but to assist Zhang Shi in enhancing the visibility of their agritourism business, attract visitors, and ultimately help the village prosper. Zhang Shi stepped forward, gently embracing his sister. We need not continue as streamers. I will find a way to manage the agritourism business myself. Xiao Mimi laughed heartily. Yes, that is the right decision. Do not pursue streaming any longer. You have no future in it. Tilling the land is your true path. Chapter 36. The song that once captivated the nation. When Summer Qinghua heard the remark that the song was merely the theme of an animated series, she could not help but furrow her delicate brows. Such an assertion was utterly outrageous. She turned to Ling Chuan and asked, "What should we do?" Ling Chuan gazed at the helpless siblings, recalling his own past experiences. The actions of Xiaomimi were undeniably an act of bullying. Having endured school bullying himself, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for such behavior. Moreover, Lin Chuan remembered that he had yet to sing for Summer Qinghua. This presented a perfect opportunity. The potential of the moment was not for others to determine. His voice rang out, interrupting Xiaomimi's laughter. Zhang Shi and Zhang Xiner looked up in astonishment at Lin Chuan. He slowly approached the phone screen, calmly fixing his gaze upon Xiaomimi. The challenge was far from over. Was it not premature to declare victory? Upon seeing Lin Chuan, Xiaomimi's brow furrowed in disbelief. Who is this handsome guy? Zhang Xiner, puzzled, inquired. Big brother you. Lin Chuan interrupted her. May I borrow the guitar for a moment? Zhang Xiner quickly offered it to him with both hands. Big brother, are you planning to sing? Lin Chuan smiled and nodded. Indeed, you performed splendidly just now. The rest is now in my hands. Zhang Xiner's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling a profound sense of security from his words. As if the sky could fall, and she would remain unafraid. Xiaomimi, regaining her composure, scoffed, You? Can you even sing? Lin Chuan took a seat and replied nonchalantly. I can manage a bit. As he adjusted the strings, he added, I sang a few songs many years ago. Xiaomimi erupted in laughter. Many years ago? Was that in elementary school, singing along to cartoons? The audience in her live stream could not suppress their amusement either. Many years ago? I can only imagine what he will sing. It must be an animated theme song. Lin Chuan tuned the guitar and glanced at his phone. Noting that the audience in the live stream had dwindled to just over 100, Xiaomimi wore a contemptuous grin. With a tranquil demeanor, Lin Chuan spoke. It has been a while since I last sang. I will practice with Autumn Does Not Return. Upon hearing the title, the audience erupted into even louder laughter. What a ridiculous title. Which cartoon is that from? Someone please search it up. They found the title so amusing that many rushed to search online. However, upon entering the song title, they found no results. In an instant, the smiles faded from their faces as they hurried back to the live stream to comment. There is no such song. This is not a theme song from any cartoon. Perhaps it is an original piece. He might be the first to sing it. Seeing these comments, the audience began to temper their laughter. It is not a cartoon theme song. This can't be right. Is it your search engine that is faulty? Xiaomimi also observed the comments, but she was unfazed. The title was far too ordinary. Even if Lin Chuan had pinned it himself, it would undoubtedly be a featureless, terrible song. The audience in Zhang Xiner's live stream sighed in resignation, preparing to exit. This is unbearable. Yet in the next moment, Lin Chuan gently strummed the guitar strings. The sound resonated, echoing in their hearts. All movement ceased. Chapter 37. Moved to Tears. Who claims this is an animated theme song? Step forward and face the consequences as the chill of early autumn enveloped the night. Memories began to wash over like a gentle tide. A heartfelt love is akin to falling leaves. Why must we part ways? In the gray sky, I wandered alone in the familiar corners of the city. The melody resonated, tinged with sadness and a hint of hoarseness, captivating the entire audience. Every viewer in the live stream slowly widened their eyes, their smiles dissipating, replaced by sheer astonishment. These lyrics, this voice, the moment he opened his mouth, they felt goosebumps cascade over their skin. A profound melancholy surged from the depths of their hearts, uncontrollable memories resurfacing. The once jovial audience now stared blankly at Lin Chuan. Xiao Mimi's smile gradually faded. This was an unheard song, yet one that left everyone utterly spellbound. I wish to drape a coat over you. The chill demands you cherish yourself. No one loves you more than I do, the song continued. The number of viewers in Xiao Mimi's stream plummeted, while in Zhang Xiner's stream, it soared past 1,000, with an ever-quickening ascent. Zhang Xiner clutched Zhang Shi's arm tightly, her expression dazed, unable to believe the beauty of the song resonating in her ears. It was exquisite. She had never encountered such a captivating voice before. The lyrics were flawless, and the ambience was simply exceptional. It felt as though she were transported to that autumn of heartbreak. Zhang Shi stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the man who casually caught a rooster could possess such talent. His voice rivaled that of contemporary stars. Both live streams were ablaze with excitement. Had he sung years ago? Goodness, if he sang this beautifully now, how astonishing must his past performances have been. Who is this artist? Truly remarkable. The melody echoed, stirring memories of heart-wrenching partings. The song evoked their once agonizing emotions. There were others who felt a burning embarrassment on their faces. Every comment they once posted, every second they laughed, seemed to return like a boomerang, striking them hard across the face, leaving them dizzy and aching, wishing for oblivion. Who could not sing? Who branded it an animated theme song? The truly ignorant and comical ones were they. Now, they dared not comment, wishing they could find a crack to hide in, fearful of being ridiculed. Xiao Mimi's complexion paled. A cold bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. This song was astounding. She was no match. Even professional singers would have to give their all. Xiao Mimi felt somewhat numb. Where had Zhang Xiner found such a master? My goodness, I am moved to tears. When a friend asked why I was kneeling to watch the live stream, I handed him my headphones, and now he too kneels, sobbing loudly. What to do? Brother, remember when we snuck into the temple to steal offerings? When we were caught, we pretended to be statues, yet only I was captured because you are the true deity. As the song gradually approached its conclusion, it whispered, let the autumn wind carry away my longing, carry away my tears. I will continue to quietly wait at the rendezvous point. When the final note fell, silence enveloped the room. In Xiao Mimi's live stream, comments ceased. After a half-minute, the screen in Zhang Xiner's stream erupted with a flurry of rockets as viewers frantically showered Lin Chuan with gifts. This song is too beautiful. It reminds me of my lovely first love. 10 rockets sent. Wah, I'm reminded of my ex-girlfriend. 20 rockets for you, big brother. I listened to it in tears. It's been ages since I cried this hard. 50 rockets as a token of respect. Chapter 38. This is still not the limit. It was merely a prelude. Now, Lin Chuan is ready to get serious. Not only that, but the live stream is inundated with messages. Young Master Hua has activated the governor. A smile like a flower has activated the governor. Old Tales from the North City has activated the governor. In the span of just a minute, hundreds of rockets have been sent, and dozens have activated the governor. The website system chimed in. Your live stream has received homepage promotion. Please continue your efforts. The number of viewers in the live stream continues to surge. Zhang Xiner approached, and, upon seeing the viewer count, was momentarily dizzy. So many digits. She even counted units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 80,000 viewers. This number was beyond her wildest dreams. Where are those who mocked the big brother just moments ago? Those who spoke ill of him? If you don't show up, I shall call you out. A crowd of people frantically tagged those who had ridiculed Lin Chuan in the live stream earlier. Weren't they laughing quite heartily just now? Why are they silent now? Does playing dead help? Shall I post your entire family's information online? Do you dare to not come out and apologize? Meanwhile, in Xiao Mimi's live stream, the audience count dwindled to a meager 3,000. Yet, in Zhang Xin's stream, the numbers continued to escalate. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000. Unbelievably, it still climbed. 10,000. The viewer count surpassed 100,000. Faced with the barrage of nearly overwhelming comments, those who had previously mocked Ling Chuan were now in a state of panic. Each one of them turned pale, their faces etched with fear. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Previously, it was they who used their keyboards to hurl insults at others. Now, when such heartfelt greetings were directed at them, they were unable to endure it. Dizzied and lightheaded, they felt as if they might faint. So this is what it feels like to be humiliated and threatened? They regretted their actions deeply. They should never have mocked Ling Chuan. Everything they had inflicted upon him was now being returned to them with a vengeance. It was terrifying. Their very souls quaked with dread. I was wrong. One among them, unable to withstand the pressure, hurriedly emerged to apologize. I was blind just now. I am a fool. I underestimated you. Please forgive me. I shall never dare again. I was wrong too. I truly understand my error. Please spare me. I apologize to the big brother. Big brother, forgive me. I am a simpleton. Treat me as a trivial matter. In Xiao Mimi's live stream, the viewer count continued to plummet, nearing 2,000. Xiao Mimi's expression turned grim. The viewer count had surged so dramatically, yet her joy was short-lived. How could it be dwindling so rapidly? The current number was even less than her initial count. And you, the host. Zhang Xin's audience now directed their focus toward Xiao Mimi. Host, it is your turn to sing. Do not think you can evade with that lip-syncing trick. With so few viewers now, if you do not showcase your talent, do not blame us for being unkind. Host, speak up. You initiated the challenge. Why so silent? Xiao Mimi's face turned ashen. Sing? How could she possibly do that? Previously, she merely played original songs while pretending to sing along. Now faced with a true master, she was at a complete loss. Ling Chuan calmly regarded Xiao Mimi and said, in truth, whether you sing or not makes no difference. Because you cannot win. Xiao Mimi's countenance darkened. Yet, she had no means to retort, for Ling Chuan's words were undeniably true. How could she triumph when she could not sing? Ling Chuan continued, the song I just performed was merely practice. Now, I shall sing another piece. This song, titled Fairy Tale, is dedicated to my girlfriend. Chapter 39, a song for Xia Qingwei, bringing tears to all. Even the supervisors were moved. He gazed tenderly at Xia Qingwei, who sat not far across from him. Xia Qingwei was momentarily taken aback. A song dedicated to her. It was titled Fairy Tale. A radiant smile illuminated her face. In that instant, Zhang Shi and Zhang Xiner felt as though the world had lost its brilliance. Only she remained, a girl so beautiful that even celestial beings would feel inferior. As Ling Chuan's words resonated, the live stream erupted in excitement. Another song, and one dedicated to his girlfriend? Brothers, can we catch a glimpse of the sister-in-law? What kind of girl could capture the heart of such an extraordinary man? Xiao Mimi's eyes twitched. More singing? The previous piece, Autumn Won't Return, had already been breathtaking. Yet, this individual claimed it was merely practice. Now he was truly ready to unleash his talent. The song, which was only practice, had already been so astonishing. What would happen when he sang with earnestness? Xiao Mimi dared not imagine. Regret filled her heart. Had she known, she would not have challenged Zhang Xiner. Little did she anticipate such a formidable opponent on this side. A group of people pulled out their phones to search. The results revealed that this song was also absent online. Just like Autumn Won't Return, it was an original piece by Ling Chuan. I can't believe it. What kind of celestial being is he? In just a few minutes, he produced 2 new songs. Autumn Won't Return alone was sufficient for a debut as a star. And now there was another? Every viewer in the live stream looked at Ling Chuan with eager anticipation. Zhang Shi and Zhang Xiner also watched him with a blend of tension and excitement. Xia Qingwei smiled blissfully. Regardless of how the song Fairy Tale turned out, it would undoubtedly become her favorite, for it was a gift from Ling Chuan. Amidst everyone's attention, Ling Chuan began to hum softly. I've forgotten how long it's been since I last heard you, telling me your most cherished stories. This time, Ling Chuan's voice was different. It was not hoarse, but imbued with deeper melancholy. As the melody filled the air, many in the audience felt tears welling in their eyes. Loneliness, sorrow, and despair surged forth, nearly overwhelming them, leaving them breathless. In Ling Chuan's mind, memories associated with Xia Qingwei gradually surfaced. The hazy moments of their encounter, the sweetness of their time together, and the bitterness of longing. All the memories Xia Qingwei had gifted him were carefully tucked away in his heart. After her passing, he had dreamt of her countless times, of that modest 25-square-meter apartment, of the dazzling fireworks over the North River, and the night sky as bright as day. In his 50 years of life, half was spent in missed opportunities, while the other half was filled with nostalgia. The sorrow in his song reached an unparalleled intensity. Many viewers in the live stream found themselves shedding tears without realizing it. Before them, Ling Chuan appeared as a blur. His voice allowed them to momentarily forget everything. In their dazed state, they seemed to witness a boy sitting on the grass, weeping uncontrollably while embracing a girl. Their hearts ached for him, tears streaming down their faces. For a fleeting moment, they believed that the boy on the grass was, in fact, themselves. If one could render a sorrowful song so poignant that it induced tears, then surely he was a genius. Yet, Ling Chuan's voice did more than evoke tears. It resonated deeply within their hearts, stirring a shared sorrow that transcended words. This could not merely be described as genius. Zhang Shi and Zhang Xiner embraced each other, silently weeping. Only by listening to Ling Chuan's South Song at such close quarters could one truly comprehend the emotional power contained within. Unconsciously, tears welled in Xia Qingyue's eyes. She knew not the trials Ling Chuan had endured, but she could feel his profound pain. Xiao Mimi also sensed something unusual on her face. Upon wiping her eyes, she found them drenched in tears. Am I crying too? Chapter 40. Summer Qingyue forcefully kisses Ling Chuan, leaving the audience in utter disbelief in her live streaming room. The number of viewers had dwindled to single digits. Meanwhile, in Zhang Xiner's live stream, the audience surged to an astonishing 200,000. Just as sorrow weighed heavily on everyone, making it nearly unbearable, Ling Chuan's guitar melody and voice suddenly underwent a transformation. The tune became lively, and the vocals softened. I wish to become the angel in your fairy tale, with open arms, transforming into wings to protect you. The once overwhelming waves of sadness and despair swiftly dissipated, like a tempest swept away in an instant. Ling Chuan had been reborn, returning to the time when Summer Qingyue was still alive, to the moment before her suffering began, back to an era where everything was still salvageable. At that instant, sorrow gradually transmuted into warmth and happiness. The poignant memories were supplanted by scenes of joy. Summer Qingyue's unwavering companionship over the past 17 years, her morning greetings, her fried rice, her smiles. She possessed extraordinary beauty, a perfect figure, and a gentle disposition, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. She could have cast aside her modesty and embraced wealth and luxury, relishing in all that life had to offer. Yet, Summer Qingyue had never flaunted her advantages before Ling Chuan. In his presence, she appeared as an ordinary girl, willing to use her own hands to care for their shared home and attend to Ling Chuan's needs. Her voice, as gentle as a spring rain, nourished every heart, mending the wounds within. You must believe that we will have a happy ending, just like in fairy tales. The melody lingered, enveloping the audience in an enchanting embrace of tenderness and joy, a promise from Ling Chuan. It seemed as if everyone could witness a boy tenderly holding a girl on the grass, the two of them passionately kissing beneath a dazzling display of fireworks. Once again, tears streamed down the faces of the crowd, but this time, they were tears of happiness and joy. As the song came to an end, silence enveloped the courtyard. The live stream audience reached a remarkable 300,000, yet not a single comment appeared. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Everyone was lost in Ling Chuan's song, unable to regain their composure. Until 30 seconds passed. Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Xiner, tears streaming down her face, began to applaud. Her applause finally awakened all those in a state of reverie. Clap, clap, clap. In that moment, regardless of their locations or the distances between them, all the viewers could not help but join in the applause. Even Xiao Mimi was clapping fervently in her own live stream. It's so beautiful. Her soul was utterly captivated by the song. Xiao Mimi didn't even realize she was applauding for Ling Chuan. Oh my heavens, this song sends shivers down my spine. I have never heard such a beautiful melody. I am at a loss for words and can only send 50 rockets as a token of my admiration. 100 rockets for this song. To hear this song is worth dying without regrets. Brother, are you truly a celestial being? This is the first time I've listened to a song that breaks my heart, making me both ache and want to laugh. In the live stream, many viewers were continuously showering Ling Chuan with gifts, while numerous others were sending support. The room was filled with notification sounds. Meanwhile, Summer Qingwei covered her mouth, her shoulders trembling slightly, tears streaming down her face. She felt a depth of emotion in that moment unlike any she had experienced in her life. With her vision blurred by tears, she could barely make out Lin Chen's figure, yet in her heart, his image was crystal clear. She felt every ounce of emotion in his song. This was a gift meant for her, as well as his confession. Suddenly, Summer Qingwei stood up and rushed towards Lin Chen. In front of all the viewers in the live stream, she embraced him tightly and then initiated a kiss. The audience in the live stream. Chapter 41. An inevitable defeat after a considerable amount of time. I exclaimed in amazement. Is this truly my sister-in-law? She is astonishingly beautiful. A celestial being, indeed. My goodness, Zhang Xiner, the streamer, was not misleading us. There truly exists a fairy. I cannot believe I doubted Xiner. My brother is remarkable to have such a stunning girlfriend. When Xia Qingwei made her entrance, everyone was utterly mesmerized. How could such exquisite beauty exist in the mortal realm? Previously, we mocked Zhang Xiner, doubting her honesty. Now, I felt as though I had been slapped across the face. Xia Qingyue's beauty left Xia Meimei in shock. As if struck by lightning. Even with all her filters, she could not measure up to even a fraction of Xia Qingyue's splendor. Xia Meimei's heart sank, and her complexion turned pale. She realized, with utmost clarity, that she had been defeated, utterly and irrevocably. The audience, regaining their composure, began fervently showering Lin Chuan with gifts and left numerous messages, wishing for a lifetime of happiness for him and his sister-in-law, a union destined to last until their hair turned gray. It was a celebration of love, and they were all enchanted by Lin Chen's melodious voice, filled with admiration for him. Even those who had previously ridiculed Lin Chuan now recognized their folly and silently sent him gifts, bestowing their blessings upon him. Xia Qingwei kissed Lin Chen for a full minute before releasing him. With a quivering voice, she proclaimed, "You are my angel, now and forever." The audience in the live stream beheld this scene with immense envy. My brother is incredible, with a beautiful voice and a gorgeous girlfriend. He truly is a winner in life. How hard must one work to attain even half of his excellence? Xia Qingyue's presence sent the viewer count soaring in the live stream, nearing 500,000, while Xia Meimei's stream was left desolate, devoid of any viewers. The audience began to take notice of Xia Meimei. Since this was a competition, and my brother had already sung 2 songs, they urged her to perform as well. If she did not sing, it would be a sign of disrespect to both them and Lin Chuan. Xia Meimei remained silent for an extended period. What could she possibly sing? Could she truly compete with Lin Chuan? His rendition of Autumn Will Not Return, merely a practice, had already filled her with dread. Now, the reality of his true talent and fairy tale left her in despair. So beautiful, it was almost overwhelming. She had instinctively applauded him only moments ago. I will not sing. Xia Meimei murmured, her head bowed. I concede. I have lost. I apologize. Her expression was one of deep shame, as her former confidence and pride lay shattered before Lin Chen's undeniable prowess. In terms of looks, her true self paled in comparison to Zhang Xiner. Even with every enhancement, she could not rival even a fraction of Xia Qingyue's beauty. In terms of talent and vocal ability, she was utterly outclassed by Lin Chuan. Continuing to pretend otherwise would only lead to further humiliation. Her dignity and resolve lay in ruins. Moreover, her live stream was now completely empty, as all the viewers had flocked to Zhang Xiner's channel, bestowing gifts upon Lin Chuan. I was too arrogant, she confessed. I should not have called you all country bumpkins. I am the true bumpkin here. I apologize. Zhang Xiner approached, witnessing Xia Meimei's surrender, and could not contain her joy. Look who is experiencing humility now. Xia Meimei kept her head down. The arrogant words she had spoken, all the insults, now felt like slaps across her face, leaving her stunned. Zhang Xiner, seeing Xia Meimei at a loss for words, was elated. She gratefully turned to Lin Chuan and said, "Thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, I might have given up on being a streamer today." Chapter 42. Blessings from the Internet. May you both grow old together. Lin Chuan returned the guitar to her and remarked, "You must learn to disregard the opinions of others. You possess remarkable talent. With more practice, becoming a star will be well within your grasp." Zhang Xiner's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Really? You're not teasing me, are you?" Lin Chuan replied with a gentle smile, "Of course not. That's wonderful. With your words, I shall certainly practice more diligently." She then curiously inquired, "Are you a singer, big brother?" Lin Chuan shook his head and said, No, I am merely a university student. Zhang Xiner's eyes widened in astonishment, and the viewers in the live stream shared her shock. Wow, are university students this impressive nowadays? A student whose singing prowess rivals that of any celebrity. Just imagine if he chose to debut. I can hardly fathom it. Will Big Brother create a live stream account? I want to follow him. Noticing the barrage of comments, Ling Chuan smiled faintly and said, let us set aside the live stream for now. You might want to check out this host. She is establishing a farm stay, and the scenery here is quite lovely. In the future, my girlfriend and I will likely return to unwind. Xia Qingyue intertwined her arm with Ling Chuan's, beaming sweetly. Upon hearing this, the audience immediately began to follow Zhang Xiner. A farm stay, you say? We shall go there soon. I was just lamenting the lack of a venue for our company outing. If Big Brother recommends it, it must be splendid. Zhang Xiner felt deeply moved by Ling Chuan's support, tears nearly spilling from her eyes, wishing to kneel and honor him as a foster father. Thank you, Big Brother, she said, her voice choked with emotion. Zhang Shi hurried over, expressing his gratitude with fervor. Ling Chuan smiled and said, when we visit next time, remember to give us a discount. Zhang Xiner patted her chest, exclaiming, discount? No, it's free. We'll cover the travel expenses. Shall Mimi observe this scene? Her heart stirred. Today's events made her realize that surpassing Zhang Xiner was impossible. She no longer dared to challenge her, and even felt a desire to visit Zhang Xiner's farm stay, a place Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue had previously frequented. It would surely become a popular destination for visits and tourism. As dusk approached, Ling Chuan announced, it's getting late. We should be heading back. Zhang Xiner and Zhang Shi reluctantly asked, are you leaving? Ling Chuan nodded, just a moment. Zhang Shi hurried off and soon returned, carrying a bag of fresh peaches. These are the juiciest peaches we've grown. Big Brother, take some home to taste. I didn't have time to prepare a gift this time, but next visit, we will host you properly. Ling Chuan smiled as he accepted the generous bag of peaches, each one large and succulent, promising delightful flavor. All right, we shall take our leave now. As Ling Chuan held Xia Qingyue's hand, they slowly walked towards the setting sun, under the wistful gazes of Zhang Shi, Zhang Xiner, and numerous viewers. A wave of envy washed over everyone, accompanied by the sentiment that Ling Chuan truly deserved this moment. On their way back, Xia Qingyue softly asked, is it heavy? Let me carry it for a while. Ling Chuan chuckled, it's not heavy. Your boyfriend isn't that weak. Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she recalled her impulsive kiss on the live stream earlier. I never anticipated that your singing would be so enchanting. It nearly moved me to tears. Ling Chuan smiled and replied, then I shall sing something light and cheerful next time. Chapter 43. The haunted bus. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue returned to the village chief's home. Welcome back, the elderly woman exclaimed, rushing out to greet them with a smile. Dinner is just ready. I was about to go find you. She inquired warmly, how did you find your stroll around the village? The scenery is quite lovely, isn't it? Would you like to stay a few more days? Ling Chuan smiled and replied, the village's scenery is indeed beautiful. We would like to extend our stay, but we have matters to attend to tomorrow. The elderly woman expressed her disappointment, saying, well then, let us eat first. If we chat any longer, the food will get cold. As they entered the living room, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue were greeted by the tantalizing aroma of the sumptuous feast laid out before them. Large platters of chicken, poached chicken, roast duck, braised pig's trotters, and braised fish, accompanied by blanched broccoli, garlic stir-fried water spinach, and sauteed cauliflower. There were silky gourd and egg soup, and pork rib kelp soup. A delightful assortment of meat and vegetables, nearly filling the entire table. Xia Qingyue gazed at the spread in astonishment, exclaiming, this is far too much. The village chief and the elderly woman chimed in unison, not at all. Where's the excess? In comparison to the meal we owe for Ling Chuan saving our granddaughter, this feast is hardly significant. Please, come and sit, the elderly woman insisted, serving Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue their meals. The village chief then asked Ling Chuan, would you like some wine? Ling Chuan responded, no, I do not drink. The village chief nodded and smiled, then I have some juice. He retrieved a large bottle of orange juice from the refrigerator. Once Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue were seated, the village chief and the elderly woman finally took their places. Meanwhile, on the road, within the confines of a bus, as darkness descended, the highway gradually succumbed to an inky blackness. The surrounding woods were so dark that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Everyone huddled inside the bus, too fearful to venture outside. as only the dim light from the vehicle offered any illumination. It's so dark. I'm so hungry. I'm so hot. A group of individuals slumped in their seats, listless and devoid of energy, their eyes vacant. The humidity in the woods was stifling, and despite the nightfall bringing a slight dip in temperature, they felt uncomfortable with the windows wide open. A clammy, sticky sensation enveloped them. Why is it so dark outside? Could there be ghosts? Many were frightened of the dark, and when they glimpsed the pitch-black surroundings, visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. They felt a wave of weakness wash over them. Don't be ridiculous. We live in a scientific society, someone muttered at that moment. I heard this road passes through a graveyard, another voice whispered. There's no signal here. We can't possibly be on that graveyard, can we? Upon hearing this, a shiver ran down the spines of those on the bus. Just moments ago, they felt the oppressive heat, but now the interior of the bus felt oddly cold. He-Man-Man's face drained of color. Are there ghosts? She trembled, more terrified of ghosts than of the dark. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the open window, brushing against her neck. Ah! He-Man shrieked in alarm. All eyes turned to her. The driver, munching on sweet potato chips gifted by the village chief, stood up and asked what happened. He-Man crouched on the floor, clutching her neck, trembling as she stammered, "There's a ghost." Everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. Is there really a ghost? Surely not. The driver reassured them. Don't overthink it. There are no ghosts in this world. Besides, there is a village just a few kilometers away. They have lived here for many years without incident. Don't frighten yourselves. Listening to the driver's words, the tension in the bus eased slightly. There are no ghosts in this world. There are no ghosts in this world. Some murmured, attempting to console themselves. Chapter 44. Ling Chuan relishes abundance, while others suffer in hunger. He-Man dared not return to her previous position, preferring to crouch on the floor rather than approach the window again. The pangs of hunger gnawed at her insides. Someone clutched their stomach and cried out. The expressions of the others mirrored her discomfort. They were all starving, parched, and famished. Their meager snacks had long been consumed, and those trivial morsels did little to stave off their hunger. Not long after finishing, they found themselves yearning for rice and soup. Enough already. I am hungry too. One lamented. The more you talk about it, the hungrier I become. Yet, the truth remained. Hunger did not dissipate simply because they refrained from voicing it. Several individuals felt tears welling up. Their phones were nearly out of battery, and food was scarce. Outside, darkness enveloped them, with whispers of a chaotic burial ground beneath their feet. Hurry, someone come to rescue us. They cried in desperation. At that moment, a chilling wolf howl echoed outside. Silence fell within the vehicle. The most timid among them burst into tears. A wolf. There's a wolf outside. Panic gripped the passengers, their legs trembling, unable to steady themselves in their seats. How could there be a wolf? They wailed. Help us. We don't want to die. He-Man nearly fainted from fear. Ghosts, wolves, hunger, and thirst. Such torment was unbearable. Her thoughts drifted to Ling Chuan, who was not in the car, but rather residing in the village with Xia Qinghua. What were they doing at that moment? In a brightly lit living room, Ling Chuan savored a delicious braised fish as Xia Qinghua cheerfully served him more. The elderly woman and the village chief beamed, encouraging him to indulge. If you like it, eat more. When you finish, we can prepare more. Today, there's plenty to eat and drink. While those in the vehicle languished in hunger, Ling Chuan and Xia Qinghua were relishing a feast. The culinary skills of the village chief and the elderly woman rivaled those of the finest chefs in the city. In my youth, I was always invited to cook at weddings in nearby villages, the village chief reminisced proudly, in stark contrast to the plight of those in the vehicle. Ling Chuan's situation felt like paradise. As night deepened, they finished dinner, and the village chief and the elderly woman began to clear the table. You've finished eating. You can rest or take a bath. There are bathrooms on the second and third floors, and we've prepared clean disposable towels in your rooms, they informed. Ling Chuan nodded, taking Xia Qinghua by the hand as they ascended the stairs. After the day's events and their exploration of the village, a hot shower was indeed in order. They had brought a change of clothes for their outdoor training. Ling Chuan grabbed a towel and said to Xia Qinghua, "You go to the third floor, I'll take the second." "Okay," she replied with a gentle nod. Suddenly, Ling Chuan chuckled. "What if we shower together?" Xia Qinghua's cheeks flushed a bright red. "You naughty boy," she exclaimed, hurriedly retreating into the bathroom, too shy to meet his gaze. Ling Chuan smiled to himself as he descended the stairs to begin his shower, reveling in the warmth of the water. Meanwhile, the occupants of the vehicle, no longer hearing the howl of the wolf, relaxed slightly. Yet, their original predicament persisted. One person muttered incessantly, "I'm so hungry." The boy beside him could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Please, spare us your lamentations. I am hungry too. Not only that, but I feel sticky. I'm about to lose my mind thinking about a shower." At this, the others wore expressions of shared misery. They too longed for a bath. It was September, the tail end of summer, and the weather remained warm. After being cooped up in the vehicle for hours, they were drenched in sweat. Chapter 45. Born as a Human. I am truly sorry the air is damp, and the sweat refuses to evaporate, leaving me feeling sticky and uncomfortable beyond measure. How I long for water. Yearning for a refreshing bath. Alas, I cannot wash. This existence has become unbearable. Listening to the lamentations around her, He-Man feels an overwhelming sense of despair. Typically, she bathes twice daily, ensuring her body is fragrant and clean. But now, she finds herself devoid of a place to cleanse herself. Her makeup is not only beginning to fade, but also causing an uncomfortable itchiness. Regret seeps into her heart. Had she known, she would not have spent the day with the campus heartthrob, Ling Chuan. If only Ling Chuan were still her boyfriend, he surely would have taken her into the village. In the village, there would undoubtedly be fragrant rice and sumptuous dishes, perhaps even stir-fried pork and cabbage. The mere thought intensifies her hunger. She must not dwell on this. Instead, the idea of a bath occupies her mind. Living in the village, she could surely enjoy a refreshing cold shower. Although unpleasant, it would at least rid her of the sticky sensation. In truth, He-Man is constrained by her imagination. Ling Chuan and Shang Youyou are not indulging in simple cabbage and pork. Rather, they are savoring exquisite and delectable cuisine. Furthermore, they are not bathing in cold water, but luxuriating in warm showers. The water temperature is adjusted to the most comfortable level, cascading down from the overhead shower, enveloping their bodies in relaxation, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Shang Youyou's skin glows with a delicate blush, a picture of ultimate comfort. He-Man squats before her chair, her feet numb. It is past 9 o'clock, and the vehicle gradually falls silent as the group succumbs to fatigue. "Let us sleep," the driver suggests. Once asleep, hunger and discomfort will fade. A collective sigh escapes the crowd. At this juncture, sleep is their only refuge. Perhaps, upon awakening, the vehicle will be repaired, or they will have arrived at their destination, greeted by a sumptuous feast prepared in their honor. They cannot help but indulge in fantasies of the morrow, slowly closing their eyes, succumbing to slumber. Yet, as the embrace of sleep encroaches, the buzzing of mosquito wings suddenly fills their ears. Not just one, but a swarm. The group murmurs in dismay, "I'm exhausted. Let it all end. Why are there mosquitoes here? They're more ferocious than those in the city. My arm has swollen so much. Quickly, shut the windows and keep the mosquitoes out." With a flurry, all windows are closed. Moments later, the heat becomes stifling. Open the windows. The mosquitoes are relentless outside. Close them, and the vehicle becomes unbearably hot. In an instant, they are faced with two choices, neither of which offers relief. Both are hellish. Help! Just end my misery. Oh heavens! What have I done to deserve this punishment? I am hungry, uncomfortable, and seeking escape through sleep, only to be met with the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes upon closing my eyes. The thought of jumping from the vehicle crosses their minds. But the ground below may be a graveyard, fraught with wolves. They find themselves trapped with no avenue for escape. In the eyes of some, the light has dimmed, as if their souls have departed, leaving only empty shells behind. Born as a human, I am truly sorry. He-Man has also been bitten, with several large welts adorning her skin. She scratches incessantly, on the verge of tears. This wretched place is unbearable. She wishes to escape it in an instant. Regret gnaws at her more fiercely. If only she had not broken up today. If only Ling Chuan were still hers. Would she not then be spared this suffering? He-Man grapples with her discomfort, both physical and emotional, a dual torment pushing her to the brink of collapse. Chapter 46. They were feeding mosquitoes, while Ling Chuan had mosquito coils. The occupants of the car could not help but think of Ling Chuan. That elder brother and the campus beauty had moved into the village, and surely they were no longer bothered by mosquito bites. There must be plenty of delicious food, right? Oh, how envious I am. I too wish to enter the village. This place is truly unbearable. Luoji's expression was equally grim. The Ling Chuan he had always looked down upon was now living with the campus beauty in the village. And what about himself? He was in the car, feeding mosquitoes. The disparity was overwhelming. He felt utterly crushed by Ling Chuan. At that very moment, in the village, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei had just finished their baths. When Ling Chuan saw Xia Qingwei, he noticed her delicate face had taken on a lovely blush. "Ling Chuan, where are your clothes?" she asked. "I've washed them. They should be dry by tomorrow." Ling Chuan felt a warmth in his heart, but before he could respond, an elderly woman approached them. "Have you both finished bathing? Hand me your clothes. I will wash them for you. They will be dry by tomorrow." Xia Qingwei paused, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Is that really okay?" The elderly woman chuckled. "What is there to be concerned about? I usually do the laundry anyway. Washing for 3 or 4 people is the same. I used to wash one's clothes too. But she is not here today." The elderly woman continued. "You two should rest early. You have matters to attend to tomorrow." Unable to decline the kind offer, Xia Qingwei reluctantly handed her the clothes. The elderly woman took the garments and also brought Ling Chuan mosquito coils and a lighter. These coils are exceptionally effective, once lit. Their 1 TB is single mosquito within 10 meters. Ling Chuan smiled and replied, "Thank you." He was well aware of how fierce the mosquitoes in the mountains could be. Their appearance was menacing, adorned with spots. And one bite could leave an itch that only ointment could soothe. Taking Xia Qingwei's small hand, he said, "Let us return to our room." Once inside, Xia Qingwei felt her cheeks flush. A lone male and female together in one room. Should she cooperate with Ling Chuan from the start or maintain a semblance of modesty? Perhaps a token resistance would suffice? She pondered deeply, considering what Ling Chuan would prefer in her. Ling Chuan led Xia Qingwei to sit on the bed beside him, quietly admiring her radiant face, realizing he had seen too little of it before. He felt that gazing upon Xia Qingwei's beauty would never tire him. "You are so beautiful," he remarked. Xia Qingwei, nervously twisting her fingers, replied softly, "You are teasing me again." Ling Chuan gently tucked her freshly washed hair behind her ear and said, "I'm not teasing. I truly feel I could look at you forever." Xia Qingwei's heart fluttered with sweetness. "You are different today than before." Ling Chuan inquired, "In what way?" "You've become bolder and even learned to tease me." "But I am very happy," she confessed. In the past, even when she stood before Ling Chuan, it felt as though he could not see her. Reflecting on today, Ling Chuan confessing his feelings, gifting her roses, kissing her publicly, embracing her, singing for her, Xia Qingwei felt her eyes moisten slightly. It was like a dream. She now found herself reluctant to sleep, wishing the day could stretch longer, fearing that upon waking, Ling Chuan would have vanished from her side. Glancing out the window at the starry sky, she said softly, "Ling Chuan, it's been a long time since we've watched the stars together. Could you accompany me for a while?" Ling Chuan nodded and replied, "Of course." He found a mat from the room, took the mosquito coils and lighter, and, hand in hand, they ascended to the rooftop. Chapter 47. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei have fallen asleep together, while another group is engaged in a battle against mosquitoes. With a rustle, they spread out the cool mat and light the mosquito incense, dispersing all the pesky insects. The two lie side by side on the mat, gazing at the brilliant stars overhead. A gentle breeze wafts by, carrying with it the faint fragrance of Xia Qingwei, which brings Ling Chuan a sense of peace. To lie beside Xia Qingwei under the starry sky is a life he could never have dared to dream of, even when he was the wealthiest in his previous life. This is a treasure that no amount of wealth could ever buy. Xia Qingwei gazes at the stars and calls out, "Ling Chuan." He is taken aback by her sudden address, but replies, "I'm here." "Ling Chuan," she calls again, this time infused with mischief, joy, and happiness. Ling Chuan turns to see her looking at him, her eyes sparkling under the starlight, captivatingly beautiful. "I'm here. Is there something on your mind?" he inquires. With a radiant smile, Xia Qingwei replies, "I'm so happy today." "That is all that matters," Ling Chuan responds. In his previous life, he rarely witnessed Xia Qingyue's smile during their cohabitation. Now, seeing her bright smile fills him with contentment. "You will be even happier in the future," he assures her. "Ling Chuan, you're truly wonderful," she beams. Ling Chuan cannot help but chuckle at her words. She has given him everything, even her very life. And all he has done is present her with a bouquet of roses and utter a few kind words, yet she considers him remarkable. She is, indeed, far too easily satisfied. For her, having a shelter from the storm and sharing daily meals with Ling Chuan is sufficient, even if it means sharing a single dish of vegetables. As Ling Chuan gazes at the stars, he vows to let them bear witness to his resolve. He will protect this precious girl and ensure she never suffers again. "Qingyue," he murmurs, "meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life." Yet, Xia Qingwei does not respond. Turning to her, He discovers she has closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Her gentle breaths rise and fall, a serene smile gracing her delicate features, far surpassing any sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. Ling Chuan chuckles softly to himself. She is asleep, and his heartfelt words have been left unacknowledged. Realizing the chill of the night could easily catch her, Ling Chuan tenderly cradles her as if she were a princess and carries her back to the room. He lays her gently on the bed, adjusts the air conditioning, and sits beside her, preparing to sleep as well. With only one bed in the room, they must share it tonight. He had considered doing something more earlier in the day, even checking the sturdiness of the bed. However, seeing Xia Qingwei asleep, he thinks she must have been exhausted. Lying beside her, he pulls the thin blanket over them. The days ahead are long. The cool air from the air conditioner envelopes the room, and soon Ling Chuan drifts into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the village is enveloped in tranquility. However, the atmosphere in the bus is quite different. None can find sleep. Mosquitoes, stifling heat, and hunger assail them. Yearning for food, longing for mosquito incense, wishing for air conditioning, craving a shower, it's maddening. With a sharp clap, the darkness of the bus is occasionally pierced by the sound of someone swatting mosquitoes. This noise echoes throughout the night. Until dawn breaks, the sun rises over the horizon, casting its warm light upon the woods. One by one, the eyes of everyone in the bus slowly open, gradually brightening. Upon seeing the sun, they feel as though they have glimpsed hope. Chapter 48. How could I be so weak last night and fall asleep? A new day has dawned. The mechanics are about to arrive, and they are on the verge of escaping their torment. Ha! The sun has risen. At last, the darkness has been dispelled. Excitement fills the air, laughter echoing among them. However, as the shadows fade, they notice the occupants of the vehicle, each sporting dark circles under their eyes and numerous angry red mosquito bites. A few even have disheveled hair. It is quite a pitiful sight, as they appear to be on the brink of collapse. Only the driver managed a brief nap, but even he has now been disturbed. Someone inquired of the driver, "When will the mechanics arrive?" The driver replied, "I don't know. They probably just set off." Just set off? They felt as though they could not endure another moment in this place. The earlier joy swiftly evaporated. "Let us catch a bit of sleep," one suggested. "While the mosquitoes are still manageable and before the temperature rises, we should seize the opportunity to rest. Every precious second counts." Meanwhile, in the village. At the village chief's home, Ling Chuan slowly opened his eyes. The room appeared somewhat unfamiliar, but he quickly realized it was the chief's residence. As he attempted to rise, he found himself feeling somewhat weighed down. A glance to the side revealed Xia Qingwei clinging tightly to him, her limbs intertwined, her head resting on his chest. This scene left Ling Chuan both amused and bewildered. He had never noticed before how restless Xia Qingwei could be in her sleep. The contrast to her serene appearance from the previous night was stark and rather endearing. Xia Qingwei's eyelids fluttered as she gradually awakened. When she opened her eyes and saw the unfamiliar room, she paused momentarily. Then she realized she was wrapped around Ling Chuan like an octopus. Her eyes widened in surprise. Upon meeting Ling Chuan's gaze, her face flushed crimson in an instant. She hurriedly released him and sat up in bed. Xia Qingwei stammered, her embarrassment rendering her speech slightly disjointed. When had she ended up in bed with Ling Chuan? What had transpired last night? Why could she recall nothing at all? Ling Chuan also sat up and explained, "You were exhausted last night and fell asleep on the rooftop. I carried you down." Xia Qingwei lowered her head, murmuring, "I'm sorry." Ling Chuan chuckled, "Why apologize?" Xia Qingwei's face grew even redder as she fumbled for words, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Knock, knock. A voice from outside interrupted them. "Breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat?" Ling Chuan responded, "We're coming. I'll head down to wait for you," the elderly woman said before departing. Ling Chuan rose and announced, "Time to get up, wash up, and after breakfast, we should be on our way." Xia Qingwei nodded in agreement. As Ling Chuan exited the room and pulled back the covers, he noticed that his clothes were neatly arranged, and the sheets bore no signs of anything untoward. Did we merely sleep through the night? Xia Qingwei gazed towards the door, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Was he made of stone? How could I have been so weak last night and simply fallen asleep? Xia Qingwei also got out of bed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. When she arrived downstairs, the village chief and the elderly woman were already seated at the dining table, awaiting them. Today's breakfast consisted of egg noodles. The village chief remarked, "These eggs are from our free-range hens. They are highly nutritious and exceptionally flavorful." Ling Chuan sampled the dish and found it indeed delightful. After breakfast, The elderly woman collected their dried clothes, folded them neatly, and returned them. The village chief, puffing on his pipe, inquired, "Are you planning to leave soon?" Ling Chuan replied, "It's about time. We don't possess anything particularly valuable at home. Please take these local specialties with you." Chapter 49. Ling Chuan's return. Ling Chuan arrived, laden with packages that stirred envy among everyone present. The village chief and an elderly woman each handed him a bag filled with fresh chicken and duck eggs, sweet potato chips, half a ham, and tea leaves. "You must accept these. If you refuse, we won't be able to sleep tonight," the village chief insisted. Seeing his earnestness, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue each took a bag, prompting the village chief to smile warmly. Suddenly, a van came to a halt at the entrance of the village chief's home. "The vehicle has arrived. Let us depart," he announced, aware that Ling Chuan was leaving today. He had arranged for transportation to see Ling Chuan off to the bus station before returning to the city to care for Wenwen. With the van's assistance, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue swiftly made their way back to the bus. "Benefactor, please visit our village again when you have the chance." The village chief and the elderly woman bid farewell with reluctance. Carrying their bags, they knocked on the van door. Knock, knock. Inside the vehicle, many passengers stirred. Curiosity piqued as they turned towards the entrance. The driver awoke as well, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Ling Chuan. "You're back," he exclaimed, opening the door to allow Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue entry. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a group of passengers sporting dark circles under their eyes, their skin peppered with mosquito bites. Xia Qingyue could not contain her laughter, but quickly suppressed it, glancing around awkwardly. Ling Chuan, observing their disheveled state, felt a smile creeping onto his face. The driver inquired with genuine concern, "Did you sleep well last night?" Ling Chuan nodded, replying, "It was fine. With the air conditioning, I slept until dawn." A heavy silence fell over the others in the vehicle. Without comparison, there could be no pain, while they had suffered the torment of mosquitoes. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue had enjoyed a restful night in comfort. "That sounds delightful," the driver chuckled. "We had a miserable night with swarms of mosquitoes." Ling Chuan handed him a peach, saying, "Try this. It will nourish you." The driver gratefully accepted the offering, expressing his thanks. The other passengers stared wide-eyed at the fruit, marveling at its size, larger than a fist, resembling a celestial peach, undoubtedly sweet and juicy. The group could hardly suppress their saliva. They hadn't eaten anything since the previous night. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue returned to their seats. As they set down their bags, revealing the contents, the passengers' eyes widened in astonishment. The bags overflowed with food, including half a smoked beef ham, a delicacy that promised to be exceptionally delicious if prepared properly. As the others gazed at the bounty, they swallowed hard. Luoji thought to himself, "Don't look, don't look." Yet he found himself unable to tear his gaze away, his throat dry with envy. If he had healed that girl in time, all this food would have been his, and he would have been the center of attention on the bus. Xia Qingyue would surely have shown him affection. He was filled with resentment, convinced that Ling Chuan had robbed him of everything. When Man spotted the abundance of food beside Ling Chuan, she could no longer restrain herself and approached him. "Give me a peach," she demanded, bypassing pleasantries, as if Ling Chuan owed her a debt. In her mind, she believed that Ling Chuan would be more than willing to share his food, perhaps even wishing to give it all to her. Chapter 50. The car has yet to be repaired. Ling Chuan takes action again. In the past, Ling Chuan frequently assisted her with meals, always reserving the tastiest morsels for her enjoyment. He cast a sidelong glance at her and produced a fresh peach from his bag. Man swallowed hard. At last, there was something to eat, and it was a succulent, juicy peach. She reached out, eager to take the fruit, but her hand halted midway. She clearly saw Ling Chuan offering the peach to Xia Qingyue's lips, inviting her to savor its flavor. With so many eyes upon them, Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed. Yet she parted her delicate lips to gently bite into the peach. Juice flowed forth, rendering her soft lips glistening and sweet. "Delicious," she declared. "This peach is so sweet. You should try it too." Ling Chuan took a bite from the spot where she had nibbled, and indeed, it was exquisite. He mused that with this peach, Zhang Shi and Zhang Xiner could surely establish a thriving agritourism venture. Man stared blankly at Ling Chuan, bewildered. Wasn't this peach meant for her? Only then did Ling Chuan lift his gaze, regarding Man coolly. "Why should I give you the peach?" She immediately retorted, "Because I am your girlfriend." Ling Chuan replied calmly, "That is a matter of the past. We broke up yesterday. Xia Qingyue is my girlfriend now." Man opened her mouth, wanting to say more, but Xia Qingyue had already risen. As I mentioned before, can you not have some self-respect and stop bothering my boyfriend? Man's expression darkened. She had not anticipated Ling Chuan would reject her. Lowering her head, she walked slowly back to the last row amidst the gazes of onlookers. Resuming her seat, she seethed with anger, gnashing her teeth. This woman was truly an eyesore. Ling Chuan surely still harbored feelings for her. Given the opportunity to meet privately in the future, she would cunningly win him back and infuriate this woman. Yet, as she watched Ling Chuan enjoy the peach, envy and jealousy stirred within her. Ling Chuan retrieved some sweet potato chips and shared them with his roommate, Yuan Tyran. After a night of hunger, Yuan Tyran trembled as he received the chips. Oh, my heavens! I could almost cry from gratitude. Ling Chuan settled beside Xia Qingyue and glanced at his phone. It was nearly 9:00 and Oppo's clock. Reflecting on it, the mechanic should be arriving soon. Before long, a van eased to a stop beside the bus. A man with somewhat dark skin, clad in oil-stained clothing, emerged from the vehicle. Approaching the door, he rapped on it. Mechanic. Upon hearing this, the driver opened the door. The mechanic approached to inquire about the situation, aiming to identify the car's issues. The driver, however, stated directly, it's an engine problem. The engine has carbon buildup, and the bracket is loose. The mechanic was taken aback. Had the problem already been diagnosed? Let me take a look. He dashed to inspect the engine and confirmed the driver's assessment. Indeed, there was an issue with the engine. The mechanic gazed at the driver in astonishment. Brother, impressive. You actually identified these two problems. The driver smiled modestly. It wasn't me. It was a student who figured it out. A student? The mechanic was stunned. Are college students this capable now? They can even diagnose car issues? The mechanic returned to the van to fetch his tools and began repairing the vehicle. A group of onlookers leaned against the window, eagerly watching, their anticipation mounting as they awaited the completion of the repairs to hastily depart. However, after half an hour of toil, the car remained unrepaired. The driver could no longer restrain himself and inquired, why is it not fixed yet? Chapter 51. He really can repair cars, the mechanic remarked. The issue is somewhat intricate. It was after 10 o'clock, and the sun had fully risen. The temperature within the vehicle gradually began to rise. A group of individuals slumped in their seats, their expressions reflecting a deep sense of despair. Upon spotting the mechanic, they had thought they had found hope. Yet now it appeared he was unable to resolve the car's problem. This meant they would have to wait, perhaps until evening, for the vehicle to be repaired. Xia Qingyue quietly inquired, Ling Chuan, are you feeling hot? Ling Chuan turned to her and noticed a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her pale forehead. The temperature inside the car was steadily increasing. If they remained there, by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the heat would become unbearable. They could not linger any longer. Ling Chuan stated, I will step outside for a moment. Xia Qingyue cautioned, be careful. She then made room for Ling Chuan to exit the vehicle. Upon disembarking, Ling Chuan approached the driver and the mechanic. The driver, curious, asked, why did you come down? Ling Chuan replied, I wanted to take a look. The driver nodded and then informed the mechanic, this is the university student who identified the car's issue. He is quite remarkable. Yesterday, he even saved a little girl who had been poisoned. The mechanic, crouched on the ground, glanced at Ling Chuan and felt a jolt of surprise. The young man was strikingly handsome, with remarkably fair skin. Could he really be the one to diagnose the car's problem? The mechanic had assumed that the student the driver mentioned would resemble himself, as someone with experience in automotive repair would not typically possess such a pristine appearance. The mechanic paid little attention to Ling Chuan, preoccupied with the car's conundrum. The engine's positioning was rather peculiar. Ling Chuan observed for a moment and commented, do you believe the engine is misaligned? The mechanic was taken aback, lifting his gaze to look at Ling Chuan again. This time, not only was he surprised internally, but his eyes also reflected astonishment. How did he know what the mechanic was pondering? Can you repair cars? The mechanic could not help but ask. Indeed, the driver interjected, recalling, he mentioned yesterday that he could fix cars, but lacked the necessary tools. The mechanic scrutinized Ling Chuan from head to toe, struggling to reconcile the student's appearance with the notion of him being a mechanic. Ling Chuan smiled gently, stating, one's appearance does not dictate one's abilities. This bus is an older model from 6 years ago, and it is of a special type. Due to the weight of the vehicle, the engine can only be installed in a slightly lower left position. If you find the placement peculiar, you may remove this panel. Behind it lies the solution you seek. With that, Ling Chuan reached out and tapped the side of the vehicle, producing a resonant thud. The mechanic immediately stood up and moved to inspect the panel beside Ling Chuan. After a meticulous examination, he indeed discovered screws. indicating that the panel was removable. As the mechanic began to disassemble the panel, the driver watched in astonishment, asking, "How did you know this vehicle was manufactured 6 years ago? And that it is a special model?" Ling Chuan explained, "I recognized it while you were inspecting the engine." The driver gasped, realizing the depth of knowledge required to discern such details. Had he not witnessed Ling Chuan's medical prowess the day before, he might have believed Ling Chuan to be a master mechanic. With a clatter, the mechanic removed the panel, revealing the connections to the engine. Moreover, it provided a better vantage point for repairs. Positioned here, he could address the engine and its supports with great ease. The mechanic turned, his eyes wide with disbelief, and asked, "Are you truly a university student? I have been repairing cars for 2 years and had no idea of such a design. You are astonishing. With your assistance, I can repair this vehicle in 10 minutes. The mechanic could not suppress his admiration for Ling Chuan any longer. He felt that this university student was truly extraordinary. Was he indeed the legendary prodigy, destined to excel in automotive repair? The occupants of the vehicle clearly overheard the mechanic's exclamation. When they learned that Ling Chuan's help would enable the car to be repaired in merely 10 minutes, astonishment spread among them. No way, he really can repair cars? This is unreal. A masterful physician who also possesses mechanical skills. What a talent. What about Luoji? I recall he said that if Ling Chuan could repair cars, he would wash his hair upside down. Indeed. Luoji, it's time for you to wash your hair upside down. Beside them, Luoji remained speechless. Chapter 52. There is no water now. Once I arrive at the training base, I shall wash for you to see. A group of people gathered around. Surely you are not having second thoughts? Weren't you so confident before? What has caused your sudden lack of conviction? Do not even think of escaping. We have all suffered greatly because of you. You must wash your hair while standing on your head. The mention of Luoji filled them with regret. Had they not heeded his misguided words, would they have looked down upon Ling Chuan? Ling Chuan, despite being scorned by many, was determined to rescue the girl. Now, he stepped forward to direct the mechanic, eager to expedite the repairs for everyone's sake. What magnanimity! What kindness! They had once spoken ill of Ling Chuan. In retrospect, they wished to slap themselves in self-reproach. How could they have been so thoughtless? Luoji's complexion turned ashen. He initially intended to evade responsibility, but seeing the fervent expressions of the crowd, he realized that escape was not an option. He resignedly declared, "Fine, I shall wash my hair. There is no water at present, but once I reach the training base, I will do it for you." Upon uttering these words, Luoji felt a pang of regret. He should have acted with more prudence. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a humiliating predicament. The crowd dispersed, returning to their respective places. Yet their fingers still pointed at Luoji. Were it not for Ling Chuan, he would still be stuck there, oblivious to how long he would remain trapped. Their lack of gratitude was one thing, but to continuously slander Ling Chuan, did they not feel a twinge of conscience? Previously, jealousy had stirred within him for Ling Chuan's companionship with the campus belle, but now he recognized that Ling Chuan was indeed deserving of her affection. Indeed, aside from Ling Chuan, I believe no one else in the school is worthy of the campus belle, they murmured in agreement. Luoji listened, glancing out the window at Ling Chuan, his heart burning with jealousy. Man appeared somewhat dazed. So many were praising Ling Chuan. Was he truly that exceptional? Had she been overlooking a treasure all along? Seated in her chair, she felt remorseful. In a moment of carelessness, she had allowed the campus belle to steal Ling Chuan away. I must win him back, she resolved. When it is just the two of us, I shall hold his hand, and he will surely come running back to me. After all, he has never even held my hand before. Confidence surged within Man. Having kept Ling Chuan under her thumb for years, could he possibly escape her grasp? She believed her ability to manipulate him was at its peak. Ling Chuan would be unable to break free. 10 minutes passed. The mechanic tightened the last screw. With a sigh of relief, he crawled out from underneath the vehicle, exclaiming, "All done." The driver responded with joy, "Is it fixed?" The mechanic stood up, nodding emphatically, "Yes, thanks to this brother." He gazed at Ling Chuan with immense gratitude. Without Ling Chuan's assistance, he would have had to call for help. "Brother, I owe you a favor. If you ever come to town, seek me out, and I shall treat you to a meal." He provided an address for a well-known auto repair shop. Ling Chuan nodded, replying, "Certainly." The mechanic, smiling, remarked, "You do not seem like a university student. You are quite accomplished for your age. I am sure you will make a name for yourself." The driver agreed, "I concur." After the mechanic gathered his tools and presented a receipt for the driver to sign, he added, "I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wishing you safe travels." He hurriedly climbed into his van and drove off. The driver turned to Lin Chuan and said, "Let us get back in the vehicle." Once they returned inside, the atmosphere was quiet. Everyone sat in silence, gazing at Lin Chuan with expressions of gratitude. Without him, they might have been waiting until the afternoon or even the evening. Chapter 53. My greatest asset is having you as my girlfriend. Lin Chuan made his way to his seat. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Big brother." It was unexpected. "We had some misunderstandings earlier, and I sincerely apologize. Please forgive me." Others, witnessing this, also began to express their apologies to Lin Chuan. They realized how little they knew about him and regretted judging him based on mere words from others. Luo Ji listened to these words, bowing his head in shame. He never anticipated Lin Chuan's remarkable abilities, his medical skills, and mechanical prowess. He man gazed at Lin Chuan in astonishment, reflecting on how she should not have ended things so hastily. Had she known, she could have basked in his glow. Now, everything that should have been hers was claimed by Xia Qinghua. Anger simmered within her. Lin Chuan returned to sit beside Xia Qinghua. "You've worked hard," she said, handing him a bottle of open mineral water. He took a sip and replied, "It's nothing. Just exchanged a few words." Xia Qinghua smiled, her eyes sparkling. "You are truly impressive." Lin Chuan set the water bottle down, gazing quietly at Xia Qinghua. He had heard those words often in his past life, yet he felt unremarkable. The real strength lay in this resilient girl who had rescued him from despair. No one in the world could compare to Xia Qinghua. Noticing Lin Chuan's unwavering gaze, she felt a warmth rise to her cheeks and asked, "Is there something on my face?" With a smile, Lin Chuan replied, "Do you know what my greatest strength is?" Xia Qinghua pondered for a moment. "Is it your handsome looks?" Lin Chuan shook his head with a chuckle. "Your intelligence?" Another shake. "Your medical skills?" Yet again. He shook his head. Pouting playfully, she said, "I give up. With so many strengths, how could I possibly guess?" Lin Chuan grinned and declared, "My greatest asset is having you as my girlfriend." Xia Qinghua froze. The others in the vehicle were wide-eyed in astonishment, utterly shocked by Lin Chuan's bold proclamation. Is this even possible? How can one express their feelings like this? They marveled, feeling a rush of admiration. Wow, he's handsome, capable, and knows how to flatter, truly perfection. Who could resist that? Gradually, Xia Qinghua regained her composure, her cheeks flushing crimson. She lowered her head shyly, unable to meet Lin Chuan's gaze. "What nonsense are you saying? I'm not as wonderful as you claim." Yet, despite her words, her heart brimmed with joy, and her radiant smile was impossible to conceal. Lin Chuan, captivated by her adorable shyness, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling her close. Xia Qinghua made no attempt to resist, finding solace in his embrace. The onlookers were filled with envy, a palpable sweetness in the air. Suddenly, the bus rumbled to life, slowly beginning to move. As the vehicle started, everyone snapped back to reality. It's finally moving. Thank heavens. Some even shed tears of relief. Though only a night had passed, it felt as if they had endured an entire year. The moment the bus finally set off had been a long time coming. Safe travels. By 5 in the afternoon, the bus arrived at the training base. The doors swung open, and the passengers were overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. We've finally reached the base. We can finally get a good night's sleep. We can take a proper shower. We've escaped from hell. A throng of eager individuals rushed down from the bus. Chapter 54. The instructor establishes authority. Discard your ham and run 5 kilometers. However, as soon as they alighted from the vehicle, the smiles on their faces instantly froze. Their instructor stood before them, awaiting their arrival. A sharp whistle pierced the air. "Form up," the instructor bellowed. Everyone shuddered, exchanging bewildered glances. Form up? They had just escaped with their lives from the road and were utterly exhausted. Now, upon reaching their destination, with their luggage still unplaced, they were commanded to assemble. "Can't you hear?" The instructor's voice boomed even louder. The whistle shrieked again, even more piercing than before. "Come and assemble." The last shred of hope dissipated within them. Heads bowed, they dragged their weary bodies and luggage toward the instructor. Lin Chuan and Xia Qinghua were the last to disembark. Upon noticing the instructor calling for formation, Xia Qinghua promptly suggested, "Let us hurry over." Lin Chuan nodded in agreement, and together they made their way to the rear of the line, where the others had haphazardly formed a queue. Some individuals could no longer contain their complaints. "Instructor, what do you want from us? We're utterly exhausted." "Exhausted?" The instructor frowned, reprimanding them. "Do you even have the audacity to utter that? You are a day late. Others have already commenced their field training while you dawdled your way here. Today, you will run 5 kilometers. If you do not complete it, There will be no rest. Upon hearing this, the pallor of their faces deepened. 5 kilometers? They were already fatigued. Running an additional 5 kilometers might very well cost them their lives. Instructor, The instructor blew the whistle once more, this time at a closer distance, the sound sharp and grating. Many could not endure it and tightly shut their eyes. If you dare to mention exhaustion again, I'll add another kilometer. You've grown accustomed to idleness. A little hardship and you crumble. At once, silence descended upon them, as fear gripped their hearts. The instructor's formidable presence was overwhelming, leaving them breathless. First, we will count off. Before we run, I must confirm the number of participants. The boy at the front was about to shout one when Ling Chuan's voice preemptively rang out. No need to count. There are a total of 34 individuals present. Ling Chuan's declaration stunned everyone. No one had anticipated that he would dare to speak up. It was evident that the instructor aimed to instill a sense of fear to facilitate future management. Who would dare to retort? Those who did would surely find themselves targeted. Who spoke? The instructor demanded. Step forward. Ling Chuan, holding a bag, slowly approached from the back. The instructor scrutinized him from head to toe. This young man was handsome, with fair skin, clearly not accustomed to rigorous training. What is your name? Ling Chuan, he replied. The instructor inquired, what did I just ask you to do? Ling Chuan calmly responded, to count off. And what did you do? The instructor stood close, his authoritative presence pressing heavily upon Ling Chuan. Onlookers felt as if a stone were lodged in their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Yet Ling Chuan remained composed. I provided you with the result you sought. The instructor raised an eyebrow, astonished. This young man remained remarkably calm. He had conducted several training sessions before, yet no one had ever maintained their composure in his presence. He was a veteran of the battlefield, radiating an immense aura of authority. Those of timid disposition often found themselves at a loss for words when faced with him. The instructor glanced at the bag in Ling Chuan's hand. Dispose of that item. Chapter 55 Instructor. Why is this ham so heavy? You can't just throw it away. The students could not help but swallow hard. Throw it away? That was half of an exquisite ham. However, it was the instructor's command. If they did not comply, they might face endless troubles in the future. Ling Chuan remained unfazed and simply said, give me a reason. You are here to undergo training, not to enjoy a life of luxury. Everything your parents have sent you must be discarded. After stating this, he cast a sweeping glance over the crowd. The students recoiled slightly, their faces etched with fear. Was today the day when everyone's belongings would meet their doom? Ling Chuan glanced at the ham and stated, I cannot throw it away. You do it. He extended the ham towards the instructor. The instructor seized it with the intent to toss it aside. But at that moment, Ling Chuan's voice rang out again. This half piece of ham was not given to me by my parents. When I arrived, I saved a little girl who had been poisoned. This ham was a gift from her grandparents, a token of gratitude for saving her life. The instructor paused momentarily. In that instant, he felt as though the ham in his hand had transformed into a weight of several hundred pounds. He could not throw it away. Ling Chuan continued. Perhaps this is the only ham they possess. It might even be the most valuable item they could offer. The instructor felt the weight of the ham increase even further. How could he possibly discard it now? He looked at Ling Chuan and returned the ham to him, saying, this ham can stay. Onlookers were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. What was this? Just a few words had compelled the instructor to return the ham. Ling Chuan retrieved the ham, speaking with an air of indifference. Can we now have a proper conversation? The instructor furrowed his brow. He sensed that this student was unlike any he had encountered before, remarkably composed, with a depth of character that was inscrutable. The instructor inquired, what do you wish to convey? Ling Chuan sighed. The instructor frowned and retorted, why are you sighing? You are utterly clueless, which is disappointing. The instructor, are you insulting me? How dare this student speak to him with such audacity? The onlookers were utterly astonished. Who would dare speak to the instructor in such a manner? Was he courting danger? Ling Chuan regarded the instructor with a detached gaze, slowly articulating, first, the issue of tardiness is not ours. It lies with the bus service. Second, expressing fatigue is entirely normal. Your first day of training elicited far more complaints than ours. Third, while you may endure hunger for 2 or 3 days due to training, we cannot. The instructor's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Ling Chuan to articulate such reasoning, each point irrefutable. Ling Chuan remarked, if you cannot comprehend these basic issues, I have shown you considerable leniency by not directly calling you a fool. The instructor twitched at the corners of his mouth. While Ling Chuan and Appo's arguments were sound, they were delivered in a manner that raised his blood pressure. Ling Chuan pressed on. I understand your desire to assert authority. However, there are many ways to establish dominance, and you have chosen the least effective one. The instructor felt his intent laid bare. Something was amiss. Today, he had failed to instill fear in this group. Instead, he found himself feeling a measure of trepidation towards this student. This individual was unervingly calm, and every statement made was difficult to counter. He did not resemble a student, but rather someone of similar or even greater age and experience, a senior figure. In a daze, he thought he saw the commandant. The mere notion sent a jolt of fear through him. Taking a deep breath, the instructor asked, "What do you wish to propose?" Chapter 56. The instructor was astounded upon learning of Ling Chuan's remarkable deeds, and he found himself somewhat yielding. Ling Chuan stated, "Rest. We shall discuss your plans tomorrow." The instructor fell silent for a moment, then clenched his teeth and replied, "Very well. I shall take you to the dormitory now." He resolved to allow the students some respite tonight, intending to subject them to rigorous training the following day. The students, upon hearing the instructor and Appo's words, were taken aback. The instructor had actually acquiesced to Ling Chuan, halting the training. They had all braced themselves for an inevitable grim fate. Yet, what transpired? Ling Chuan stepped forward, and with mere words, he had persuaded the instructor to abandon the evening's drills. Incredible. My goodness, you truly are remarkable. What a lifesaver. Everyone was overwhelmed with excitement. The instructor observed this scene with a sense of frustration. He had not anticipated encountering such a unique and formidable student. Fixating his gaze on Ling Chuan, he silently vowed to pay special attention to him the next day. At that moment, Ling Chuan had returned to the side of Shang Youyou. "Make sure to rest well tonight," he said. He did not fear the training. On the contrary, he believed he was in dire need of it. He possessed many formidable skills, yet his body lagged behind, preventing him from fully demonstrating them. His primary motive for confronting the instructor was to ensure that Shang Youyou would have a proper rest. Shang Youyou gazed at Ling Chuan with tender eyes, her heart swelling with joy. Her boyfriend was incredibly impressive, able to sway even the instructor. The instructor, having observed Ling Chuan, suddenly realized that he had a girlfriend. This kid, his girlfriend, is quite beautiful, he mused. Reflecting on his own single status, he felt a pang of envy. Today, he had been outmatched by Ling Chuan in conversation and was now subjected to a display of affection. Feeling overwhelmed, he called out, "Everyone, follow me," not wishing to witness any more. Under the instructor's guidance, the boys and girls proceeded to their respective dormitories. Before departing, the instructor advised, "I urge you to retire early tonight. You will be rising at dawn tomorrow. Also, upon waking, ensure your beds are neatly made, with the blankets folded into perfect squares. I shall come to inspect. Fail to comply, and," he chuckled darkly, leaving the remainder unspoken. Many understood the implication, feeling a chill of trepidation. Surely, it meant they would be running several hundred meters, if not a kilometer or two. Having established his authority, the instructor exited the dormitory. As he descended the stairs, he noticed the bus driver still lingering. "You haven't left yet?" the instructor inquired, surprised. He approached and asked, "Are you seeking a place to rest?" Given that they were all adults and the driver was slightly older than him, the instructor held a deep respect for the driver. The driver shook his head, replying, "No, I simply feel a bit uneasy." The instructor was puzzled. "Uneasy?" "Indeed," the driver affirmed, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering one to the instructor. "Care for a smoke?" The instructor accepted the cigarette, still agitated by Ling Chuan's earlier words, and felt the need to calm himself. "I noticed on the bus that you wanted that student to discard the ham," the driver remarked. The instructor paused, recalling the ham that had seemed impossibly heavy. "Was that ham truly a gift from someone?" he queried. The driver nodded, explaining, "Yes. Our vehicle encountered a problem en route, and we came across a girl who had been bitten by a boomslang. Had it not been for his timely intervention, the child would have certainly perished." The instructor gasped in shock. A boomslang? That was a highly venomous snake. If bitten and not treated promptly, the consequences could be dire. Yet, that student had managed to save the girl. Chapter 57. The news spread throughout the instructor's dormitory that an exceptional student had emerged. The instructor felt a sense of relief, thankful that he had heeded Ling Chuan's words and refrained from discarding the ham. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to slap himself twice over. His actions had not merely saved one child, he had also repaired the bus. The driver remarked, "Without him, we would likely have arrived much later tonight." The instructor's eyes widened in astonishment. "He truly fixed the bus? He can repair vehicles." The driver confirmed, "Indeed, he possesses remarkable skills." He quickly identified the problem and even recognized the bus model. The instructor exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it really so incredible? Not only did he rescue someone from the fangs of a silver-ringed snake, but he can also repair vehicles?" The driver continued, "You have no idea. He faced insults while saving lives and fixing the bus, yet he remained silent and diligently accomplished the tasks at hand. I sense he has endured considerable hardship." He looked at the instructor and slowly added, "Perhaps we could ease the demands placed upon him during this training period?" The instructor had previously found Ling Chuan rather bothersome, as he had defied him upon arrival, undermining his authority. However, after hearing the driver's account, the instructor felt a pang of guilt. To bear the brunt of blame while selflessly saving others and mending vehicles, what a spirit that embodies. He had quietly contributed so much, and yet, he had been contemplating how to confront him the following day. "Can we?" The driver's voice snapped the instructor back to reality. "Of course we can," the instructor replied immediately. After all, he was a student, not a soldier. Allowing him some respite was hardly a challenge. Moreover, he truly deserved it. He found himself admiring Ling Chuan. The driver, relieved by the instructor's agreement, offered him a cigarette and handed him a bag containing some free-range eggs and sweet potato chips. "These are gifts from the family whose lives he saved. I cannot consume them all, so I thought to share some with you." The instructor quickly declined, saying, "No, you should take them back. I appreciate your kindness. The hour is late. You should head home. I must return to my dormitory as well." With the instructor's refusal, the driver had no choice but to depart with the items in hand. The instructor watched him leave, feeling a sense of contemplation. In just one day of interaction, the driver had already spoken in favor of Ling Chuan. Upon entering the dormitory, the instructor found other instructors engaged in conversation. "Shang Youyou, your timing is impeccable." The instructor in charge of Ling Chuan's class, Wu Qi, paused momentarily. "What do you mean by impeccable timing?" Several instructors gazed at him and explained, "The class you oversee had a bus incident, and they only just arrived today. We heard that a student saved a girl who had been poisoned." Wu Qi was taken aback. "Where did you hear that?" "It came from the hospital. The school leadership is already preparing to award the student with a prize and a certificate," they replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. So impressive. He recalled his own college days. Attending a similar second-tier university, he had squandered 4 years without distinction, unlike Ling Chuan, who had a beautiful girlfriend and had saved lives, receiving accolades in the process. In comparison, Wu Qi felt utterly inadequate. He realized he could not compete with Ling Chuan in any aspect of life. "Be sure to take good care of that student," one instructor cautioned. "If anything were to happen to him, or if he were to be harmed, we would be in a difficult position to explain." Chapter 58, Xia Qingwei. "In truth, I have been pursuing him for over a decade." Wu Qi nodded in understanding. "I am aware." When Ling Chuan reasoned with him today, he still felt a sense of indignation. After all, as an instructor, he believed that his students ought to heed his commands. But now, he has come to a stark realization. He is merely a tad older than Ling Chuan, and in every other aspect, he pales in comparison. Others would willingly offer their last piece of ham to Ling Chuan, and even a driver who had only spent a day with him would speak in his favor. Sigh. Wu Qi let out a deep breath. Beep. Suddenly, a whistle echoed from outside. It was time for bed. Wu Qi climbed into his bunk, extinguished the light, and settled in for sleep. Typically, he would drift off early. But tonight, a hint of insomnia plagued him. In the dormitory, the weary students hastily finished their showers and prepared for slumber. Before the lights went out, those sharing a room with Ling Chuan expressed their gratitude. "Brother, we owe you a great debt today. Otherwise, we would have been utterly exhausted on the track." "Indeed," Ling Chuan replied with a knowing smile. In truth, he had no intention of assisting these individuals. Everything he did was solely to ensure that Xia Qingwei could rest well. In the girls' dormitory, the students sharing a room with Xia Qingwei engaged her in conversation. "Qingwei, we truly owe it all to your boyfriend this time. When did you two meet? How did he win your heart? Your boyfriend is so handsome and capable." Xia Qingwei listened to their compliments, a smile gracing her lips. She felt a swell of pride whenever others praised Ling Chuan. "It wasn't him pursuing me," Xia Qingwei shyly confessed. "I have been chasing him for over a decade." The surrounding girls gasped in astonishment. It was not the school beauty pursuing Ling Chuan. Rather, it was the school beauty who had taken the initiative. This was no ordinary girl, but the most stunning school beauty in the history of Qingshan University. On the first day of school, the boys who confessed their feelings to her could form a line around the playground. Yet, she had turned them all down, instead fervently pursuing Ling Chuan for years. A collective sense of dizziness washed over the group. If this news were to circulate throughout the school, wouldn't the male students explode with disbelief? Their ultimate goddess had been chasing Ling Chuan for over a decade. Just last night, she had even shared a bed with him. It was not only the girls who found this hard to believe. Xia Qingwei herself felt a tinge of unreality. Ling Chuan had suddenly awakened to his feelings for her and had been attentive throughout their time together. He even engaged in conversation with the instructor on her behalf, successfully swaying the instructor's opinion. Reflecting on this, Xia Qingwei felt warmth enveloping her heart. As the lights extinguished in the dormitory, she lay under her thin blanket, unable to suppress her anticipation for the morrow. Tomorrow, the 7-day outdoor training would officially commence. The base was nestled near the mountains, and once the lights were out, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone had exhausted themselves throughout the day and had not rested well the previous night, so they quickly succumbed to slumber. Ling Chuan closed his eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. He found himself in a dream. In this dream, many years post-graduation, he returned to this training base. When he first arrived, he had just been rejected by Man, feeling utterly drained, only to be called upon by the instructor to run 5 kilometers. Soon, his story spread, and he found himself isolated. No one cared for him except for Xia Qingwei. When he went missing in the woods, it was Xia Qingwei who, alone, searched for nearly a day before finally finding him. Ling Chuan still vividly remembered how disheveled she looked upon discovering him, yet her smile radiated pure joy. When he returned for a second time, he was a billionaire, the most renowned figure in the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone at the base had come out to welcome him. Chapter 59. Some individuals require a vehicle to meet, while others find solace in dreams. Upon learning that Ling Chuan intended to venture into the mountains, everyone desired to accompany him, fearing for his safety. However, Ling Chuan declined their offers. The heavy snow sealed off the mountains, yet it could not hinder Ling Chuan's journey, nor could it stifle his longing. This was a place where he once shared moments with Xia Qingwei. Merely gazing at it brought forth a flood of memories shared with her. Alone, Ling Chuan ascended to the peak he had failed to reach in the past. As he gazed at the snow-covered mountains, an overwhelming sense of regret enveloped him. Another winter had swiftly arrived. Some people are reunited, while others remain forever lost. With a rustling sound, Ling Chuan opened his eyes. The corridor outside was brightly lit, and beams of light streamed into the dormitory. Illuminated by this glow, he discerned the familiar surroundings of his room. It was but a dream. Ever since Xia Qingwei had departed, dreams had become his refuge. For only in dreams could her presence linger. Some people require a journey to meet, while others require dreams. He glanced at his phone. It was 5:30 in the morning. Sleep had eluded him entirely. Ling Chuan rose, casually folding his blanket into a neat square before making his way to the bathroom. After freshening up, he stepped out of the dormitory. At 5:30, the playground was deserted, save for the distant glow and smoke wafting from the cafeteria. Ling Chuan cast his gaze toward the distant mountains. This was his third visit to this place. The first time, he was young and naive, bullied, and believed himself to be worthless, a failure. Isolated by others, he still had Xia Qingwei by his side. The second time, he was immensely wealthy and revered, with those who once disregarded him now eager to curry favor. Ling Chuan was admired by many, yet Xia Qingwei was no longer with him. Now, the third time. Though he lacked vast wealth and the adoration of the masses, he was not alone this time. Xia Qingwei was by his side once more. Furthermore, all his skills and talents remained vividly intact. This time, Ling Chuan vowed to leave no room for regret. The grilled fish she longed for, the butterflies she wished to catch, wandering together in the woods, and the summit they never reached together. He would make amends for it all. Returning to his dormitory, Ling Chuan retrieved the farm-fresh eggs and ham gifted by the village chief, along with some fragrant rice from the countryside, and slowly descended the stairs. Dawn was approaching, and soon Xia Qingwei would awaken. Ling Chuan resolved to prepare breakfast first. Having visited this place before, he was well aware of the cafeteria's notoriously unpalatable offerings, fit only for dogs. Given Xia Qingyue's delicate stomach, exposing her to such fare would be a grave disservice. He made his way to the kitchen entrance beside the cafeteria, a place typically off-limits to students. Yet, Ling Chuan strode in with an air of calmness, as if he were returning home. Upon seeing him, the cafeteria staff did not think twice. Although he bore the appearance of a student, he exuded an unusual composure. Holding ingredients in his hands, certainly not a mere student, perhaps a new chef or helper. Students would typically enter with hesitance and trepidation, glancing around nervously. Ling Chuan approached a cooking station, rinsed the rice thoroughly, added a generous amount of water, and began to prepare porridge. Then, he cleaned and diced the ham, setting it aside. His actions gradually captured the attention of several cafeteria staff and chefs. What was he doing? Cooking porridge? Wasn't the breakfast supposed to be noodles today? Though he was making porridge, the quantity seemed insufficient. Would that little be enough for even a few people? As the onlookers pondered, Ling Chuan began to sort the ham. This ham was of the finest quality, and under the skilled hands of Ling Chuan, the aroma became irresistible. The enticing fragrance wafted throughout the cafeteria, leaving everyone salivating. Chapter 60. Teacher, does he have the potential to break into the top 100 chefs? My heavens, what is that aroma? It is so delightful. Just a casual stir, and such an enchanting fragrance arises. How is that possible? He appears remarkably youthful, and his culinary skills are astounding. The eyes of the cafeteria ants sparkled with excitement. Ling Chuan is young, handsome, and possesses exceptional culinary talent. He is truly a gem. As Ling Chuan deftly tossed the ingredients, the hearts of those watching fluttered with admiration. The chefs nearby, however, were different from the cafeteria staff. They had been cooking for several years, and as they observed further, their astonishment grew, their mouths agape with disbelief. Ling Chuan's posture was steady, and each movement in his cooking was executed with precision. The enticing aroma wafting through the air spoke volumes of his impeccable timing. The head chef also caught a whiff of the delightful scent. He was taken aback, stepping out to scan the kitchen. Who could create such a fragrant stir-fry? He noticed that everyone in the kitchen was fixated on a single direction. Following their gaze, the head chef looked ahead and soon laid eyes on Ling Chuan. Upon seeing Ling Chuan, he was momentarily stunned. He recognized every person in the kitchen, yet the individual before him was a stranger. Clearly not one of their own, but an outsider. The head chef furrowed his brow, intending to approach, but as he maneuvered through the crowd, a hand suddenly grasped his arm. He turned to see an elderly man holding him back. Recognizing the man, the head chef's entire demeanor shifted. The frown that had creased his forehead relaxed instantly. It was his mentor, Lu Zhang. The head chef owed his current position and accomplishments at this training facility to this very man. Without Lu Zhang's guidance and connections, he would still be an ordinary chef. Lu Zhang spoke softly, "Do not disturb him." The head chef returned to stand respectfully beside his mentor. "Teacher, what is the matter with him?" He was puzzled as to why his teacher would prevent him from approaching. Lu Zhang replied, "His culinary skills are exquisite." What? The head chef's pupils dilated in shock as he inhaled sharply. He gazed at Ling Chuan in astonishment. As Lu Zhang's student, he had never before encountered such praise. Exquisite. These three simple words carried immense honor and commendation, for they were the words reserved for the top chefs of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Zhang had witnessed many prodigies throughout his career. There were those who could distinguish ingredients at the age of 3, others who could cook by 7, and some who could prepare the renowned Buddha jumps over the wall by 12. There were even those who began creating their own recipes at 11, gaining widespread acclaim, and others who had already reached the pinnacle of culinary excellence in the city by 16. Yet, none of these talents had ever received the accolade of exquisite from Lu Zhang. At most, they were deemed adequate. The head chef trembled with anticipation as he observed Ling Chuan's silhouette, swallowing hard. "Teacher, could he possibly aspire to join the ranks of the top 100 chefs?" Lu Zhang replied, "We shall see." As Ling Chuan assessed the cooking time, he retrieved 2 eggs, cracking them open with a flick of his wrist, then deftly separating the yolks from the whites in midair. Not a drop of egg white was wasted, and the yolks remained intact. Discarding the shells, he opened a pot of congee and gently placed the yolks inside. Then he resumed stir-frying the ham and eggs. With the addition of farm-fresh eggs, the aroma intensified, surpassing anything that had come before. This was a simple dish of ham and scrambled eggs, yet at this moment, the cafeteria ant, the ordinary chefs, and even the head chef stood utterly mesmerized. The events that transpired in those fleeting seconds left them in a state of disbelief. Chapter 61. Head chef, what makes me weep? It is love. One-handedly cracking 2 eggs, separating the yolks with a spatula. The aroma is intoxicating. I can hardly contain my saliva. Everyone is struggling to suppress their salivation. The head chef glanced at Ling Chuan, then at his own hands. As a head chef, he found himself utterly incapable of performing such feats, cracking 2 eggs with one hand and separating the yolks as they fell. Not only could he not accomplish them, he had never even heard of such techniques. Even Lu Zhang, one of the top chefs in the nation, felt a twinge of astonishment deep within him. He had heard whispers of the skill to crack 2 eggs with one hand, a feat requiring years of dedicated practice. Yet, witnessing the separation of the yolks mid-fall with a spatula was a first for him. Lu Zhang was well aware of his own identity, a culinary genius and one of the top chefs in the Dragon Kingdom. But the extraordinary skills Lin Chuan displayed were unprecedented in his experience. If such remarkable talents were exhibited by an elder, he could perhaps accept it. But this individual before him appeared to be merely in his 20s. Where did this prodigy emerge from? Lin Chuan completed the scrambled eggs with ham, sprinkling a touch of scallions for aesthetic appeal. With a swift motion, he held the dish with his left hand and elegantly slid the scrambled eggs into it with his spatula. All eyes were glued to the steaming, aromatic ham and egg dish, the enticing fragrance lingering in the air. The desire to savor it was overwhelming. Lin Chuan then chopped some additional ham and added it to the porridge, preparing to concoct a ham and egg congee. At that moment, a cough broke the air. Ahem. Lu Zhang's voice suddenly resonated from behind Lin Chuan. Slowly turning around, Lin Chuan found Lu Zhang and all the kitchen staff fixated on him. Lu Zhang gazed at the ham and egg dish in Lin Chuan's hands and inquired, "Young brother, may I have a taste of this scrambled egg with ham?" Lin Chuan nodded, recognizing the elder's esteemed status, likely overseeing the kitchen. Using someone else's kitchen and seasonings, offering a taste was certainly not an issue. With a beaming smile, Lu Zhang took chopsticks and carefully picked up a morsel of ham and egg, gently placing it in his mouth. Instantly, boom, Lu Zhang's eyes widened, his mind quaking. Before him, Lin Chuan vanished, and the kitchen faded into oblivion, replaced by a vast expanse of verdant grassland. The endless prairie stretched before him, a crystal-clear stream meandering through it. A herd of robust cattle galloped across the land, and lively, seemingly 2.5-year-old chickens frolicked in delight. The sun bathed the meadow in warmth and cast its glow upon Lu Zhang. Sprightly green sprites flitted past him, laughing as they danced away. Lu Zhang felt an overwhelming beauty engulf him. The sunlight was warm, and everything before him exuded harmony. He felt unburdened. It was as though all his stress and unease had dissipated in an instant. It was simply exquisite. Drip, drop, tears cascaded down Lu Zhang's face. "Master!" The head chef approached, witnessing Lu Zhang in tears, his eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth has he consumed? He picked up his chopsticks and sampled the ham and egg dish. The moment it touched his palate, he too was left speechless. After a prolonged silence, tears streamed down his face as well, crying. The kitchen staff and the cafeteria aunties stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Why were they suddenly weeping? Was it truly delicious enough to evoke such tears? This was utterly absurd. Lu Zhang and the head chef gradually regained their composure, both reaching to wipe their tears. The head chef, looking at the tears on his hands, reflected, "What brings me to tears?" Lu Zhang solemnly replied, "It is love. It is love. This dish contains love." Chapter 62. Did you not prepare such exquisite dishes before me with the intention of becoming my apprentice? The head chef paused momentarily. "Love? I have taught you this before." Lu Zhang remarked, "The pinnacle of culinary art lies in infusing emotions into the dishes." His gaze was fixed intently on the ham and scrambled eggs in Lin Chuan's hands. After decades of being a chef, he had never before tasted such a delectable dish, so rich in sentiment. This was, without a doubt, the finest ham and scrambled eggs he had ever encountered. When Lu Zhang looked at Lin Chuan again, a flicker of respect had begun to emerge in his eyes. "Young brother, to which esteemed school do you belong?" Lin Chuan replied, "I have no school. Everything has been self-taught." "What?" Lu Zhang was taken aback. Self-taught? At such a young age, he had reached this level of culinary mastery? What an extraordinary talent. No, he was not merely a talent. He was a prodigy. The term genius hardly sufficed to describe him. The head chef nearly collapsed from the shock. To possess such outstanding culinary skills through self-teaching? In comparison to Lin Chuan, what did he have? He had renowned mentors guiding him, and yet, he could not even infuse his emotions into his dishes, let alone crack 2 eggs with one hand. Reflecting on his earlier thought of stopping Lin Chuan from cooking, he felt a wave of trepidation. This was a culinary prowess that far surpassed his own. Lu Zhang took several deep breaths to regain his composure, though his heart continued to race. Lin Chuan possessed astonishing skills and exceptional culinary artistry, all without a mentor. If he could take Lin Chuan as his apprentice, Lin Chuan's culinary skills would surely ascend to new heights. Moreover, when Lin Chuan aspired to join the ranks of the top chefs, he would gain recognition as well. Lu Zhang's heart raced with excitement. He addressed Lin Chuan. "I am Lu Zhang, one of the top chefs in the Dragon Kingdom. My culinary skills are unparalleled, with only 11 others who may surpass me. Therefore, Lu Zheng inquired, would you be willing to become my apprentice? I will share all my knowledge with you, and you will have the opportunity to aim for the top chefs in the future. He felt certain that Ling Chuan had no grounds to refuse, nor could he possibly decline. Even now, many sought him out daily, eager to become his disciples. To be his direct disciple not only conferred a prestigious status, but also promised a future of great success. The other chefs and the cafeteria staff looked on with envy at Ling Chuan. They were merely Lu Zheng's students, not direct disciples, and many crucial skills and techniques were beyond their reach. Now, Ling Chuan had the chance to acquire Lu Zheng's entire repertoire with just a nod. Surely, he would rise above the rest. The other chefs and cafeteria workers were left dumbfounded. Lu Zheng was accepting an apprentice. This news would reverberate throughout the culinary world. Yet, Ling Chuan simply smiled and shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, but I currently have no desire to become a chef." Before his rebirth, he had already achieved the status of a culinary deity. After his rebirth, his divine culinary skills remained intact, requiring no further practice. There was no need for him to seek out a master and start anew. Upon hearing Ling Chuan's words, Lu Zheng was momentarily stunned. Rejected? This outcome had surpassed his expectations. How could he possibly be turned down? Was his status as a top chef not enticing enough? The head chef, along with the cafeteria staff and fellow cooks, stared at Ling Chuan in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and astonishment. He had rejected Lu Zheng's offer to become his apprentice. Lu Zheng, a figure for whom countless individuals would vie to learn even a fraction of his skills. Now, Ling Chuan had so decisively declined. Unbelievable. Lu Zheng, unable to accept the reality, asked, "Could you enlighten me as to why? After preparing such exquisite dishes before my eyes, did you not intend for me to take you as my apprentice?" Chapter 63. I have lived long and seen much. Lu Zheng's words elicited a faint smile from Ling Chuan. "No," Ling Chuan replied. "I am merely preparing breakfast for my girlfriend." Boom. This response struck Lu Zheng like a thunderbolt, causing him to stagger back several steps. Once he regained his footing, disbelief washed over him. The fact that Ling Chuan showcased such culinary prowess solely to prepare breakfast for his girlfriend was unfathomable. Typically, Ling Chuan did not exert himself while cooking at home. He reserved his full effort for special occasions or when someone paid him to be a chef. Was it truly necessary to display such skill just to cook for a girlfriend? Lu Zheng found it difficult to comprehend. "Is it worth it?" Lu Zheng asked. "To squander such exceptional talent for the sake of your girlfriend? As my apprentice, you could learn so much more. Achieving great success in the future would not be a problem, and you would live a better life." Ling Chuan gazed at him and sighed softly, his eyes reflecting 3 parts sympathy and 7 parts pity. Lu Zheng frowned. "Why the sigh? What does that look in your eyes mean?" Ling Chuan inquired slowly. "You are nearing 50 this year, are you not?" Lu Zheng nodded. "You have been cooking for 3 or 4 decades, correct?" Lu Zheng continued to nod. "You have taught hundreds of students, if not thousands, haven't you?" Lu Zheng still nodded. With a gentle smile, Ling Chuan remarked, "Have you ever pondered certain questions? With your talent, why have you remained among the top 100 chefs after 3 or 4 decades of cooking? Why have none of your students surpassed your achievements to this day? Is it a matter of your own insufficient effort, or is it that your students lack talent?" Lu Zheng's pupils quivered violently. These questions, he had contemplated them in the past, but found no answers. Frustration welled up within him. Why had he not progressed further? Was it fate? Or was he burdened by too many encumbrances? Ling Chuan asked, "Do you have an answer?" Lu Zheng inhaled deeply and shook his head. "No." Ling Chuan smiled and said, "The answer is actually quite simple." "What is it?" Lu Zheng held his breath in anticipation. Ling Chuan spoke slowly. "You harbor no love in your heart and do not understand the essence of cherishing." "No love in my heart." Lu Zheng repeated these words, struggling to grasp their meaning. Ling Chuan inquired, "Do you not understand? You just told me that studying under you would lead to great success. Yet, you do not realize I have lived long and seen much. I have witnessed sights beyond your imagination and observed the demise of many things, losing that which you can never comprehend. Everything you yearn for is but a fleeting moment to me." Lu Zheng stared at Ling Chuan in astonishment. At that moment, he could feel the palpable aura emanating from Ling Chuan, an overwhelming sense of pressure. Despite being a renowned chef who had stood on numerous stages and encountered many prominent figures, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. "You claim that being with her will squander my talent," Ling Chuan chuckled softly. "On the contrary, it is because of her that my talent finds meaning." Lu Zheng opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Lin Chuan continued, reflect on this deeply. You are an intelligent man. When you grasp the significance of your culinary skills, when you can set everything aside and cook with ease and joy, when you see those who partake of your dishes understand your intentions and smile, perhaps then you may achieve a breakthrough. I borrowed your kitchen to converse with you a bit longer. Now, I must attend to the porridge I have prepared. With that, Lin Chuan served the meat porridge and turned to leave. Chapter 64. Instructor. What a delightful day it is, with such fragrant dishes wafting through the air. The enticing aroma of meat porridge has left everyone present salivating uncontrollably. Lu Zheng swallowed hard several times, his gaze fixed on Lin Chuan's silhouette, lost in thought. Lu Zheng had initially intended to take Lin Chuan as his apprentice. Yet, here he was, unexpectedly receiving guidance from Lin Chuan. What then? Is the purpose of my culinary skills? Is it to be a teacher? The head chef, noticing Lu Zheng's prolonged silence, grew concerned. Lu Zheng snapped back to reality and inquired, what drove you to learn cooking from me? The head chef paused, scratching his head in contemplation, before responding, initially, it was my parents' insistence. Later, it was for fame and fortune, I suppose. Lu Zheng probed further, is that all? Can you truly enjoy cooking under such circumstances? The head chef hesitated, then shook his head, no, I cannot. Then that is not your true purpose, Lu Zheng concluded. The head chef, now at a loss, found himself bewildered by Lin Chuan's words, leaving both master and disciple in a state of confusion. At this moment, Lin Chuan entered the dining hall, bearing meat porridge and scrambled eggs with ham. This was the designated dining area, furnished with numerous tables. Noticing the time was already 6:30, he realized that in 10 minutes, the instructor would rouse the students. Lin Chuan took out his phone and messaged Xia Youyou, asking, still asleep? It's time to rise and join me for breakfast in the dining hall. Xia Youyou was already awake and preparing to get out of bed to fetch breakfast. Concerned that the crowd might be overwhelming and she wouldn't be able to secure a meal for Lin Chuan, she sat up and noticed her phone lighting up. A message from Lin Chuan? She felt a surge of joy as she quickly checked her phone. He wants me to join him for breakfast? Could it be that he is already in the dining hall? With this thought, Xia Youyou promptly replied, on my way. After hastily freshening up, she hurried downstairs. The mere thought that Lin Chuan had risen early to prepare breakfast for her warmed her heart, dispelling any lingering drowsiness. However, upon stepping outside and feeling the chill of the mountain breeze, her heart ached. He had risen so early for my sake. How exhausting it must have been. I must tell him that I can handle breakfast arrangements from now on. He deserves more rest. With renewed urgency, Xia Youyou quickened her pace toward the dining hall. Inside the dining hall, Instructor Wu Qi entered with a lunchbox in hand, planning to finish his breakfast before waking the students. Those lazy individuals would likely remain in bed long after he had eaten. Just as he thought this, a delectable aroma filled the air. In an instant, Wu Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. How delightful! What a splendid day to be greeted with such an appetizing feast. And the skills of these chefs are remarkable. Unable to contain himself, he swallowed hard and rushed toward the serving window. As he approached, he noticed that only the cafeteria lady was present, wiping down the tables. With not a morsel of food in sight, Wu Qi was taken aback. Excuse me, where is breakfast? He asked. The cafeteria lady paused and glared at him. Excuse me? You call me excuse me? Wu Qi recoiled slightly, quickly correcting himself. Auntie. The cafeteria lady softened a bit. Breakfast isn't ready yet. You'll have to wait a moment. What? Wu Qi could hardly believe his ears. I can already smell the aroma. It's not ready yet. Chapter 65. Are there still experts? The aunt glanced at Lin Chuan, who sat not far away, and remarked, indeed, it is not yet ready. Moreover, the enticing aroma you perceive is not the result of our breakfast preparations, but rather emanates from that esteemed master over there. As she spoke, she gestured towards Lin Chuan. At that moment, everyone in the kitchen held Lin Chuan in high regard. In just a few brief exchanges, he had left the head chef and Lu in a state of existential doubt. The dishes he had prepared were extraordinarily fragrant, lingering in the air and impossible to forget. Master? Wu Qi turned his gaze. Under the bright lights, a solitary figure sat quietly, steam rising from the dishes before him. The delightful scent wafted from that very spot. Wu Qi swallowed hard and approached Lin Chuan slowly. Who is this? How can he create such delectable dishes? This place truly harbors hidden talents. There is indeed an expert among us. He approached Lin Chuan with his lunchbox and smiled. Master, however, as he began to speak, he was struck dumb. The words became lodged in his throat, unable to escape. as he finally recognized Ling Chuan's identity. "Is that really you, Ling Chuan?" Wu Qi exclaimed in shock. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be asleep at this hour?" Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how lazy the entire class was, with no one able to rise after breakfast. Yet here was Ling Chuan, not only awake, but having arrived even before him, the instructor. By comparison, was he not the true sluggard? Embarrassment flushed across Wu Qi's face, as his earlier thoughts felt like a slap, leaving him bewildered and wishing for a hole to hide in. Ling Chuan retorted, "Why are you here?" Wu Qi managed an awkward smile. "I came for breakfast." His gaze fell upon the lavish spread before Ling Chuan, a large pot of meat porridge and a plate of ham stir-fry, the aroma wafting enticingly. He recognized the ham from yesterday that he had nearly discarded. How could it smell so delightful? He swallowed again and asked, "Who made this?" "I did," Ling Chuan replied. Wu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can cook?" Ling Chuan looked at him with a hint of disdain. "You can't?" Wu Qi felt stung by the words. Why did conversing with Ling Chuan feel so perilous? "That's not what I meant. I meant to say, your culinary skills are surprisingly exceptional," Ling Chuan replied. "With time, one naturally improves." "Really?" Wu Qi found it hard to believe. If time spent cooking guaranteed such fragrant dishes, wouldn't everyone be a culinary genius? Ling Chuan smirked. Of course that's a fallacy. Wu Qi felt a twinge of frustration. He continued to gaze at Ling Chuan's breakfast, asking, "Now that breakfast is ready, why aren't you eating?" "I'm waiting for someone," Ling Chuan replied. "Waiting for someone?" Ling Chuan looked outside, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "They have arrived." Wu Qi turned to see a graceful figure hurrying towards them from the still dim morning light. Her flowing hair and stunning features momentarily rendered Wu Qi speechless. She was breathtaking. The dim light cast a veil of ethereal beauty over Xia Qingyue, making her appear as a fairy descending from the heavens. For a fleeting moment, Wu Qi felt as though he could no longer perceive the aroma of breakfast. All his attention was drawn to Xia Qingyue. She approached Ling Chuan, slightly breathless, and said, "I'm sorry for being late." Ling Chuan shook his head, replying, "You're not late. There's no need to rush. Please sit and rest." Xia Qingyue nodded gently and took a seat. Upon noticing Wu Qi standing across from her, she expressed her surprise. "Instructor?" Wu Qi snapped back to reality, nodding woodenly. "Good morning." "Good morning," Xia Qingyue echoed, her attention soon shifting to the breakfast spread on the table. Chapter 66. Even the instructor is moved to tears by the culinary delight. "Wow, it smells incredible." She gazed at Ling Chuan with delight and asked, "Did you prepare this breakfast?" Ling Chuan replied with a smile, "Indeed. It smells so good. Your culinary skills surpass mine by leaps and bounds." Ling Chuan gently countered, "I cannot compare to you." "Not at all." Xia Qingyue chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. "You are far more talented than I," Ling Chuan suggested. "Let us not dwell on that. Let us savor the flavor." She took up a bowl and served Ling Chuan a portion of meat porridge before attending to her own. Blowing gently on a spoonful of porridge, Xia Qingyue placed it delicately into her mouth. In an instant, her beautiful eyes sparkled with joy. "Delicious. This is the best meat porridge I have ever tasted." Ling Chuan smiled. "If it's tasty, indulge yourself." Xia Qingyue replied, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "You should also eat more. Please don't wake up so early to make breakfast next time. Although your cooking is exquisite, let me handle it in the future. I don't want you to tire yourself." Nearby, Wu Qi felt out of place, thinking he should be in the dormitory rather than here, as he hadn't even had breakfast yet and already felt full. Suddenly, his stomach growled audibly. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue turned to him, and Wu Qi's face flushed. He clutched his belly and said, "You must have misheard that." It was too embarrassing to have his stomach rumble in front of his classmates. He felt as if he could sink into the ground. Xia Qingyue covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, while Ling Chuan chuckled knowingly, saying, "Don't just stand there. Sit down and join us." The breakfast he prepared was ample enough for 3. Wu Qi exclaimed, "I can eat too?" Ling Chuan nodded affirmatively. Thank you. Wu Qi hurriedly settled down and cautiously scooped some porridge. Without a second thought for its heat, he gulped it down. In that moment, he was utterly astounded, not from the heat, but from the exquisite taste. Before him, the dining hall vanished, as did Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue. Before his eyes lay a vast prairie, where robust cattle stood on their hind legs, showcasing their biceps and six-pack abs, much like humans. In the sky, a flock of native chickens soared. Drip drop, tears silently cascaded down his cheeks, falling to the ground. Why was he crying? Because he had glimpsed paradise. Wu Qi gradually regained his composure, solemnly regarding the bowl of porridge. Ling Chuan inquired, How is it? Delicious. Wu Qi responded. This is also the best meat porridge I have ever had. He wiped his face, realizing he was indeed crying. Wu Qi inhaled deeply and said, I never imagined a bowl of meat porridge could be crafted to such perfection. What of the ham? Wu Qi nodded again, replying, It is equally delightful. This ham is truly exceptional. Lin Chuan chuckled. Just yesterday, someone wanted to discard this ham. Wu Qi's face turned crimson. How embarrassing. Haha. I'm glad it wasn't he thrown away. Wasting food is truly a shame. He quickly took a couple more spoonfuls of porridge. It was unbelievably delicious. Never enough could be consumed. Lin Chuan observed him and slowly remarked, My girlfriend's health is fragile. Henceforth, she shall not participate in training. Wu Qi was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, you were waiting for me. He had been puzzled as to why Lin Chuan was so generous in allowing him to enjoy the porridge. Now he understood. It was a clever ruse. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Chapter 67. Fortunately, I did not discard the ham back then, otherwise I would have to slap myself awake whenever I recalled it in the future. He savored the breakfast prepared by Lin Chuan, making it difficult to refuse him now. Wu Qi glanced at the meat porridge in the pot, and then at Xia Qingwei. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Fine, I agree, he said to Xia Qingwei. From now on, your training will depend on your mood. Come when you wish, and it's no problem if you don't. Xia Qingwei looked at Lin Chuan with a face full of gratitude. She never expected Lin Chuan would invite the instructor for breakfast and allow her to skip training. Lin Chuan. Xia Qingwei felt tears welling up, her eyes reddening. Lin Chuan smiled at her, saying, Eat more. It's good for your stomach. Xia Qingwei trembled slightly. Her tears could no longer be contained, rolling down her beautiful cheeks. How did Lin Chuan know about her stomach issues? She had never mentioned it to him before. Lin Chuan continued, You've worked hard these years. Once we return to school, I'll find some herbs to help you recover. We'll soon remedy your stomach ailment. Just as his words fell, Xia Qingwei embraced him tightly. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Chuan gently wrapped his arms around her, saying, Don't cry. This is a good thing. There's no need for tears. Xia Qingwei choked out, I know, but I can't help it. Wu Qi looked down, silently sipping his porridge. At that moment, his heart ached, and his hands trembled. Damn, how enviable. At that time, Lu Zheng and the head chef walked into the front hall. Upon their arrival, they saw Lin Chuan and Xia Qingwei in an embrace. Stop crying. Lin Chuan smiled as he wiped away her tears, adding, If you keep crying, the porridge will get cold. Looking at Lin Chuan right before her, Xia Qingwei's face flushed crimson. I understand. She slowly released herself from Lin Chuan's embrace, composed herself, and continued to sip the porridge. This already delicious porridge now tasted even better. Unable to contain her happiness, Xia Qingwei smiled brightly. Wu Qi, witnessing this scene, found himself smiling uncontrollably as well. This bowl of porridge had a hint of sweetness, and he felt a sense of contentment. Thank goodness he hadn't discarded the ham. Otherwise, today would have been filled with regret. Lu Zheng and the head chef stared blankly at this scene. Upon seeing the smiles on their faces, they suddenly recalled Lin Chuan's previous words. When you can cook with joy, and those who eat your food can smile, you have truly succeeded. They remembered the tears that had just fallen and the love felt through the dishes. Lu Zheng's eyes gradually reddened. I understand now. Lu Zheng hurried towards Lin Chuan. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. This man, in his 50s and one of the top chefs in the Dragon Kingdom, bowed solemnly before Lin Chuan in front of everyone. Lin Chuan looked at him and asked, Have you come to a realization? Lu Zheng nodded. Thanks to the master. I now understand. Congratulations, Lin Chuan said. Lu Zheng continued. I now have the confidence to aim for the top 10 chefs in the Dragon Kingdom. However, it no longer holds significance. Lin Chuan smiled and inquired, Would you like to join me for breakfast? Lu Zheng shook his head. No, I have urgent matters. Master, may I know your name? Lin Chuan introduced himself. Lin Chuan. Lu Zheng replied, I shall remember it. May we meet again by fate. With that, he turned and left. The head chef also bowed to Lin Chuan before hastily following Lu Zheng to see him off. Xia Qingwei watched Lu Zheng's departing figure, somewhat puzzled. Who is that old man? Lin Chuan replied, I met him when I borrowed the kitchen. He*s quite an interesting fellow. Chapter 68. Charge. The aroma of the food in the cafeteria is simply irresistible. He seems to hold you in great esteem. Lin Chuan, you are truly remarkable. She laughed joyfully. Wu Qi felt he could no longer stay here. Finishing the meat porridge in his bowl, he rose and said, I'm done eating. You all take your time. I'll go wake those lazybones. Clutching his lunchbox, he turned and departed. Wu Qi planned to return and rinse out the lunchbox with hot water before drinking it. Not a single drop should go to waste. By the time he arrived at the dormitory, it was already 7 o'clock, 20 minutes later than usual. He opened the door to the boys' dormitory and found everyone still fast asleep. Beep, beep. He blew the whistle directly. The sharp sound startled the students awake. The noise traveled far, reaching even the cafeteria. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei glanced in the direction of the boys' dormitory, exchanged amused looks, and chuckled. How unfortunate. But it was none of their concern. Xia Qingwei remarked, "This is quite amusing." Inside the dormitory, the students were bewildered. They stared blankly at Wu Qi, who stood at the doorway. Wu Qi demanded, "Still sleeping? Get up quickly. You have 5 minutes to get dressed and make your beds. If you exceed the time by a minute, you'll run an extra kilometer." Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly began to dress and tidy their bedding. Wu Qi moved through several dorm rooms. Suddenly, he spotted a neatly folded quilt in one of the rooms. The quilt was perfectly square and immaculate. Wu Qi was astonished. Such perfection could not be achieved without considerable training. He immediately inquired, "Whose bed is this?" A student replied, "It belongs to Ling Chuan." Wu Qi. Him again. Who is this guy? Why does it feel like he excels at everything? Is there anything he cannot do? He felt utterly overwhelmed. By the way, where is Ling Chuan? Everyone now realized that Ling Chuan was missing, yet the quilt was already folded. Wu Qi snapped back to reality and said, "What time is it? Why are you concerned about others? You have only 3 minutes left." Everyone's hearts raced as they hastened their pace, pouring all their energy into the task. 6 minutes later, they finally finished dressing and folding their quilts. Wu Qi glanced at his stopwatch and stated, "You're 1 minute late. You'll run 6 kilometers. 6 kilometers. The group felt their eyelids twitch. This was too harsh. "Let me see how you folded your quilts." Wu Qi examined each one, and apart from Ling Chuan, everyone else failed to meet the standard. He sternly reprimanded them all. "You have time to admire Ling Chuan's work. Not only did he wake up earlier than you, but his quilt is also far more presentable. When will you all start to show some spirit?" The group shrank back, heads bowed, too intimidated to meet Wu Qi's gaze. After finishing his scolding, Wu Qi said, "Approach your tasks with seriousness. Often, what could have been accomplished well fails due to carelessness and a lack of attention. I have seen many suffer serious injuries or even disabilities because of such negligence. All right, go wash your faces and have breakfast. Assemble on the playground at 7:30. The students hurried away, racing to grab breakfast. Having gone to bed early the previous night and eaten little, they woke up ravenous. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they suddenly noticed that Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei were already there. Wow, did they get here so quickly? Did they manage to avoid the instructor by arriving so early? Is that even possible? Can you smell that? The food in the cafeteria is incredibly fragrant. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Chapter 69. The trap is set. The breakfast in this cafeteria is utterly dreadful. They rushed to the window to queue, eagerly awaiting their meal. Bang! A lump of rice noodles was unceremoniously tossed into their bowls. Next, the cafeteria lady ladled out a thin, insipid broth. The students, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, gleefully took their bowls and sought out seats, delighting in the aroma. How delicious! One student licked his lips, and amidst the envious gazes of others, he picked up the noodles and took a bite. In an instant, his eyes widened. The surrounding students swallowed hard. Was this reaction indicative of deliciousness? Wasn't it obvious? Hadn't they caught a whiff of the enticing scent in the air? Hurry up and queue. But in the next moment, the student placed his utensils down on the table. After a brief silence, he exclaimed, "What on earth is this? How can it be so revolting?" The crowd fell silent. Revolting? Shouldn't it be delectable? They had all inhaled the enticing aroma. Delectable, my foot. It's a trap, he shouted. The fragrance was not emanating from these noodles. Some were skeptical, but they too took a bite. After a series of facial contortions, they were convinced. It truly was terrible. This could hardly be classified as noodles. What on earth was this broth? Help! As more students sampled the noodles, a unanimous belief emerged. Breakfast here was indeed unappetizing. The enticing aroma wafting through the air was from other dishes. They sniffed eagerly, searching for the source. Eventually, their gazes fell upon Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue's table. Could it be them? What were they eating that smelled so delightful? Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue had already finished their meat porridge and scrambled eggs with ham, leaving others to speculate. Were they here early to enjoy delicious food? Now I understand. Next time, I too shall arrive earlier. This has made me crave food. Why are my noodles so awful? They gazed at Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue with envy. However, despite the distasteful breakfast, they had to eat. Otherwise, they would lack the energy for training later. A group of them settled down, taking deep breaths to prepare themselves mentally, then closed their eyes and shoved the noodles into their mouths. How dreadful! Help! While exclaiming about the unpalatability, they continued to eat. The more they consumed, the more they felt the disparity between themselves and Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue. They had delicious food while they were stuck with these noodles. Xia Qingyue found their expressions amusing. He Man and Luo Ji were also among the crowd. After sampling the noodles, they nearly retched. It had no flavor whatsoever. It was in a completely different league from the delicacies they had enjoyed before. This bowl of noodles was simply garbage. Neither wanted to eat. Yet their stomachs grumbled in protest. Having eaten little the night before, they knew that if they didn't eat now, they would surely collapse on the playground later. He Man cast a jealous glance at Xia Qingyue, regretting her decisions. If only they hadn't broken up. If only Ling Chuan were still her boyfriend. Surely he would have saved the tasty food for her, eagerly running to present it when she arrived. Glancing back at the noodles, she sighed, steeling herself, and began to eat with her eyes closed. Luo Ji also looked at Ling Chuan with envy. Why did he get to enjoy a meal with the campus beauty while he was stuck eating these unpalatable noodles? The disparity was immense. Just as they were forcing down half of their meals, Ling Chuan turned to Xia Qingyue and asked, "Are you full? If not, I can prepare more." Before Xia Qingyue could respond, the head chef's voice rang out. "No need to trouble yourself, master. I'll handle the food preparation." He approached, carrying 2 steaming bowls of char siu egg noodles, smiling as he declared, "Leave the meal preparations to me." Chapter 70. The disparity in enjoying noodles. These 2 bowls of noodles, while not quite comparable to those crafted by Ling Chuan, were nonetheless quite commendable. All eyes were fixated on the fragrant noodles before them, abundant and enticing. Within them lay char siu and fried eggs. My heavens, that is the epitome of noodles. Why must I encounter such delectable noodles at the very moment I am indulging in something else? I truly cannot eat any longer. They were on the verge of tears, watching helplessly as the head chef placed 2 bowls of noodles in front of Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue. Xia Qingyue, astonished, had not anticipated receiving breakfast, especially one so extraordinary and seemingly delightful. The head chef respectfully regarded Ling Chuan, stating, "Before my esteemed teacher departed, he instructed me to care for the master. He imparted some techniques that had previously eluded me. I am grateful to the master for allowing me to enhance my culinary artistry. These 2 bowls of noodles are my heartfelt creations. I humbly request you both to savor their flavor." Those nearby were rendered speechless. Did they truly hear that correctly? A heartfelt creations? The man clad in a white coat and tall hat was undoubtedly the head chef. How exquisite must his creations be? I too yearn to taste them. Even if it is merely a sip of the broth. They could hardly bear to gaze at the noodles before them any longer. What Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue were consuming was indeed the essence of noodles. Previously, they could only catch a whiff of the aroma without seeing what the 2 were partaking in, and they managed to endure. Now, witnessing the duo relish every bite of their bowls filled with egg noodles, they were consumed by envy. He Man swallowed hard. That bowl of noodles was infinitely superior to what I currently possess. If I were to ask him, he would surely oblige. She rose and approached Ling Chuan. "Ling Chuan, I am so hungry," he Man stated. "I wish to have some noodles." Ling Chuan glanced at her with indifference and replied, "Want some? Then go find the cafeteria lady. What use is it to seek me?" He Man was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Ling Chuan to be so blunt. Looking at the bowl before him, she insisted, "I want that bowl. It contains egg and char siu." Ling Chuan chuckled lightly and replied, "Then you may continue to wish." With that, he lifted the noodles and savored a delightful mouthful. The flavor was quite satisfactory. Ling Chuan remarked to the head chef, "Not bad." The head chef was both surprised and delighted to receive such a commendation from someone of Ling Chuan's stature, whose talents even earned the admiration of his own teacher. He Man was left in a daze. After making her intentions so clear, why would he not part with the noodles? "You used to dote on me so. When I expressed a desire for something, you would always provide it. How have you turned so selfish now? Are you truly unwilling to share even a bowl of noodles with me?" Before Ling Chuan could respond, both the head chef and Xia Qingyue frowned at her. "The selfish one is you, is it not?" Xia Qingyue set down her utensils, sneering, "You are attempting to snatch a bowl of noodles from Ling Chuan. Do you possess no shame? Ling Chuan is my boyfriend, not yours. If you are hungry and wish to eat, you may help yourself at the window. What is the purpose of bothering my boyfriend?" Her tone had grown increasingly sharp, and Man felt a chill run down her spine, causing her to tremble slightly. The head chef added, "That bowl of noodles is a gift from Master Lin, not for you. You are only deserving of the noodles from the window. Should you continue to show disrespect to Master Lin, you might find yourself without any noodles at all." Man's face paled at this. She hastily turned to Ling Chuan, hoping he would come to her defense. "Why are you looking at me? Do I have food on my face?" Man felt a wave of emotion rise within her. "I am angry. I shall ignore you." Chapter 71. Not only is the campus goddess Ling Chuan's girlfriend, but the instructor is also his girlfriend, right? She turned around and briskly walked away. However, after taking a few steps, she slowed her pace, hoping to entice Ling Chuan to chase after her, to retain her, and to apologize. Yet, after traversing over 10 meters, there was no sign of him. She turned back and saw Ling Chuan was feeding a piece of egg to Xiaoqingwei. Man. A sudden wave of unease surged within her. Not only did Ling Chuan not pursue her, but he didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, he was feeding Xiaoqingwei. Fuming, Man clenched her teeth and returned to her spot. Truly blind to the obvious. I am far superior to the campus goddess. How dare he not comfort me? Just wait. I shall ignore him henceforth and watch him suffer in sorrow. However, upon glancing at the bowl of noodles before her, her expression fell. It truly felt unfit for human consumption, more like pig feed. The others watched Ling Chuan with envy, their faces twisted in admiration. The campus goddess Xia Qingwei defended him so fiercely, and the chef aided him as well. They felt as if they were living in an entirely different realm from Ling Chuan. Soon, it was 7:30. The instructor entered the cafeteria and saw a group still indulging in their meals. He immediately bellowed, "Still eating? Gather. You have 3 minutes to assemble on the playground. If you are even a minute late, you shall run an additional kilometer. You are already required to run 6 kilometers." At his shout, everyone dared not linger over their meals, hastily discarding their bowls and chopsticks before sprinting towards the playground. At that moment, Luo Ji suddenly shouted, "Ling Chuan, are you still sitting there? Do you wish to make us run extra laps?" He yelled towards Wu Qi, "Instructor, come and take him away. He remains indifferent, clearly looking down upon you." Luo Ji's words were a harsh belittlement of Ling Chuan, accusing him of wanting to harm the entire class and showing disdain for the instructor. Moreover, he recalled Ling Chuan's offense against the instructor the previous night. Thus, Luo Ji was utterly convinced that the instructor would not let Ling Chuan off easily. Surely, he would be made to run an additional kilometer. Luo Ji imagined Ling Chuan collapsing to the ground, panting like a dog, and could not help but laugh. The students who had just dashed out now halted in their tracks. Ling Chuan was doomed. The instructor must certainly harbor resentment from last night. Now he had caught Ling Chuan in a bind, ensuring his unfortunate fate. The crowd anticipated witnessing Ling Chuan's panicked demeanor. However, in the next moment, Ling Chuan turned his gaze towards Luo Ji, a slight smirk gracing his lips, resembling both a smile and a sneer. The instructor looked at Ling Chuan and then turned to Luo Ji, saying, "Are you blind? Did you not see that he has not finished his breakfast? What's your name? Minding others' business will earn you an extra kilometer." Luo Ji. He was stunned. This situation was not right. According to logic, Ling Chuan had offended the instructor the previous night, and the instructor would surely not let him off the hook. Why was it that Ling Chuan faced no punishment, but he was the one being penalized instead? Luo Ji exclaimed, "But I haven't finished my breakfast either." Wu Qi replied directly, "I gave you half an hour. If you didn't finish, that is your problem." Luo Ji. The crowd. Wait, is this a double standard? How can there be such blatant hypocrisy? Ling Chuan arrived earlier than us, ate better than us, and now, when he hasn't finished, the instructor doesn't penalize him, but instead punishes us? What on earth is going on? I cannot comprehend. They stood there, dumbfounded, utterly at a loss. The double standard was glaringly obvious, leaving them unsure of how to react. Was the instructor also Ling Chuan's girlfriend? Wu Qi shouted, "What are you still dawdling for? You have less than 3 minutes left." At her call, the crowd snapped back to reality and hurriedly ran off. Luo Ji felt a burning embarrassment wash over his face. He had intended to use the instructor to discipline Ling Chuan and make him run an extra kilometer. Yet, in the end, it was he who was to run an additional kilometer. The reasoning was even more absurd, meddling in others' affairs. Luo Ji felt dizzy. Was this truly the world he knew? Chapter 72. Renowned paintings in a scene rife with intensity, Man and Luo Ji found themselves under severe reprimand, while Ling Chuan and Xiaoqingwei observed from the sidelines. Man cast a resentful glance at Ling Chuan, her frustration palpable, before retreating in defeat. If she lingered any longer, the consequences would extend beyond a mere additional 2 kilometers. As the last of the students departed, Wu Qi turned his attention to Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei, instructing, "Take your time to eat." He then proceeded to the training ground to commence their regimen. According to the training camp's protocol, the first day was dedicated to physical conditioning, followed by a briefing on various precautions and the distribution of outdoor living gear. The next day, they would venture into the woods to initiate the true field training. On the training field, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped the participants. 6 kilometers to run. Even the prospect of 2 kilometers had previously left them gasping for breath. Now, 6 kilometers? Completing it would feel like a death sentence. Wu Qi approached them, his voice booming. "Lift your spirits. You are all young. Why do you look so defeated? Now, spread out, maintaining an arm's length between each of you. I will lead you in warm-up exercises." After the warm-up concluded, he commanded the group to begin their run. 6 kilometers, no slacking off. I will be watching you closely. Despair etched on their faces. The group reluctantly began to jog. Wu Qi joined them, urging, "Can you pick up the pace? Even a grandmother could outrun you. What a disgrace." The initial 100 meters seemed manageable, but by the time they reached 200 meters, many were already struggling to catch their breath. Wu Qi shouted, "Focus on your breathing. Inhale through your nose, exhale through your mouth, and exert more effort while exhaling. No mouth breathing." After a kilometer, numerous participants were ashen-faced. Wu Qi observed this scene, shaking his head in disbelief at their poor stamina. To be nearly incapacitated after just 1 kilometer was unacceptable. As they pushed through 1,500 meters, a significant number could no longer run, resorting to a slow walk. Luo Ji felt a buzzing in his head, as if it might explode from exhaustion. Man, too, sensed that she lacked the strength to continue. Never had she run such a distance before. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she noticed her makeup had begun to smudge. "I can't go on. This is impossible," Man exclaimed, halting her progress. Luo Ji echoed her sentiment. "I'm about to faint." Wu Qi fixed his gaze on them, commanding, "Even if you're tired, you must continue running. Today, whether you walk or run, you will complete these 6 kilometers. You are adults now, yet you behave like children. How embarrassing." His words stung, igniting a sense of shame among the group. Becoming university students signified their adulthood, yet here they were, gasping for breath after just a few kilometers. Reflecting on their predicament, they felt a wave of humiliation wash over them, unable to meet Wu Qi's gaze. Man and Luo Ji fell silent, trudging along in the rear. "Can you hurry up?" Wu Qi shouted nearby. "Are you truly planning to finish this? Do you believe I won't make everyone else run until you two catch up?" Man and Luo Ji felt as if their faces were scorched by fire, overwhelmed by discomfort and embarrassment. When they finally managed to complete 2 kilometers, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei strolled leisurely to the side of the training field. Their appearance immediately captured the attention of the entire group, many eyes widening in disbelief. Is this real? Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei are just standing there, not running at all. They were utterly flabbergasted, having just endured a grueling ordeal. While these two seemed to enjoy a different treatment, were they truly classmates with Ling Chuan? Was the same instructor guiding them? Chapter 73. We protest. This is discrimination suddenly. Roji exclaimed, "Instructor, why are those two not required to run? This is unfair." Wu Qi glanced at the 2 individuals by the roadside and replied nonchalantly. Ling Chuan not only repaired the vehicle upon arrival, but also rescued a girl. His selfless act of bravery warrants special treatment. Are you dissatisfied? Why didn't you save that girl or help fix the car? Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent. Did they not wish to help? It was not that they lacked the desire, but rather the capability. Roji felt an acute sense of discomfort. He was the first to attempt to save the young girl, yet he failed and nearly caused her demise. Had he known that rescuing the girl would lead to such privileges, he would have done everything in his power to save her. Regret consumed him, and jealousy welled up within him to the point of tears. Man looked at Xia Qingwei and shouted, "That woman didn't save anyone. Why is she exempt from running?" She desperately wanted to drag Xia Qingwei down, forcing her to run 6 kilometers, to see her panting and humiliated before everyone. Wu Qi cast a glance at Xia Qingwei and casually remarked, "Oh, her? She is Ling Chuan's girlfriend, hence she enjoys special treatment. What is the issue?" Man was momentarily speechless. In that instant, she felt a deep sense of regret. To be Ling Chuan's girlfriend meant enjoying the privilege of not having to run and indulging in lavish meals. She had once been the one in that position. Had she known, she would never have shared a room with the campus heartthrob, Ling Chuan, before the training began, nor would she have ended her relationship with Ling Chuan. Reflecting on the benefits Xia Qingwei had received along the way, roses, lodging, fine dining, and exemption from running, she felt the contrast painfully. As for herself, she had endured mosquito bites in the vehicle, suffered from hunger and cold, and now faced the daunting task of running 6 kilometers. After completing just 2 kilometers, her legs felt unresponsive. The thought of finishing the entire 6 kilometers was unbearable. Man felt as though she might burst from the weight of her regret. If only Ling Chuan were still her boyfriend, she could have avoided this torment. This was the moment of her deepest regret, so profound that it made her feel nauseous. Everyone looked at Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei with envy, noting the stark disparity in their treatment. While they toiled and consumed meager breakfasts, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei feasted and enjoyed the privilege of exemption from running. Their envy twisted their expressions. At that moment, Ling Chuan turned to Xia Qingwei and said, "You should find a place to sit. I'll go for a run for a while." He needed to exercise to strengthen himself, ensuring he could protect both himself and Xia Qingwei. "All right," Xia Qingwei gently replied. "Just don't overexert yourself." Ling Chuan nodded and jogged over to Wu Qi, saying, "I'll join in for a bit." Wu Qi looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, "Really?" His admiration for Ling Chuan grew. He could have chosen to sit idly and watch others finish their run, yet he opted to participate. "That's fine," Wu Qi replied, "just know your limits. There's no need to complete the entire 6 kilometers. The others were incredulous. They felt as though they might bleed from frustration. Here they were, and the instructor casually stated that there was no pressure to finish the full distance, a stark contrast to the treatment they had received. "What are you all looking at?" Wu Qi's voice rang out. "You want to extend the distance, do you?" The crowd was left speechless. Ling Chuan stood nearby, seemingly exempt from the same scrutiny, enjoying special treatment without having to endure the same trials. They all gazed at Ling Chuan, consumed by envy. Chapter 74. He is truly superhuman. Ling Chuan began to run as well. Over the years, he had devoted himself to caring for Man, leaving little time for himself, and thus had not engaged in much exercise. After a while, he started to sweat. He possessed numerous methods to conserve stamina and enhance speed, yet he refrained from employing them. This time, the objective was not to see who could complete the 6 kilometers the fastest, but rather to strengthen his body. Before long, he had covered 1 kilometer. "I can't go on. I'm really at my limit," lamented a nearby runner. They had already completed 2,500 meters and were nearing the halfway mark. Yet each of them was drenched in sweat, barely able to keep their footing. Ling Chuan reached 2,000 meters and began to feel fatigue and discomfort. While others had cried out for mercy after completing just 1,000 meters, Ling Chuan remained composed after running 2,000. Running and exercising are profound tests of willpower, and Ling Chuan was rich in that quality. After enduring 28 years of solitude, his resolve had become unbreakable. 3,000 meters. To all onlookers, Ling Chuan maintained a steady speed, completing lap after lap. The others gradually slowed down, staring in awe at this man, drenched in sweat, yet showing no signs of deceleration. How was he managing this? Good heavens, his stamina is incredible. Unbelievable. He ran 3 kilometers without uttering a word of fatigue. Luo Ji had already come to a halt, watching Ling Chuan in shock, unable to comprehend the situation. He felt as if his very soul had left him after just 2,000 meters. While Ling Chuan had run 3,000 without a single complaint, Luo Ji began to question his own existence. In terms of medical skills, he paled in comparison to Ling Chuan, and in stamina, he was utterly outclassed. Man was similarly astonished. His physical condition was remarkably good, not inferior to Li Tian at all. My heavens, how could I have overlooked such a treasure? Man felt a pang of regret. Had she truly been so blind in the past? At that moment, instructor Wu Qi also slowed down, gazing at Ling Chuan in disbelief. Initially, he had thought Ling Chuan's stamina was lacking, but now he found himself re-evaluating that assumption. This young man, what is his true background? Exceptional medical skills, astonishing culinary abilities, and now completing 3 kilometers without a word of exhaustion. Wu Qi recalled that when he himself had finished 3 kilometers, he had collapsed, utterly spent. His admiration for Ling Chuan transformed into genuine respect. In comparison to Ling Chuan, he felt utterly inadequate. With a sigh, Wu Qi turned to Luo Ji, who stood frozen in place, and said, "Are you still dawdling?" He is about to finish 4,000 meters, and where are you? You haven't even reached 3,000. Get moving, you good for nothing. Luo Ji was too exhausted to respond. He had once thought Ling Chuan to be a failure in every regard, only to discover that the true failure was himself. Unable to match Ling Chuan in running, he now faced the instructor's scolding. And he was still at the back of the pack, running alongside He Man. He held back tears and continued to run. Xia Qingwei stood by the playground, observing for a while. He was drenched in sweat. I should get him a towel to wipe off, or he might catch a chill later. She headed towards the dormitory to fetch a towel. 5,000 meters. As Ling Chuan completed 5 kilometers, the others were still striving for 4. His pace remained steady, and he had yet to utter a single word of fatigue. This left everyone in a state of bewilderment. He was nothing short of superhuman. How absurd is this? Are we truly of the same species? Surely, there can be no ailments or deficiencies in my own body, right? Chapter 75. Xia Qingyue's heartfelt handmade lemon tea. A large group of individuals began to ponder the meaning of life. At that moment, Xia Qingyue descended from her dormitory, clutching a towel and some tissues. As she passed by the convenience store, her steps faltered. Today a special, handmade lemon tea. Xia Qingyue's eyes sparkled at the sight. Lemon tea. She entered the store and inquired of the owner, "Excuse me, is there any lemon tea left?" The proprietor, a middle-aged woman, momentarily froze upon seeing Xia Qingyue, taken aback by her beauty. "Oh, yes, we have some. Would you like a cup?" Feeling a bit shy, Xia Qingyue asked, "May I make it myself? I will pay the full price." After a moment of contemplation, the woman replied, "Of course." Xia Qingyue selected 2 fresh lemons and began crafting her lemon tea. Under the guidance of the store owner, she swiftly completed a cup. "Young lady, your hands are quite skilled. You succeeded on your first attempt." The owner marveled, recalling how she had wasted numerous lemons during her own learning process. Xia Qingyue beamed with joy, replying, "Thank you, ma'am. This cup of lemon tea was specially made for Ling Chuan." The thought of him sweating on the playground spurred her to ensure that the tea was nothing short of perfection. "I'll also need a bottle of mineral water." After settling the payment, she took the lemon tea and the mineral water and made her way toward the playground. Xia Qingyue mused that if Ling Chuan did not fancy lemon tea, she could offer him the mineral water instead. As she approached the playground, a male voice suddenly called out to her, "Hey, beautiful." Turning her head, she saw a tall, somewhat handsome boy from another class, his bronze skin radiating vitality. The young man approached, flashing a bright smile at Xia Qingyue. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Wei Xiao. May I know your name?" Xia Qingyue glanced at him dismissively, uninterested in engaging, and continued walking. Ling Chuan was waiting for her, and she needed to hurry with the towel and lemon tea. "Wait," Wei Xiao called after her. "Since you prefer not to share your name, I want to press the matter." He was determined not to let her slip away, despite having had many girlfriends before. He had never encountered someone as stunning as her. Such beauty must be captured. "I happen to be a bit thirsty. Would you consider selling me your lemon tea?" Wei Xiao grinned. "I don't have cash on me, but I can transfer you the money via WeChat." His charming demeanor made him a sought-after figure in school, with many girls eager to obtain his WeChat ID, feeling proud to have it. He believed Xia Qingyue had no reason to refuse him. However, Xia Qingyue regarded him as though he were a fool. "There's a convenience store over there. You can buy it yourself." With that, she pressed on toward the playground. Wei Xiao stared at her retreating figure in disbelief. "She actually turned me down?" This girl intrigued him. He stepped forward again, saying, "I really don't have cash." Xia Qingyue replied, "The store accepts WeChat payments. Also, please stop bothering me. I already have a boyfriend." Since middle school, she had been pursued by many, and now she was well aware of a young man's intentions. "This lemon tea is for my boyfriend." The smile on Wei Xiao's face faltered slightly. She has a boyfriend? Someone has moved faster than I have? But he quickly regained his composure, dismissing the thought with a smirk. So what if she has a boyfriend? I can still win over Xia Qingyue. Chapter 76. Oh heavens, why must I witness such a scene? It would be better if you simply ended my life. He glanced at his physique, muscles pronounced, stature tall, and his skin a healthy shade of wheat. Many men who encountered him would feel intimidated, their self-esteem diminished, as they averted their gazes in reverence. Wei Xiao contemplated how, before Xia Qingyue, he would thoroughly belittle her boyfriend, confident she would come to disdain him, ultimately choosing the stronger, more robust version of himself. With that thought, a smile crept across Wei Xiao's lips as he swiftly made his way towards Xia Qingyue. On the playground, Ling Chuan had already completed 6 kilometers. He walked slowly along the edge of the track, allowing his body to recover. The sensation of having run 6 kilometers, drenched in sweat, was quite invigorating. Others were still running, facing the daunting final stretch of 2 kilometers. This last leg was pushing them to their limits. Why can't they finish? Help! It feels like they might perish. The instructor shouted from the sidelines. What are you yelling about? Look at Ling Chuan. He has already finished. He arrived later than you, yet has outpaced you all. Do you not feel ashamed? I feel embarrassed for you. Upon hearing these words, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards Ling Chuan, who appeared almost otherworldly. Having arrived last, he was the first to complete the run, and he showed no signs of exhaustion. In fact, he seemed invigorated. How could this be? Was he truly superhuman? The disparity between individuals was staggering. They could not comprehend how Ling Chuan made the 6 kilometers look so effortless. They now felt parched and fatigued. Their throats seemed to be ablaze. They longed for water, feeling akin to Kwafu, wishing they could drink an entire river in one breath. Stop talking, the more I speak, the thirstier I become. At the back of the group, Luo Ji felt his consciousness slipping away, thirsty, hungry, and exhausted. He yearned to collapse on the ground and drift into oblivion. How he wished for a sweet and sour, icy beverage. Just then, Xia Qingwei jogged towards Ling Chuan. The gaze of the onlookers instinctively shifted to the two of them. You are drenched in sweat, Xia Qingwei said, concern etched on her face as she reached Ling Chuan. You must be exhausted. She took a towel and gently wiped the sweat from his brow. I told you not to overexert yourself. After losing so much sweat, come and drink some lemonade to rehydrate. She handed him a glass brimming with lemonade. Upon seeing the large cup of lemonade, the others, still running, suddenly found themselves unable to continue. Oh my lemonade, do you see? There are ice cubes in it. Each of them felt a pang of envy. They were all parched to the point of desperation. Meanwhile, Ling Chuan was being treated to lemonade from none other than the campus goddess, Xia Qingwei. How delightful it must be. She was even tenderly wiping his sweat. Jealousy simmered within them. Oh heavens, how cruel you are to make me witness this. It would be kinder to take my life. Physically and mentally drained, thirsty and hungry, they now had to witness another receiving love and care from a partner. Their hearts felt shattered. Who could withstand this? Luo Ji clenched his fists, feeling not only the fire in his throat, but also a blaze in his eyes. The goddess of his dreams was now attending to Ling Chuan, wiping his sweat and offering him a drink. Luo Ji's envy twisted his features, reddening his eyes. Ling Chuan smiled as he reached out to accept the lemonade, saying, "Thank you." As Xia Qingwei continued to wipe the sweat from his neck, she remarked, "This lemonade is homemade. Tell me how it tastes." Chapter 77. Does such a perfect girlfriend truly exist in this world? Upon hearing those words, the individuals on the track became increasingly agitated. It was one thing to offer lemonade, but to know that it was crafted by her own hands? Oh, how I envy that. Does such a flawless girlfriend truly exist in this world? Roji gritted his teeth in frustration as he observed Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei. He couldn't help but ponder whether it was time for him to seek a girlfriend himself. How delightful must the lemonade made by a goddess taste? He could hardly fathom it. Is it really you who made this? Ling Chuan inquired, lifting the straw. It must be exquisite. Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied. Not really. Let us try it first before assuming. Just as Ling Chuan was about to pierce the cup of lemonade with the straw, a voice suddenly rang out from ahead. Wait. Everyone turned toward the source of the sound, revealing the tall and handsome Wei Xiao striding towards them. Wei Xiao approached confidently and stood before Ling Chuan with a grin. I'm thirsty too. How about selling me that cup of lemonade? Xia Qingwei frowned slightly. Is this person out of his mind? Just as she was about to speak, Ling Chuan's voice interrupted. Not a chance. Wei Xiao's smile gradually faded, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Come on, bro, no need to be so stingy. It's just a cup of lemonade. Ling Chuan calmly replied. I feel that the issue of the lemonade is irrelevant at this moment. What is important then? Wei Xiao queried. Ling Chuan replied nonchalantly. You ought to visit a hospital to have your head examined. Wei Xiao's smile vanished entirely. He frowned and spoke coldly. What do you mean by that? Don't you see? Ling Chuan was astonished. Can't you tell that I've just finished exercising? I'm drenched in sweat. Can you possibly be thirstier than someone who just worked out? Seeking to buy water from someone who has just exercised. Don't you think that indicates a lack of common sense? Wei Xiao clenched his fists, filled with indignation, yet found himself at a loss for words. Utterly unable to refute Ling Chuan's claims. Had he ever been insulted like this before? It was an utter humiliation. He glared at Ling Chuan. Even if you're thirsty, that cup of lemonade is still mine. Hand it over. With that, he reached out to grab the lemonade. What do you think you're doing? Xia Qingyue interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Ling Chuan. Wei Xiao frowned, taken aback by the girl's fierce defense of Ling Chuan. Stop! Roji shouted from a distance. Realizing that someone was causing trouble, he recognized this as a splendid opportunity to assert himself. If he could drive this person away, perhaps Xia Qingyue would view him in a new light, even developing feelings for him, ultimately leaving Ling Chuan to become his girlfriend. Roji hurried over, standing before Wei Xiao with a smile. My friend, this girl is my friend. Please do not harm her. How about this? I'll give you $5 to buy yourself a bottle of water. Wei Xiao scoffed derisively, pushing Roji's shoulder. What a waste, get lost. Just because she's your friend, what does that matter? Roji stumbled back several steps, his expression darkening as he regained his footing. Are you going to lay a hand on me? I wouldn't mind teaching you a lesson, Roji retorted. Wei Xiao laughed even louder. Ha ha, you can barely stand, yet you speak such bravado? What do you think you are? Roji smirked confidently. Don't underestimate me. I've had training. Watch this. He swung a punch aimed at Wei Xiao's chest. Bang. A dull thud echoed as Roji clutched his nose, tumbling helplessly to the ground. Is this all you've got? Roji's punch never even grazed Wei Xiao, for he had been struck in the nose by a single blow. Chapter 78. Yield your girlfriend to me. His nose was nearly broken, blood streaming profusely as Roji tasted the saltiness mingled with iron in his mouth. Ah, he cried out, it hurts. Help. Murder. His screams resembled that of a slaughtered pig, drawing pitying gazes from those around him. In a bid to gain attention and portray himself as a hero, he had instead been knocked to the ground with a single punch. How embarrassing, especially with his cries echoing so loudly. Wu Qi furrowed his brow and swiftly approached, intent on seizing Wei Xiao. However, Wei Xiao's gaze returned to Xia Qingyue. I said, step aside. Xia Qingyue remained unmoved. As long as she was present, she would ensure no one bullied Ling Chuan. At that moment, Ling Chuan's voice resonated behind her. Qingyue, just let him pass a little. A hand gently rested on her shoulder, pushing her aside. Xia Qingyue turned anxiously to Ling Chuan, who offered her a reassuring look, saying, don't worry. Wei Xiao regarded Ling Chuan, saying, I was wondering how long you would keep your head buried in the sand. He extended his hand. If you don't want to end up like this man on the ground, then hand over the lemonade. In truth, Wei Xiao's aim was not the lemonade, but rather to instill fear in Ling Chuan and showcase his own might before Xia Qingyue. As for the instructor, he hardly regarded him as a threat. After all, he was not affiliated with the school and could only protect Ling Chuan for so long. Once they returned to school, Ling Chuan would inevitably see him and scurry away, leaving Xia Qingyue blushing at the sight of him. Ling Chuan replied, are you threatening me? Wei Xiao nodded, indeed. I am threatening you. What alternatives do you have? In the face of Wei Xiao's intimidation, Ling Chuan remained composed, retorting, is your family so impoverished that you cannot afford a glass of lemonade? Wei Xiao's gaze turned icy. With a swift motion, he threw a punch at Ling Chuan's nose. Ling Chuan sighed and slightly shifted his body to evade the blow. Wei Xiao was taken aback. He had actually dodged? Yet, it mattered not. His fist opened wide, sweeping horizontally to deliver a slap to Ling Chuan. Ling Chuan raised his hand, using his elbow to block the slap. Then, before the eyes of all, he slowly raised the straw and pierced it into the lemonade. After taking a sip, Ling Chuan felt a refreshing clarity wash over him, akin to being cleansed under a cascading waterfall. He turned to Xia Qingyue, who stood nearby, and remarked, delicious. Xia Qingyue appeared momentarily dazed. Wei Xiao's fury simmered within him. How could Ling Chuan, while under attack, still find the time to insert a straw and sip lemonade? He was clearly disregarding him. Retracting his hand, Wei Xiao abruptly lifted his foot, aiming to kick Ling Chuan down. However, in that instant, Ling Chuan was swifter, delivering a kick to Wei Xiao's other leg. Wei Xiao lost his balance, staggering sideways before regaining his footing. You. He stared at Ling Chuan in disbelief, astonished that he had almost been toppled. Holding the lemonade in his left hand, Ling Chuan advanced towards Wei Xiao, taking another sip. After finishing, he calmly remarked, do you believe yourself to be formidable? In my eyes, you are akin to a toddler just learning to walk. Veins bulged on Wei Xiao's forehead. To equate himself with a mere child learning to walk was an utter insult. Clenching his fist, he charged at Ling Chuan once more. With a swift strike, he aimed another punch at Ling Chuan's nose. Ling Chuan swiftly responded, slapping Wei Xiao's fist aside with a resounding bang. Almost instantaneously, he retaliated with a backhanded strike. A sharp crack echoed as his palm connected with Wei Xiao's face. Wei Xiao froze, as did the onlookers on the playground. Roji, sprawled on the ground clutching his nose, was left dumbfounded. Before everyone, Ling Chuan had struck Wei Xiao. A vivid red handprint slowly emerged on Wei Xiao's face, and he felt a searing pain. Had he truly been struck? This was inconceivable. Before he could gather his thoughts, Ling Chuan lifted his foot and delivered a kick to Wei Xiao's abdomen. Ah! Wei Xiao screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Ling Chuan, sipping his lemonade, casually approached Wei Xiao. Chapter 79. The instructor can only protect you temporarily, not for a lifetime. With a single kick, Wei Xiao felt as though his very insides had been displaced. The pain almost unbearable. Before he could rise, Ling Chuan had already approached his side. Bang! Another kick landed, this time targeting his abdomen. Wei Xiao's complexion drained of color in an instant. Bang! A third kick followed. Wei Xiao's face turned ashen, his eyes bulging and his orbs reddening. He clutched his stomach with both hands, the agony rendering him utterly voiceless, let alone capable of retaliating. Ling Chuan pressed his foot against Wei Xiao's right cheek, forcing the left side against the coarse ground of the playground. Then, with a twist of his foot, a cry of despair erupted from Wei Xiao. He felt as though his face had shattered, such excruciating pain. Ling Chuan, still pressing his foot down, inquired, "Do you still wish for lemon water?" The torment in Wei Xiao's abdomen was matched by the throbbing in his face, leaving him incapable of uttering a word. Ling Chuan delivered a kick to his chest, sending him rolling several times. "Are your ears deaf? Can't you hear me speaking? Did your parents fail to teach you manners? Or are you perhaps an orphan?" Ling Chuan stepped forward, placing his foot firmly on Wei Xiao's palm. The scream that followed was even louder. The spectators on the playground shuddered at the sound of his wails. Luo Ji, momentarily distracted from the pain in his nose, was also taken aback. It was too ruthless. After toppling Wei Xiao to the ground, Ling Chuan unleashed a flurry of kicks, stomping on his face, striking his hands. The mere sight was agonizing. However, Ling Chuan exercised restraint throughout. His knowledge of medicine enabled him to target specific areas that would inflict pain without causing lasting injury. With his expertise, even if he were to stab Wei Xiao 18 times with a knife, the hospital would only diagnose him with minor injuries in the end. Wei Xiao extended his other hand, attempting to displace Ling Chuan's foot. Yet, Ling Chuan retaliated with another kick to his abdomen. Ah! Wei Xiao felt as if his stomach were on the verge of bursting. The pain was so intense he felt nauseous. Wu Qi, alarmed, rushed forward to intervene, pleading with Ling Chuan, "Stop. If this continues, you may find yourself in trouble as well." He admired Ling Chuan's abilities and did not wish to see him expelled from school for fighting. Ling Chuan replied calmly, "Rest assured, I know my limits." Wu Qi glanced at Wei Xiao, sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, gasping for breath. It was hard to discern where Ling Chuan's restraint lay. Ling Chuan looked down at Wei Xiao and asked, "Can you hear me now?" Enduring the pain and filled with dread, Wei Xiao nodded. He was genuinely terrified. He had not anticipated Ling Chuan's prowess. He had initially thought a single punch would suffice to bring Ling Chuan down, only to find himself on the receiving end of a beating. Now, his abdomen throbbed, his hands ached, and his face was in agony. He felt as though he might die. Ling Chuan asked, "Now answer me. Do you still wish for lemon water?" "No, I no longer wish for it," Wei Xiao stammered. On the verge of vomiting from the beating, he dared not entertain thoughts of lemon water any longer. Ling Chuan regarded him with calm eyes, stating, "Had you chosen to reason with me from the outset, I would have reciprocated. Yet your foolishness, perhaps stemming from a history of bullying others, led you to resort to violence. Since you chose to fight, I do not mind showing you the myriad techniques that have been passed down through 5,000 years of Dragon Kingdom history." Wei Xiao's eyes widened slowly. Was this an indication that Ling Chuan had no intention of letting him go? "Help! Help!" he cried, scrambling to Wu Qi's side and clutching his leg. "Instructor, save me. This person is assaulting me in public and now threatens me." Wu Qi remained silent, fully aware that everyone had witnessed how Wei Xiao had initially threatened Ling Chuan and initiated the violence. Now, after being bested, he sought to turn the tables. Observing Wei Xiao's pitiable state, Ling Chuan remarked, "Today, you are fortunate. There are many witnesses here, and the instructor is present to protect you." However, Chapter 80. Ling Chuan enlightened them on the true meaning of despair. Ling Chuan smiled faintly and remarked, "The instructor is not affiliated with the school. Thus, he cannot protect you for eternity. I shall offer you 3 pieces of advice. First, consider withdrawing from school to evade 4 years and resume your studies after my graduation. Second, leave the city entirely, and you shall no longer confront me. Third, Exercise caution within the school and do not allow me to see you. Boom. Wei Xiao trembled, his pupils constricting as he gazed at Ling Chuan in sheer terror. Was this a threat? No. It was far more terrifying than a mere threat. Wei Xiao's face turned pale, his body quaking with fear. Just moments ago, he had intended to use force to instill fear in Ling Chuan. He had always underestimated the instructor, believing he could not safeguard Ling Chuan indefinitely. Yet now, it was Ling Chuan who wielded power, instilling dread within him. Ling Chuan did not require the instructor's protection. It was Wei Xiao who truly needed safeguarding. However, the instructor could not offer him eternal protection. Confronted with Ling Chuan's words, Wei Xiao felt his body weaken with fright. No, he exclaimed in a panic. It was a misunderstanding. Truly, it was merely a jest. Ling Chuan nodded, stating, "But I am not jesting with you." Wei Xiao nearly wept as he pleaded, "I apologize. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Ling Chuan replied, "Do you recall when I previously remarked that you are merely a child? I was not jesting. Do you still believe that every issue in this world can be resolved with an apology? When you chose to resort to violence, you should have anticipated this outcome." Wei Xiao looked up at the instructor, crying out, "Instructor, save me. This person is bullying me." Ling Chuan found amusement in his words. Everyone had witnessed that it was Wei Xiao who threatened him and initiated the confrontation. Wei Xiao protested, "But I am the one who ended up beaten, and you still threaten me." Ling Chuan nodded, acknowledging, "You are correct. However, do you possess any evidence? You lack proof. Who would the onlookers believe? A person who has saved a poisoned girl, or someone who typically exploits their physical strength to bully classmates?" Wei Xiao's mouth fell agape, his heart sinking deeper into terror. "You are distorting the truth." Ling Chuan simply nodded again. "You are indeed correct. But so what? All I can do is chronicle your misdeeds amidst the public's condemnation and the daily dread you experience." Wei Xiao's mind went blank, nearly causing him to faint. Ling Chuan's words filled him with horror and despair. Fighting? He could not prevail. Speaking? He was no match. Public opinion? That was entirely under Ling Chuan's control. In the present and in the future, he was powerless to act. The most terrifying aspect was that this man showed no intention of defending himself. He openly admitted to twisting the truth, while Wei Xiao could only watch, fully aware of Ling Chuan's entire plan, yet utterly helpless. At that moment, everyone on the playground was in a stupor. This was a heart-wrenching assault, utterly terrifying. Goodness, how frightening, they thought. It was a situation steeped in despair. They were at a loss for any means of resolution. Wuqi observed Ling Chuan at that moment, swallowing hard in fear. The aura he exuded and his words instilled dread even in someone who had experienced the battlefield. Luo Ji stared at Ling Chuan in disbelief. How could he be so formidable? Moments ago, he had attempted to play the hero, only to be beaten by Wei Xiao. And now, the once mighty Wei Xiao lay incapacitated by Ling Chuan's words, driven to the brink of despair. Luo Ji felt a stinging heat in his face. Realizing he had become a mere jester, his attempt at heroism only serving to highlight Ling Chuan's strength. This was not how it should be. At that moment, Man gazed at Ling Chuan, her expression one of sheer shock. Chapter 81. Are you dreaming? Is this still the Ling Chuan she knows? His actions are decisive, devoid of any hesitation. After running 6 kilometers, he is still able to subdue Wei Xiao with a single hand, forcing him to kneel and beg for mercy. He follows this with a barrage of threats. Even when Wei Xiao accuses him of distorting the truth and slandering him, Ling Chuan remains unfazed. There is no need for an explanation. He straightforwardly admits to the accusations, declaring his intent to bring Wei Xiao to ruin. Man feels an unsettling strangeness in the Ling Chuan before her, a strangeness that borders on frightening. Wei Xiao's mind is in turmoil. "Instructor, please save me. He wants to kill me." Wei Xiao is nearly paralyzed with fear. In his expectations, it should have been Ling Chuan seeking help from the instructor. Yet, it is he who is in need of protection. Wuqi glances at Wei Xiao. He merely arrived late. He is not blind. Although Wei Xiao has indeed been knocked down by Ling Chuan, it was Wei Xiao who struck first. "I'm not a student from your school," Wuqi states. "I can only suggest you apologize to him. If he forgives you, perhaps you might still have a chance at survival. Otherwise," Wuqi shrugs, "you will have no choice but to heed his advice. Expulsion, leaving the city, or hiding away." Wei Xiao trembles, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. It's over. Even the instructor says he cannot help. What else can he do? Report to the school or the teachers? It would be futile. Ling Chuan has made his stance abundantly clear. People are likely to believe someone who has saved a little girl and has received unanimous praise from drivers, instructors, and even chefs, rather than someone notorious for seducing others' girlfriends and bullying the weak. It is a foregone conclusion, even if the bystanders speak the truth. Ling Chuan could easily claim they are under duress. Crying out, Wei Xiao pleads, "Big brother, forgive me. I truly regret my actions. I beg you to pardon me. You are magnanimous. Just treat me as if I were nothing." This is his second apology. Wei Xiao genuinely regrets his earlier folly. He should never have been so infatuated. Nor should he have thought to intimidate Ling Chuan with force. If only there were such a thing as a pill for regret. He would consume a handful and return to before he met Xia Qingwei, giving himself a severe reprimand. In response to Wei Xiao's apology, Ling Chuan merely smiles faintly. "What dream are you having?" Wei Xiao's eyes widen in disbelief. His apology is once again rejected. He is on the verge of madness. Does he truly have to drop out of school? Or hide in his dormitory, too afraid to venture outside? No, please. Ling Chuan has grown weary of him. He turns to Wu Qi and says, "Call someone to take him away." The instructor nods, finding the situation somewhat noisy. Wu Qi pulls Wei Xiao to his feet and calls out to the other students, "What are you all standing around for? Keep running. You can only rest after you finish the 6 kilometers. With that, he drags Wei Xiao away. The remaining students resume their running. Yet they are left in a state of shock, feeling utterly dazed. Wei Xiao is formidable, capable of knocking Luo Ji to the ground with a single punch. But when faced with Ling Chuan, he is reduced to tears, begging for mercy, even calling for the instructor's help. Yet, before the instructor, Ling Chuan shows no restraint and even threatens Wei Xiao. While this situation does not directly concern them, even as mere spectators, they can sense the overwhelming despair. It is terrifying. They vow never to offend this formidable individual again. Thankfully, they had apologized while in the car. Man hears their words and feels a sense of emptiness within her. Ling Chuan is so powerful, exuding an aura of security. How could she have gone to a hotel with Li Tian when someone like him exists? She is filled with regret. Luo Ji shakily rises from the ground, his face pale, gazing in terror at the retreating figures of Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei. Chapter 82. Instructor, where is my girlfriend? How could Ling Chuan be so formidable? Reflecting on the numerous occasions he had mocked Ling Chuan, he wondered if he ought to be grateful for the latter's restraint. A wave of fear washed over Luo Ji, and cold sweat trickled down his back. Ling Chuan approached Xia Qingwei with a smile, assuring her, "It's all right now. In the future, should you encounter unreasonable individuals like this, just come to me. I shall handle them." Xia Qingwei, recovering from her shock, chuckled at Ling Chuan's words. "I never expected you to be this impressive." She scrutinized him, asking, "When did you learn self-defense?" With a smile, Ling Chuan replied, "Approximately 20 years ago." Xia Qingwei laughed again, "But you're only 18. How could it be 20 years ago?" Ling Chuan remarked, "You are truly astute. Nothing escapes your notice." He began practicing after she had been away for 3 years. During his studies in medicine, he had traveled to many obscure and remote places. To enhance his self-protection skills, Ling Chuan started training diligently. He had also sought wisdom from many hidden families, acquiring knowledge beyond imagination. When Xia Qingwei was alive, she had helped him rise from despair. Even after her departure, she continued to inspire him to become better. "You've sweated quite a bit." Her gentle voice broke the silence. She took a towel and tenderly wiped the sweat from Ling Chuan's brow. Noticing that he had nearly finished his lemonade, she inquired, "Are you still thirsty? I have a bottle of mineral water here." Suddenly, Ling Chuan grasped her small hand. "What's wrong?" she asked, puzzled. Despite his sweaty palm, she paid it no mind. For her love for Ling Chuan surpassed her love for herself. With a subtle smile, Ling Chuan expressed, "It's wonderful to have you." Xia Qingwei's cheeks flushed instantly, overwhelmed by his unexpected declarations of affection. If it were mere jest, she might have brushed it off. But each word resonated with profound emotion, a tenderness embedded deep within his being. As she dried his face with the towel, she suggested, "Let us sit for a while and take a break." They settled onto a public bench beside the playground. Observing that Ling Chuan had finished his lemonade, she opened the bottle of mineral water and handed it to him. Meanwhile, others on the playground were still running frantically. Only 500 meters left. The most grueling 500 meters. A group of individuals gritted their teeth, eyes wide, desperately pushing forward. Xia Qingwei could not stifle her laughter at the sight. Ling Chuan quietly admired her profile. Many onlookers noted the two seated together, having finished their drinks while others continued to run. The absence of comparison brought a sense of discomfort. "Really, I can hardly bear this. Why can't we finish?" one lamented. "Is the track getting longer? Once I have money, I'll hire someone to excavate this path. Their frustration reached a boiling point. Moments later, instructor Wu Qi returned. He had contacted Wei Xiao's instructor and brought him back. After a brief conversation, it became clear that Wei Xiao had sneaked back. Upon his return, he would undoubtedly face punishment. As Wu Qi surveyed the playground, he found a group sprawled on the ground, motionless except for their heavy breathing. What is wrong with these people? He mused. His gaze fell upon Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue, who were seated together, and he fell silent once more. The weather was splendid, and the group on the ground appeared almost endearing. So, where's my girlfriend? Wu Qi pondered, feeling a sense of disarray. Chapter 83. The wilderness training is about to begin. Wu Qi took a deep breath, feeling for the first time the discomfort of being single. He glanced at the group sprawled on the ground and felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, he was not the only one enduring this solitary plight. There were others sharing in his misery. Has the 6-kilometer run concluded? Wu Qi inquired. No one slacked off. The group lay exhausted on the ground, barely able to muster the strength to respond. No, whoever slacks off is a dog. Nearby, Luoji muttered, damn it. Even lying down, he felt the sting of criticism. His cheeks burned, yet he was far too weary to admit any lapse in effort. Wu Qi nodded and declared, then we shall rest for 10 minutes. What? The group was taken aback. Only 10 minutes? Wu Qi countered, is that too long? They fell silent, gazing enviously at Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue, who were free to choose their participation in the training. The two could rest as long as they pleased, while the others toiled and could only afford a mere 10-minute respite. It was utterly disheartening. Wu Qi took a seat and reassured them, don't feel too dismal. Today is merely a tough day. Tonight, I will take you to the wilderness. It won't be so strenuous then. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up. To the wilderness? Is it camping? A few felt their energy returning and hurriedly sat up, asking, where will we camp? Wu Qi pondered for a moment before replying. It could be considered camping. As for the location, he gestured in a certain direction, stating, our class has had good fortune. It's over there. What does good fortune mean? Someone asked curiously. Isn't every class's location different? Wu Qi nodded, indeed. It's determined by drawing lots. Some areas are densely wooded, others are grassy, while some are quite damp. As Wu Qi spoke, their eyes sparkled with intrigue. You say we are fortunate. Does that mean we have drawn a prime spot? Wu Qi grinned and replied, sort of. Our class's location is abundant in trees, grass, and moisture. The group responded with confusion. What kind of prime spot is that? Others have only one adverse condition, but we seem to have them all. Wu Qi chuckled, please don't look at me like that. A harsher environment can better hone the body and strengthen one's physique. Moreover, this experience will be far more memorable. Skeptically, they responded, we'll believe you when we see it. Wu Qi, partly amused and partly exasperated, reassured them, don't worry. I will also be staying there with you. Furthermore, there will be patrols in the area 24/7. If you truly cannot endure it, you may withdraw. Not far away, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue had overheard Wu Qi's words. Xia Qingyue felt a mix of anticipation and concern. We will be living in the wilderness for several days. What will we do about bathing, eating, and sleeping? Ling Chuan replied, rest assured about bathing. Temporary shower facilities will be set up. The girls' shower area will have female instructors supervising. As for food and sleep, he continued, you will have to fend for yourselves regarding meals, as it is part of the training. The sleeping arrangements will be addressed shortly. The instructors will distribute tents and teach us how to use them. With a smile, Ling Chuan added, and if you choose not to participate, you are free to opt out. Chapter 84. Mastery through practice. Xia Qingyue gazed at Ling Chuan and inquired, will you be attending? Ling Chuan replied, I shall go. Then I shall accompany you, Xia Qingyue said with a cheerful smile, wrapping her arm around Ling Chuan's. The crowd on the playground fell into a profound silence. Goodness, can we even endure this? Wu Qi's lips twitched. This cannot be tolerated any longer. He rose and declared, all right, the break is over. Assemble. The group stared at Wu Qi in bewilderment. Has it only been 10 minutes? Could we possibly have another 10 minutes? Wu Qi raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to bargain? Add another 3 kilometers to your run. At this proclamation, a multitude leapt in alarm, hastily lining up. Wu Qi commanded them to stand at ease, and after standing at attention, he called out a dozen individuals. Come with me to carry the tents. Today's practice will teach you how to set them up. After a brief interval, Wu Qi returned with a group, each bearing a tent for the entire class. Everyone stepped forward to collect their tents. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue approached to receive theirs. Wu Qi, taken aback, observed them and asked, are you both going too? Lin Chuan nodded, stating, "How could one miss out on such an interesting outdoor camping experience?" Wu Qi chuckled wryly. "This is a training camp, not a leisurely outing. There will be daily training tasks." However, upon reflection, he realized Lin Chuan and Xia Qingwei would not be participating in those tasks, so he refrained from further comment. "Spread out, maintain some distance, and I will demonstrate how to use the tents." Once everyone had dispersed, Wu Qi called out, "First, check your tents for any issues. Pay special attention to these areas." He meticulously outlined the precautions for everyone. Once they had all conducted their checks and confirmed everything was in order, he began a public demonstration on how to set up the tents. Wu Qi's movements were deliberate, ensuring every individual could see clearly. And he only proceeded to the next step once everyone had memorized the process. "All right," Wu Qi announced as he completed the tent setup, instructing them on how to ensure its stability. "Did everyone see that clearly?" A chorus of voices responded, "We saw clearly." "Then you may begin." The group, brimming with anticipation, promptly set to work upon receiving Wu Qi's approval. Lin Chuan turned to Xia Qingyue and asked, "Did you understand everything just now?" Xia Qingyue, somewhat bashful, replied, "I think I have a general idea." Lin Chuan discerned that she had not fully grasped it. "Allow me to demonstrate once more. Pay close attention." Xia Qingyue exclaimed in surprise, "Have you already mastered it?" Indeed, this was not Lin Chuan's first experience with tent setup. He had once ventured into the world's largest rainforest, traversed the coldest polar regions, and crossed the hottest deserts. On numerous occasions, he had set up tents with remarkable speed amidst fierce storms. He had even provided suggestions to tent manufacturers, resulting in several upgrades and improvements to their products. With a gentle smile, Lin Chuan remarked, "I've lived in tents before, so I have some experience." Xia Qingyue gazed at him in admiration, saying, "You are incredible." Lin Chuan began to demonstrate, teaching Xia Qingyue in greater detail how to erect a tent. In a mere 3 minutes, he had successfully set up a sturdy tent. Xia Qingyue was left in awe, her cherry lips slightly parted, her face radiating astonishment. Such speed. Yet, she found she could remember every step as if a brilliant inventor of tents were instructing her in their use. Regaining her composure, Xia Qingyue remarked, "You are truly remarkable." Lin Chuan smiled. "Now you give it a try." Chapter 85. I cannot comprehend how he has completed his task while I am still fastening screws. Xia Qingyue also began to engage in her work. Wu Qi navigated through the crowd, assessing everyone's progress. To his dismay, he discovered that their movements were rather clumsy, as if they had scarcely paid attention to their demonstrations. Their practical skills are so lacking, he mused. He recalled Lin Chuan and wondered how he was faring. Presumably, he too was at a loss. Perhaps I should offer him some guidance. Just as he was contemplating this, Wu Qi turned to observe Lin Chuan. Upon witnessing the scene unfolding there, he froze in astonishment. To his amazement, he saw several students gathered around Lin Chuan, who was meticulously instructing Xia Qingyue on how to set up a tent. And behind Lin Chuan, a tent had already been erected. How could this be? Wu Qi exclaimed internally. Has it truly only been 5 minutes? One student managed to set up a tent in just 5 minutes? Is that even plausible? Wu Qi hurriedly approached, circling Lin Chuan's tent several times for a thorough inspection. After completing his review, the astonishment on his face was impossible to conceal. Perfect. This is simply flawless. It is even sturdier than mine. Wu Qi was momentarily bewildered. How could this happen? Turning his gaze towards Lin Chuan, he found him diligently explaining the usage and function of various components to Xia Qingyue, as if he were the inventor of these tents himself. The onlookers stared at Lin Chuan in awe. He truly possesses an impressive understanding, doesn't he? Is this tent produced by his family? Goodness, I could set up a tent too. Having merely glanced at Lin Chuan earlier, they now witnessed his swift tent assembly. The speed was astounding. By the time they regained their composure, the tent was already complete. As Lin Chuan prepared to guide Xia Qingyue, they eagerly moved closer, hoping to glean some knowledge from the experience. Under Lin Chuan's hands-on instruction, Xia Qingyue successfully completed the tent assembly in a mere 5 minutes. Overjoyed, she gazed at her constructed tent. I did it. Lin Chuan, you are remarkable. Lin Chuan inspected her work. Though not perfect, it was certainly acceptable. He smiled and said, You did quite well. Xia Qingyue beamed with delight, resembling a little girl who had just received praise from her teacher. Lin Chuan glanced sideways and noticed Wu Qi. Instructor, is there something you need? Wu Qi, returning to his senses, inquired, Does your family manufacture tents? How is it that you possess such knowledge of tents and can assemble them so swiftly? Lin Chuan pondered for a moment before replying, I've assembled them a few times. Practice makes perfect. Wu Qi remarked, "This is beyond mere practice. You are practically a tent master. I cannot assemble them as quickly as you. Nor do I possess your level of knowledge." He was truly astonished by Ling Chuan, skilled in medicine, culinary arts, and self-defense, and now capable of rapidly setting up tents as well. Wu Qi surveyed the others still engaged in their tasks. "Everyone, look here. Ling Chuan has erected his tent faster than I have, and it is even sturdier than mine. Come and observe, learn from him." Upon hearing Wu Qi's words, all those attempting to figure out how to assemble tents were momentarily taken aback. "What? We are still working on the framework, and he has already finished? This is utterly absurd. I do not understand. I am still fastening screws, and he has completed everything?" The crowd turned their attention toward Ling Chuan, witnessing that both he and Xia Qingwei had successfully assembled their tent, leaving them unable to remain composed. Chapter 86. I have completed all my tasks. Yet I find myself with 3 extra screws. What could have gone awry? This is perplexing. Everyone learned from the instructor, so how could he be so swift? That is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that the instructor just mentioned that Ling Chuan constructed his tent even faster than he did. Who truly is the instructor here? Luo Ji and He Man stared blankly at Ling Chuan, both feeling somewhat at a loss. After toiling for quite some time, Luo Ji still could not figure out how to assemble the tent's framework. As for He Man, she simply could not comprehend the instructions. Despite the instructor's detailed explanations, they eluded her understanding. Upon seeing the tent that Ling Chuan had erected, Luo Ji began to question his own abilities. "My parents and teachers have always proclaimed me a genius. Am I really a genius? In the realm of medicine, Ling Chuan outclassed me. In martial arts, I lagged behind. Now, even in tent assembly, I find myself inferior to Ling Chuan. This is disheartening." He Man felt a pang of regret. If only she had not broken up with Ling Chuan, if only he were still her boyfriend, she would not have to struggle with erecting a tent herself. It was quite a challenge. Many approached to examine the tent Ling Chuan had constructed with keen interest. "I began to understand. So this is how it is done. Impressive." They all gained new insights into tent assembly. Upon returning, they resumed their efforts, and this time, their pace improved significantly. Within 10 minutes, several individuals began to complete their tents. However, many still encountered difficulties. "How peculiar. I have finished my tent, yet 3 screws remain unaccounted for. What is the purpose of these nails? I cannot find a place to use them. Damn it, no wonder the zipper wouldn't budge. I assembled the tent incorrectly." The instructor assessed the completed tents. Most were barely satisfactory. The more he scrutinized, the more dismayed Wu Qi felt. They were all of similar ages. Yet Ling Chuan's tent was nothing short of perfection, while the others barely scraped by. The disparity was staggering. Those who had successfully erected their tents were in high spirits, offering assistance to those still struggling. Luo Ji and He Man became the focal point of attention. These two had been laboring for quite some time without managing to assemble even a frame. Now, a crowd gathered around them, pointing and whispering. Luo Ji and He Man hung their heads, feeling an intense flush of embarrassment, as if they had been slapped in the face. How humiliating it was. They were all students, yet they found themselves being taught by their peers. Luo Ji recalled his past, where he consistently ranked among the top of his class, even achieving first place on several occasions. Now, he felt like a fool. Under the guidance of onlookers, the two struggled for another 10 minutes before finally managing to set up the tent. The instructor conducted a thorough inspection. Aside from Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue's tents, the rest were at best barely passing. "I will now teach you how to dismantle the tent." After taking it down, he instructed everyone to assemble it once more. They practiced repeatedly 3 times. By the end, everyone had gained a clear understanding of tent assembly, though one could not say they had mastered it. At least they were now capable of erecting it within 15 minutes. Wu Qi nodded in satisfaction. "All right, we will conclude this morning's training here. You may now go for lunch and take a short rest. In the afternoon, we will set off for the wilderness. Be sure to take good care of your tents. Do not misplace or damage them, or you will find yourself sleeping outdoors at the mercy of mosquitoes." With that, they were dismissed for lunch. Eagerly anticipating their upcoming adventure in the wilderness, the crowd erupted in cheers. Xia Qingyue turned to Ling Chuan and said, "Please hand me the tent. I will take care of it." "Sure," Ling Chuan replied, handing the tent over to her. "Wait for me a moment. I will first go back to store the tent, and then we can go eat together." Chapter 87. Once again at the cafeteria, Ling Chuan was destined to endure a less than appetizing lunch. He accompanied her back to the dormitory, where Xia Qingyue hurried upstairs to stow away her belongings. 2 minutes later, Man descended the stairs alone, clutching her lunchbox, preparing to head to the dining hall. Upon spotting Ling Chuan waiting below, her eyes sparkled with excitement. It was Ling Chuan. What was he doing here? Surely he was waiting for her. A triumphant smile crept across Man's lips. She had always suspected he couldn't bear to part with her. He must have come here to seek her forgiveness. I shall keep him in suspense for a while, refusing to forgive him just yet, allowing him to experience a moment of heartache. With this thought, she began to stride towards Ling Chuan. However, after just a few steps, a graceful figure suddenly dashed past her, a fragrant breeze trailing behind. Man froze in place as she witnessed Xia Qingwei jogging towards Ling Chuan. "I'm here," she exclaimed, effortlessly linking her arm with his. "Sorry to keep you waiting." Ling Chuan chuckled, shaking his head. "Hee, let us head to the cafeteria. I wonder what is for lunch today?" The two chatted amiably as they made their way to the dining hall. Man stood rooted to the spot, unable to comprehend the scene before her as the pair gradually faded from view. It turned out he was not waiting for her at all. He was waiting for Xia Qingwei. A sharp pang pierced Man's heart, as though she had been struck by a sword, the pain almost palpable. In her daze, she thought she heard whispers behind her. They are a perfect match, destined to be together. What right does this monster have to oppose them? Man spun around abruptly, only to find the space behind her empty. Inside the cafeteria, a long queue formed as patrons waited to be served. Goodness! 2 portions of rice cost 3 yuan. What? An 8 yuan chicken leg? One exclaimed incredulously. "Auntie, steady your hand. This stir-fried chicken with ear mushrooms is all mushrooms." The patrons at the serving station appeared bewildered. They had anticipated a delightful lunch, only to discover that not only were the prices steep, but the portions were meager as well. A mere 3 portions of rice, accompanied by 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, had cost them 15 yuan. Finding a place to sit, they gazed at their meals, attempting to reassure themselves. Although it's expensive, it might be delicious. After all, you get what you pay for. There must be a reason for these prices. As they sampled the greens, an immediate silence fell over the table. The vegetables were lacking in salt, devoid of oil, and utterly unpalatable. It was as if they had been merely dipped in boiling water and served without any seasoning. 4 yuan for this? They felt ready to explode. Someone nearby clung to a glimmer of hope. "Hold on, don't panic. There is still meat. Perhaps it will be delicious?" They momentarily regained their composure and turned their attention to the meat in their bowls. But after 1 bite, anguished expressions filled their faces. The meat was dry, tough, and unappetizing. Is this an 8 yuan chicken leg? Is it even fit for consumption? It rivals the morning's noodles in terms of distaste. How they longed for takeout. But this base was isolated, with no delivery options in sight. They were left with no choice but to consume what was before them. "We must eat. If we don't, we'll be in dire straits during tonight's outdoor excursion." They had truly been frightened by hunger the previous day and were unwilling to face that again. Thus, one by one, they steeled themselves to eat. In a corner, Luo Ji frowned deeply, gazing incredulously at his meal. What on earth is this? Is it even edible? Can it truly be digested? At that moment, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei arrived leisurely. "You find a seat. I'll go get the food," Xia Qingwei said with a smile. "What would you like? In the cafeteria?" Many eyes turned towards Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei. Upon seeing them, memories of the morning's events resurfaced. They had enjoyed a delightful meal then. Surely that would not be the case now. They were left to wonder what sort of reaction these two would have to their lunch. Chapter 88. Astonishing the crowd. The head chef personally delivers the dishes. Such divine treatment has piqued their anticipation. It cannot be that only I endure this dreadful fare. I yearn to witness the expressions of agony and disbelief on Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei and Appo's faces. Luo Ji also cast a glance at Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei. He chuckled, for they were about to partake in this subpar lunch as well. Their reactions would undoubtedly be intense. They would struggle to accept this unsatisfactory meal more than I do. Luo Ji eagerly anticipated witnessing Ling Chuan's breakdown. At that moment, the head chef approached slowly, declaring, "You need not queue for your meals. I have already prepared lunch for you." As his words fell, several cafeteria staff members emerged, bearing multiple plates of dishes along with a rice cooker. The food was elegantly arranged on the table beside the two. As the crowd beheld the spread, they stood in stunned silence. Stir-fried Shanghai greens, broccoli sautéed with mushrooms, corn and chicken wing casserole, and succulent prawns, a silky loofah, and pork soup, for dishes accompanied by a soup. The aroma wafted through the air, and the cafeteria was enveloped in an instantaneous hush. leaving everyone at a loss for words. With a clatter, Luo Ji dropped his chopsticks, his gaze fixated on the feast before him. His eyes widened, and he felt saliva pooling in his mouth. Good heavens! What is this? The entire assembly struggled to maintain composure. The fragrance was intoxicating. These were all dishes absent from today's offerings, and the portions were generous. Clearly, the seasonings were generous, promising a delectable taste that left them salivating uncontrollably. Gazing at Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue's meal, they stole another glance at their own. Could theirs even be classified as food? Not even a dog would deign to eat it. Xia Qingyue, astonished by the banquet before her, inquired of the head chef. How much for these? I would like to pay. The head chef hurriedly declined, stating, no charge. These dishes are my personal creation. Please, do not hesitate to enjoy. He then turned to Ling Chuan, asking, would you care for some wine? Ling Chuan replied with a gentle smile, I do not drink. He surveyed the table laden with food, its colors and aromas captivating, and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. The head chef, taken aback by the kindness, insisted. No need for thanks, it is my duty. Ling Chuan guided Xia Qingyue to sit, suggesting, let us sample the head chef's culinary artistry. Xia Qingyue was taken aback. The head chef? The entire cafeteria was equally astonished. The head chef? Wait, he is the head chef? The dishes crafted by the head chef. How delicious must they be? I cannot comprehend why. While we are relegated to eating swill, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue are afforded the luxury of the head chef's cuisine at no cost. They must pay 15 yuan to procure a meager portion of rice, accompanied by 1 vegetable and 1 meat dish. Yet Ling Chuan, not a penny spent, indulging in 4 dishes and a soup, 2 of each, and all prepared by the head chef himself. They could scarcely fathom just how exquisite this meal must be. Luo Ji was now uncontrollably salivating. His eyes glistened as he gazed longingly at Ling Chuan's meal. How he yearned to partake. Xia Qingyue served Ling Chuan a generous portion of rice, carefully selecting the largest chicken wing for him. She then took a bite of the greens. How delightful! She was pleasantly surprised. The flavor was remarkably pleasing. Though it could not compare to Ling Chuan's culinary skills, it was still far superior to the fare from any roadside eatery. The head chef, encouraged by Xia Qingyue's praise, could not help but beam with pride. Ling Chuan sampled the chicken wing and found it indeed satisfactory. After finishing the wing, he tasted the other dishes as well. Not bad. Ling Chuan addressed the head chef. Your corn and chicken wing casserole could benefit from a longer reduction time. Perhaps let it simmer for an additional 3 minutes next time. Since the head chef had graciously treated him to a meal, Ling Chuan felt no hesitation in offering tips to enhance the flavors of the dishes. Such knowledge was nearly instinctual to him. Yet upon hearing Ling Chuan's advice, the head chef experienced a jolt of enlightenment. Chapter 89. Having shared kisses and slept together. Why is there still such shyness? He meticulously noted every detail. With immense excitement, he exclaimed, Thank you for your guidance, master. Overwhelmed with joy, he felt tears welling up. Though others remained oblivious, he was acutely aware that the man before him possessed culinary skills that surpassed even those of his own teacher. Under this man's mentorship, his instructor rediscovered his passion and elevated his culinary prowess. Now, having received similar guidance, he felt an immeasurable sense of gratitude. The onlookers were utterly bewildered. Why was the head chef, usually composed, so animated? Wasn't it Oppos, Ling Chuan who ought to express gratitude for the meal? Why was it the head chef who was thanking him? Who truly was the head chef here? It seemed as though Ling Chuan's culinary abilities eclipsed those of the head chef. Surely, it was an illusion. It had to be a mere misperception, right? Enough of this. One muttered. I am famished and wish to order more dishes. Stay calm. Our meals differ from his. Xia Qingyue observed Ling Chuan with a radiant smile. Delighted to witness the head chef's reverence for him, her heart swelled with pride for her Ling Chuan, who was impressively formidable today. Gradually, the crowd in the cafeteria regained their composure. They could no longer watch. It was unbearable. Their own meals were already unpalatable, and further observation would only make it more difficult to eat. They shut their eyes and shoved food into their mouths, all the while inhaling the enticing aroma emanating from Ling Chuan's direction. It felt as though they were trapped in a hellish nightmare. They could hardly endure another moment in the cafeteria. Soon enough, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue finished their meals. The head chef cheerfully remarked, When you visit next time, I shall prepare even more delectable dishes for you. Ling Chuan smiled and replied, We eagerly anticipate it. By the way, Ling Chuan approached the head chef. Please prepare some items for me. Master, your wish is my command. The head chef responded promptly. Meanwhile, A large group remained in the cafeteria, treating each morsel as a battle for survival. With an afternoon excursion on the horizon, Ling Chuan intended for Xia Qinghua to rest. Having run 6 kilometers that day and drenched in sweat, he also yearned for a shower and a brief nap. He escorted her to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. "See you this afternoon," Xia Qinghua said, rising on her toes to plant a quick kiss on Ling Chuan's cheek before dashing upstairs. Bystanders halted in their tracks, filled with envy as they gazed at Ling Chuan. That had been the kiss of the campus belle. It must have been fragrant, soft, and sweet. They felt an urge to weep from envy. Ling Chuan watched her retreating figure, bemused. They had shared kisses and slept together. Why was there still such shyness? Upon returning to his dormitory, he took a shower, dried his hair, and promptly lay down to sleep. Having risen early and engaged in vigorous activity, he fell asleep swiftly. Beep, beep. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Instructor Wu Qi's whistle pierced the air, rousing Ling Chuan and his dorm mates from their slumber. "Gather up," Wu Qi's voice called out. "Bring your tents." The students hastily gathered their belongings and assembled on the playground. Xia Qinghua approached, carrying 2 tents, and cheerfully asked Ling Chuan, "Did you rest well during lunch? Without you by my side, it was not quite as pleasant," Ling Chuan replied, causing Xia Qingyue's cheeks to flush. After accounting for everyone, Wu Qi confirmed that no one had forgotten their tents before instructing them to assist in transporting supplies. As this was an outdoor training session, they would be provided with some essential provisions: 2 pounds of dry rations, 3 liters of mineral water, a small bottle of disinfectant, and half a roll of bandages. Once the supplies were tallied, Wu Qi announced, "We are 15 kilometers from our destination. I hope you all put in your best efforts so we can arrive before nightfall." Chapter 90. Are you tired? I am even more so. Upon hearing Wu Qi's words, many people were momentarily stunned. "Wait, are you implying, instructor, that we must walk there?" Someone could not help but inquire. Wu Qi nodded and replied, "What else could it be?" They found it hard to believe and questioned, "Are we really expected to carry all this with us?" Wu Qi continued to nod. "It's not too much, really. We calculated it. Each person will carry approximately 20 pounds. The provisions, including food and water, amount to just over 5 pounds. The tent weighs between 8 to 10 pounds. The remaining weight consists of personal snacks and a change of clothes." The faces of the crowd turned pale at the thought. 20 pounds sounded manageable, yet traversing 15 kilometers with such a load was daunting. "All right," Wu Qi said, "if we don't hurry, we won't reach our destination before dark. Do you wish to get lost in the woods?" The group shivered at the idea and hurriedly followed Wu Qi. At that moment, the head chef rushed over with a small backpack. "Master, everything you requested is inside," he said. Ling Chuan reached out to take it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." "No need for thanks. It's a pleasure to assist you," the chef replied with a hearty smile. "We shall take our leave then. We look forward to your feast." The chef beamed even more, assuring, "I will not disappoint you." Ling Chuan, carrying the bag, walked at the rear alongside Xia Qinghua. Curiously, she asked, "What's in there?" With a mysterious smile, Ling Chuan replied, "Magical tools. You will understand when we arrive." Xia Qinghua playfully pouted, "You're being all mysterious. Do you need my help carrying it?" Ling Chuan shook his head, "No need." Initially, the pace of the group was brisk, as everyone was eager to reach their destination. However, after 3 kilometers, their speed noticeably dwindled. Wu Qi consistently encouraged them from the front. "I'm carrying more than all of you, and my load is heavier. I'm not complaining, so why should you?" As he spoke, he craned his neck to glance back, asking, "No one else lagging behind, right?" Ling Chuan, leisurely positioned at the back, replied, "No." He did not feel weary, as he possessed techniques for conserving energy. In this expansive world, there are numerous scholars and practitioners. Alongside ancient secret methods and scientific calculations, many approaches exist to alleviate physical burdens or unlock latent potential. Ling Chuan noticed Xia Qingyue's delicate face glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. "Would you like assistance?" he offered. "I can help carry some of your things." Xia Qingyue inquired, "Aren't you tired?" Ling Chuan smiled, "Not at all." After observing him for a while and confirming that he truly wasn't fatigued, she handed him the tent. "Just carry the tent for me. I can manage the water and food myself." Xia Qingyue was reluctant to impose too much on Ling Chuan, especially since she had not yet reached her limit. Up ahead, Man glanced back at the two. Seeing Ling Chuan assisting Xia Qingyue filled her with envy. In the past, Ling Chuan would have undoubtedly helped her. However, now that they had parted ways, he would no longer offer such support. This realization struck her hard. Had she known better, She would have waited until after the training camp to spend time with Li Tian. That way, she could have avoided this hardship. Feeling disheartened, she turned to Luo Ji and whispered, "I'm so tired. Could you help me carry something?" Luo Ji, drenched in sweat and visibly pale, replied, "I'm even more exhausted." The group continued onward, finally reaching the edge of the forest by 6 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 91, Ling Chuan. Wilderness survival expert. At the entrance of the forest, numerous instructors awaited the group, ready to distribute their dinner, sleeping bags, and water bottles. Without these provisions, they would face both hunger and coldness throughout the night. The dinner was provided only once, intended to sustain everyone through the evening. In the forest, darkness descended swiftly, and without the meal, they would have to subsist on dry rations. The distributed dinner was quite simple: a serving of rice, stir-fried green beans with meat, and stir-fried snap peas with cured pork. The sleeping bags were specifically allocated here, otherwise, their packs would exceed 20 kilograms. After receiving their meals, they continued their journey. By nearly 7 in the evening, they finally reached their destination, a wooded area with sparse trees and knee-high weeds, intersected by a small stream. The air felt stiflingly humid. Several instructors had arrived earlier to eliminate any venomous creatures, and they would patrol the area over the next few days to prevent any mishaps. Wu Qi placed his belongings on the ground and said, "You may choose a spot to set up your tents, then eat and rest." A collective sigh of relief permeated the group. Bang, bang, bang. Many plopped down onto the ground, exhausted and drenched in sweat, unwilling to move further. Xia Qingyue also exhaled, cautiously placing her items down and shaking out her hands. Lin Chuan set down his gear and gently grasped her small hand. The sky had not yet darkened completely, allowing Lin Chuan to notice a red mark on her palm. "Does it hurt?" he inquired. Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed as she felt a sweet warmth in her heart, shaking her head with a smile. "Not at all. I am not that delicate. Let us find a suitable place to pitch the tent." Lin Chuan smiled. "Do not worry. I have already selected a location." While Xia Qingyue and the others were newcomers to this place, Lin Chuan was not. He led Xia Qingyue into the woods to a large boulder. Circumnavigating the stone, he declared, "We shall set up our tent here." He had 3 reasons for this choice. First, this spot was the flattest and driest in the vicinity. Second, the boulder would shield them from the biting winds that would sweep through in a couple of days. Without proper preparation, the howling winds would make sleeping difficult. Third, this area was elevated and distanced from the stream, which, despite appearing calm now, would rise every night, posing a risk of flooding for those who camped too close. Xia Qingyue was unaware of Lin Chuan's reasoning, but chose to follow his lead without question. She began to tidy the area while Lin Chuan gathered dry leaves and straw from nearby. Once Xia Qingyue cleared a space, he laid down the leaves and straw, creating a barrier against the cold ground while adding comfort. He then retrieved a bag from the chef, extracting a pouch filled with yellow powder. Lin Chuan evenly sprinkled the powder over the straw heap and around the surrounding ground. Xia Qingyue exclaimed in delight, "Is that realgar?" Realgar is known to counteract various toxins. Any creature sensing its scent would flee. With realgar present, they need not worry about anything creeping beneath the tent at night. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she gazed at Lin Chuan, incredulous at his thorough preparations. "You are so well equipped." Lin Chuan smiled. After spending considerable time in the wild, one instinctively learns to bring such essentials. Chapter 92. While everyone is feeding the mosquitoes, what is Lin Chuan doing? He is inviting the mosquitoes to feast on nuclear bombs. Within that small backpack, there is more than just realgar. It also contains flint, activated charcoal, floral water, mosquito coils, and various other items. After preparing the ground, Lin Chuan began erecting the tents while Xia Qingyue diligently tidied up the area surrounding the tents, collecting some dry wood for later use in kindling a fire. In just 5 minutes, Lin Chuan had set up 2 tents, which stood firmly side by side. At that moment, many onlookers noticed Lin Chuan's completed tents. Their expressions filled with confusion. Why erect tents so far from the stream? It is commonly believed that areas near flowing water have fewer mosquitoes. Did he not fear being bitten all over at night by setting up so far away? Everyone else was settled by the stream, which they felt validated their choice. Although Lin Chuan was quick in setting up, his choice of location seemed ill-advised, as it was a veritable buffet for mosquitoes. Luo Ji was also busy setting up his tent. Casting a glance at Lin Chuan, he scoffed with derision. What good is speed if one cannot choose a proper location? Soon enough, when he was covered in bites, he would surely regret his decision. Just as he laughed, A metal pole from the tent struck his face. Ouch! He grimaced. Sucking in a breath sharply, Ling Chuan, having laid out his sleeping bag and stepped out of the tent, was pleased to see that Xia Qingwei had tidied the area around the tent. She had even cleared a patch of ground over a meter wide in front of the tent. With a thud, she returned with 2 stones and placed them on the ground. With her face slightly smudged and hands dirty, she beamed with joy. We have seats now. Ling Chuan chuckled. You truly are impressive. He approached, finding 2 forked sticks among the wood and inserting them into the ground, then laying a straight stick across the forks. He picked up one of the water bottles distributed at the entrance and said to Xia Qingwei, let us head to the stream. They arrived at the stream, where Ling Chuan instructed her to wash her hands and face thoroughly. After she finished, Ling Chuan filled a jug with crystal clear water and returned to the tents. He tossed the jug onto the firewood and, using the flint, ignited the fire instantly. The flames flickered to life. Xia Qingwei sat nearby, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ling Chuan, you're truly amazing. You've organized all these troublesome tasks so efficiently and quickly. By the stream, everyone turned their gaze toward Ling Chuan as the first flame erupted, capturing their attention. What? He lit the fire? How did he do that? We're still struggling with our tents, and he has already got a fire going. Not only that, but it seems he has even boiling water. They were utterly bewildered. While everyone else was still grappling with dimness and the arduous task of setting up, Ling Chuan had already started cooking. We need to hurry, or it will be completely dark, and then we'll be in trouble. Oh no, there are mosquitoes. Everyone, hurry up. There are mosquitoes. A shrill cry pierced the air, and panic ensued. The fear of being tormented by mosquitoes all night, as they had been in the vehicle, resurfaced within them. They desperately wished to avoid becoming a feast for the insects again. Buzz. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei both heard the sound of mosquitoes buzzing around. Xia Qingwei frowned and exclaimed, there are mosquitoes. Ling Chuan smiled calmly. No need to panic. I anticipated this. He retrieved a mosquito coil from his backpack. With a swift motion, he tore open the packaging and tossed a disc into the fire. Instantly, a thick plume of white smoke billowed forth, enveloping the area and exterminating every mosquito within a 5-meter radius. Not a single mosquito dared to approach. Xia Qingyue's mouth fell open in astonishment. She had not expected Ling Chuan to eradicate all the mosquitoes around them with such ease. Tossing the mosquito coil into the fire was akin to a nuclear strike against the pests. This spectacle left the onlookers by the stream utterly dumbfounded. While they were preoccupied with feeding the mosquitoes, Ling Chuan was inviting them to indulge in nuclear devastation. Chapter 93. As long as I'm with you, everything tastes delicious, incredible. He actually has mosquito coils. Oh no, we forgot to bring any. What kind of household is this? We don't even have a single roll. How enviable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Mosquitoes incessantly flit around them. Listening to this sound, they grow anxious, waving their arms in a futile attempt to drive the insects away. Hurry up and set it up. Let us retreat inside. Quickly, quickly, pitch the tent. They fumbled about, hastily continuing to erect the tent. The more they worked, the louder the buzzing of the mosquitoes became. Their greatest fear was the sudden silence of the buzzing, for that would mean the mosquitoes had settled somewhere upon them. They gazed enviously at Ling Chuan. His tent was already set up, the water was boiling, and the mosquitoes had been chased away. It was nothing short of paradise. The flames flickered brightly as Ling Chuan handed a meal to Xia Qingwei, saying, "It's time to eat." Xia Qingwei snapped back to reality and reached out to accept it. This was the dinner distributed by the instructors upon entering the forest, still somewhat warm. Ling Chuan sampled the food, and his verdict was simple. It was merely sustenance for survival. He asked Xia Qingwei, "Do you find it tasty?" With a gentle smile. Xia Qingwei replied, "I'm not that particular. As long as I'm with you, I find everything delicious. Even if it's just porridge with pickled radish. I think it tastes wonderful. I don't like this cured meat. You can have it," she offered, pushing the meat towards Ling Chuan. It wasn't that she disliked it. She simply wanted to leave more for him. Ling Chuan felt a warmth in his heart. In their previous life, when she lived in the rented apartment with him, she would prepare lavish breakfasts and lunches every morning. And what about him? He would settle for steamed buns at work. She always reserved the best for herself. After Xia Qingwei took a few pieces, Ling Chuan said, "That's enough. I can't eat that much. You should finish the rest." "All right," Xia Qingwei replied softly. As Ling Chuan continued his meal, he noticed the food tasted considerably better. After dinner, he placed the takeout container into a plastic bag, intending to dispose of it later to avoid polluting the environment. He took out 2 cups, added some tea leaves, and poured in the freshly boiled water. Xia Qingyue sat across from him, resting her chin on her hands, quietly observing Ling Chuan. A gentle, captivating smile graced her face. Suddenly, Wu Qi approached from a distance. Seeing everyone struggling with the tents, he couldn't help but shake his head. Despite having been taught several times, they still took so long. Then, a flicker of firelight in the woods caught his attention. Is there a fire? Who's so quick? Turning his head, he was stunned to find it was Ling Chuan. Not only had he lit a fire, but he had also boiled water and set up 2 tents. What incredible speed! Wu Qi hurried over, astonished. How did you manage to do this so quickly? Everyone else is still struggling with their tents, yet you have already made fire and boiled water? Xia Qingyue chuckled. Ling Chuan is quite impressive. Wu Qi nodded, then caught a whiff of the fragrant mosquito coils in the air. You even prepared mosquito coils? You're so well equipped. This wasn't Wu Qi's first time leading a training camp, but it was the first time he had witnessed someone complete tent setup, fire lighting, and water boiling, along with mosquito coil preparation, so swiftly. Ling Chuan explained, I've spent some time living outdoors before, so I have a bit of experience. Wu Qi sighed in relief. I see. Have you eaten yet? Ling Chuan replied, I just finished. Wu Qi exclaimed, what the? You're so fast. I was just trying to set up a tent and coordinate with the other instructors. How did you manage to handle everything so quickly? Chapter 94. While others must find their own solutions, Ling Chuan enjoys a shower in the instructor's area. Wu Qi's lips twitched several times in disbelief. This is utterly outrageous. Others have yet to even set up their tents. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he turned to Xia Qingyue and informed her. The girls can bathe at the designated location. Xia Qingyue, astonished, replied, Can we really take a shower out here in the wilderness? Wu Qi nodded affirmatively. We have made prior arrangements and constructed a dedicated bathing area for the girls. Moreover, there are female instructors supervising the area. I came here specifically to inform the girls of this. Ling Chuan rose to his feet and suggested to Xia Qingyue, why not take a look? Sure, she replied, eager to avoid feeling grimy throughout the training. Retrieving a towel and a change of clothes from her tent, Xia Qingyue was followed by Ling Chuan, who grabbed a bottle of floral water. I'll lead you there, Wu Qi offered, guiding them onward. After a brief walk of over 10 minutes, they arrived at the designated bathing area for girls. Several female instructors and teachers stood guard nearby, ensuring a sense of security. The bathing area was completely enclosed, rendering it impossible for anyone to see inside. Ling Chuan handed the bottle of floral water to Xia Qingyue, saying, You may go wash up now. I will wait here for you. Xia Qingyue's eyes sparkled with delight at the floral water, which could protect her skin while imparting a delicate fragrance that repelled mosquitoes. With this, she would not have to worry about being bitten, even without incense. I'll be out shortly, she promised, hurrying toward the bathing area. As she approached, a female instructor stepped forward to provide guidance and outline some precautions. Though bathing was permitted, the water supply was limited. Each person was allowed just 1 shower per day, and the bathing hours were strictly from 5 to 8 in the evening, with only 2 buckets of water available. After acknowledging the information, Xia Qingyue took her 2 buckets and entered the bathing area. Ling Chuan turned to Wu Qi and inquired, The girls have a place to bathe. What about the boys? Wu Qi chuckled, They do not. The boys need to toughen up and must find their own ways to manage bathing. Ling Chuan was not surprised by this outcome, recalling that in his previous life, boys had to devise their own solutions for bathing as well. However, Wu Qi suddenly shifted his tone. You are quite special. Follow me. I will take you to our bathing area. Unlike the other boys, Ling Chuan had the privilege of bathing in the instructor and Oppo's area. As they walked, Wu Qi elaborated. Over there are no restrictions on shower times or the number of showers. You can also wash and dry your clothes there. Ling Chuan nodded, then asked, Is there a bathing area for the female instructors as well? Wu Qi paused, perplexed. You wouldn't want your girlfriend to bathe with the female instructors, would you? Ling Chuan smiled and replied, Has anyone ever told you that you are quite astute? Wu Qi chuckled but quickly regained his composure. No, I've always been quite clever, he remarked, and then added, I cannot decide this matter. I will speak with the female instructor and let you know the outcome by tomorrow at the latest. Sounds good. Ling Chuan agreed. After enjoying a refreshing shower in the instructor's bathing area, he returned to the entrance to wait for Xia Qingyue. Before long, she emerged, exclaiming, Sorry to keep you waiting. There are so many mosquitoes here. We should leave quickly. Ling Chuan took her delicate hand, which felt cool and smooth, perhaps a result of her recent shower. Xia Qingyue's face radiated with a joyful smile. After walking for a while, she suddenly asked, You haven't bathed yet, have you? What will you do? Ling Chuan reassured her, Do not worry about me. I can shower in the instructor's area. Chapter 95 that evening. Only Ling Chuan and Xia Qinghua had taken their baths. Xia Qinghua sighed in relief and smiled. That's good. Upon returning to the campsite, they found that most of the others had already set up their tents. Luo Ji and He Man wore embarrassed expressions as they watched others assist them with their tents. As the others worked, they commented, "At this age, you still can't manage such a simple task." Both felt their faces burning with shame. It was indeed a humiliating experience. Once the tents were finally set up, they had the opportunity to start a fire. However, when they attempted to ignite it, they were met with frustration. The proximity to the stream made the air damp, rendering their efforts futile. Unable to light a fire, the mosquitoes became increasingly aggressive, and the temperature in the forest dropped swiftly. Some of the girls were already shivering from the cold. Why is it so difficult to start a fire? It's impossible, they lamented. They could not help but glance over at Ling Chuan, who was calmly enjoying tea with Xia Qinghua. The flames by their side blazed warmly, a sight that filled the others with envy. They toiled relentlessly, yet could not produce a flame. How was it that Ling Chuan managed to kindle a fire so swiftly? Were they truly participating in the same wilderness training? In the end, the instructor, unable to bear their plight, stepped in to help them light the fire. As the flames flickered to life, a collective sigh of relief was heard. They could finally eat. When mealtime arrived, their food had long since cooled. The rice had hardened into a lump, and the dishes had lost all flavor. Tasteless and unappetizing, it was a far cry from the meals served in the cafeteria. Had they eaten it while it was still warm, perhaps it would have been palatable. Once more, they cast envious glances at Ling Chuan and Xia Qinghua, who were undoubtedly enjoying warm meals. As they ate, the instructor informed the girls that there was a designated area for bathing. However, it was already too late, and they had missed their chance to wash up, forcing them to wait until the next day. The news struck the girls like a thunderbolt. There was a place to bathe, but they couldn't use it until tomorrow. Enduring the stench of sweat until then felt unbearable. They found their appetites waning. "This is merely a consequence of your procrastination," the instructor remarked. Xia Qinghua completed her tasks early and returned from her bath. All the girls looked at Xia Qinghua with immense envy. She had managed to bathe. After sweating profusely, the comfort of a warm shower was unimaginable to them. "Oh, I wish I could bathe too. Tomorrow, I will be the first one," He Man mused, enviously eyeing Xia Qinghua as she ate the cold, hard, tasteless rice. Meanwhile, Xia Qinghua was surrounded by warm flames, fragrant tea, and incense, having already bathed. And here was He Man, with nothing at all. Tears threatened to fall. If only we hadn't broken up, if he hadn't pursued the campus belle. Regret washed over He Man. At that moment, someone asked Wu Qi, "The girls have a place to bathe. What about the boys?" Wu Qi replied nonchalantly, "You'll have to figure it out yourselves." The boys were taken aback. Are we really expected to manage on our own in this wilderness? They felt as though they might burst. Did that mean they had to bathe in the stream? That would be such a hassle, and the water was freezing. Wu Qi continued, "All right, it's getting late. I suggest you all get to bed early, for there will be plenty to do tomorrow." With nightfall upon them, there was no opportunity to go wash up. Left with no other activities, they washed their faces by the stream, scrubbed their hands and feet, and then retreated to their tents to sleep. Chapter 96. You fool. Why do you need so much money to marry me? Ling Chuan added a few more twigs to the fire and turned to Xia Qinghua, saying, "It's getting late. We should retire for the night." Xia Qinghua nodded obediently. The two returned to their respective tents, and soon the campsite fell into a tranquil silence. After carrying a pile of belongings for 15 kilometers, they were indeed exhausted. Ling Chuan and Xia Qinghua quickly drifted into slumber. However, others were not so fortunate. The tents had become infested with mosquitoes, their incessant buzzing driving everyone to distraction. They searched in vain for the pests, unable to even swat them. Eventually, they could tolerate it no longer, hiding their limbs within their sleeping bags and covering their faces with clothing, leaving only their noses exposed for breathing. This tactic proved somewhat effective, allowing them to fall into a fitful sleep. As the night deepened, the water level of the small creek gradually rose, creeping closer to the tents. Ling Chuan and Xia Qinghua both found themselves in a dream. In this dream, they resided in a modest rental apartment. Ling Chuan was an ordinary employee at a commonplace company. At midnight, while the world around him lay in slumber, he finally concluded his overtime shift and returned home. Upon entering cautiously, he discovered the living room ablaze with light. Xia Qinghua lay on the sofa, tucked under a small blanket, fast asleep. A plate of dinner, long since cold, sat untouched on the table. She hadn't eaten. With a gentle click, Ling Chuan closed the door, but the sound stirred Xia Qingwei awake. "Welcome back," she beamed, quickly rising to reheat the meal in the kitchen. Ling Chuan inquired, "Did you not have dinner either?" With a cheerful smile, Xia Qingwei replied, "I wanted to eat with you. You've worked hard today. Eat more." She continually served him dishes, her kindness palpable. The following day arrived, and it was time to pay the rent. However, with the recent downturn in the economy, Ling Chuan was facing delayed wages. He resolved to muster the courage to speak with his landlord, hoping for an extension on the payment deadline. At that moment, Xia Qingwei handed him a crumpled wad of cash. "We need to pay the rent today, right? This is my savings. Take it to the landlord before she scolds us again." As Ling Chuan accepted the money, she gently adjusted his collar, her voice tender. "Focus on your work. Leave the home matters to me." When his birthday arrived, Ling Chuan returned home from work to find a splendid two-tiered cake awaiting him. Xia Qingwei had not only ordered the cake, but also prepared a mysterious gift. "Hurry, open it," she urged excitedly. As he unwrapped the enigmatic package, he was stunned to find a brand new 4090T graphics card nestled within, an item he had long coveted. She grasped his hand, whispering, "You mentioned your computer was lagging, so I saved up to buy you this. I may not understand much about computers, but do you like this card?" Having toiled together in this city for several years, they had managed to save little. Moreover, Xia Qingwei was expecting Ling Chuan and Appo's child. Thus, they resolved to return to their hometown and marry. However, amidst the numerous discussions surrounding dowries circulating online, Ling Chuan grew anxious about their financial situation and called his parents to inquire about it. They assured him that with some effort, they could gather a dowry of 150,000. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingwei gently grasped Ling Chuan's hand and said softly, "You fool. Why do you need so much money to marry me? Just 1 or 2,000 would suffice. We can hold the wedding at your home with just our families in attendance. The remaining funds can be used to buy a house or save for our child." Inside the tent, Ling Chuan slowly opened his eyes. The dream had faded away. Chapter 97. I am so ordinary. Yet she loves me so much. The events of the dream were so mundane, so ordinary, reminiscent of my former self. I was so unremarkable, even somewhat inept. Yet she cared not at all, loving me steadfastly. Her affection enveloped me. Even in dreams, it radiated warmth. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from outside the tent. The zipper of Ling Chuan's tent was slowly drawn open. Who could it be? He sat up, and as the zipper parted, the figure of Xia Qingwei appeared at the entrance. Under the moonlight, amidst the faint glow of the fire, her delicate face was painted with surprise and shyness. She nervously inquired, "Why are you still awake?" Ling Chuan had not anticipated her presence. He had just awakened from a dream. Upon hearing her words, Xia Qingwei expressed her astonishment. "What a coincidence. I had a dream too. We were getting married." A stirring sensation filled Ling Chuan's heart. Could it be that he and Xia Qingwei shared the same dream? He reached out, pulling Xia Qingwei into the tent. With a gentle motion, he zipped it closed. Inside the dimly lit space, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei exchanged quiet glances. Though the air outside was a bit chilly, she felt an inexplicable warmth within the tent. She slightly bowed her head, sitting beside Ling Chuan, and said, "I'm sorry for disturbing your sleep." Ling Chuan grasped her small hand, tenderly squeezing it, causing her cheeks to flush even more. "What did you dream about?" she asked. She had envisioned a life where they cohabited, watching Ling Chuan return home late from work each night, his joy akin to that of a child upon receiving a computer graphics card. Xia Qingyue's heart ached for him. Ling Chuan replied, "I dreamed that we were getting married." Xia Qingyue and Appo's eyes lit up with excitement. "Really?" She lifted her gaze, only to see Ling Chuan inching closer. The heat in the tent intensified. Alone together, what would happen next? Xia Qingyue could already guess, yet she did not shy away. Instead, she slowly closed her eyes, awaiting Ling Chuan's approach. Meanwhile, outside by the creek, many others experienced peculiar dreams. Some dreamt they had wet the bed, while others found themselves aboard the Titanic, only to plunge into icy waters as the ship sank. They awoke in fright, realizing they were lying in their tents. Was it all just a dream? Thankfully, it was merely a dream. But in the next moment, they sensed something amiss. Had their pants become wet? And more alarmingly, why was there water on their hands? They reached out to their sides, splashing water everywhere. "Get up! The water's rising," someone shouted, startling the others awake. As they emerged from their tents, they discovered the creek's water level had risen to their ankles. How could the water level increase? "Help! My clothes are soaked. Hurry, grab your things and run. The campsite descended into chaos. A large group hurriedly packed their belongings and dismantled their tents. After nearly 10 minutes, they finally managed to move everything to dry ground. Their sleeping bags were soaked, their clothes drenched, and not a single item on their bodies was dry. Previously feeling uncomfortable from not bathing, they now felt even worse after being soaked. Had everyone been drenched? It appeared so, except for Ling Chuan and the campus beauty. All eyes turned to Ling Chuan and Shang Youyou's tent, perched at the highest point of the campsite, well above the rising creek. Witnessing this scene, envy filled the hearts of the others. Ling Chuan and Shang Youyou were able to enjoy a peaceful slumber while they shivered in the cold, soaked to the skin. Chapter 98. How could the goddess be in Ling Chuan's tent? The crowd was heartbroken throughout the night, reflecting on their earlier remarks that Ling Chuan would not choose a proper location. It now appeared that the ones lacking in discernment were, in fact, themselves. A profound sense of embarrassment enveloped them, rendering them unable to glance in Ling Chuan's direction, wishing fervently for a crevice to slip into. How humiliating it was to have once believed that being in a large group was inherently correct. Ling Chuan was a solitary figure, a maverick. Yet, what had transpired? They resembled a gaggle of fools, a mere assemblage overshadowed by his singular prowess. He was akin to an expert in wilderness survival. Roji sat amidst the throng, his envy palpable as he gazed at Ling Chuan's tent, his eyes reddened with longing. While everyone else had nowhere to sleep, Ling Chuan enjoyed a sound slumber. His tent, along with Shang Youyou's, remained unscathed. Reflecting on his earlier derision of Ling Chuan, deeming him foolish for his choice of location, those words now returned like a boomerang, striking him harshly in the face, leaving him dazed and mortified. The pain was excruciating, and he could scarcely bear to meet anyone's gaze. He was, indeed, the true fool. A gust of wind swept through, chilling them to the bone with their damp clothing. How cold it was! What were they to do next? Their sleeping bags were soaked, their tents were wet, and their clothes were drenched. How could they possibly sleep tonight? They were at a loss, and Roji felt tears welling in his eyes. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, he had never endured such indignity, accustomed as he was to having everything handed to him on a silver platter. Meanwhile, the very person he had scorned was resting soundly while he trembled in the cold wilderness. Man, her face pale from the biting wind, stared at Ling Chuan's tent, lost in thought for a considerable time. I can't endure this any longer. It's too cold here. I must sleep in his tent. With his affection for me, he would surely be delighted. He would likely even offer me his sleeping bag. Perhaps he might even vacate the tent for me. With this thought, Man rose and, under the gaze of the onlookers, made her way to Ling Chuan's tent. Ling Chuan, Man called out. Inside the tent, Ling Chuan halted in his actions, momentarily pausing as he unfastened the buttons of Shang Youyou's nightgown. Shang Youyou, her cheeks flushed, shook her head at him. She quickly donned her nightgown again and unzipped the entrance. As the flap of the tent parted, Shang Youyou and Man locked eyes. In an instant, Man's eyes widened in disbelief. Shang Youyou was in Ling Chuan's tent? What on earth was she doing there in the dead of night, out in the wilderness? A seasoned warrior like Man quickly grasped the implications, her mind going blank. At that moment, not just she, but also those watching from a distance were struck as if by lightning, frozen in place. Am I seeing this correctly? The goddess is in Ling Chuan's tent? How did this happen? Did Ling Chuan and the goddess, while we were just settling down to sleep? Oh, how could this be? My goddess! All the boys stood stupefied, their hearts shattering into countless pieces. They had previously mocked Ling Chuan for his poor choice of tent placement, yet now, as they found themselves drenched and without a place to sleep, Ling Chuan was cozily nestled with the campus belle. A wave of dizziness washed over the group as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Roji remained seated, utterly astounded. His mind was a blank slate, trembling at the reality before him. Shang Youyou, his goddess, had emerged from Ling Chuan's tent. In the stillness of the night, a man and a woman together in one room. What might transpire? He could envision it even with the most rudimentary of thoughts. Shang Youyou had already become Ling Chuan's companion. Roji's face turned ashen, his body swaying perilously as he nearly fainted on the spot. Chapter 99. I can't sleep without holding him. Shang Youyou cast a frosty glare at Man and questioned, Why are you here seeking my boyfriend in the dead of night? Startled by the inquiry, Man stumbled over her words. Why are you in Ling Chuan's tent? Shang Youyou replied coolly, He is my boyfriend. Do I need a reason to enter his tent? Is it wrong to miss him? Am I not allowed to sleep without holding him? Man was left speechless, unable to formulate a response. I, she stammered. My tent got flooded, and I have nowhere to sleep. Understanding dawned on Xia Qingwei. So you intend to take over my boyfriend's tent? Her tone was icy. He man, drenched and already chilled, trembled upon hearing this, nearly losing control of herself. And no. Xia Qingwei interrupted sharply, leave. He man fell silent at once. Your lack of a place to sleep is not our concern. We are not responsible for your predicament. Leave. Shrinking her neck, He man dared not linger, her eyes reddening as she retreated back to her camp, feeling utterly regretful. If only she had known, she would not have sought out Li Tian. Otherwise, she could have spent the night in Lin Chen's tent. Xia Qingwei glanced at the camp, noticing everyone was watching. With a flourish, she returned to Lin Chen's tent and zipped it up behind her. The onlookers gasped, "Oh my goddess! Why must you reveal such scenes to us? Oh heavens! Why must I witness this? You might as well put me out of my misery." Their spirits were utterly shattered. Tonight would be a sorrowful, sleepless night. Luo Ji, overwhelmed with rage, collapsed to the ground, fainting from the stress. Back in the tent, Xia Qingwei remarked in astonishment, "The others' tents are flooded. It seems we are the only ones unharmed. Lin Chuan, you truly chose a prime location." This event was anticipated by Lin Chuan, as he had experienced flooding in his previous life. She grasped Lin Chen's hand, saying, "The others are unable to sleep tonight. You must endure for now." While Xia Qingwei wished to offer Lin Chen comfort, the awareness of the others outside, all too attentive to their situation, restrained her. Lin Chen nodded, "I understand. Let us sleep. Tomorrow holds many tasks for us." He remained unhurried, knowing there would be ample time with Xia Qingwei in the future. Once they returned to school, he could earn some money, rent a place, and then they could move in together, allowing her to be at his mercy. The two of them lay down. The ground softened and warmed by the hay Lin Chuan had spread earlier. He used his clothes and backpack as pillows, with his sleeping bag as a cover. Xia Qingwei lay on her side, gazing at Lin Chuan with a sense of happiness and contentment. They soon drifted back into slumber. Outside, the sorrowful night stretched on. After being buffeted by the cold wind for some time, the others gradually regained their composure and hurried to start a fire. They worked frantically for nearly half an hour before successfully igniting the flames. With the warmth of the fire, they gathered around to warm themselves, laying their clothes and sleeping bags together, deciding to endure the night outside. The tents were damp, and returning to them would only bring more chill. Sleeping outside, with the fire's warmth, felt far more comfortable, and nestled together in their sleeping bags, they could better withstand the cold. Chapter 100. My heart has perished. I no longer resist. Let us take turns watching the fire. It must not be extinguished. Once the task was allocated, they finally lay down again. Though still a bit chilly, it was at least bearable. Drowsiness soon enveloped them, and they were on the verge of slumber. At that moment, a buzzing sound interrupted them. "Damn it!" the crowd exclaimed in unison. "Can we even endure this life any longer? The mosquitoes are back. Oh heavens, take me instead. My heart has perished. I no longer resist." Several individuals lay motionless in their sleeping bags, tears streaming from the corners of their eyes. Their sleeping bags were soaked, and their clothes were drenched. The goddess had also entered Lin Chen's tent. Now, they had to use the sky as a blanket and the earth as a bed, enduring the torment of mosquitoes. Truly, a group of them was on the brink of collapse. He man lay on the ground, unable to restrain her tears. Regret consumed her. If only she had not broken up with Lin Chen. If Lin Chuan were still her boyfriend, she would not have to suffer this ordeal. He man wished to return to the past and slap herself for ever considering Li Tian. Lin Chuan was the true treasure. This night was akin to torment and hell for them. Only Lin Chuan and Xia Qingwei managed to sleep soundly. The following morning, in the camp, the ground was scattered with people lying in disarray. They bore numerous red welts, all the result of mosquito bites. The fire had long since extinguished, leaving no trace of smoke. Inside the tent, Lin Chuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling a slight weight upon him. He glanced down to find Xia Qingwei nestled against him. A faint smile graced Lin Chuan's lips as he gently pushed her away and sat up. With a rustling sound, he unzipped the tent, awakening Xia Qingwei. She murmured, still groggy. "Is it dawn already?" "Yes," Lin Chuan replied. "If you're still sleepy, feel free to rest a while longer." Xia Qingwei sat up, rubbed her eyes, and said, "No need. I've had enough sleep." Lin Chuan handed her a cup, toothbrush, and toothpaste, saying, "Then let us wash our faces together." "Wow, you came prepared," she exclaimed, surprised. "I didn't even think to bring these." "Fear not. With me around, You need not worry about such matters. Ling Chuan replied with a gentle smile. As they emerged from the tent, they were met with the sight of sprawled figures littering the ground. Xia Qinghua covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. How tragic. Ling Chuan glanced at the creek, noting that the water level had receded. He took Xia Qinghua's hand and led her toward the stream. Be careful not to slip. Her cheeks flushed as she allowed Ling Chuan to guide her. While brushing their teeth and washing their faces, Ling Chuan observed the creek. Aware that the base would only provide the most basic sustenance, henceforth simple porridge and vegetables. To enjoy better fare, one must forage in this forest. He scrutinized the creek for fish and soon spotted several small fish darting about. The creek could swell. Perhaps an upstream lake held larger fish. Ling Chuan resolved to explore upstream at a later time. After they finished washing up, Ling Chuan said to Xia Qinghua, "Please take these items back and gather some firewood. I will return shortly." Xia Qinghua accepted the cup and toothbrush, nodding, "Be careful." Ling Chuan crossed the creek and ventured into the nearby woods. Moments later, he emerged with an abundance of finds, fresh mushrooms still glistening with dew, a bird's nest containing 4 eggs, and a vibrant flower intended for Xia Qinghua. The mushrooms and eggs he planned to use to create a delightful mushroom and egg soup for breakfast. Chapter 101. Finding food on one's own is part of the training. Ling Chuan returned to the camp and saw that Xia Qinghua had gathered a pile of firewood. She was seated on a rock, diligently examining the flint, pondering how to start a fire. "Allow me," Ling Chuan said softly as he approached. "Let me ignite the fire." Xia Qinghua looked up and replied, "I wish to assist you." Ling Chuan smiled and said, "Then I shall teach you." He patiently instructed Xia Qinghua on the proper use of the flint, guiding her until she successfully coaxed the flames to life. "We did it," Xia Qinghua exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the flickering fire. "You are truly intelligent. You grasped it instantly," Ling Chuan remarked with a grin. Feeling a bit bashful, Xia Qinghua replied, "It is all thanks to your excellent teaching." At that moment, she noticed the mushrooms, wild vegetables, and a bird's nest that Ling Chuan had placed nearby. "Oh, you found so many things." Her eyes lit up with admiration as she looked at him, exclaiming, "You are amazing." Xia Qinghua placed the wild vegetables and mushrooms into the kettle, saying, "I will go wash these." "Wait," Ling Chuan suddenly called out to her. "What is it?" Xia Qinghua paused, turning back with curiosity. Ling Chuan stood up and slowly revealed a vibrant flower he had picked. "Isn't it beautiful?" Xia Qinghua was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Ling Chuan could find such a lovely flower in the wild. "It is beautiful," she affirmed. Ling Chuan gently tucked the flower into her hair. "Now, it looks even better." His hand brushed lightly against Xia Qinghua and Appo's smooth cheek as he said, "You are truly beautiful." Xia Qinghua and Appo's face flushed a deep crimson, as if it could drip with water. She had never encountered such boldness from Ling Chuan before and found herself at a loss for words. "You're speaking nonsense, so early in the morning. I must go wash the vegetables now," she stammered, quickly turning to head toward the stream. Ling Chuan watched her retreating figure with a smile, thinking, "She is truly adorable." He sat down and added more firewood to the blaze. At that moment, Instructor Wu Qi emerged from a distance. He glanced at the disheveled students sprawled across the ground, shaking his head in exasperation and letting out a sigh. These individuals are truly exceptional. They can manage to create such chaos even with tents and sleeping bags provided. Wu Qi produced a whistle and blew it forcefully. The shrill sound echoed, startling the students into immediate action. "What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Has the sky fallen?" they exclaimed, looking around in confusion. After enduring the biting cold and relentless mosquitoes, they had only managed to sleep in the latter half of the night. And now they were being roused after only a few hours. Wu Qi declared, "The sun has risen. How much longer do you wish to sleep? Hurry up and pack your things." Though many wished to sleep a little longer, Wu Qi added, "If you dawdle for another minute, I shall extend your training by an hour." At this, everyone instantly perked up, no longer daring to rest. They scrambled to gather their sleeping bags and tents in a flurry. Wu Qi announced, "You now have 1 hour to eat breakfast. In 1 hour, assemble here to commence training." The students turned to look behind Wu Qi, but saw nothing. "Instructor, where is breakfast?" they asked. Wu Qi chuckled and replied, "I have none. For finding food on your own is also a part of the training." "What?" The students gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape. "Find food ourselves? Are you joking, instructor?" They struggled to accept this revelation. "You want us to search for food? We can't even distinguish between different grains. How are we to find food?" Chapter 102. What? You found a plethora of ingredients just by washing your face? Are you cheating? Wu Qi remarked. Well, then go ahead and starve, he continued. By around 6 in the evening, someone will deliver congee and pickled radish. However, it will be in limited supply. Upon hearing this, everyone felt faint. Were they truly expected to remain hungry until evening? And to make matters worse, they could only partake in a meager serving of congee and pickled radish? This was not training. It was akin to forced labor. A large group was nearly in tears. Wu Qi, with an indifferent tone, stated, "Is there time left to cry? You have only 57 minutes remaining." He warned them in advance. The upcoming training will be quite strenuous. At once, everyone fell silent and hurried off in search of food. Wu Qi surveyed the surroundings, his gaze eventually landing on Ling Chuan. To his surprise, Ling Chuan was tending to a fire, seemingly up and active much earlier than expected. Ling Chuan appeared vibrant and full of life, clearly having risen well before the others. Wu Qi approached him, exclaiming, "You're awake so early?" Ling Chuan glanced at him and replied, "I've grown accustomed to waking up early." Wu Qi gave a thumbs up to Ling Chuan, saying, "Impressive." He reflected on his own university days, recalling how he could never rise as early as Ling Chuan. If there were no classes, he would typically laze in bed until 10 or 11, merging breakfast with lunch. Sitting on a nearby rock, he asked, "Aren't you going to prepare breakfast?" "During our 2-week training, we won't be providing breakfast or lunch." Ling Chuan nodded, responding, "I am aware." "How can you remain so composed knowing this?" Wu Qi inquired, astonished. "What is your plan?" Ling Chuan replied, "I've already found breakfast." "Found it?" Wu Qi looked around Ling Chuan and soon noticed a nest at his feet. "You collected bird eggs?" He reached down to examine the nest and discern the type of eggs. Ling Chuan remarked, "I was fortunate to find a few pheasant eggs." Wu Qi was taken aback. "You actually know these are pheasant eggs?" He only recognized them thanks to Ling Chuan's hint. With a gentle smile, Ling Chuan explained, "I'm quite familiar with them. In the forest, I've encountered many animals, and pheasants are among the most common." Wu Qi found Ling Chuan's words somewhat perplexing. He returned the nest to its place, saying, "These 4 eggs are indeed sufficient for you and your girlfriend to share a meal." Mentioning Xia Qingwei made Wu Qi realize that he had not seen her around. He asked, "Where is your girlfriend?" Ling Chuan replied, "She is washing vegetables and will be back shortly." "What?" Wu Qi doubted his own ears. "Washing vegetables? Surely you jest? In this remote wilderness, where could one find vegetables to wash?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Instructor?" It was Xia Qingwei. Wu Qi turned to see a sight that left him utterly dumbfounded. She was holding a water container brimming with fresh mushrooms and wild greens. "Wow!" Wu Qi sprang to his feet, questioning his own vision, quickly rubbing his eyes. Upon looking again, it was indeed a container filled with mushrooms and wild greens. "You!" Wu Qi gazed at Ling Chuan in astonishment, exclaiming, "You've managed to gather such an abundance of food." He was genuinely shocked. After all his years as an instructor, this was the first time he had witnessed someone find so many wild vegetables during training. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, he asked, "When did you find all this?" Ling Chuan calmly replied, "Just now, when I went to wash my face." "What?" Wu Qi's previously settled emotions surged anew. He was astounded. In the brief time it took to wash his face, Ling Chuan had amassed a bounty of ingredients. Chapter 103, I am utterly craving food. Clutching my water bottle as I indulge in a feast. The individuals surrounding me, who are in search of ingredients, gaze on in disbelief. Beside Ling Chuan, there lie bird eggs and an entire pot brimming with wild vegetables. While we were still asleep, he managed to procure such a bounty of provisions. My heavens, is he cheating? Could it be that he is truly an expert in wilderness survival? Such an abundance of wild vegetables. There's enough here to satisfy not just one person, but even 3. And what of their predicament? They haven't even found a blade of grass. It's utterly absurd. Surely, even seasoned survivalists cannot match his prowess in foraging? The disparity is incomprehensible. In comparison to Ling Chuan, they feel as though they are dwelling in hell while he basks in paradise. Wu Qi, momentarily regaining his composure, gazes at Ling Chuan in astonishment and inquires, "You can't possibly be a wilderness survival expert, can you?" Ling Chuan shakes his head, responding, "No." Wu Qi breathes a sigh of relief, remarking, "It's hard to imagine such a young person being a wilderness survival expert." Ling Chuan merely smiles, remaining silent. He is indeed not a wilderness survival expert, for that title fails to encompass his remarkable abilities. Ling Chuan is truly impressive, Xia Qingwei exclaims with a smile. Wu Qi nods in agreement, stating, "Indeed, he is exceptional." Even I cannot find such an abundance of wild vegetables in such a short time. Ling Chuan takes a moment to examine the quantity of wild vegetables in his water bottle, noting it is quite substantial. He then turns to Wu Qi and asks, "Have you had breakfast?" Wu Qi shakes his head. "Then let us eat together," Ling Chuan suggests. Wu Qi hesitates, feeling slightly embarrassed. Is that really appropriate? However, recalling Ling Chuan's culinary skills, he chuckles and adds, "Since you've so graciously invited me, I can hardly refuse. I hope I'm not being too much of a bother." He turns to Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue, adding, "I apologize for intruding." Xia Qingyue covers her mouth and giggles softly, finding the instructor's demeanor amusing in Ling Chuan's presence. Ling Chuan proceeds to blanch the wild vegetables before embarking on the actual cooking process. Wu Qi, who possesses a wealth of wilderness survival experience, initially intends to offer guidance. However, upon witnessing Ling Chuan's seamless and flawless technique, he finds himself momentarily speechless. The skills he possesses, Ling Chuan also exhibits. Moreover, Ling Chuan executes everything with such natural ease, as if he has performed these tasks countless times before. As Ling Chuan assesses the timing, he cracks all 4 bird eggs into the pot. A delightful aroma immediately wafts from the water bottle. Xia Qingyue gazes in astonishment at the container, unable to believe that the seemingly inconspicuous wild vegetables could transform into something so fragrant under Ling Chuan's subtle touch. Wu Qi's eyes widen in disbelief. Such a simple technique can render wild vegetables so aromatic? Your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The enticing scent spreads, causing others in the camp to halt in their tracks, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment as they turn their gazes toward Ling Chuan. "Wow, it smells amazing. How can wild vegetables be made to smell so good? I'm starving. Did you find anything to eat?" One exclaims. "No, there's just an abundance of weeds here. What do wild vegetables even look like?" They lament. Their stomachs grumble in hunger, yearning for sustenance, yet they find nothing. One person stares longingly at a piece of tree bark, exclaiming, "That bark looks like beef jerky." The others look on in horror. "Calm down. Tree bark is inedible." After that outburst, they turn their envious gazes back to Ling Chuan, pondering how he can make even wild vegetables taste so exquisite. Is there any justice in this world? Is there any law? Is there even any wild vegetable left for them? Luo Ji and He Man, amidst the crowd, are practically drooling with envy. The aroma is intoxicating, and they wish to embrace the water bottle and consume it all. Yet, alas, these delectable dishes are not meant for them. Chapter 104. Wu Qi is once again deceived. Now he must provide both pots and rice. He Man's heart bleeds with regret. If only they had not broken up, she could savor these delicious dishes. Focus and search diligently, or we shall find ourselves laboring on empty stomachs, came a voice from nearby. Luo Ji and He Man snapped back to reality, their faces etched with despair as they continued their hunt for wild vegetables. Ling Chuan was already on the verge of enjoying his meal, while they had yet to gather any ingredients. 2 minutes later, Ling Chuan lifted the lid, releasing an aroma that soared into the air. "It's ready," he announced. And Wu Qi's eyes widened in astonishment. It was the first time he had encountered such an enticing fragrance in the wilderness. Ling Chuan handed him a pair of chopsticks, which Wu Qi accepted eagerly, albeit hesitantly, as Ling Chuan had yet to eat. Ling Chuan picked up a piece of mushroom to taste, finding it quite palatable. "Dig in," he urged. "It will lose its appeal if it cools down." Xia Qingyue sampled the vibrant green wild vegetables. They were succulent and sweet, an exquisite delight. She took a gentle bite, her eyes sparkling with pleasure. "How is it?" Ling Chuan inquired from the side. "Delicious," Xia Qingyue exclaimed, "truly delectable. If it pleases you, indulge further," Ling Chuan encouraged. "These wild greens are quite beneficial for the stomach." Xia Qingyue felt warmth in her heart. She picked up an egg yolk, blew on it gently, and offered it to Ling Chuan. He opened his mouth to receive it. Xia Qingyue laughed joyfully. "You are wonderful." Across from them, Wu Qi lamented, "I see nothing. My eyes are blinded." He resolved to try the mushrooms instead. Bowing his head, he silently consumed one, and as it entered his mouth, a jolt of ecstasy coursed through him, as if lightning had struck his mind. Before him, a vision of a forest unfolded. The mushroom sprites danced upon the stream, frolicking joyously among the trees. Fresh, tender, fragrant, sweet. The exquisite sensations on his palate brought tears of joy to the corners of Wu Qi's eyes. "This is divine," he exclaimed, his voice echoing throughout the camp. Those still foraging for ingredients paused, taken aback. "What do you mean?" they mused. We can tell from the aroma alone that it must be delicious. They felt as though they might burst from envy, while others were already feasting. They had only managed to gather a few snails and some mushrooms. Xia Qingwei, noting the exaggerated reaction of their instructor, couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Chuan grinned at the instructor and remarked, "Isn't it delightful?" Wu Qi nodded vigorously. "It is indeed splendid. If only I had a pot and rice. I could make it even more delectable," Lin Chuan added. Wu Qi froze, nearly choking. His eyes widened as he realized he had fallen for Lin Chuan's trickery once more. This breakfast was not a freebie. Lin Chuan had been contemplating acquiring a pot since he gathered the wild vegetables. He could craft one from bamboo or clay. Yet with Wu Qi present, he wasn't genuinely trying to survive in the wild. Thus, he had devised a better plan. Wu Qi glanced at the pot of stewed wild vegetables. With a resigned sigh, he conceded, "I yield to you. You've tricked me twice now. At noon, I shall deliver a pot and rice to you." Lin Chuan smiled. "I shall express my gratitude in advance." Wu Qi's lips twitched. Lin Chuan continued, "What of the bathing arrangements?" Wu Qi replied, "I've spoken to them, but they have yet to provide an answer. We should know by noon." Lin Chuan nodded, understood. Wu Qi took a few more bites of the wild vegetables. The more he ate, the more he admired Lin Chuan, saying, "I truly cannot fathom how you make these ingredients so delicious. I have tried cooking wild vegetables before, but they lacked any flavor." Lin Chuan replied, "With enough practice, one learns the secrets of preparation." Chapter 105. How can there be such a vast disparity in the same training location? Wu Qi cast a glance at him and remarked, "It sounds as though you have prepared a myriad of dishes." Lin Chuan smiled and replied, "I wouldn't claim to have prepared many, but I can certainly say I've made quite a few." Wu Qi scrutinized Lin Chuan several times, pondering, "I truly cannot fathom what you have done in the past." It was his first encounter with a versatile expert like Lin Chuan, who seemed impervious to any challenge that might arise. After a while, Wu Qi announced, "I have finished my meal. You all take your time." He stood up, glanced at the time, noting that there was still half an hour left for breakfast. Wu Qi was genuinely impressed by Lin Chuan's ability to manage time so adeptly. Turning his attention to the others, he noticed that they were still struggling to ignite a fire. Wu Qi approached to inspect their gathered ingredients. Upon discovering a considerable number of river snails, he cautioned, "When boiling river snails, ensure they are cooked thoroughly, as they harbor numerous parasites." The group grimaced. None of them were particularly keen on eating river snails. Yet they had no alternative sustenance at hand. After toiling for nearly half an hour, they finally had something to eat: boiled mushrooms and river snails. However, due to the large number of people, each person could only have a few river snails. Not only were they unable to satiate their hunger, but they couldn't even recall the flavor. As they sampled the river snails, several faces turned pale and expressions of nausea surfaced, nearly leading to vomit. "How unpalatable! What is this flavor? Help!" they exclaimed. The taste of the river snails was even more distasteful than the meals served at the base's cafeteria, fishy and foul, utterly unfit for human consumption. When they tried the mushrooms, they found them tainted by the river snail's flavor, equally horrendous. Many discarded the river snails, exclaiming, "This is inedible. It's simply a pile of." They couldn't bring themselves to finish the sentence. Even the most resilient among them could only force down a couple. "This is truly dreadful. I shall never forage for river snails again. I won't want to see them again upon returning to the city." With the river snails being inedible, they found themselves with no other food options. A group of individuals could only sit beside the campfire, enviously watching Lin Chuan and Xia Qingwei savor their meals. They feasted with such delight. How could there be such a vast disparity in the same training environment? How did he manage to find such an abundance of wild vegetables? It felt almost like a cheat. Man, whose face was ashen from nearly being sickened by the river snails, gazed longingly at Lin Chuan, yearning for authentic food. Yet, Lin Chuan was now beyond her reach, especially with the stunning Xia Qingwei beside him. Man dared not approach. She could only sit in despair, contemplating that upon returning, she must treat Li Tian to a splendid meal. Before they could sit for more than a few minutes, Wu Qi approached and blew his whistle. "Breakfast time is over. We shall commence today's training." The group looked at Wu Qi in utter dismay. Were they really starting the training now? They hadn't eaten anything. Feeling utterly drained, how could they participate in the training? Wu Qi stated, "The morning's training task is quite straightforward. You will collaborate to tidy up the camp, removing all weeds, collecting branches, and discarding any fallen trunks. You may rest once the task is completed." Their designated area was relatively spacious, with weeds sprawling everywhere except by the creek. Upon hearing this, the group couldn't help but groan in frustration. Completing these tasks within the morning was no less arduous than running 6 kilometers. Wu Qi added, "Do not be too pessimistic. The branches and trunks you collect can be used as firewood. Moreover, once you finish the task, I will teach you to identify various wild vegetables." At this promise, the group finally felt a surge of motivation, not for any other reason, but for the chance to learn to identify wild vegetables. Chapter 106, Is This Wild Fruit Unripe? It's so sour. Ling Chuan, don't eat it. I really don't want to taste that disgusting snail again. I can't stand it anymore. Wu Qi distributed some tools to everyone and urged them to get to work. At that moment, Luo Ji glanced at Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei, who were resting. He inquired, "What about them? We all have to work. Why are they still sitting there?" Wu Qi looked at Luo Ji and replied, "I explained this before. If you had saved that little girl and fixed the vehicle, I would allow you to rest as well." Luo Ji muttered under his breath, "Damn it. Why bring that up?" The mention of the little girl made his face burn with embarrassment, let alone saving someone. He was merely grateful that he hadn't caused her harm. Luo Ji shrank his neck, silenced by his own thoughts, and could only continue to envy them, his expression twisting with jealousy. After a brief respite, Xia Qingwei stood up with a water jug and said, "I'm going to wash this water jug and boil some water." Lin Chen nodded in response. While Xia Qingwei went to fetch water, he busied himself with his own plans. He intended to explore upstream for larger fish, but first, he needed some tools. He retrieved a small knife from the tent and gathered 2 straight wooden sticks, each the thickness of 2 fingers, from the forest. When Xia Qingwei returned and hung the water jug over the fire, she sat next to Lin Chen, quietly observing him as he worked without interruption. Lin Chen sharpened one end of the sticks and placed them in the fire to carbonize, enhancing their durability. Once he had prepared both sticks, Xia Qingwei curiously asked, "Are you making a spear?" Lin Chen nodded and replied, "Yes." He handed her the thinner stick, saying, "This one is for you. It will make walking easier." Xia Qingwei happily accepted it, smiling, "Thank you." Lin Chen extinguished the fire and stood up, saying, "Let us go explore." "Great!" Xia Qingwei exclaimed, immediately rising to follow him. Together, they ventured into the woods, filled with anticipation. It's wonderful. While we toil tirelessly, they get to roam freely. I wish I could go on an adventure too. My back is about to give out. Who will help me cut some grass? Don't complain. We're all exhausted, hungry, and drained. They felt as though they were akin to slaves in Africa, sleep-deprived and without food, now forced to labor under the sweltering heat of the forest, drenched in sweat that wouldn't evaporate. It was a discomforting ordeal, resembling the plight of a convict or a laborer. The suffering was unbearable. Lin Chen and Xia Qingwei reached the stream and followed it upstream. They found plenty of treasures along the way. Lin Chen attentively identified wild fruits and vegetables, while Xia Qingwei listened intently, growing increasingly enamored with him. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, resembling that of a devoted admirer. "You know so much." Lin Chen washed a bright red wild fruit and handed it to Xia Qingwei. "Try this." She took it and popped it into her mouth. The next moment, her brows furrowed tightly. "Wow, what is this? It's so sour. Yuck, is this fruit unripe? It's incredibly sour." "Lin Chen, don't eat it." Lin Chen chuckled. "This wild fruit is supposed to be sour." Xia Qingwei finally realized she had been teased by him. "Oh, you're so naughty," she playfully exclaimed, returning the remaining fruit to him. "You can eat the rest." Lin Chen discarded the fruit and picked a beautiful flower from the grass, presenting it to Xia Qingwei. "This is for you." Upon receiving the flower, Xia Qingwei's face lit up with joy once more. Chapter 107. Lin Chen, are you the basket immortal? Completely forgetting the earlier trick Lin Chen played on her, she asked, "How do you always see these beautiful flowers? I didn't see anything just now." Lin Chen replied with a smile, "It's because I love you that I can see them." Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed at his words. She muttered softly, "You're saying strange things again." Lin Chen plucked some delicate leaves from a nearby shrub, washed them clean, and handed them to Xia Qingwei. "What is this?" she inquired. "Taking them. Can we eat it?" Lin Chen nodded yes. Without hesitation, she placed them into her mouth. A wave of sweetness enveloped her palate. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Delicious. I had no idea these leaves could taste so good." She then offered a leaf to Lin Chen, saying, "You should try it too." Lin Chen opened his mouth and ate the leaf, having tasted it many times before, but this time it felt exceptionally sweet. "We should collect more of these leaves. They could be used in cooking." Upon hearing this, Xia Qingwei was eager to gather the leaves. She rolled up her sleeves, intending to use them as a makeshift bag. Ling Chuan chuckled. Are you playing the role of a kangaroo? Xia Qingyue's face turned slightly red as she replied. The only way to hold the leaves is like this. Gently, Ling Chuan took her hand and said, the forest is a treasure trove. We can easily find what we seek here. Xia Qingyue gazed at Ling Chuan, feeling a profound sense of security in his calm demeanor. He moved aside, pulling down a vine from a tree, and swiftly fashioned it into a basket. Here you go, he said, placing a flower on the basket's edge before handing it to Xia Qingyue. She marveled at the basket, exclaiming, it's so beautiful. Ling Chuan, you can weave baskets too? That's amazing. Ling Chuan chuckled. It's just a little basket, nothing remarkable. I once made a basket large enough to serve as a tent. Xia Qingyue's eyes widened in astonishment as she envisioned the scene. Are you the basket immortal? His laughter erupted at her playful title. Basket immortal? You are truly adorable. Blushing from the compliment, Xia Qingyue replied, when you have time, please teach me how to weave baskets too. Ling Chuan asked, what would you want to learn that for? With utmost seriousness, she responded, the job market is tough right now. We could weave baskets to sell in the future. He gently caressed her cheek, reassuring her. Don't worry, we will have plenty of money in the days to come. Xia Qingyue grasped Ling Chuan's hand, softly stating, I don't need a lot of money. Just enough to get by. Ling Chuan's heart warmed at her simplicity. This silly girl was so easily satisfied. Is there something on my face? Xia Qingyue blushed as she noticed Ling Chuan's gaze upon her. You are truly beautiful, he remarked, teasing her. Flustered, Xia Qingyue released his hand and hurried off to gather more leaves. After picking a few, she returned to confirm. This is the right leaf, I assenti it? Ling Chuan nodded, affirming that she had not made a mistake. However, even if she had, it wouldn't matter, for he could easily distinguish them. As they walked along the stream, they soon came upon a large lake. Xia Qingyue exclaimed in surprise, there's a lake here. The water in the lake was crystal clear, allowing both Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue to see the fish swimming beneath the surface. Look, there are so many fish, she exclaimed. The lake was abundant with fish, most of which were under the size of a palm, yet some weighed 7 or 8 pounds, sufficient for a meal for the two of them. Chapter 108. A feast of fish at noon today. Ling Chuan smiled faintly and inquired, do you wish to eat fish? Xia Qingyue, filled with curiosity, replied, but we lack fishing rods. How can we procure these fish? Shall we plunge into the water to catch them? That would be perilous. Besides, the fish swim so swiftly. How could we possibly catch them? Ling Chuan glanced at the spear in his hand and chuckled. Have you forgotten about this? He had prepared the spear for two primary purposes. First, as a means of protection against venomous snakes or small wild beasts, and second, for fishing. Xia Qingyue regarded the spear and asked, this? How can we use it for fishing? Ling Chuan smiled and replied, you shall see shortly. He took some leaves from the basket, crushed them, and scattered them into the water. The sweet aroma wafted through the liquid, attracting the fish, which swarmed toward the leaves. Eager to feast, Xia Qingyue's lips parted slightly, her face adorned with astonishment. Is it truly possible to lure fish in this manner? Ling Chuan, poised at the water's edge with spear in hand, awaited the opportune moment. A large fish glided toward them, and Xia Qingyue, overwhelmed with excitement, held her breath. Her gaze fixated on the magnificent creature. Ling Chuan remained calm, his breathing steady, as if he were one with the lake itself. In the instant the fish surfaced, he thrust the spear forward with precision, striking the fish directly. With a swift flick, he sent the fish soaring onto the shore. Xia Qingyue, quick-witted, rushed forward to secure the writhing fish. We did it, she exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration. Ling Chuan, you are truly remarkable. Ling Chuan approached with a vine, threading it through the fish, and remarked, it appears my skills have not dulled. Xia Qingyue gazed at him joyfully and said, indeed, you are incredible. I have never witnessed such a method of fishing before. You are the best. Ling Chuan smiled and replied, you should rest for a while. I will catch a few more. He re-entered the water, while Xia Qingyue busied herself gathering wild vegetables and fruits, applying the knowledge she had just acquired from him. Ling Chuan's woven basket quickly filled with her finds. By the time she returned, Ling Chuan had already caught several large fish, 3 weighing 10 pounds each, and 1 6 pounds. Xia Qingyue was astounded, doubting her own eyes. So many fish. Ling Chuan grinned, declaring, we shall have a feast of fish for lunch. Xia Qingyue looked at him with tender eyes and said, you have worked hard. Ling Chuan shook his head, saying, it is no trouble at all. Let us return. We have been away for quite some time. Xia Qingyue nodded and handed the basket to Ling Chuan, stating, "You carry this. I shall take the fish." "The basket is lighter." Ling Chuan chuckled. "The fish are quite heavy." Xia Qingyue replied, "It matters not. I am strong enough." She took the fish from him. Weighing 36 pounds, it was indeed a considerable burden, yet she insisted, "It is not heavy at all. Let us hurry back and prepare the fish." Seeing her resolute demeanor, Ling Chuan refrained from insisting she return the fish, merely saying, "If you feel tired, do not hesitate to tell me." Xia Qingyue affirmed. However, even upon their return to the campsite, she did not utter a word of fatigue. At the campsite, after toiling tirelessly throughout the morning, the group finally managed to tidy up their surroundings. With the last weed cut down, exhaustion enveloped them. "Oh, how weary I am," they gasped, faces drained of color. "My back feels as if it may break. I have never worked so hard in my life. I long for death. I could sleep for a year." Sweaty and fatigued, their fingers felt too heavy to move. Wu Qi approached from a distance to inspect the campsite. "Well done. You may rest now. Remember to prepare lunch. There is still work to be done this afternoon." Upon hearing this, the group's spirits sank further. Chapter 109. Ling Chuan is enjoying a feast of fish and meat, while we are merely delighted at the prospect of identifying wild vegetables. After laboring tirelessly, we had hoped for a well-deserved rest today, only to discover there is still work to be done in the afternoon. They struggled to rise from the ground, realizing they could no longer afford to lie down. If they continued to lounge, they would have no time to forage for food, leaving them utterly exhausted by afternoon. Just as they sat up, they spotted Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue emerging from the woods. Upon seeing the large fish in Xia Qingyue's hands, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, meat! They had actually found meat. Such enormous fish, and there were 4 of them. How incredible! Merely catching sight of the fish made their mouths water uncontrollably. This was real meat. What were snails compared to this? Fish, regardless of preparation, was undeniably delicious. Even boiled, it was exquisite. I longed for fish as well. How did they manage to catch such large specimens? It seemed almost supernatural. They were consumed by envy. Exhausted and with no time to rest, they had to seek food. While Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue, on the other hand, appeared to be enjoying a leisurely stroll, laughing and carrying several large fish. This was hardly a training camp. It felt more like a visit to a bustling market. Roji and Man gazed hungrily at the fish in Xia Qingyue's possession, unable to suppress their salivation. Having been hungry all morning, the thought of a grilled fish at this moment was utterly tantalizing. It was almost too good to imagine. However, these fish belonged to Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue, with no connection to them whatsoever. Man was on the verge of tears from regret. At that moment, Wu Qi also caught sight of the fish in Xia Qingyue's hands, taken aback by the sight. What on earth? How could these two have caught so many fish in such a short time? If he weren't present, Wu Qi might have doubted that they were in a wilderness rather than a supermarket. He suspected that most of the fish had been caught by Ling Chuan. This man was truly remarkable. Wu Qi made an effort to maintain his composure, then addressed the others, saying, "Come over here. I will teach you how to identify some wild vegetables. This is the peak growing season for these vegetables, and with patience and diligence, you will certainly avoid hunger." Upon hearing this, the group's eyes lit up with excitement, akin to a pack of wolves that had been starved for decades. Soon we shall have wild vegetables to eat. Though it was not the sumptuous feast of fish and meat, at least it was sustenance. They were almost moved to tears. Yet, the thought of Ling Chuan enjoying his bounty of fish and meat struck them to the core. Ling Chuan was already feasting on fish. How could they, a large group, find joy in consuming wild vegetables? The disparity was overwhelming. In comparison to Ling Chuan, they felt like primitive beings. Wu Qi patiently instructed them on how to identify several types of wild vegetables, even displaying examples for them to observe. Once he had finished, he declared, "All right, go and find something to eat. Complete your foraging quickly so you can enjoy a good rest. The afternoon's tasks will not be easy." This final remark sent shivers down their spines. In a flurry, they scattered in different directions. Suddenly, someone shouted, "I just saw Ling Chuan and the others coming back from upstream. There must be fish up there. Let's go catch some." A large group headed upstream with great enthusiasm. Wu Qi cautioned, "Be careful," then sighed in resignation. With no fishing gear available, how could they possibly catch fish? Wu Qi glanced over at Ling Chuan, who was making his way towards him with a bag in hand. The female instructor has responded. "They have agreed to let your girlfriend wash up and also do laundry and drying over there," Ling Chuan said with a smile. "Thank you," Xia Qingyue replied. momentarily taken aback before looking at Ling Chuan with a face full of gratitude. Chapter 110. I still do not have a girlfriend, surely. Heaven is testing me. To her astonishment, Ling Chuan had managed to secure her the privilege of bathing with the female instructor. She was the only girl in the entire school to possess such an honor. In Xia Yue's eyes, there was a glimmer of affection, so tender it seemed almost to melt. Moreover, Wu Qi handed a bag to Ling Chuan, saying, "Here's what you requested." Ling Chuan took the bag, opened it, and found a frying pan, along with essential seasonings, rice, and 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. With these provisions, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei could indulge in a proper meal in the wilderness. He gently set the items aside, and then unfastened a 6-pound fish from the vines. "This fish, which we just caught, is a gift for you," he said. Wu Qi accepted the fish, which was still wriggling, incredibly fresh. "A 6-pound fish. This feels a bit excessive," he remarked, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "You both worked hard to catch it." Ling Chuan smiled. "It's a gift. Just accept it. We have plenty more, and it's sufficient for us. After we finish, we can search for additional food if needed. The forest is abundant with sustenance." In his eyes, food was everywhere to be found. Xia Qingwei added, "Instructor, please take it. You have helped us so much. It would be embarrassing not to offer it." Wu Qi accepted the fish with a chuckle. "I must commend you 2 lovebirds." He sat down beside them, observing Ling Chuan's 30-pound fish, and curiously asked, "How did you catch these fish without any tools? Did you dive in to grab them?" Ling Chuan glanced at the spear nearby and replied, "I used a wooden stick." "What?" Wu Qi picked up the spear, examined it closely, and was utterly astonished. This spear, crafted solely from wood, appeared unremarkable. Yet, it had managed to lift a 10-pound fish, and 3.5 of them, no less. How could this be possible? What immense strength and skill must it require? Wu Qi could hardly fathom it. Xia Qingwei chimed in with a laugh. "Isn't he impressive?" Wu Qi nodded. "Indeed." Xia Qingwei, filled with pride, continued, "I was equally astonished when I first witnessed it. It seemed as though he had single-handedly lifted those large fish." "Really?" Wu Qi snapped back to reality and asked Xia Qingwei, "You didn't know your boyfriend was this capable?" Xia Qingwei blushed and replied, "He used to ignore me." Wu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ling Chuan. "No way. How could you disregard such a delicate, ethereal beauty as your girlfriend?" His admiration for Ling Chuan deepened. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. Must one first transform into a stoic man to become exceptional? He recalled friends mentioning phrases like, "Women only slow my sword-drawing speed, and forget about your beloved when studying the sword." "I understand now," Wu Qi pondered. "My lack of a girlfriend must be a divine test." Ling Chuan listened to their conversation and chuckled. He lifted the fish and, brandishing a small knife, remarked, "I'll go prepare this fish. It's time for lunch." Xia Qingwei promptly picked up a basket and stood up. "I shall wash the vegetables." With nothing else to occupy him, Wu Qi followed suit, determined to use the 6-pound fish for his own lunch. Having eaten Ling Chuan's cooking so often, he felt a bit guilty and saw this as an opportunity to showcase his culinary skills. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei arrived at the stream. Xia Qingwei took charge of washing wild vegetables, fruits, and mushrooms, while Ling Chuan swiftly prepared the fish, scraping off scales, removing innards, discarding the gallbladder, and tossing away the gills. Chapter 111. Do you call this a side hustle? Every action was executed seamlessly. The time taken to process a fish was less than a minute. At that moment, beside him, Wu Qi stood in a daze, still struggling to scrape off the fish scales. Wu Qi had cooked before and had dealt with numerous fish, but he had never witnessed anyone work with such speed as Ling Chuan. His knife skills were exquisite. The fish, amid splashes of water and glinting knife light, were rapidly divided into pieces. This section could be pan-fried, that one grilled, and another could be smoked for dinner later. As Ling Chuan handled the fish, he contemplated the various dishes he could prepare. With 30 pounds of fish, it was impossible for the 2 of them to consume it all at once, and the smoked fish would offer a distinct flavor. Wu Qi remained motionless, his eyes fixated. He was aware of Ling Chuan's culinary prowess, but he had not anticipated such remarkable knife skills. Such proficiency could only be achieved after years, even decades, of practice. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wu Qi inquired, "Does your family own a restaurant?" Ling Chuan responded, "What makes you say that?" "Your knife skills," Wu Qi exclaimed, struggling to maintain his composure. "It's astonishing. You resemble a top chef." Ling Chuan smiled faintly and replied, "I used to work in the kitchen." Wu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. "You worked in a kitchen too?" He was somewhat bewildered. Ling Chuan was skilled in medicine, adept at car repairs, an excellent cook, proficient in self-defense, and possessed remarkable survival skills in the wild, all while exhibiting unparalleled knife skills. These talents seemed utterly unrelated. Wu Qi could not fathom how Ling Chuan transitioned from studying medicine to becoming a chef. Ling Chuan spoke slowly. In this day and age, who doesn't have a side hustle? Wu Qi's mouth twitched. You call all this a side hustle? He envisioned a side hustle as running a small shop on Taobao while working a corporate job or driving a taxi while delivering takeout on the side, activities that do not interfere with one's primary profession, merely earning a little extra to support household expenses. Yet Ling Chuan's side hustles included being a doctor who could save someone from the venom of a silver-ringed snake, a mechanic who could effortlessly guide others in fixing their cars, and a chef who transformed ordinary ingredients into mouth-watering dishes that left one salivating. And now, with his knife skills, any one of these could easily serve as a primary profession, capable of generating substantial income. It was simply absurd. If this was merely a side hustle, what on earth constituted a primary profession? Coming back to his senses, Wu Qi could not help but ask, "What exactly is your primary profession?" Ling Chuan turned to him, his gaze akin to that of someone looking at a fool. "How could you even ask such a question?" Ling Chuan continued, "Can you guess why I am here?" Wu Qi found himself momentarily perplexed. Ling Chuan added, "I'm participating in freshman training. Can you guess what I am currently doing?" "I'm a freshman." Wu Qi. He covered his face with his hand, feeling utterly embarrassed. He had completely forgotten that Ling Chuan was a student. Having processed the fish, Ling Chuan saw that Xia Qingyue had also finished washing the wild vegetables. With a splash, he placed the fish into a basket for easy transport. "Qingyue, wait for me a moment," he said. He crossed the stream and slipped into the bushes, quickly emerging with a fresh flower in hand. Approaching Xia Qingyue, he inhaled the fragrance of the flower and remarked, "It smells wonderful, just like you." He then handed the flower to her and took the basket back. Xia Qingyue's face flushed a bright red as she held the flower, watching Ling Chuan's retreating figure, murmuring softly, "Smooth talker." Yet, in the next moment, she discreetly inhaled the floral scent, confirming its delightful aroma. She pondered, "Does he think I smell good?" As this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks reddened even further. Chapter 112. Ling Chuan's Fishing Versus. Others fishing when she noticed Ling Chuan walking away. She suddenly regained her senses and hurried to catch up. Wu Qi remained in a daze, still astonished, unable to comprehend the situation. Ling Chuan was merely a student. How formidable would he become after graduation? His future was indeed limitless. As Wu Qi collected his thoughts, he heard only the babbling of the brook, devoid of Ling Chuan's voice. Turning around, he found the bank empty, leaving him all alone. He quickly glanced back, only to see the distant silhouettes of two figures vanishing. "Goodness, they're so fast. Wait for me. I haven't even finished cleaning my fish yet." Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue had already returned. While he had barely managed to scale his catch, muttering to himself as he worked on the fish, Wu Qi pondered, "Why do I feel like he is the real instructor here? The only ones I can manage are those youngsters. I wonder if they've found anything to eat by now." Meanwhile, upstream by the brook, the group stumbled their way to a pool of water. Upon catching sight of it, their eyes sparkled with excitement. They rushed to the shore, wide-eyed as they gazed into the pool. "Look, there are indeed fish inside. Wow, so many big ones. Hurry, let's think of a way to catch them." As thoughts of fishing crossed their minds, they paused momentarily. They had not considered it before, but now that they could see the fish, they realized the dilemma. Without tools, how could they fish? How on earth did Ling Chuan manage to catch several large fish? Who has a fishing rod? No rod. A net will do. Faced with the sight of the large fish swimming in the pool, they grew increasingly anxious. The feast was so close at hand. They had to devise a plan to catch them. If they could only secure those fish, a delightful meal awaited them that night. However, as they looked around, they found no fishing rods or nets in sight. Frustrated, they lamented the sight of the fish while feeling powerless to catch them. "I don't understand how Ling Chuan managed to catch so many big fish without any tools. We can't bear to eat snails again tonight." The group fidgeted with worry, brainstorming furiously. Suddenly, one person spotted the pebbles on the ground and exclaimed, "Let us throw stones." Hearing this, the others' faces lit up. "What a splendid idea. Let us do it." They eagerly picked up stones from the ground and hurled them into the water with all their might. Splash! Splash! The stones splashed into the water, creating ripples. Yet, not one stone struck a fish. Instead, the commotion frightened the fish away, causing them to vanish in an instant. Seeing the fish gone, someone cried out in alarm, "Stop! We can't do this. We'll scare the fish away. Let's count to 3, and then throw together. If we all throw at once, the chances of hitting a fish will increase. The others readily agreed. Great plan. Excellent idea. Let us go with that. With stones in hand, they held their breaths, waiting for the fish to reappear. When the large fish surfaced once more, one person loudly counted down, 3, 2, 1, throw. Simultaneously, everyone hurled their stones into the water. Splash, splash. Again, the water erupted with splashes. This tactic proved somewhat effective, as some stones successfully struck the fish. However, due to the resistance of the water, the stones inflicted no harm, and the fish swiftly escaped. The group sat in disappointment, one person lamenting, "This method is futile. I don't understand why Ling Chuan could catch fish while we cannot. I clearly saw he had no fishing rod or net, just a stick. Don't tell me a mere stick can catch fish. I refuse to believe it." Little did they know, Ling Chuan had indeed managed to catch several large fish using just a simple stick. Chapter 113, Why is this water so cold? Come on, brothers in the water. Stay calm, stay calm. Think carefully, there must be another way. Throwing stones is ineffective, so they began to contemplate new strategies. What alternatives do we have besides hurling stones? They pondered deeply and soon devised a plan. Perhaps they could search for any stranded fish. They could dive down to catch them. They could also try fishing. With this thought, the group began to disperse. A few individuals commenced circling the pool, looking for any fish that might be stranded. Others began to remove their clothing, preparing to plunge into the icy depths to catch fish. Some even dashed off to dig for worms. In the end, after their search, they had not encountered a single stranded fish. Splash! Several individuals leapt into the water. Instantly, they cried out, "Ah, it's so cold." The pool echoed with their anguished cries. The water was frigid to the bone, as if it had just melted off an iceberg. The coldness rendered their hands and feet somewhat numb. "Run, run," they shouted, feeling as though they could hardly swim. How could they possibly catch fish now? They struggled back to the shore, curling up and shivering. One or two had faces turned pale from the cold. Trembling, they exclaimed, "Don't go in the water. It's unbearably cold." The ones who had gone to dig for worms returned. Upon seeing the failures of those who had sought stranded fish and those who had jumped in, they chuckled with pride and said, "You are too weak. Now, let us demonstrate." As they spoke, they rolled up their pant legs and cautiously stepped into the water. Everyone turned their hopeful gazes upon them. 3 plans had already failed. Could they truly succeed? Yet, in the next moment, a collective gasp escaped their lips. The bone-chilling cold surged up from their feet, causing goosebumps to rise all over their skin. Earlier, when the ones who had jumped in complained about the cold, they had dismissed it. Now, as they personally entered the water, they realized it was indeed excruciatingly cold. They wished to return to the shore. However, when they turned back, they saw everyone behind them, wide-eyed and hopeful, gazing at them. At this point, to express their desire to leave the frigid water was simply unthinkable. They exchanged glances, steeling themselves to venture further into the depths. As they waited until the water reached their thighs, they slowly lowered the worms into the water and held their sticks, waiting for the larger fish to come and feast upon the bait. Then, in a flash, they would strike with lethal precision. 3 minutes elapsed. Holding their sticks aloft, they had yet to encounter a single fish. The larger fish hovered not far away, hesitant to approach. 5 minutes passed. The larger fish drew slightly nearer, yet those in the water began to shiver uncontrollably. The cold was overwhelming. Their faces turned ashen, feeling as if their legs were losing sensation. 8 minutes passed. 2 sizable fish began to circle around them. Those on the shore held their breath, fearing that even a heavy breath might scare the fish away. The few in the water widened their eyes, fixated on the 2 fish. This was no longer merely about 2 fish. It symbolized hope. 10 minutes drifted by. The fish continued their dance, yet those in the water were nearing their limits. They felt an icy chill enveloping their bodies, their minds beginning to numb. Why had the fish not taken the bait yet? This was agonizing to watch. Come on, brothers in the water. But at that very moment, in an instant, the 2 larger fish darted forward, right before everyone's eyes, and devoured the 2 worms. They then swam swiftly into the distance. The individuals in the water, holding their sticks, were left in stunned silence. Those on the shore could only mutter. Such speed. They moved like 2 bolts of lightning through the water. Chapter 114. Oh God, grant us a few large fish. They were so stunned that the fish swam far away. The fishing plan had failed. There was nothing they could do. These fish were simply too clever. How on earth did Ling Chuan manage to catch these fish? The more they attempted to capture them, the more they realized just how formidable Ling Chuan truly was. To catch several such astute fish from such frigid waters was nothing short of divine intervention. The few individuals in the water gradually regained their senses. They couldn't help but exclaim. They were on the brink of despair. After standing in the icy water for 10 minutes, the fish had devoured the worms in an instant and vanished without a trace. They hadn't even had time to strike down with their wooden sticks. Now, they felt like fools, brandishing their sticks as if they were jesters, completely outwitted by the fish. They discarded their sticks and awkwardly scrambled out of the water. This wretched place was unbearable. They wanted to leave immediately. Oh God, grant us a few large fish. They were at their wits' end. Why were the fish so elusive? They wondered if Ling Chuan took apprentices, longing to learn from him the art of fishing. Tears nearly brimmed in their eyes. Others were equally despondent. The fish swam right before them in the pool, yet despite their collective efforts and myriad strategies, they had not succeeded in catching even a single fish. Not a large one, nor even a small one. Luo sat on the ground, staring blankly at the pool. He could not fathom how Ling Chuan had managed to catch fish all on his own. A whole group of them had failed to catch even one. What made Ling Chuan so different? Did he simply find the fish lying on the ground? Luo was consumed with envy. If only he had arrived first. He could have caught the big fish. Man, sitting beside him, also found it hard to bear. Why were the fish so difficult to catch? If she had known, she would never have broken up with Ling Chuan. Otherwise, she could have been feasting on delicious fish by now. Regret washed over her, and she felt as if her insides were turning green with remorse. Someone sighed and suggested, "Let us search for wild vegetables instead." It seemed they had no choice but to forage for wild greens. Thankfully, their instructor had taught them how to identify edible plants, or they might have gone hungry that night. The group dispersed, venturing into the forests flanking the brook in search of sustenance. The forest was a treasure trove. After a short while, they made several discoveries. Is this wild vegetable edible? It seems it might be. Wow, this fruit is enormous and vividly red. It looks delicious. They eagerly picked the bright red wild fruits, exclaiming, "Let us gather more. We can feast on wild fruits tonight." Ha! They relentlessly harvested the luscious red fruits from the trees. "I can't wait. Let us wash a few and taste them. They must be delightful." They hurried to the brook to rinse the fruits, preparing for a hearty meal. From morning until now, they hadn't truly eaten anything substantial. Once washed, the wild fruits glistened with droplets of water, appearing even more enticing. They could hardly resist swallowing in anticipation and took large bites. In an instant, silence enveloped them. The entire forest felt eerily quiet. They slowly lowered their heads, gazing incredulously at the wild fruits in their hands. Disgusting. They were horrendously unpalatable, bitter, astringent, and accompanied by an overwhelming pungent flavor. They could barely endure it. Ugh! Everyone immediately spat out the fruits they had just tasted, discarding them in disgust. What are these things? How can they be so vile? They exclaimed in frustration, "I can't take it anymore. I need to rinse my mouth." Chapter 115. Luo was scolded to the point of being unable to lift his head. "Your medical skills are worthless. How dare you boast in the car?" A group of individuals rushed to the water's edge, repeatedly rinsing their mouths. Consuming such a thing was nothing short of life-threatening. How could anything be so distasteful in this world? The thought of the snails from that morning made me feel nauseated. After several washes, they finally felt somewhat better. Exhausted, they slumped by the water's edge, utterly fatigued and yearning for sleep. They felt they had labored for ages, yet achieved nothing. After much difficulty in locating wild fruits, they discovered they were inedible. Suddenly, they were besieged by voracious mosquitoes, their bites causing an itch on their lips. I too felt a slight itch on my body. As they began to notice the itchiness of their mouths and skin, they initially dismissed it. However, when they saw many others around them experiencing the same issue, a terrifying thought surged from the depths of their minds. They touched their mouths, and an intense prickling sensation coursed through them, sending shivers down their spines. As they lifted their clothes to inspect the itchy areas, they confirmed their fears. Their skin was indeed reddened, with welts resembling mosquito bites. This was disastrous. Food poisoning. Their faces drained of color. In the wilderness, food poisoning was no trivial matter. "Help! I don't want to die." Several people broke down in tears. One individual reacted swiftly. "Luo, aren't you a medical student? Hurry and save us." Luo was now in a daze, for he too was suffering from food poisoning. His mouth and skin were aflame with unbearable itching. He yearned to scratch. Yet, The last remnants of his rationality warned him against it. No matter the circumstance, one must never scratch when the body itches. The more one scratches, the more it itches, and it could lead to skin breaks and infection. Hearing the pleas for help, he abruptly raised his head, bewildered. That's right. Luo Ji, you are a doctor. Do something. The number of people seeking his assistance grew. Man, with her swollen lips, urged him, think of a solution quickly. Luo Ji listened to the crowd, his gaze wandering, paralyzed by uncertainty. He had been exposed to medicine since childhood, with parents who were doctors, yet he had never earnestly studied it. How could he know how to treat food poisoning and allergic reactions? Speak. If you can help, then help. If not, just say so. The crowd's tone sharpened. They were in distress, agitated, and nearing the brink of frustration. Now, Luo Ji was acting mute. They felt compelled to take action against him. With his head bowed, he murmured, I don't know how. What a waste. Someone beside him spat out. With skills like yours, how could you boast about your prowess earlier? You've wasted our time. Let us go back and find the instructor, or we're doomed. They recognized that he had overestimated his abilities. He couldn't help with this, nor that, yet he flaunted his knowledge. Your medical skills are abysmal. How could you dare to brag in the car? They erupted in curses. Previously, in the car, they had believed in Luo Ji and wronged Ling Chuan. Now, guilt mingled with their ire as they witnessed Luo Ji's ineptitude. They were hardly able to contain their anger. Had they not been suffering, they might have resorted to violence. Let us find the instructor. Forget him. They no longer lingered and dashed away. Man glared at Luo Ji, stating, You truly disappoint me. Luo Ji's face burned with shame, as if he had been struck harshly and drenched in a bottle of hot pepper sauce, leaving him unable to raise his head. Chapter 116. Ling Chuan, you are the true doctor after a while. He could no longer endure the discomfort in his body and hurriedly ran towards the camp. Within the camp, Ling Chuan was prepared and about to begin preparing lunch. Instructor Wu Qi had finally finished processing the fish and rushed over in haste. Just then, a voice echoed from afar, Instructor, help. Wu Qi's entire body tensed. And the moment he had just sat down, he sprang to his feet. He looked towards the woods where a group of individuals was racing towards him in a state of panic. Instructor, something terrible has happened. They came rushing in, each more anxious than the last. Wu Qi furrowed his brow and said, Calm down, speak slowly. What has happened? The crowd pointed to their mouths and then showed the red rashes on their arms. We just ate a kind of red wild fruit, and now we look like this. Instructor, are we going to die? Please save us. Wu Qi examined them closely and replied, It seems to be an allergic reaction. Gather around. I will contact the military doctor. Xia Qingyue, witnessing the distress of the group, moved closer to Ling Chuan. Their lips were swollen, and their bodies were covered in alarming rashes. Ling Chuan glanced at them and asked, What fruit did you consume? This one. Someone produced a fruit. Wu Qi took the fruit, scrutinized it carefully, and even smelled it, finding nothing amiss. He handed it to Ling Chuan. Ling Chuan accepted the fruit, smiled gently, and reassured them, There is no need for panic. You will not perish. Really? Upon hearing Ling Chuan's words, their eyes brightened. Ling Chuan tossed the fruit back and explained, You are merely experiencing a simple allergic reaction. Wu Qi, astonished, inquired, Do you recognize this fruit? Ling Chuan nodded and replied, This fruit is edible. Although its taste is unpleasant, it can stave off hunger. However, when it ripens, it produces a substance that can trigger allergies. Consuming it recklessly will result in your current condition. In the Amazon rainforest, there exists a tribe that compels youths to consume untreated fruits during their coming-of-age ceremonies. They believe that only by enduring the torment of allergies can one become a formidable warrior. In certain instances, they even willingly consume these fruits to unlock their potential to confront dangers. Everyone widened their eyes, gazing at Ling Chuan in utter astonishment. No one had anticipated that he would be knowledgeable about this fruit, and even the customs of the indigenous tribes in the Amazon rainforest. Such insight, truly remarkable. Wu Qi asked, How do we treat this allergy? Ling Chuan replied, It's quite simple. Drink plenty of hot water and engage in physical activity. The youths of that tribe endure intense exercise throughout the day to expedite the process of overcoming their allergic reactions. With sufficient sweating, they can swiftly return to normal. After a pause, Ling Chuan continued, Currently, there are no medications that can significantly treat this allergy. When the military doctor arrives to prescribe medication, you will still experience discomfort for a prolonged period. The allergenic substance of this fruit is rather unique, and since normal individuals rarely come into contact with such allergens, The pharmaceutical market is limited, and thus no specific antidote has been developed. The crowd felt a surge of excitement. There is hope. Ling Chuan, you truly are impressive. Your knowledge even extends to treating this allergy. Indeed, you are the true doctor. In my opinion, Roji's family consists of quacks. At the back, Roji felt an even greater sting of embarrassment. Chapter 117. Ling Chuan, without you, how would we survive? Previously, he had held Ling Chuan in contempt, mocking him in public. He became the subject of ridicule for everyone. The crucial point was that he had no means to refute their derision. Ling Chuan possessed knowledge that far exceeded his own. Now, having been given a chance at salvation, he owed it all to Ling Chuan. He felt compelled to express his gratitude. Oh, by the way, someone inquired curiously, Ling Chuan, you mentioned that this fruit is edible. How can we consume it? Others' eyes sparkled with hope as they turned to Ling Chuan. Brother, please save us. We haven't eaten for an entire day. We are on the brink of starvation. Yes, yes. Brother, have mercy on us. Their desperation was palpable, and tears threatened to spill. Ling Chuan found their plight amusing. It's quite simple. Just apply high heat. You can either boil these fruits in water or roast them over a fire. In essence, high temperatures will neutralize the allergens, rendering the fruits safe to eat. As Ling Chuan spoke, every discomfort they felt faded into oblivion, replaced by exhilaration. They trembled with excitement. Salvation had arrived, along with sustenance. Oh, Ling Chuan, you truly are my savior. They cried, overwhelmed with emotion. After enduring a day of hunger and torment, without Ling Chuan's timely assistance, they would have undoubtedly collapsed. Xia Qingwei watched from the side, suppressing a laugh. Ling Chuan, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, it's nothing. Please, go about your tasks. I need to prepare a meal. The crowd glanced at Ling Chuan's array of ingredients, an abundance of fish, wild vegetables, mushrooms, and berries. The feast was nothing short of extravagant. Just the sight of it made their mouths water. While they endured the trials of allergies and hunger, Ling Chuan was able to indulge in a grand banquet during their outdoor training in the same vicinity. Their envy was palpable, yet they recognized the sheer prowess of Ling Chuan. The formidable challenges that had nearly driven them to despair were effortlessly vanquished by him, who had even provided them with food. With such strength, they felt a profound sense of inadequacy. Collectively, they were no match for Ling Chuan alone. We will not intrude any longer. We will take our leave, they said, dispersing. Armed with the knowledge of how to alleviate their allergies and consume the fruits, they began to act. The majority remained at the camp to build a fire and boil water, while others ventured forth to gather the fruits. After coordinating with the military doctor, Wu Qi sat down, gazing at Ling Chuan with admiration. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. How do you know so much? This is the first time I've encountered such fruit. And Ling Chuan, not only did he recognize this wild fruit, but he was also aware of its edibility and how to neutralize its toxins. Strikingly, he even knew of tribes in the Amazon rainforest that utilized this very fruit. Ling Chuan commenced heating a pan, preparing to cook. With numerous dishes on the agenda, he intended to save the bulk of his cooking for later. He recalled a bamboo grove not far from their location. Come nightfall, he would gather some bamboo and bamboo shoots to prepare bamboo shoot rice, followed by a delightful bamboo shoot feast. With a sizzle, Ling Chuan poured oil into the hot pan. For his first dish, he decided to create a vegetable medley accompanied by pan-fried fish. As the oil heated, he carefully placed fish fillets into the pan with chopsticks. He then shook the skillet gently, ensuring even cooking. Once one side turned a delicate golden hue, he flipped the fillets with his chopsticks. The subtle aroma of fish began to waft through the air. Wu Qi, seated nearby, could hardly suppress the urge to salivate. As Ling Chuan continued to flip the fish, he began to add seasonings. Finally, he took several small wild fruits, crushing them to extract their juices, which dripped enticingly into the pan. Chapter 118. What on earth is he doing? He is cooking in the wilderness. The sizzling sound fills the air, and in an instant, a mouth-watering aroma wafts around. Wu Qi's eyes widen in astonishment. How delightful! He gazes at Ling Chuan, feeling as if Ling Chuan were a magician. Any ordinary ingredient that passes through his hands seems to transform into something extraordinary. Ling Chuan carefully pan-fries the fish until both sides are golden brown, swiftly plating it. Yet, this is just the beginning. With oil still sizzling in the pan, Ling Chuan promptly tosses in a generous helping of wild greens and mushrooms, stir-frying them with great skill. The fragrant notes of freshness and the savory essence of fish intertwine beautifully. Wu Qi, along with the others busy in the distance, stands frozen. captivated by Lin Chuan's culinary prowess. What is he doing? Cooking in the wild. The aroma is intoxicating. What kind of wild greens are these? They are utterly divine. I yearn to taste them. Oh, how I wish. I would gladly call him my godfather for just a morsel. They are all rendered speechless by their cravings. The greens cook rapidly. After adding the perfect seasonings, Lin Chuan stirs them a few more times before plating them. The verdant greens rest at the bottom of the dish, resembling a lush meadow, while the golden fried fish is placed atop. The striking contrast of gold and green is visually stunning, and their fragrances complement each other exquisitely, causing Wu Qi to salivate. Summer Qingyue's eyes sparkle like twinkling stars, enchanted by the delightful scent of the fish for the very first time. Lin Chuan sets the frying pan aside, preparing to grill the fish next. Though lacking chili or cumin, he had foraged some wild fruits along the way, which serve as substitutes. The sour wild fruits he previously shared with Summer Qingyue, alongside the sweet leaves, come into play now, as Lin Chuan begins to grill the fish. Wu Qi is inspired to join him, eager to showcase his own culinary skills. This is the perfect opportunity for them to collaborate. Lin Chuan squeezes the fruit, drizzling the tangy juice over the fish, then fills its mouth and the slits on its body with the sweet leaves. Using a clean stick, he carefully places the fish over the fire. While the fish grills, he prepares a third fish, intended for smoking, requiring minimal effort. Merely suspending it will suffice. The enticing aroma of grilled fish begins to permeate the air, distracting Wu Qi from his own grilling efforts. He cannot help but watch Lin Chuan's grilled and fried fish, while the onlookers in the distance are entranced, swallowing hard, and gazing longingly at Lin Chuan's creations. The scent intensifies, to the point that it feels as though their very souls are being beckoned away. They momentarily forget the irritation of their own discomfort. Alternating their gazes between Lin Chuan and the upstream direction of the creek, their hunger palpable. How is Lin Chuan managing to make the fish smell so divine? It is the first time I've ever encountered such an alluring fish aroma. Why haven't they returned yet? If they don't come back soon, we shall surely starve. Sitting here, tortured by the tantalizing scent yet having nothing to eat, feels like a torment beyond even that of hell itself. Among the crowd are Luo Ji and He-Man Man, both mesmerized by the grilled fish in Lin Chuan's hands. They cannot resist licking their lips at the sight. This grilled fish, with its golden hue and succulent sheen, is something even a five-star restaurant might struggle to replicate. To have even a single bite would be an unparalleled delight. Luo Ji notices Summer Qingyue seated beside Lin Chuan, her chin resting on her hands, radiating happiness as she glances between the grilled fish and Lin Chuan. His heart feels as though it might shatter. Suddenly, he sees Summer Qingyue, beaming, gently wiping the sweat from Lin Chuan's forehead. Chapter 119. They feast on fish and meat, while we are left with wild fruits in this moment. Roach felt as if his heart had been pierced by a sword. The pain was excruciating, a torment that penetrated to his very soul. My goddess, how did it come to this? Roach felt as though he might vomit blood. He-Man stared fixedly at the roasted fish, her heart heavy with discomfort, anguish, and regret. To dine on roasted fish in this desolate wilderness was indeed a rare delight. In times past, Lin Chuan would have eagerly presented her with the fish, like a devoted dog. But now, she felt like a dog crouching beside the table, watching others eat. She could only gaze longingly, saliva pooling in her mouth. I truly regret it. I should not have flirted with other men before the training began. He is so exceptional. Had I known, I would not have broken up with him. It's all Li Tian's fault. She looked at Xia Qingyue with envy. The seat Xia occupied was meant for her. Alas, He-Man couldn't help but sigh. As Lin Chuan's roasted fish neared completion, those who had gone to gather wild fruits finally returned. We're back. They brought an abundance of wild fruits, their clothes laden with the harvest. Upon their return, they hurried to Lin Chuan, first expressing their gratitude. Lin Chuan, we cannot thank you enough. Without you, we would surely have fainted from hunger today. They then shared some of the wild fruits with him. Lin Chuan graciously accepted them all. Only after he accepted the fruits did they feel free to leave. Lin Chuan casually tossed a few wild fruits into the fire, a method he had always employed. High-quality ingredients often require only simple cooking techniques. In Lin Chuan's eyes, these wild fruits were akin to sweet potatoes. Just throw them in the fire and wait a while to enjoy. The roasted fish was ready. Lin Chuan lifted it and placed it onto a dish, finally sprinkling some wild vegetable leaves and drizzling a bit of wild fruit juice. The masterpiece was complete. A delicious aroma wafted through the woods. Those who had just returned from foraging could not help but inhale deeply. How fragrant! The scent of meat was truly irresistible. Without comparison, there would be no pain. They could feast on fish and meat, while they were left with only wild fruits. The disparity was tremendous. They felt as if they were not inhabiting the same realm as Ling Chuan. Come quickly. We are starving. The fire is ready, and the water is boiling. Just waiting for you. Hurry, hurry, or someone might perish. Hearing the calls of others, they snapped back to reality and approached with their wild fruits. Although they had gathered a considerable amount, there were many people present, so each person could only have a few fruits. They began to process the wild fruits as Ling Chuan had instructed. Roach gazed at the wild fruits, his heart a tumult of emotions. He was reduced to using the methods of the very person he despised to prepare their meal. Otherwise, they would have nothing to eat. This made his already troubled heart ache even more. It felt like a cruel twist of fate. Roach felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet, at this point, he had no other choice. He could only silently toss the wild fruits into the fire, then sit with wide eyes, waiting for the results. Now, a great group of people squatted by the fire, eagerly awaiting their meal. At this moment, Ling Chuan had finished preparing the fried fish and the roasted fish. With a few wild vegetables and mushrooms remaining, he decided to whip up a delicious soup. This lunch featured both meat and vegetables, along with a soup. Once the soup was ready, the lunch was complete. All set, Ling Chuan said with a smile to Xia Qingyue, "It's time to eat." Xia Qingyue gently wiped the sweat from Ling Chuan's brow, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." She took the freshly washed bowls and helped Ling Chuan serve a bowl of soup, which she then handed to him. After he accepted it, she poured herself a bowl as well. Chapter 120. Ling Chuan might truly possess magic. Wu Qi's fish is also ready. He beamed with pride. Glancing over at Ling Chuan, upon taking a closer look, he noticed that Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue were already engaged in lively conversation while enjoying their meal. Wu Qi was taken aback. How could they be so swift? He was genuinely impressed by Ling Chuan. In the time it took him to prepare one grilled fish, Ling Chuan had already completed 2 dishes and a soup. Ling Chuan turned to Wu Qi and said, "There is plenty of soup. If you wish to have some, feel free to serve yourself." Wu Qi expressed his gratitude and suggested, "You both should try the grilled fish I made." He placed his fish next to Ling Chuan's. Wu Qi's grilled fish was slightly charred, yet steaming hot, looking somewhat acceptable. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue picked up their chopsticks to taste it, exchanging glances. Wu Qi, feeling nervous, inquired, "How is it?" Ling Chuan remained silent, while Xia Qingyue's expression turned somewhat complex as she remarked, "Instructor, perhaps you should try it yourself. Is it not palatable?" Wu Qi frowned and took a bite. The moment the fish entered his mouth, his brow furrowed immediately. "What is this? Why does it taste somewhat bitter?" Struggling, he managed to swallow the fish, falling into silence, at a loss for words. He had expected to impress Ling Chuan and regain some dignity, but alas, the grilled fish was a dismal failure, dry and bitter. He took a sip of the soup to recover, and as the liquid touched his lips, his eyes brightened. The soup was sweet and flavorful, incredibly delicious. He couldn't help but drink another sip, then another, and soon his bowl was empty. He savored the wild vegetables as well, equally delectable and juicy. Goodness, how could this soup be so exquisite? Wu Qi, feeling slightly embarrassed, asked, "May I have another bowl?" Ling Chuan replied nonchalantly, "Help yourself. There is enough soup for 3 people, not to mention the pan-fried fish, grilled fish, and stir-fried wild vegetables." Wu Qi chuckled awkwardly. He had intended to showcase his culinary skills, but in the end, he found himself relying on Ling Chuan's cooking. He took another bite of Ling Chuan's grilled fish, and in an instant, a jolt of electricity surged through his mind. His eyes widened, and he nearly dropped his chopsticks. The moment the grilled fish touched his palate, he seemed to see a wave crashing towards him. The wave enveloped him, instantly transporting him to the ocean's depths. To his astonishment, he found he could breathe underwater. In the next moment, he beheld numerous shimmering fish swirling around him, as if performing a breathtaking dance. It was simply divine. A crystalline tear formed at the corner of his eye. He decided to sample the pan-fried fish. Its exterior was fragrant and crispy, while the flesh within was tender and juicy. In a daze, Wu Qi felt as if he had returned to his childhood, witnessing his mother in the kitchen, preparing pan-fried fish for New Year's Eve. Tick, tick. The tear at the corner of his eye could no longer be contained, silently cascading down his cheek. In this moment, silence spoke volumes. Wu Qi slowly opened his eyes, profoundly moved as he gazed at the fish in his bowl. "This is the taste of my mother." His eyes reddened, and his nose tinged with warmth. Wu Qi looked at Ling Chuan and said, "Ling Chuan, thank you." Xia Qingyue gazed at him in confusion, unsure why the instructor suddenly expressed gratitude towards Ling Chuan. However, Ling Chuan, having lived for over 50 years, was significantly older than Wu Qi. With a single glance, he perceived Wu Qi's sentiment, longing for home. Ling Chuan spoke calmly. "If you miss home, once the training is over, you can return." He turned to Xia Qingyue, smiling as he offered her a piece of grilled fish. Xia Qingyue looked at Ling Chuan with sheer happiness. Wu Qi observed the two of them, then glanced at the vegetables in his bowl, and he too began to smile. Wu Qi felt that perhaps Ling Chuan truly possessed magic. Chapter 121. Look at this Na'vi demeanor. It mirrors my former self in every way. He surpasses me by leaps and bounds. Wu Qi was completely captivated by Ling Chuan. Initially, he believed that this training camp would solely involve imparting resilience and courage to a group of students, encouraging them not to give up. However, on this day, he found himself learning valuable lessons from one of the students. In the distance, a group of famished individuals sipped hot water while watching the jovial interactions of three companions. Despite being engaged in a wilderness training exercise, they could not fathom how others could revel in such mirth, while they endured both itchiness and the sight of others enjoying delectable meals. After consuming too much hot water, they found it slightly bitter, and their stomachs began to gurgle, making them feel nauseated. Yet, abstaining from drinking was not an option, as they were plagued by incessant itching. The only solace lay in watching Ling Chuan and his companions feast, inhaling the enticing aromas to alleviate their discomfort. Wu Qi savored 2 bowls of soup and nibbled on some grilled and pan-fried fish. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he might have doubted whether they were truly in a desolate wilderness. The culinary delights he encountered here surpassed even those found in urban hotels. At that moment, he noticed the military doctor arriving. Wu Qi stood and declared, "I have finished my meal. Please enjoy yours at your leisure. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he hurried towards the military doctor to explain the situation and request a checkup for all the students. After examining the students, the military doctor prescribed some medication. He was somewhat astonished to see that everyone had consumed a considerable amount of hot water, as drinking hot water is indeed one method to alleviate such allergies. Curiously, the military doctor inquired of Wu Qi, "Did you instruct them to drink more hot water?" Wu Qi shook his head. "It was not me, but a student." He continued, "That student is remarkably astute. He immediately identified the issue with the wild fruits they had consumed and advised them to drink more hot water and exercise, suggesting that sweating would provide relief." The military doctor was taken aback. Indeed, this is precisely the remedy for such allergies. Where's that student? His curiosity about Ling Chuan intensified. The allergic reactions caused by those wild fruits are quite rare. Even seasoned doctors have seldom encountered them. As a military doctor frequently traversing forests and deserts, he had a modicum of understanding regarding these rare ailments. It struck him as peculiar that a student would possess knowledge of such treatment. Wu Qi turned to observe Ling Chuan, who was serving food to Xia Qingyue from a distance. The military doctor was astonished to see a man and woman seated by the campfire, sharing laughter and a meal. Having overseen wilderness training for many years, he had witnessed numerous students endure great hardship, their faces etched with suffering. This was the first time he had encountered anyone displaying such a relaxed and joyful demeanor. The military doctor approached Ling Chuan, with Wu Qi hastening to follow. As the others watched the two depart, they could not help but whisper amongst themselves, "Ling Chuan is truly remarkable." The treatment method the military doctor mentioned is identical to what Ling Chuan said. He possesses genuine skill. They regarded Ling Chuan as a true physician, unlike another individual who feigned knowledge. All eyes turned to Luo Ji, who hunched his shoulders and lowered his head, feeling as though he had been struck by a boomerang. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, he wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. The military doctor slowly approached Ling Chuan, who was in the midst of enjoying fish, and once again felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was he truly witnessing a student eating fish? During wilderness training, no less. Previously, he had only seen students subsisting on wild vegetables. Even those with the best conditions and extensive survival experience were fortunate to consume a few bird eggs. This was his first encounter with someone feasting on substantial fish. Seeing the military doctor in a state of bewilderment, Wu Qi could not suppress a smug smile. "Look at this unworldly expression. It is identical to my past self. It's rather amusing." "Do not be so astonished," he remarked. This student is exceptionally talented. Not only can he catch fish, but his culinary skills are also quite remarkable. Chapter 122. The Invitation of the Iron Rice Bowl. What extraordinary treatment is this? The military doctor had already caught a whiff of the delectable aroma in the air. This scent was even more enticing than anything he had encountered in a five-star hotel. He could hardly believe that such a fragrance could waft through the wilderness. Slightly regaining his composure, the military doctor looked down at Ling Chuan and inquired, "Classmate, do you possess medical knowledge?" Ling Chuan nodded, replying, "I have a modest understanding." The military doctor glanced at the students in the distance and then turned back to Ling Chuan, stating, "You can accurately identify the medicinal properties of these wild fruits. It seems you possess more than just a modest understanding." Ling Chuan smiled faintly and remarked, "The ocean of medicine is boundless. Claiming to have a modest understanding is entirely reasonable." The military doctor's pupils widened in astonishment. The ocean of medicine, boundless indeed. He had not anticipated that someone as young as Ling Chuan could articulate such profound thoughts. The doctor was momentarily taken aback. Taking a deep breath, he sat down and continued, "I previously heard of a student who, upon arriving for training, saved a child who had been poisoned by the venom of a silver-ringed snake. If I am not mistaken, that student must be you?" Ling Chuan nodded and replied, "Indeed, it was I." This deed had been done in front of many witnesses, and there was no need to conceal such a skill. The military doctor could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Reflecting on his own experiences, he realized that at Ling Chuan's age, he was not yet qualified to treat patients. Yet Ling Chuan had already alleviated the effects of the silver-ringed snake's venom and was knowledgeable about obscure wild fruits and their remedies. The military doctor asked, "Classmate, would you be interested in becoming a doctor? If you are willing, you could graduate from university right now and join our military." Nearby, Wu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, and Xia Qingyue gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Those in the distance also heard the doctor's words, and everyone stood frozen in shock. The military doctor himself was extending an invitation for Ling Chuan to join the military. If he accepted, he could graduate immediately, bypassing 4 years of study and receive his diploma. Incredible. This is beyond belief. It is more outrageous than being directly admitted to Tsinghua or Peking University. Their minds were blank with disbelief. Joining the military meant a stable job with official benefits. There would be holidays, timely paychecks, no overtime, and a plethora of conveniences provided by the state: priority service, half-price tickets, housing discounts, and easier access to quality education for their children. Most importantly, this job could sustain a lifetime, leading up to retirement with a pension. Unlike them, who would graduate and struggle with 996 or even 007 work schedules, constantly fearing dismissal from their employers. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently at Ling Chuan. Now, all he had to do was nod, and he would ascend to a higher echelon of society. With a simple agreement, he could reach the pinnacle of success. They were filled with envy, marveling at such a heavenly treatment. They could not help but sigh. The more they compared themselves to Ling Chuan, the more they felt their own inadequacies, as if their 18 years had been wasted. Luoji was left in a daze. He had received an invitation from a military doctor. His parents had never qualified to become military doctors, and yet he had managed to achieve this. Did that not mean he was already surpassing his parents? Luoji's mind buzzed incessantly with disbelief, struggling to accept this reality. Chapter 123. Did you study medicine not to become a doctor? The person who had always looked down upon him unexpectedly received an invitation from a military doctor. And what about him? He had almost caused the death of a child and could not even treat a simple allergy, facing scorn from his classmates. He felt utterly like a fool. Beside Luoji, Man was equally stunned. Ling Chuan was qualified to join the military and enjoy the benefits of an official position. If she were still Ling Chuan's girlfriend, she could bask in his glory, returning home to boast about her boyfriend who had a stable job, ensuring a lifetime free from worries about food and clothing. She might even gain entry into the military hospital, enjoying various privileges and esteemed treatment. But now, all of this was no longer relevant to her, because Ling Chuan had already broken up with her. As this thought crossed her mind, Man felt dizzy, on the verge of fainting. Slap. She struck herself across the face. Why did we break up? Slap. Why did he cheat? Slap. Why did he go to a hotel with another man? Her face was swollen, yet more than anything, she felt heartache. Missing Ling Chuan felt like losing a fortune. The pain was unbearable, and thoughts of harming Li Tian crossed her mind. By the campfire, Wu Qi was the first to regain his composure and hurriedly urged Ling Chuan. Quickly accept. This is an opportunity that countless people yearn for but cannot attain. Do not let it slip away. The military doctor smiled gently at Ling Chuan, believing that he could not possibly refuse the invitation. Eating official meals was a dream for many, and now this opportunity lay before him. No one could decline. However, Ling Chuan smiled. He gazed at the military doctor and, under everyone's scrutiny, slowly spoke. Thank you for your kind offer, but I do not wish to become a military doctor. The military doctor was taken aback. Wu Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. The crowd in the distance stood up in shock. He refused? Surely he must be mistaken? How could he refuse? It was an official invitation, a gateway to wealth and success. How could he possibly turn it down? Wu Qi quickly reacted, thinking Ling Chuan was unaware of the benefits of being a military doctor. He urgently said to Ling Chuan, if you accept, you won't have to search for a job. You won't have to compete with others. You can work regular hours with a high salary and numerous benefits. I know, Ling Chuan interrupted him. I am fully aware. Wu Qi was left speechless, at a loss for words. He could not comprehend why Ling Chuan would refuse, even knowing the advantages. The military doctor, regaining his composure, asked in confusion, why? Did you not study medicine to become a doctor? This question brought a knowing smile to Ling Chuan's face. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Did he study medicine to become a doctor? Not at all. It was not for wealth or glory, nor was it for the sake of an official position. Rather, it was to find a cure for the same rare illness that afflicted Xia Qingwei. After traveling the world and mastering various medical skills, he finally fulfilled his wish by saving a child suffering from the same ailment as Xia Qingwei. His extraordinary medical skills were merely a byproduct of his journey. Having saved the child, Ling Chuan's purpose in studying medicine had already been achieved. Moreover, Xia Qingwei was now by his side, providing him with even less reason to pursue the title of a doctor. Ling Chuan simply wished to cherish and care for Xia Qingwei. He looked back at the military doctor and said softly, I did not study medicine to become a doctor. The military doctor frowned and asked, then for what purpose? Ling Chuan gazed tenderly at Xia Qingwei and replied, for her. I want to make her happy. Chapter 124. The opportunity that eludes us, he said no. And it was no. Xia Qingwei covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. Was it for herself? He pursued the art of healing solely to cure his own affliction. Ling Chuan. Tears of emotion shimmered in Xia Qingwei's beautiful eyes. I am unworthy. Ling Chuan gently shook his head and replied, you are very worthy. This girl had extended her hand to him during his darkest despair. She sacrificed herself to rescue him. No one in this world is more deserving than you. Drip. A tear slipped from Xia Qingwei's eye, falling to the ground. Ling Chuan. She embraced him tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. Ling Chuan reciprocated her embrace gently. Wu Qi fell silent. The military doctor stood in shock. Those in the distance were rendered speechless. Ling Chuan had forsaken his own future for Xia Qingwei. Wasn't this somewhat absurd? It was a secure career, something countless individuals yearned for. Wu Qi took a deep breath and advised, even if you become a military doctor, you could still be with her. It would just mean less time together. Ling Chuan slightly lifted his gaze to meet Wu Qi's. In that moment of eye contact, Wu Qi's pupils trembled. For in Ling Chuan's gaze, he saw solitude and desolation. In an instant, loneliness and melancholy enveloped him, nearly suffocating him. You do not yet understand, Ling Chuan said. I have been apart from her for far too long. Wu Qi swallowed hard. He could not comprehend how someone so young could possess such a profound gaze. The military doctor remained silent for a while. It was the first time he encountered someone rejecting his offer, turning down a stroke of fortune. With a sigh, he finally understood. He rose slowly, his eyes reflecting regret and reluctance. Yet, upon meeting Ling Chuan's resolute gaze, he could only say, if you change your mind, you can come find me. You are always welcome. The military doctor felt a measure of respect for Ling Chuan. Ling Chuan replied, thank you. The military doctor took a deep breath and said, take care of yourself. I must take my leave now. With that, he turned to depart. Wu Qi intended to see him off, but was met with a refusal. I wish to be alone for a moment. Now, the military doctor felt a sense of confusion within. Wu Qi watched him walk away, then turned his attention back to Ling Chuan. You are truly remarkable. I genuinely cannot comprehend you. Becoming a military doctor would allow you to avoid 30 years of hardship. It is a more promising path than being a security guard in a community. Ling Chuan smiled and replied, perhaps one day you will understand. In the distance, onlookers stared in astonishment as the military doctor walked away. My goodness, he truly rejected the offer. I cannot fathom how one could turn it down. The thoughts of a genius are utterly beyond our comprehension. An opportunity that we could only dream of was cast aside so easily. I do not understand. Yet I am deeply shocked. They remained in a state of disbelief for a long time. Ling Chuan's recent actions had completely reshaped their understanding. Luo Ji even forgot to breathe. The opportunity he treasured had been relinquished by Ling Chuan with such ease. It was as if he had discarded a piece of refuse. In that moment, Luo Ji felt the gap between himself and Ling Chuan had widened significantly. Man's mouth fell agape. Why is she not my girlfriend? If he had forsaken the military doctor's invitation for my sake, I would be utterly blissful. Why is it not me? She envied Xia Qingwei, her face contorting with jealousy. Xia Qingwei slowly withdrew from Ling Chuan's embrace. She gently wiped her tears and asked, "Is it truly all right to refuse his invitation?" Xia Qingwei did not wish to become a burden to Ling Chuan, nor did she want him to regret his decision. Chapter 125. Unable to watch any longer, Ling Chuan smiled gently and said, "Why would there be any issues? I studied medicine not with the intent of becoming a doctor. Moreover, I do not wish to remain stagnant in one place all day. This world is vast, and I yearn to take you to explore it." Xia Qingwei, having just dried her tears, felt them welling up again. "Ling Chuan, you are truly wonderful." Ling Chuan wiped away her tear stains and softly replied, "In truth, you are quite remarkable as well." Beside them, Wu Qi remarked, "What is going on? I feel a bit overwhelmed." He lowered his head, not wanting to continue watching. The more he observed, the more he longed for a girlfriend. The campfire gradually diminished. Wu Qi picked up a stick and stirred the embers, curious about the state of the wild fruits. In the distance, others watched with envious expressions, feeling a twinge of acidity in their teeth. "I can't bear to look anymore. It's heart-wrenching," he hastily suggested. "Let us eat something and then take a rest." They slightly regained their composure and continued to forage for wild fruits. Xia Qingyue's cheeks flushed. Having just heard a multitude of sweet nothings, she felt a touch of embarrassment. The fire was dwindling. She gazed at the flames and inquired, "Can we eat the wild fruits now?" Ling Chuan picked up a stick and extracted some wild fruits. After squeezing one, he nodded and said, "They are ready." He selected 2 fruits and handed them to Xia Qingyue, saying, "Eat these, they are the most delicious." Xia Qingyue accepted them, astonished, and asked, "How do you know these are the best?" "Because these 2 are the softest," he replied, selecting one for himself. Hearing Ling Chuan's words, Wu Qi began to choose as well, squeezing and inspecting until he too picked 2 very soft fruits. Xia Qingyue opened one fruit, revealing its golden, steaming flesh, which resembled an orange and emitted a delicate fragrance. Just the sight of it made her mouth water. However, she suppressed her desire to eat and offered the fruit to Ling Chuan's lips. "The sweetest fruit, you should have it first." Ling Chuan looked at her, seeing her eager and joyful smile. He returned a knowing smile and took a gentle bite. Having tasted this type of fruit many times before, he had experimented with various methods of preparation, yet none had ever been as fragrant and delightful as this moment. Xia Qingyue asked with a smile, "Is it delicious?" Ling Chuan nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is delightful." He. Xia Qingyue began to eat the remaining fruit, which was soft, sweet, and incredibly tasty, reminiscent of juicy roasted sweet potatoes. "Wow, it's truly delicious," she exclaimed. Wu Qi also opened a fruit to try, and indeed, the flavor was exceptional. He consumed one in just a few bites, astonished that this potentially allergenic fruit could be so delectable. He looked at Ling Chuan and said, "You are impressive. Not only do you know how to treat the allergies to this fruit, but you also know how to transform it into a culinary delight." After indulging in the fruit, Wu Qi felt somewhat overstuffed. He found it hard to believe he had overeaten in the wild, a notion he had never dared to entertain before. "If I keep this up, I hope I won't gain weight when I return." The thought startled him. It seemed unbelievable to share such a sentiment. He glanced at Ling Chuan, feeling a tinge of fear at the man's extraordinary abilities. "I'm full now. I won't intrude any longer." Wu Qi turned to leave, passing by the camp where he advised the others who were busy, "Finish eating quickly so you can rest. This afternoon has been exhausting." The allergic reactions still lingered on them, and upon hearing Wu Qi's words, they felt their bodies and minds were truly being tested. Chapter 126. I've been so good to you. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? At last, they could indulge in the fruits they had long awaited. They eagerly grasped their share, peeling back the skin to reveal the tender flesh within. The boiled fruit was a pallid white, steaming yet devoid of any distinctive aroma. Taking a bite, they found it scalding. "Hiss, A group of them, burnt by the heat, panted like dogs. Why did it taste so bland? It resembled a glob of dough. A splash of sauce would have been delightful. They couldn't help but lament the insipid flavor of the wild fruits. Casting a glance towards Ling Chuan, they observed Xia Qingwei, holding a golden-hued fruit, personally feeding him. This scene sparked immense envy among them. Damn, what a disparity. What we regard as a staple, they treat as a mere dessert. Why did their fruit appear so delectable? Merely gazing at it evoked a sense of savory delight, unlike their own, which resembled dough. While it was still warm, it could be consumed, but if it cooled, they wouldn't know how to manage it. Could it be the roasting that made a difference? Someone produced a roasted fruit. Upon inspection, its hue was indeed somewhat yellowed, yet it lacked the allure of Ling Chuan's creation. A bite revealed it to be equally flavorless, reminiscent of the boiled version. In fact, it was somewhat dry, leaving one parched after a couple of bites, making it challenging to swallow. Quite disappointing. I am astounded. How could Ling Chuan's fruits be so exquisite? I truly suspect he is a master of wilderness survival. My friends, I believe I understand why he declined the position of military doctor. His skills in survival must be so exceptional that he has set his sights higher for a brighter future. Upon hearing this, everyone felt the plausibility of the notion. A genius is indeed a genius. Regardless of circumstances, they always find a promising path. Oh, how I envy him. If only I possessed a fraction of his excellence. I wouldn't be enduring such hardships. My body is in revolt, discomforting me, and I am left chewing on this parched fare. My existence is more miserable than that of a dog. Let us eat, let us speak less. If anyone cannot finish, they may pass their fruit to me. I am starving. The fruit is unpalatable, yet they have no alternative but to force it down. Luo Ji felt his mouth parched, and as he continued to consume the fruit, he felt a wave of nausea. His eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. At home, he had meat with every meal. How could he be reduced to consuming these inedible morsels? Man was equally distressed, taking a bite of fruit only to chase it with water, feeling fuller yet compelled to shove more fruit into her mouth. Otherwise, she would be famished in the afternoon while working. This existence is hardly bearable. As the group closed their eyes and forced the food into their mouths, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei had already finished their meal. Together, they ventured to the stream to wash their utensils and took a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. The water babbled beside them, while birds chirped from all around the forest. The air was fragrant with the scent of blossoms, and both Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei felt an unparalleled tranquility envelop them. Xia Qingwei walked alongside Ling Chuan, stealing glances at his profile, feeling an otherworldly sense of tranquility. As if in a dream, Ling Chuan was unfathomably gentle with her, always indulging her with romance, even turning down the offer to become a military doctor for her sake. Ling Chuan, she called softly. He turned his head, inquiring, "What is it?" Ling Chuan, she said again, her smile radiant. Ling Chuan reached out, gently taking her hand, and said, "I'm here." With a giggle, Xia Qingwei replied, "It's wonderful to have you." Ling Chuan responded, "Since I have treated you so well, shouldn't you express your appreciation?" Chapter 127. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it is difficult to fall asleep. The sun and you happily descend upon the earth as he spoke. His profile drew close to Xia Qingyue's lips. A blush crept across her face. She glanced around to ensure no one was watching and slowly leaned toward Ling Chuan's side. Just as she was about to brush her lips against his cheek, Ling Chuan suddenly turned his head, causing her to land a kiss on his lips instead. Xia Qingyue was momentarily stunned. Yet, in the next instant, Ling Chuan embraced her. With a soft sigh, Xia Qingyue's delicate form instantly melted into Ling Chuan's arms. After half a minute, Ling Chuan gently released her. Blushing, Xia Qingyue remarked, "You've become quite wicked." Ling Chuan chuckled, "Do you still like me?" Xia Qingyue playfully retorted, "You ask as if you don't know. You are incorrigibly mischievous." Ling Chuan was amused by her adorable demeanor. "You are truly charming." Xia Qingyue, her cheeks flushed, replied, "You are insufferable, always saying things that make me blush." Ling Chuan maintained, "I merely speak the truth." Her face reddened further, her heart filled with sweetness. In her dreams, she had never dared to imagine Ling Chuan would utter such words to her. Taking her hand, Ling Chuan led her back to the campsite. "Let us return and rest for a while. We have matters to attend to this afternoon." Xia Qingyue obediently nodded, Upon returning to the campsite, everyone had forced themselves to finish their fruits. They looked up and saw Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue had returned. In front of everyone, the two entered the tent together. Everyone was taken aback. They glanced at the sky. It was broad daylight. They couldn't believe their eyes. How could they not restrain themselves in the light of day? What had transpired between them the previous night was unfathomable. Oh dear, my goddess. Ling Chuan, do not touch my goddess. Direct your affections toward me. Upon hearing this, those nearby widened their eyes and swiftly distanced themselves from the speaker. Goodness, a male pest. A schemer. The boy who had just spoken thought to himself. Why am I a pest just for wanting to win my goddess's favor? Luoji looked at Lin Chen's tent, his fists clenched tightly. But shortly thereafter, he relaxed his grip. They were mutually affectionate. What could he say? He could only endure the heartache in silence. Sighing, Luoji felt as though all his strength had been drained away. Observing that Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue were resting, the others also began to feel drowsy. Having not slept well the previous night, their fatigue compounded after eating. Let us also take a rest. However, when they sought their tents, they discovered the tent was still damp. The sleeping bags were wet too. Everyone was at a loss. They had forgotten to dry the tent and sleeping bags. With the high humidity in the air, it was nearly impossible for their belongings to dry. Thus, their hopes of napping in the tents were completely dashed. They could only endure their fatigue and allergies, attempting to tidy up the tent and sleeping bags in hopes of drying them. Eventually, they were so exhausted that they gathered the grass they had cut earlier in the morning and laid it on the ground to rest. Though lying down was uncomfortable, it at least provided some separation from the ground. However, after a while, they felt the prickling sensation return. Previously, the aroma of Lin Chen's cooking had momentarily distracted them from the itchiness. While eating, their attention had been diverted. Now that they lay down, the itchiness returned with a vengeance. It was unbearable. They longed to scratch, but refrained. How they wished to sleep, yet slumber eluded them. They could only rise to boil water and drink desperately, striving to flush out all toxins. They drank until they felt the water turned bitter. They stared blankly at Lin Chen's tent, envious of their ability to nap while they remained here, inundating themselves with water. As humans, they lamented their plight. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, it was difficult to fall asleep, as the sun and they descended upon the earth. They were on the brink of collapse. Chapter 128. A visit to an enchanting place. Before they could catch their breath, Wu Qi approached and announced, "It's 2 o'clock. Gather. We shall commence this afternoon's training." Upon hearing Wu Qi's voice, a sense of despair washed over the group. How could it be time to begin training so soon? They had only just finished tidying up their belongings and had scarcely lain down for 3 minutes. A multitude of weary faces, pallid and shaky, rose from the ground. They felt drowsy, fatigued, and utterly uncomfortable. The weight of these sensations combined made it nearly unbearable. "Do not dawdle," Wu Qi shouted. "If you linger any longer, for every minute of tardiness, you'll add an hour to your training time. This is not merely an extra kilometer. It's an additional hour of labor." The thought of such a daunting task sent a wave of panic through the group, prompting them to rush into formation. After counting heads, Wu Qi encouraged them. "Do not hang your heads in despair. This hardship will only last 14 days. Just grit your teeth and endure. You will soon realize that this fortnight of suffering is but a fleeting moment in the grand scheme of things." However, the group, still drained of energy, hardly absorbed his words. Wu Qi continued, "This afternoon, you all have tasks to complete: chopping trees, transporting wood, and splitting firewood. Prepare a substantial quantity of timber for the camp." The group glanced around at the surrounding trees, each as thick as a bucket. To fell such robust trees, and then transport them, and split them into firewood? This difficulty is insurmountable. "Fear not," Wu Qi reassured them. "There will be rewards. The sooner you finish, the more time you will have for bathing. The person delivering dinner will also arrive earlier. Furthermore, based on your performance, I shall teach you to identify edible wild vegetables and mushrooms." At this, a flicker of enthusiasm ignited among the group. The better they performed, the more knowledge they would gain, making it easier to find food in the future. At that moment, Lin Chuan emerged from the tent, having overheard Wu Qi's words, and smiled faintly. His remarks seemed akin to soothing a group of children. Suddenly, Xia Qingyue also stepped out of the tent. Lin Chuan inquired, "Would you like to rest a bit longer?" Xia Qingyue gently shook her head, replying, "No, it's unnecessary. Sleeping too long during the afternoon nap can lead to headaches." It was fortunate that the distant group did not hear her, or they would have gone mad. An extended afternoon nap? They hadn't had a single second of rest. Xia Qingyue, however, did not wish to sleep too long. While both were engaged in wilderness training, Xia Qingyue's experience resembled a vacation, while the others were truly suffering. Lin Chuan suggested, "Let us wash our faces and then I will take you to a delightful place. All right, Xia Qingwei responded eagerly, and the two made their way toward the stream. The distant group could only watch with wide eyes, enviously wishing to wash their faces at the stream, though it seemed an unattainable luxury. Wu Qi distributed axes and other tools, instructing them on their proper use before directing them to the designated area for chopping wood. The trees were to be felled with precision. Other classes were also engaged in this task. Ultimately, all classes would align their chopped areas to form a fire break. Once everything was arranged, Wu Qi declared, "All right, let us begin." He laid out clear task objectives. Without completion, they could not cease their labors. With a collective sigh, the group set to work in silence. The rhythmic sound of axes striking wood echoed through the air. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei returned from the stream, their faces refreshed from the icy water, feeling invigorated by the delightful sensation. Chapter 129. In the past, many people indeed referred to me as a celestial being. Shall we bring anything with us? Xia Qingwei inquired curiously, still unaware of Lin Chen's destination for their excursion. Lin Chen picked up a wooden stick for self-defense and a small knife, stating, "This will suffice. Let us proceed." This time, Lin Chen did not follow the stream, but ventured away from it. Xia Qingwei, carrying a basket, hurried to keep pace beside him. The melodic chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects filled the air. Lin Chen cleared their path with the wooden stick, ensuring their safety. Xia Qingwei, filled with curiosity, asked, "Where are we headed?" With a mysterious smile, Lin Chen replied, "You will find out when we arrive." Her intrigue deepened as she pondered the nature of their destination. After walking for a while, Xia Qingwei glanced around and remarked, "Lin Chen, it seems we have traveled quite far." She sensed they were nearing the boundary of their training area. Understanding her thoughts, Lin Chen gently reassured her, "Are you worried about potential dangers? There is no need for concern. We are almost there. The place we are going is right at the edge of the training zone." He reached for her hand, saying, "And with me around, there is no risk." Xia Qingwei looked at Lin Chen, her cheeks flushed. In his presence, she felt a profound sense of security, as if the sky could fall and she would remain unafraid. Nevertheless, she cautioned, "Let us remain vigilant. I do not wish for you to be harmed." Lin Chen nodded, smiling, understood. "For your sake, I will ensure my own safety." Her face reddened even further at his words. Just then, Lin Chen heard a distinctive bird call, sharp and somewhat urgent. "We are almost there," he declared, recognizing the sound as belonging to a bird that favored resting in bamboo groves. The presence of this call indicated they were nearing such a location. As Lin Chen pushed through the underbrush, a brilliant light filtered through, revealing an expansive bamboo forest. A smile spread across his face as he beheld the sight before him. Towering pillars of bamboo stood, each thicker than an arm. The grove was not densely packed, allowing for easy passage, with bamboo leaves carpeting the ground and minimal undergrowth. Numerous young bamboo shoots peeked through the earth. "Wow!" Xia Qingwei gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment at the sight of the bamboo forest. "How did you know there was a bamboo grove here?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Just a little intuition." Xia Qingwei chuckled at his response. "So you are a celestial being after all." Unbeknownst to her, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "Indeed. Many have referred to me as such in the past. In his previous life, countless individuals regarded him as a deity, primarily due to his generous donations to charitable causes. Statues were erected in his honor, and his deeds were even chronicled in elementary school textbooks, allowing children to recognize his name from a young age. "Let us go," he said, pulling Xia Qingwei towards the bamboo grove. "We shall gather some bamboo shoots for dinner tonight." "Great!" Xia Qingwei exclaimed with delight. Lin Chen moved ahead to select the bamboo shoots, aware that not every shoot in the area was suitable. Some were too tall and aged, while others were buried too deep to extract easily. After careful selection, he finally chose 5 tender bamboo shoots. Each was thicker than his arm, appearing substantial. Yet he knew that once peeled, they would yield little more than enough for a single meal for the two of them. Chapter 130. Let us return together when the National Day holiday arrives. Lin Chen placed the bamboo shoots on the ground and said, "You should rest for a moment. I will chop some more bamboo to take back." Xia Qingwei, puzzled, inquired, "What do we need bamboo for?" Lin Chen replied, "To make bamboo tube rice." Xia Qingwei exclaimed with delight, "Bamboo tube rice? Lin Chen, can you really make bamboo tube rice?" With a smile, Lin Chen responded, "Of course. You have something to look forward to." "Wow." Xia Qingwei squatted beside him, admiring Lin Chen's serious profile, and remarked, "You are amazing. Your cooking is so delicious. You seem to know how to make so many things." You haven't secretly gone for chef training, have you? Lin Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he replied. You've caught me. Really? Xia Qingyue's face was filled with surprise, followed by a sweet warmth in her heart. He had actually gone to learn culinary skills for her sake. However, she soon felt a twinge of concern. Learning to cook must cost a lot, right? And it must be very tiring and exhausting. In a gentle tone, Xia Qingwei said, as long as it's made by you, no matter the taste, I believe it's the best. Lin Chen chopped down a bamboo stalk and added, actually, it didn't cost anything. I have a natural talent. That chef taught me for free. In truth, his culinary skills were not acquired from anyone. After Xia Qingwei left, he had been trying to recreate the flavors of her cooking. Yet, even after becoming a culinary master, he had never succeeded. The taste that Lin Chen cherished most in his heart was one that only she could create. With a soft gaze, she said, I'm not worried about the money. I'm concerned that you might be overexerting yourself. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart. Xia Qingwei continued, however, your improvement in cooking skills is a good thing. Uncle and aunt will surely be pleased to know about it, and might even forgive you. In pursuit of He-Man, Lin Chuan had forsaken the invitation from a prestigious university, opting instead for a second-tier institution in Qingshan City, which greatly angered his parents, leading them to expel him from their home. Thinking of his parents, Lin Chen's pace in fixing the bamboo slowed. Many things became clear to him only after Xia Qingwei departed. Initially, upon learning that Lin Chen had been cast out, Xia Qingwei had spoken highly of him. Every year upon returning home, she would visit to plead his case. Later, when Xia Qingwei left, Lin Chen's parents attended her funeral. When he saw them again, their hair had turned completely gray. Eventually, Lin Chen discovered that his parents frequently sent money to Xia Qingwei, hoping it would improve their lives. Neither of them had truly given up on themselves. It was always himself who had given up. Lin Chen. Xia Qingyue's worried voice broke through his thoughts. Are you angry with uncle and aunt? Returning to the present, Lin Chen resumed his work on the bamboo, smiling as he said, not at all. I can understand them. He slowly added, when the National Day holiday arrives, let us go back together. Xia Qingyue's mouth fell slightly open. She hadn't expected Lin Chen to propose returning. She thought he had been angry and would not want to see his parents again. Okay. Xia Qingwei immediately nodded in agreement. With a swish, Lin Chen finished shaping the bamboo. A clean and straight stalk took form in his hands. He cut off the thinner end and prepared to carry the bamboo back to the camp. Lin Chen disassembled the vine-woven basket and tied together 5 bamboo shoots for Xia Qingwei to hold. All set, let us go back. Lin Chen said as he hoisted the bamboo, while Xia Qingwei carried the bamboo shoots. Is it heavy? Lin Chen inquired. Chapter 131. This is more torturous than running 6 kilometers. It feels as though life is slipping away. Xia Qingwei shook her head and said, it's not heavy. She felt a surge of joy at the thought of alleviating Lin Chen's burden. The two of them walked back in the direction they had come from. As Lin Chen was about to exit the bamboo grove, he heard a squeaking sound emanating from within. A thought struck him, bamboo rats. He was surprised to discover that this bamboo forest was home to such creatures. In that moment, Lin Chen had already envisioned a meal for tomorrow. He decided to spare the bamboo rats for today, as they still had smoked fish left to enjoy. Tonight, they would have bamboo tube rice, smoked fish, and wild vegetables. It promised to be a satisfying feast. Lin Chen, why are you still behind? Is it too heavy? Xia Qingyue's voice came from ahead, tinged with concern. Lin Chen looked forward and saw her standing in the woods, her expression anxious. No, it's fine, he replied, approaching her. If it's too heavy, you must tell me. Xia Qingyue suggested, I'm quite strong. I can carry the bamboo. Alternatively, you could tie the bamboo shoots to either end of the bamboo and make a carrying pole for me. Lin Chen chuckled. Are you underestimating your husband? In an instant, Xia Qingyue's face flushed crimson. Husband? The words made her shy, and her speech became hesitant. And no, you've always been the strongest. She lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Lin Chen's eyes, her thoughts adrift. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Lin Chen pulled her into his embrace. The warmth of his masculine presence enveloped her. Xia Qingwei felt her cheeks burn, her body softening against him. Watch where you're going. You almost bumped into a tree, he admonished. Xia Qingwei turned and realized a large tree loomed in her path. I'm sorry, she murmured. I didn't see it. Lin Chen released her, smiling. Just pay attention. He decided to refrain from teasing her further. This girl was far too easily embarrassed, losing herself in shyness. Once Xia Qingwei stepped away from his embrace, she drew several deep breaths to regain her composure, and the two continued towards the camp. Halfway there, Lin Chuan asked, "Are you afraid of mice?" Xia Qinghua shook her head. Not at all. She was not afraid of mice, snakes, or insects, nor even cockroaches. She was only afraid of being without Lin Chuan. She glanced at his profile and softly called out. Husband Lin Chuan paused for a moment. "What did you just call me?" "Nothing." Xia Qinghua replied with a giggle, her face still flushed. "You must have misheard. Let us hurry, it's getting late." They quickened their pace. Having spent considerable time selecting bamboo shoots and cutting bamboo, it was already 4 in the afternoon, and darkness descended swiftly in the forest by 5 o'clock. The sun would be gone. Lin Chuan watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile before hastening to catch up. Before long, they returned to the camp, where everyone was still hard at work. They had felled numerous trees and transported several logs, with some individuals' hands trembling from fatigue, blisters forming on their palms. Others were shaking uncontrollably. With a thud, several people dropped the logs they had been carrying, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. They were drenched in sweat, their faces pale. "I'm utterly spent. We're all equally exhausted. This is more torturous than running 6 kilometers. It feels as though life is being drained away. It's absurd. How can it be this exhausting?" Those logs weigh hundreds of pounds. Even several people struggle to carry them. Chapter 132. Toiling until exhaustion. Yet no food to eat at night. Such suffering. The desire to roll away is thwarted by the uneven ground, rendering movement impossible. Carrying a single log feels like a Herculean task, and now, having shouldered several, their shoulders are raw and bleeding. Oh, the fatigue is overwhelming. How I long to return home. One girl, unable to contain her emotions, begins to weep. The other men, too exhausted to offer solace, remain silent. Wu Qi observes from a distance. Tears are a common sight, one he has grown accustomed to. Has there ever been a year without tears? Yet, weeping serves no purpose. Without completing their tasks, rest is a distant hope. The woodcutters, too, feel their consciousness waning, their minds consumed by a singular thought. Chop, chop, chop. Logs chop. Splintered pieces chop. Gnarled sections. Chop, chop, chop. As long as it is wood, leave none behind. Fell them all. Despite their toil, the camp has expanded significantly, becoming remarkably tidy. Clang. Lin Chuan returns to the vicinity of the tent, discarding a bundle of bamboo at his feet. Splash. Xia Qinghua follows suit, dropping a pile of bamboo shoots. The onlookers in the distance take note of the two. Upon seeing the bamboo and shoots laid on the ground, their eyes widen in astonishment. The bamboo itself is of little consequence. The bamboo shoots, however, are invaluable. Food. Good heavens, bamboo shoots. Is there a bamboo grove nearby? This signifies that they can seek out bamboo shoots instead of enduring the torment of wild fruits, which are utterly inedible. Bamboo shoots must be far more palatable. Did anyone notice where they had just returned from? No one had paid attention. They realized that no one had observed from which direction Lin Chuan and Xia Qinghua had come. Even if they knew of the bamboo grove, they were at a loss as to how to find it. A sense of despair began to settle among the group. Why is it so difficult to procure a morsel of food? At this moment, Wu Qi sauntered over and remarked, "Do not dwell on food just yet. You must complete your tasks before you can rest. Continue working." Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd contorted in agony, their expressions resembling masks of torment. What a hellish existence this is. They feel as if they might crack under the pressure. Others enjoy the freedom to roam and find bamboo shoots, while they toil until exhaustion, with no food at night. The suffering is unbearable. Luo Ji, on the verge of fainting, felt a pang of envy when he saw Lin Chuan and Xia Qinghua returning with their bounty. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. How could there be such a disparity among those who had come to participate in the training? He felt akin to a slave from Africa. Man was consumed by regret. Regret for breaking up with Lin Chuan, regret for her infidelity. If none of this had transpired, if she were still Lin Chuan's girlfriend, she would be sitting beside him now, even commanding him to fetch tea and water. Regret gnawed at her insides, compounded by exhaustion and lingering allergies. Man felt on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Wu Qi also glanced towards Lin Chuan, surprised to see the two return with bamboo and shoots. He had been in this area for years, unaware of the presence of a bamboo grove nearby. Yet, Lin Chuan, on his very first day, had discovered it and returned with bamboo shoots. He truly was an expert in wilderness survival. With such skills, he would never go hungry in the wild. Lin Chuan settled down, taking the bamboo in hand to begin processing it. He cut the longest 2 segments from the ends, planning to fashion them into water bottles. though they still had previously carried containers holding several liters of water, who would complain about having too many means of storing water before the impending storm. Soon enough, he had fashioned the 2 poles and began to carve out the openings. Xia Qingyue sat beside him, peeling bamboo shoots while watching him work. Observing Ling Chuan's earnest demeanor brought a smile to her lips. At that moment, she felt he looked exceptionally handsome. Chapter 133. Goodness gracious. What culinary delight awaits this time? The aroma is absolutely irresistible, she inquired. Ling Chuan, what are you up to? Ling Chuan replied, I am crafting 2 simple water bottles. Xia Qingyue marveled at his ingenuity. Ling Chuan was truly resourceful. Not only could he weave baskets, but he could also create water bottles. It seemed there was nothing he could not accomplish. After meticulously finishing the mouth of the bottle, he tested it and found it to be entirely watertight. Even when filled with water and inverted, not a drop would escape. Once the water bottles were complete, he set them aside and began preparing the ingredients for the meal. Bamboo tubes. He selected 2 segments of bamboo, ensuring they remained uncut at both ends. In one segment, he carved an opening to facilitate the addition of rice and various ingredients later. Ling Chuan stood and announced, I shall wash the bamboo at the creek. Please wait for me. Xia Qingyue also rose, having just peeled the bamboo shoots and was ready to cleanse them at the stream. Holding a bamboo shoot slightly larger than her fist, she chuckled. It seemed so large just moments ago, yet now it appears so small. Ling Chuan responded, this quantity is sufficient. He washed the bamboo thoroughly, both inside and out, at the creek, and then handed one of the clean tubes to Xia Qingyue, instructing her to take it back. I will gather some wild vegetables and return shortly. As Ling Chuan ventured into the nearby woods, he soon emerged with a newly woven basket, filled with an assortment of wild greens and mushrooms. After cleaning the vegetables and mushrooms, he made his way back to the campsite. Upon his return, he found Xia Qingyue diligently slicing the bamboo shoots. Her culinary skills and knife proficiency were commendable, and she had already prepared a significant portion of the shoots. Ling Chuan presented her with the wild vegetables and mushrooms, saying, please dice the mushrooms. I will wash the rice. He selected a piece of bamboo shoot about the size of his fist, adding, this should also be diced. Xia Qingyue nodded with a smile. Leave it to me. After preparing enough rice for 2, he proceeded to wash it. When Ling Chuan returned, he discovered that Xia Qingyue had efficiently processed the ingredients as per his instructions. He set the rice aside to soak, then removed the smoked fish, shredding the flesh into strips, ensuring there were no bones. He then diced the fish strips into smaller pieces. It was time to begin. Ling Chuan rolled up his sleeves and commenced the preparation of bamboo tube rice. Xia Qingyue sat nearby, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. This was her first experience witnessing someone make bamboo tube rice, and that someone was Ling Chuan. Xia Qingyue felt a sense of wonder enveloping the moment. Ling Chuan first ignited the fire, heating the pot before adding oil. He then tossed in the freshly diced bamboo shoots and smoked fish, stirring them as they neared completion. Just before they were fully cooked, he added the diced mushrooms and continued to stir. Finally, he incorporated the chopped wild vegetables, followed by the soaked rice, mixing everything together. As the rice absorbed the colors and aromas of the ingredients, a delightful fragrance began to waft through the air. Ling Chuan carefully filled the bamboo tubes with the stir-fried rice mixture through the pre-carved openings. He then poured in an appropriate amount of water and sealed the openings with bamboo leaves. With that, the bamboo tube rice was complete. Ling Chuan prepared 2 tubes filled with the fragrant mixture and placed them over the fire. Is this sufficient? Xia Qingyue asked, concerned. Shouldn't we take precautions to prevent the bamboo from burning? Ling Chuan chuckled. This is perfectly fine. The contents within the bamboo will protect it from burning. 3 minutes later, steam began to escape from the bamboo tubes, releasing an enticing aroma. The delightful scents of bamboo shoots, mushrooms, wild vegetables, fish, and rice mingled together, creating an irresistible bouquet. Xia Qingyue could no longer restrain her appetite, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, people in the distance paused in astonishment, turning their gazes towards Ling Chuan. Goodness gracious! What culinary delight is this? The aroma is absolutely intoxicating. Just inhaling it makes my mouth water. Help, it smells divine. Chapter 134. Thank you, my husband. You are truly wonderful. The tantalizing aroma enveloped them, making it almost unbearable. Could this truly be bamboo tube rice? How could it possibly smell so divine? Once the training concludes and they return to the city, I too shall indulge in bamboo tube rice. Alas, will the labor here ever cease? They gazed longingly, filled with envy. Others had already commenced their dinner, while they remained ensnared in toil, with no inkling of when they might be free. Nearly 10 minutes passed. Ling Chuan retrieved 2 bamboo tubes and set them aside, waiting for them to cool slightly before unveiling their contents. Xia Qingwei brought forth clean bowls and chopsticks. Patiently awaiting the feast, Lin Shen glanced at her, noticing her eyes fixed intently on the bamboo tubes, her eagerness palpable. With a gentle chuckle, he inquired, "Are you very eager to taste it?" Xia Qingwen nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Of course. This bamboo tube rice smells absolutely heavenly." Lin Shen replied, "In truth, it could be even more fragrant. However, the conditions here are quite limited. The bamboo is not the most suitable for making bamboo tube rice, and we lack ingredients like lard and sausage. Is this not the best?" Xia Qingyue's small face was filled with astonishment. The aroma of the bamboo tube rice was already intoxicating. The thought that it could be even better was beyond her comprehension. She could hardly imagine the extent of fragrance that Lin Shen referred to as the best bamboo tube rice. Perhaps just one whiff would etch the memory in her mind for a lifetime. A few minutes later, Lin Shen took hold of the bamboo tube and pried it open with a small knife. With a crisp snap, the contents of the bamboo tube emerged. In an instant, a plume of white steam rose, filling the air with an aroma that could entice anyone from miles away. Inside the bamboo, the rice grains were plump and glistening, tinged with the hues of the ingredients, and exuding a refreshing fragrance, all enveloped in a delicate layer of bamboo skin. Not only was it fragrant, but it was also visually stunning. Just a single glance revealed its delectable nature. Xia Qingyue swallowed hard, while distant onlookers wiped their mouths in a frenzy. The scent was so enchanting it felt as though it could whisk their souls away. Who was this culinary maestro? Is he truly here for training? Able to conjure such exquisite dishes amidst it? Was this not a tad too extraordinary? Even Wu Qi was taken aback. Such fragrance? Yet he hesitated to approach, having already mooched several meals. To ask for more would be rather rude. However, the tantalizing aromas were making his stomach grumble. He turned to the others, urging, "Hurry up. We are almost done. Don't you wish to eat?" Upon hearing this, the group resumed their work with renewed vigor. How they longed for a meal. While others had already feasted, they were still toiling like beasts of burden. It was a torment. Lin Shen poured the bamboo tube rice into bowls for easier handling and to keep their hands clean. The portions were generous, filling 2 large bowls to the brim. Lin Chuan and Xia Qingyue each carried a bowl. With a joyous giggle, Xia Qingyue beamed, utterly delighted by the bountiful and fragrant bamboo tube rice. Lin Shen smiled faintly, propping some clean bamboo at an angle over the fire, using the 2 freshly repaired bamboo tubes at the lower end. He intended to extract some bamboo sap to drink. Bamboo sap is sweet and delicious, offering various health benefits, making it perfect for aiding Xia Qingyue's well-being. "Let us eat," Lin Shen declared. "After our meal, we shall bathe." Xia Qingyue nodded with a smile. As she took her first bite of the bamboo tube rice, her eyes lit up with delight. "This is so delicious." The expression of surprise on her delicate face was even more pronounced than before, for the taste exceeded her wildest expectations. "Lin Shen, this bamboo tube rice is truly exquisite. It is the best meal I have ever had." Lin Shen smiled, asking, "Is it delicious? Then we shall make more tomorrow." "Really?" Chapter 135. Lin Shen and Xia Qingyue indulge in a lavish feast, while the others make do with plain congee and dried radish. Xia Qingyue's beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement as she planted a kiss on Lin Shen's cheek, exclaiming, "Thank you, darling." Lin Shen couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable demeanor. Meanwhile, onlookers in the distance suddenly felt a sense of fullness wash over them. Despite the enticing aroma that filled the air, an inexplicable sensation of satiety lingered. Excluding the 2, Luo Ji and He Man Man were particularly affected. Luo Ji felt faint. His goddess was calling someone else husband. Such a situation was unbearable. He Man Man's heart felt as though it were shattering. How could she be deprived of such fragrant bamboo rice? It was akin to one of the most torturous forms of punishment. No, it was even worse than that. Xia Qingyue genuinely relished the bamboo rice, forgetting her image as she took generous bites with abandon, resembling someone who was devouring a meal. However, her beauty rendered even her most unrefined eating habits captivating. There was a certain boldness to her allure. Lin Shen refrained from interrupting her meal, having not seen her for quite some time. He found joy in simply watching her eat. How had he failed to notice such a treasure of a girl before? At that moment, the distant crowd finally completed their tasks. "All right," Wu Qi announced as he approached, "the break is over. You may now eat or rest." However, I must remind you that there will be a bonfire meeting tonight, and your attendance is mandatory. Upon hearing that there were more obligations ahead, the group felt utterly discouraged, as if they were imprisoned by an endless array of tasks. I will now teach you to identify new wild vegetables, Wu Qi continued, introducing 2 varieties. After the lesson, he smiled and declared, "You may resume your activities. I am off to enjoy a meal myself." The tantalizing scent of the bamboo rice had grown unbearable for him. He turned and walked away, leaving the others murmuring in frustration, "What about us? Our food?" With weary bodies, they set out to forage for wild fruits and vegetables. Some formed teams to explore the surroundings, hoping to locate the bamboo grove discovered by Ling Chuan. However, as darkness fell, their search proved fruitless. For dinner, they were left with only a few wild vegetables and fruits. Lacking a frying pan, they resorted to boiling the vegetables, which, devoid of seasoning, tasted bitter and coarse, an utterly unpalatable experience. "Wait, we must shower," a girl exclaimed. "Time for bathing is limited." Upon hearing this, the other girls could no longer remain seated. Their only opportunity to bathe for the day was slipping away, and if they missed it, they would have to wait until tomorrow. They hastily gathered their belongings and rushed toward the bathing area. Yet, before they could venture far, an instructor arrived to announce, "We are distributing congee and dried radish. It is limited and time-sensitive. Those who wish to partake should come now." The girls, who had been ready to dash off, abruptly halted and hurried back. Food took precedence. The camp's inhabitants started to line up for their portions of congee and dried radish. The congee was cold and watery, while the radish was tough and flavorless. But with no other options available, they had no choice but to gulp it down, fearing hunger would strike them later. They also shared some wild vegetables, vegetable soup, and fruits, consuming everything in haste. As they stood up, shaking their bellies, they felt as though they had filled themselves with water. A heavy silence fell upon the group as they pondered whether what they had consumed was indeed food or merely liquid. Their gazes turned toward Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei, who had just finished her bowl of bamboo rice. She looked up and caught Lin Chen's gaze, recalling her earlier eagerness to eat, her cheeks flushing crimson. Lin Chen smiled and said, "I still have more." Chapter 136. "I want to help you with your laundry." Xia Qingwei shook her head and said, "I can't eat anymore. I am utterly stuffed." She typically consumed only a small bowl of rice, but tonight, Lin Chen's culinary prowess had rendered her feeling as though she had devoured twice her usual portion. Lin Chen smiled and inquired, "Really? Did I manage to make you overindulge?" He felt that this, too, was a form of happiness. He no longer wished for Xia Qingwei to subsist on cold bread or leftover meals from others. "Indeed, truly," Xia Qingwei replied, patting her stomach and pouting, "I feel as though I might gain weight." Lin Chen found her antics amusing. "A little extra weight is perfectly fine." "That's not good at all," Xia Qingwei retorted. "If I gain weight, I will become unattractive, and then you won't like me anymore." Lin Chen spoke softly. "No matter how you change, I will always cherish you. You shall always be my utmost favorite." Xia Qingyue's eyes widened, and her cheeks gradually flushed. In the distance, onlookers remarked, "All right, enough already. Do they assume we are hungry and are providing us with dog food to consume?" Xia Qingwei cast a glance at the people in the camp and remarked, "Such flattery." She then looked back at Lin Chen's bowl. "You should eat quickly, otherwise, your food will grow cold." Lin Chen lowered his head to resume eating, while the others in the distance had already finished their meager meal of wild fruits, boiled vegetables, and plain porridge, which they consumed in just a few bites. Once done, the women hurriedly rushed to queue for showers, while the men fashioned a makeshift bathing area downstream by a small creek, sneaking away to wash. They had anticipated that bathing would be a delightful experience, a chance to wash away their fatigue. However, upon plunging into the icy creek, the situation took a turn. The frigid water enveloped them, leaving them numb and shivering. "Oh no, it's freezing. How can it be this cold? Is this ice water?" They leaped into the creek as if diving into a boiling pot, flailing about. One option was to forego bathing altogether, feeling the discomfort of sweat clinging to their skin. The other was to endure the perilously cold water for a brief period. Faced with the choice between a night of discomfort and a few minutes of intense cold, they ultimately gritted their teeth and opted for the latter. From afar, the calls of monkeys echoed, reminiscent of poetic verses. The cries of monkeys on both banks continue without cease. Lin Chuan and Xia Qingwei exchanged glances, their laughter spilling forth. Xia Qingwei felt increasingly detached from reality. Without Lin Chuan, she would likely be waiting in line for a shower as well. Lin Chuan, You are truly wonderful, she said, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at him with a smile. Once he finished his meal, Ling Chuan stated, "Yes, I love you too." Ah? The unexpected declaration of affection left Xia Qingwei momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, she regained her composure and hurriedly took Ling Chuan's dishes to wash. "Let us go bathe now," Xia Qingwei suggested. "It's getting late, and we have a gathering this evening." Ling Chuan nodded in agreement. The two of them, carrying their change of clothes, made their way toward the instructor's area. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Xia Qingwei advised Ling Chuan, "After you finish your shower, please wait for me here. I want to help you with your laundry." She could wash her clothes in the female instructor's area, where she could also dry them safely, without worrying about anyone seeing her undergarments. Ling Chuan nodded, replying, "See you soon." Chapter 137. Disparate treatment. The two individuals arrived at the instructor's bathing area. The instructor was able to enjoy a warm bath, a luxurious indulgence after a hearty meal. The comfort of a soothing warm bath stood in stark contrast to the girls waiting in line for cold showers and the boys enduring the torment of icy creek waters. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei felt as if they were in paradise. After their bath, Ling Chuan emerged with his clothes, waiting at the fork in the path for a while until Xia Qingwei joined him. "Give me my clothes," she said as she reached out for them. "You can head back first. I'll return after I finish washing these," she added. Ling Chuan nodded in agreement, but did not leave. Idling at the fork was preferable to returning to an empty space. Xia Qingwei approached the laundry area, where detergent, washing liquid, and washboards were provided. She washed quickly and efficiently. However, upon taking Ling Chuan's shorts, her pace slowed. "Why are they so large?" Her cheeks flushed crimson as she couldn't help but examine Ling Chuan's shorts for an extended moment. Could they have been stretched? Her thoughts wandered, spiraling into fanciful notions. If they are that big, it could be catastrophic. It was not until she heard footsteps behind her that she snapped back to reality, hurriedly scrubbing with renewed focus. Once she had hung the clothes to dry, she left in a rush. Not seeing Ling Chuan for a moment made her anxious. "I wish I could fly. Then I could return to him in an instant." However, upon reaching the fork in the path, her steps abruptly halted. There sat Ling Chuan on a stone at the intersection. "Ling Chuan," Xia Qingwei exclaimed, hastening towards him. "Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to go back first?" Ling Chuan took her small hand, replying, "The sun is setting. Let us head back together." A wave of warmth enveloped Xia Qingyue's heart. She grasped Ling Chuan's hand tightly, saying, "Thank you." "Thank me?" Ling Chuan chuckled. "Then you should call me husband." Xia Qingyue's face turned crimson as she retorted, "When did your audacity grow so thick? We've only confirmed our relationship for a few days. And you want me to call you husband already?" Ling Chuan laughed. "So, will you or one you?" Xia Qingyue, with her head slightly bowed, softly murmured, "Husband." Ling Chuan held her hand as they strolled forward. In front of the girls' bathing area, Man was queuing up. The buzzing mosquitoes around her were almost unbearable. At that moment, she spotted Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei approaching from a distance. Upon seeing them, her pupils dilated. Their appearance clearly indicated they had bathed. She glanced towards the direction they had come from, where the instructor's area lay. Could it be? Man was dumbfounded. While she toiled in line, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei had the privilege of bathing in the instructor's area. What divine treatment was this? She felt as though she might burst with frustration. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei passed by, laughing and chatting, returning to the camp. A group of shivering boys, clad in their clothes, returned with pale faces. They too were taken aback upon seeing Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei. Did they go outside to bathe? Surely not in the instructor's area? How is this even possible? They lamented, nearly brought to tears. The creek water was frigid, making them feel as if they might freeze. Meanwhile, Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei luxuriated in the instructor's warm bath. The disparity in treatment was staggering. Luo Ji, shivering as he approached from behind, felt as if he might perish from the cold. Just upon returning, he heard of Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue's privilege of bathing in the instructor's area. The difference was almost too much for him to bear. Chapter 138. He knows the secrets of heaven. Secrets that must never be revealed. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingwei returned to the camp as darkness enveloped the surroundings, causing the temperature to drop. They warmed themselves by the fire when instructor Wu Qi approached the gathering. "Attention, everyone," Wu Qi's voice echoed, startling the students who had only known him for a few days. Despite their brief acquaintance, just hearing his voice instilled a sense of fear that made their legs tremble, an echo of past traumas. Wu Qi chuckled, "There's no need to be so frightened. Tonight, you want to be working. Come, Let's gather around the bonfire and reflect on what we've learned today. He had also planned to gather firewood for this very moment. As the bonfire crackled to life, the group drew near, seeking warmth. What are they doing? Xia Qingwei asked curiously. We'll find out if we go closer. Lin Chuan replied, taking her hand and leading her forward. They settled down beside the others. Wu Qi began. Let us first reinforce your memory of the wild vegetables we studied today. He presented the foraged plants, allowing everyone to review them once more. After the review, he announced, It's still early. I will teach you a set of military exercises. Pay close attention. I will demonstrate only once. His last phrase was delivered with a hint of jest, for he knew he would repeat the instructions. Upon hearing about the military exercises, the students perked up. Wu Qi demonstrated the routine, then asked, How much did you remember? The collective response was a shake of heads. They had retained little due to fatigue. Lin Chuan turned to Xia Qingwei and inquired, How much did you remember? Just a few moves, she replied. It was difficult to memorize everything from a single demonstration. She then asked, What about you? With a smile, Lin Chuan said, I remembered it all. What? Xia Qingwei gasped, astonished. You learned everything just from one viewing? What kind of talent is that? Lin Chuan nodded. Indeed, it's true. It's merely military exercises, nothing particularly challenging. Having lived for so long and witnessed so much, he found such knowledge trivial. Lin Chuan had distanced himself from the cataclysmic wars of two fallen nations. He had witnessed the demise of a once great kingdom and the rise of the Dragon Kingdom to global prominence. He had grown accustomed to the passage of time, where moments became inconsequential. Everything revolved around his will, existing solely for him. He had traversed realms where he saw meteors crash to Earth and glaciers collapse in the Arctic. He had borne witness to the unfathomable and lost things that others could never comprehend. Moreover, he possessed insights into the secrets of the universe, knowledge that must never be disclosed, knowledge potent enough to obliterate the world. Lin Chuan had encountered a myriad of profound and enigmatic phenomena. In contrast, mastering military exercises was exceedingly simple for him, akin to the simplicity of 112. Xia Qingwei gazed at Lin Chuan with admiration, akin to a fervent admirer. You are truly remarkable. Lin Chuan smiled. If you wish to learn, I can teach you even more advanced techniques in the future. What? Xia Qingwei was taken aback. You know even more powerful techniques? What could possibly surpass military exercises? Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Indeed, there are many. The Dragon Kingdom has a rich heritage spanning 5,000 years, leaving behind a wealth of knowledge. Xia Qingwei marveled internally, increasingly aware of the vastness of Lin Chuan's knowledge. Moreover, his words exuded a captivating charm. She looked at Lin Chuan, feeling as though he radiated brilliance. Chapter 139. Come and show us what you've got. Roji sat at a distance, overhearing the conversation between Lin Chuan and Xia Qingwei. He felt a blend of disdain and jealousy. Disdainful because Lin Chuan had supposedly mastered military boxing so quickly. Was that even possible? It was clearly a boast. Jealous, however, because Xia Qingwei actually seemed to believe Lin Chuan's tall tale. Had he known she could be so easily deceived, he would have approached her sooner to win her over. At that moment, Instructor Wu Qi addressed the crowd with a smile, inquiring if anyone had learned military boxing and would like to demonstrate their skills. Roji's eyes lit up. This was the perfect opportunity to expose Lin Chuan while simultaneously humiliating him. With that thought, he immediately raised his hand and exclaimed, Lin Chuan can do it. I just heard him say that he has completely mastered military boxing. This declaration sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. All eyes turned towards Lin Chuan. Had he truly learned it so quickly? Was he a martial arts genius capable of grasping it at a mere glance? Such extraordinary talent seemed more fitting for novels and television than reality. The crowd harbored some skepticism, while one might memorize a text at a glance. The myriad movements of military boxing could hardly be mastered in a single viewing. Yet, they remained silent, having been caught off guard by unforeseen circumstances before. They were reluctant to voice their doubts. Wu Qi cast a surprised glance at Lin Chuan. Did you really learn it? He mused, incredulous. He had only jested moments ago. Lin Chuan turned to Roji, aware of his ulterior motive to make him look foolish. With a calm demeanor, he replied, You are mistaken. I have not learned the military boxing from the instructor. Roji's lips curled into a smug smile, convinced he was right all along. He had always suspected Lin Chuan was a fraud and felt vindicated in his insight. While others were deceived, he alone had seen through Lin Chuan's ruse. He yearned to declare Lin Chuan a charlatan, to assert his own superiority, but just as he opened his mouth, Lin Chuan interjected, I already know military boxing. The words caught Wu Qi off guard, rendering him momentarily speechless. It felt as though his throat had constricted. Roji could only widen his eyes in disbelief. Staring at Ling Chuan, Wu Qi, too, was astonished, sensing a formidable aura emanating from Ling Chuan at that moment. It was a presence that commanded respect and made him hesitant to confront the brilliance directly. He wished to speak, but at that instant, everyone's here. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound and spotted another instructor, accompanied by over 30 students from a different class. Wu Qi frowned slightly upon recognizing the newcomer. Li Xian, what brings you here so late at night? Instructor Li Xian smiled. I thought you might be bored, so I came to check on you. He led his students to the side and remarked, if I'm not mistaken, you all are learning military boxing tonight, right? How's it going? Come and show us your progress. Ling Chuan observed quietly. He had encountered this scenario in his previous life. After training sessions, evaluations would follow. This instructor had come to apply pressure, aiming to undermine the confidence of the students. Ling Chuan turned to Roji and said nonchalantly, Roji, you were quite vocal just now and seemed to enjoy the spotlight. Why don't you step up now? Roji's expression darkened instantly. His earlier bravado had backfired spectacularly. Fine, I'll do it, he declared, standing up and facing Li Xian. I'll take part. Chapter 140. A single punch dismissed. Wu Qi felt a twinge of concern. As this was his own student, he suggested, perhaps we should reconsider? However, upon hearing this, Wu Qi immediately recognized it as an opportune moment to showcase his abilities. If he could display confidence and formidable prowess in this competition, it would effortlessly restore the dignity he had previously lost. Moreover, it could bring glory to the class, paving the way for future accolades with ease. Luoji interjected decisively, we cannot back down. He stepped onto the vacant space before Li Xian and inquired, where is your student? Li Xian scrutinized Luoji from head to toe. Wearing glasses and appearing rather frail, he seemed lacking in substance. Classmate, perhaps you should return to your seat. I sense you may struggle to maintain your footing in battle. Luoji clenched his fists, feeling belittled. How could he endure such disdain? Without further ado, he demanded, where is he? This was a golden opportunity for self-presentation that could not be overlooked. Casting a disdainful glance at Ling Chuan, he contemplated how Ling Chuan intended to undermine him. Yet, by seizing this chance, he could not only turn the tables, but also achieve success and fame, all while delivering a resounding slap to Ling Chuan's face, an opportunity that promised to yield trifecta rewards. Li Xian nodded towards a male student nearby and said, you may proceed. The boy stepped forward slowly, standing before Luoji, towering a full head above him. Luoji instinctively gulped as he looked up at this student, who resembled an imposing wall. Li Xian smiled and announced, this is Geng Cheng, the most proficient in military boxing within our class. He is a true prodigy. Having watched it merely 10 times and practiced for a day, he has mastered military boxing. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will be the top student in military boxing this year. A wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers. Even Wu Qi's expression mirrored shock. What extraordinary talent was this? He recalled his own experience of learning military boxing, which had taken him a week to grasp. Yet, here stood Geng Cheng, having accomplished it in just a day. A smug smile graced Geng Cheng's lips, while Luoji's face paled considerably. Ling Chuan observed Luoji's trepidation and taunted, Luoji, if you are afraid, you might as well step down. Everyone knows you cannot win. Though conceding defeat is shameful, only a fool would admit failure. Yet, everyone will understand. Luoji remained silent, perceiving this as a false gesture of leniency, but in reality, it was a push towards his demise. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I will not lose. For the sake of Xia Qingyue, I must strive with all my might. He turned to Geng Cheng and urged, let us begin. Geng Cheng assumed his stance, awaiting the signal to commence. Start, Li Xian shouted. In an instant, Geng Cheng struck with a forceful blow. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Luoji's abdomen. Ah! Luoji cried out, his eyes bulging in shock. Clutching his stomach, he staggered backward, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. A swift defeat. Luoji had been vanquished in a single blow. Struggling to gaze at Xia Qingyue, he yearned for her to witness his once magnificent form. However, upon looking back, he discovered Xia Qingyue was focused solely on Ling Chuan. Throughout the ordeal, she had not cast a single glance in Luoji's direction. Luoji felt as though he might spew blood, on the verge of breaking down. Wu Qi stepped forward to assist him, asking, are you all right? Gongcheng remarked. I held back. This revelation only deepened Luo Zhi's discomfort. He had been defeated in one strike, and yet his opponent had not even exerted his full strength. The students from Li Xin and Appo's class could no longer contain their laughter, while Wu Qi's side wore expressions of embarrassment. Given Luo Zhi's boisterous demeanor, they had assumed he possessed true skill, only to discover he was, in fact, utterly inept. What a disgrace. Chapter 141. The conclusion. Happiness and joy. Li Xin smiled at Wu Qi and remarked, it seems that the people in your class are not particularly impressive. Wu Qi's expression darkened, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Luo Zhi turned to Ling Chuan and said, Ling Chuan, you just claimed to have mastered military boxing. Now that they are bullying you, why are you still sitting there? Do you not possess even a shred of collective honor? Luo Zhi aimed to make Ling Chuan uncomfortable, wishing for him to share in the humiliation. Ling Chuan chuckled softly, rising gracefully, and replied, I understand your thoughts. However, I must inform you that you are destined to be disappointed. For I truly possess the skill in military boxing, and my capabilities extend far beyond that. He strode forward with purpose, approaching Gongcheng before the eyes of all. You believe that winning once grants you glory? You are mistaken, he asserted. Li Xin and Gongcheng were taken aback, unable to fathom Ling Chuan's audacity. They opened their mouths to retort, but Ling Chuan interrupted them. If you wish to compete, allow me to engage with you today. With a smile, he added, let us keep it friendly. Let us not harbor grudges after this. Wu Qi felt a pang of concern. Gongcheng appeared genuinely formidable. The other classmates were moved, surprised that Ling Chuan dared to speak up for them. Nearly brought to tears. Luo Zhi's countenance darkened. He had anticipated seeing Ling Chuan flustered and anxious, not this poise and confidence. Li Xin scrutinized Ling Chuan for a moment and declared, then let us begin. Gongcheng warned Ling Chuan, don't cry afterward. In an instant, he launched a punch towards Ling Chuan's chest. Ling Chuan did not evade. Instead, he deflected Gongcheng's hand and retaliated with a palm strike to Gongcheng's chest. Gongcheng stumbled back, and Ling Chuan advanced with his hands behind his back. I have already discerned your strength, he stated. Gongcheng steadied himself, his pupils slightly trembling. Discerned? What nonsense! He swept a kick at Ling Chuan, who deftly seized his foot and swiftly transformed his hand into a blade, aiming at Gongcheng's neck. The strike halted just before making contact. Ling Chuan released Gongcheng's foot and inquired, shall we continue? Gongcheng fell silent for a moment. Li Xin was also bewildered. This individual was exceptionally formidable. I concede, Gongcheng admitted, lowering his head, realizing the vast disparity in their abilities. Wu Qi was astonished. The surrounding students, including Luo Zhi, were left speechless. Applause erupted as Xia Qingyue expressed her delight. Ling Chuan, you are incredible. She excitedly rushed to Ling Chuan's side to congratulate him. Li Xin took a deep breath and turned to Wu Qi, saying, your class indeed harbors such a master. I acknowledge it. Wu Qi's heart was still in turmoil. Ling Chuan's prowess exceeded his wildest imagination. Luo Zhi felt a stinging shame. He had intended to make Ling Chuan look foolish, but found himself the true jester. I should not have provoked him. I will never measure up to him. Luo Zhi's spirit was utterly shattered, his dignity lost. He man felt despair, realizing that had she known Ling Chuan was so exceptional, she would never have sought the company of other men. Now, she faced a regret she would carry for a lifetime. Ling Chuan gazed at the smiling Xia Qingyue before him and smiled back gently. He reached out, grasping her small hand delicately, and said, let me protect you for a lifetime. I love you. Xia Qingyue blushed and nodded in agreement. All around them, hearts silently offered blessings. These two, no matter the obstacle, would remain inseparable. Ling Chuan and Xia Qingyue would continue their journey together, living a life filled with happiness and joy.